The Perfect Supreme Chapter 4452 to Chapter 4536. Rumble, the terrifying soul power was like a sea urchin, wreaking havoc in all directions. The originally white space began to crack. How is this possible? Junior, you. At this time, the sword demon's shocked voice sounded. He obviously did not expect this nameless junior's soul to be so powerful. It was actually stronger than his. One had to know that he was an ancient figure from the era of gods and a giant in the divinity realm. Die. Lin Ling activated the step of wisdom and crazily attacked the entire space, causing cracks to spread continuously. Stop. The previously domineering sword demon panicked. As he had just been resurrected, he did not have any means to seal Lin Ling apart from his soul. Therefore, he used his soul to seal Lin Ling. However, he did not expect that by sealing Lin Ling in his soul, he would place Lin Ling at his weakest point. Stop your ass. Go to hell. Lin Ling's soul power did not weaken. Instead, it became even more ferocious. It was like a surging river, like the void of the universe. Crack. Crack, the cracks in the entire soul space became even more severe. We can talk. Why don't I become your sword? What do you think? Scram. Junior, you know who I am. Back then, I killed more than 1 billion gods. How dare you be so rude to me? Die. Enough. At most, after I become your sword, I will be under your control forever. The sword demon kept negotiating with Lin Ling. He was completely terrified. However, Lin Ling had already suffered once. He did not trust the sword demon anymore. You dare to trick me. I want your soul to be destroyed forever. Lin Ling unleashed all his soul power and attacked the soul space. Rumble. The sword demon's soul finally could not take it anymore. It began to shatter and gradually turned into dust. I never thought that I would not die in the hands of the gods, but in the hands of a nameless junior after the era of gods. I am not willing to accept this. The sword demon's angry voice also came from the soul space. He thought that once he was resurrected, he would be able to defeat everything and no one in this world would be able to suppress him. However, a junior he met right after his resurrection killed him just like that. Moreover, in the age of the gods, such a junior would have been an existence akin to a mountain guardian in a sect. Boom, after the soul world shattered, Lin Ling began to take back his physical body. However, he also sensed an endless amount of killing intent rushing into his soul, giving him the idea of killing everything. Kill. He raised his sword and slashed in all directions. Then, he rushed out of the crack in the void. His sword danced in the air continuously. The sea of blood was like a demon, like a murderous beast, slashing apart the void in front of him. No one could stop it. Boom, the ancient tomb exploded and a demon-like figure rushed out from the ground. This person held a great sword and a sea of blood roiled around the body of the sword. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were merciless and filled with killing intent. He coldly stared at the earth. Rumble. The earth began to shake as it was affected by the murderous aura. Then, this figure's gaze fell on the manor and witnessed the endless array of memorial tablets. At this moment, within the array, the Cultivation and the others were still resisting with all their might. This array is indeed terrifying. Our divine power and other means are all suppressed. If this goes on, we will definitely die. Quick, be careful over there. The Cultivation and the Ox Demon Patriarch formed a small team and frantically clashed with the sea of memorial tablets. However, after they blasted away a large number of the sea of memorial tablets, new ones immediately appeared, making it impossible for them to guard against them. Even if they were gods, they would not be able to withstand it in the long run. Sooner or later, they would be drowned and eventually killed here. In the void of the 9 prefectures, they were the top existences. However, in the face of the true gods of the age of the gods and the age of the primitive desolation, they were indeed too weak. Kiki, don't risk your life to resist. It's useless. At the same time, the eerie voice floated out, as long as I refine all of you, I will be able to leave this place for good. Ha ha ha. However, just as these words were spoken, a sword slashed out, causing the entire array of memorial tablets to tremble. A huge crack appeared as all of the memorial tablets were slashed apart. Of course, these spirit tablets quickly recovered. However, the black deity and the others who were in the array saw a terrifying sound coming from the distant horizon. It was accompanied by endless sound waves and was brimming with killing intent. This person was covered in murderous intent. His long hair was messy, and his eyes were blazing. Especially the sword in his hand, it made their scalps tingle. It was as if they had seen the god of death from the age of the gods. That looks like Lei Gong. The ox demon patriarch's eyes trembled as he spoke nervously. It really is Lin Ling. He's still alive, and how did he become so terrifying? The titanic crescent god's mouth trembled as he spoke. Who cares what he became? He's still alive, and he's rushing over. This means that he's here to save us. As expected, we can only rely on that brat Lin Ling in this battle. The Kirishin, on the other hand, was very excited as he shouted, then laughed. Although the other gods found it hard to believe that they were saved by a junior like Lin Ling, their lives were obviously more important. Therefore, their morale was greatly boosted, and their faces were full of smiles. Lei Gong, brat, we're here. Hurry up and help us. Even though the array had recovered, the black dragon couldn't help but laugh as he shouted, whoosh. At this moment, outside the array, a bloody light slashed out, revealing its sharpness. The steps of death were incomparably terrifying. The divine steps of the sovereign realm. A figure stood outside the array, looking in front of him in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the bloody light passed by him, and the hair on his cheeks quietly fell to the ground. This was even after he had used a powerful divine ability to dodge the attack. Otherwise, he would definitely have been seriously injured by the previous sword strike. Who is it? He was the locust tree eccentric from the Age of Desolation. Being able to injure him meant that this person was incomparably terrifying. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked into the distance. He saw killing intent surging in the distance like smoke, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. A figure stood there with messy hair and a pair of eyes quietly looking at him. There was a hint of killing intent and indifference in those eyes. Just one glance caused the old man's body to tremble. Of course, he was even more in disbelief. This was because the man with the long hair was actually the junior who had escaped. One had to know that he had investigated thoroughly. Among the gods, the weakest was actually that junior, but now. Rumble, just as the old man thought that, another sword slashed over, crossing the ancient river and quickly landing on the old man's body. Visualize the 5 skandhas, convenient Tao. The old man's right hand shook, and a locust tree branch appeared. He looked in front of him and viciously swept it out, whoosh. The terrifying blood sea sword landed on the locust tree branch, causing the mysterious branch to creak as if it was about to break. However, the old man waved his hand, and the blood sea sword bounced back and landed in the spirit tablet array in the distance. The entire array shook, then cracked, and countless spirit tablets tumbled like an ocean. This also caused the Kirishin in the array to look up, and then they were all shocked. They also knew that the locust tree old monster was not much weaker than them, but Lin Ling's sword actually took the old monster's full strength. You've returned from this cemetery. At this moment, the old man gritted his teeth and retreated, roaring angrily. The earth shook and the tombs collapsed, and the sound came from the cemetery. In addition, the kid had also gone in the direction of the tomb, which meant that the kid had returned from the cemetery alive. The old man knew very well what was in the cemetery, and even he could not get close. He never thought that the kid would be able to come out alive. Kill. Lin Ling's eyes were still cold and unfeeling as he slashed out again, whoosh. The old man also waved the locust tree branch in his hand, and the divine stairs spat out, blocking the sword. It really is the sovereign divine stairs. Could this kid be the reincarnation of an ancient divine object? Although he blocked the sword, the old man was still shocked. He was certain that the gods surrounded in the array did not have sovereign divine stairs. In fact, 2 of them did not even have one. As for sovereign-level god steps, they were extremely rare. One had to know that the divine stairs represented the void Tao, and it was divided into 6 levels: elementary, sense, sovereign, grand elementary, ancient, and grand beginning, eternal. Only the ancient gods of the Age of the Gods and the prehistoric era had a chance to reach the sovereign level. Luckily, his realm is not high, and using the divine steps consumes a lot of divine essence. He won't be able to hold on for long, and from the looks of it, he seems to have lost his mind. This is beneficial to me, the old man thought coldly as he retreated. Then, he shouted, "Kid, come and kill me. Let's see if you can kill me." Lin Ling did not say a word. The blood sea sword in his hand continued to slash out, rumble, the entire manor seemed to have been shattered. Even though the old man could barely block Lin Ling's sword, it was an arduous and unrewarding task. However, the confidence in his heart continued to support him. That was because there were tens of thousands of divine steps. There were soul, flame, lightning, death, life, and so on. In order to use these divine steps, one had to have the corresponding power and divine embryo as a foundation. For example, the soul attribute was the most profound divine steps. It required an enormous amount of spiritual strength. When it was used, it was the most invincible existence among all the divine stairs. As for the murderous divine steps, it required a powerful physical body and divine essence, in addition to endless murderous aura. Although the murderous divine steps' offensive power was ranked among the top of the divine steps, it was obvious that using it consumed more energy. Swoosh. Swoosh, Lin Ling's sword was unruly and unruly. It was decisive as it continued to slash out. His mind had been submerged by the murderous aura. He only wanted to kill. This feeling was similar to when he was on the island of Ling Nation. If he did not kill to his heart's content, Lin Ling would not withdraw his sword. Moreover, this feeling was even more intense than the last time. This also caused him to forget to use the third stage innate skill fusion. Otherwise, the old pagoda tree spirit would not have been able to block his sword, but even so, every time the old pagoda tree spirit blocked Lin Ling's sword, endless death aura would spread out from his body. This death aura was vast and boundless. If it were placed in the void of the 9 continents, it would drown 10,000 worlds and kill everything. This was because this death aura came from ancient times. It was condensed by absorbing the power of ancient gods. After so many years, it had reached an incomparably terrifying level. This was also the reason why the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan and the others thought that this old man was not weak. It was just that the old man had concealed it at the beginning, so they did not notice it. Rumble. The terrifying murderous aura and the death aura collided violently, forming a huge storm that swept across the world. In the distant land, countless ancient tombs collapsed and the ground caved in. This crazy battle continued for a full 3 incense sticks' time. The pagoda tree in the old man's hand was covered in leaves. Each leaf contained 100,000 years' worth of death aura. Now, it was being cut down by Lin Ling. What's going on? The old man felt that something was wrong. It was because Lin Ling did not seem to be tired. He could still slash out continuously, and the more he slashed, the more terrifying it was. How could this kid hold on for so long with the divine energy of a mid-stage lower deity? Moreover, where did his murderous aura come from? It seemed to be endless. Moreover, to kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of oneself, one must have a strong physical body to support the execution of the murderous divine steps. These 3 points did not seem to appear on Lin Ling. No, this murderous aura does not belong to him. He obtained it in the tomb. Heavens, he actually obtained the memorial tablet of an ancient god. Suddenly, the old man thought of something, and his eyes trembled. This meant that this kid's murderous aura was endless, and it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. You, who are you? Being able to obtain the murderous aura of an ancient god was not something an ordinary person could do. Even he would find it difficult to do so. He had been here for millions of years, and he had long coveted the treasures left behind by the ancient god. However, in the end, he had not obtained any of them. Kill. Lin Ling seemed to only have one sentence. His long hair turned blood red, and it actually grew longer and longer. It danced wildly like a sea urchin, and it was terrifying at first glance. Sword strikes that were even more terrifying than the previous ones were continuously slashing out. Crack, a branch of the pagoda tree in the old man's hand finally broke. Looking into the distance, Yu and the others were still waiting outside. Moreover, they looked anxious. They had also noticed the great disturbance in the manor, but there was a powerful force blocking them, preventing them from entering the manor. Crack, however, at this moment, a huge branch of the ancient pagoda tree outside the manor fell, and then blood flowed out continuously. This also shocked Yu and the others. However, after the ancient pagoda tree trembled for a while, it began to lose branches again. Moreover, this was only the beginning, and branches continued to fall. Looking into the manor, they saw that the old man could no longer resist. The branches in his hand were continuously being slashed by Lin Ling. Meanwhile, the old man's whole body was trembling, and he gradually lost the strength to resist. Previously, he had used the power of a great divine ability to transmit Lin Ling's murderous steps to the endless ancient tombs, but it was still useless. Rumble. At the same time, the giant locust tree outside the manor fell to the ground. Smelly blood flowed out of the tree and it began to wither. Lin Ling's expression did not change after killing the old man. His killing intent was still boiling. His gaze fell on the memorial tablet array and he slashed out. This slash hit the array's weak point. With the old man's death, the array lost its owner and was no longer as ferocious as before. Furthermore, Lin Ling had walked through the tomb path. Now, his ability to break the barrier had more than doubled. Crash! With Lin Ling's sword, in addition to Emperor God Xianxia and the others' frenzied attacks, the array finally collapsed. Countless memorial tablets were like seawater, slanting in all directions. Eventually, they stopped flowing and scattered all over the manor. He's out. Xianxia and the others immediately broke out of the array. They felt as though they had just survived a calamity. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with fear. This guy, I'm afraid he now has the true power of a god. That sword, it's crazy. Was he hiding his strength when he fought with me on the sacred mountain? The Ox Demon Patriarch and the others were trembling with fear. They still did not dare to approach Lin Ling. Lin Ling. At this time, the people outside the manor also rushed in. However, when they saw Lin Ling's long hair reaching the ground, his eyes were blood red, and he held a huge blood-red sword in his hand. They didn't dare to approach. Don't come near me. I'm suppressing the killing intent, but if you get too close, I won't be able to hold back and kill you. Lin Ling looked coldly at the crowd. If not for Yu and the others, he would have already killed them. Good, good, good. Titanic Crescent God's mouth twitched as he quickly nodded. I have to leave for now. Yu, follow Emperor God Xianxia and leave first. I'll find you later. Lin Ling didn't dare to stay any longer. He took a step forward and shot up into the sky, carrying with him a substantial killing intent. Soon after, the ground trembled as Lin Ling rushed back into the tomb. Lin Ling had no choice but to leave. Right now, he hadn't killed to his heart's content, and his body wasn't damaged at all. This simply couldn't vent his killing intent. If he wanted to vent his murderous aura, besides killing to his heart's content, he had to be heavily injured. The more injured he was, the more terrifying his murderous aura would be. Legend had it that during the era of the gods, when this sword demon used the steps of slaughter, hundreds of millions of gods were drowned and annihilated. Let's get out of here first. Watching Lin Ling leave, Xianxia hurriedly said. Everyone nodded and left. Although Yu and the others were worried about Lin Ling, they also knew that the only one who could survive this calamity was Lin Ling himself. Lin Ling's eternal Tao of slaughter. The black deity muttered to himself as he moved forward. Lin Ling is now the real Lei Gong. I'm afraid his strength isn't much weaker than yours or mine. It's just that it's difficult for him to control that power, said Titanic Crescent God. Before Lin Ling had entered the Xier Ox Cave, he had been weaker than them, but now he was stronger than them. Now, his strength was even more terrifying than theirs. Not only did he have a breakthrough in cultivation, but he also had an extremely powerful steps of slaughter. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling held his sword and rushed back into the tomb. Because the tomb sky had been cut open, Lin Ling could directly return to the void where the countless memorial tablets were buried. Crash. As soon as he arrived, an endless divine aura suppressed Lin Ling. It was as if all the gods and Buddhas were staring at Lin Ling. Kill. Lin Ling was in need of a place to vent his anger. He held his sword in his hand and went for the kill. Rumble. With one slash, countless memorial tablets were sent flying. Rumble. With another slash, more memorial tablets were chopped off. However, these memorial tablets seemed to have spirits and were completely enraged. They turned into a huge vortex of memorial tablets and swept towards Lin Ling. Crash. Countless memorial tablets in the manor turned into an ocean and rushed into the void through the cracks in the void. In this way, the entire void was filled with memorial tablets. It was very terrifying, not to mention the gods. Even the gods would be scared to the point that their legs would go soft. This was because it was as if they were facing an endless number of ancient gods. Kill. However, Lin Ling, who was in the middle of the vortex of memorial tablets, became more excited. Although he was injured, the more injured he was, the crazier he became. Moreover, he began to use the first stage of his innate ability, fusion. During this process, he was slightly calm. He knew that the sword demon was dead, but the power left behind was affecting him. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was difficult to refine this power. He could only vent his anger by continuously killing and letting this power cool down gradually. This power has been left behind in my body. It's a hidden danger. Kill. Lin Ling pounced forward, holding the big sword in his hand and continuously chopping the memorial tablets around him. After killing for an unknown period of time, Lin Ling realized that the murderous aura in his body had not weakened. Instead, it had greatly increased. This shocked him again, because if this continued, he would die of exhaustion sooner or later. Uncle! At this moment, a burst of laughter was suddenly heard. Lin Ling turned his head and immediately saw a white tiger standing in the void not far away. Although the white tiger was trembling and frightened, the girl on the white tiger was laughing as if she was having fun. Lin Ling was shocked. Isn't this the girl? Why is she following me? Don't come over. Leave immediately. Lin Ling said coldly. Uncle's murderous aura can't affect me. Moreover, I'm not afraid. Little White is not afraid either. The girl said with a smile. She kicked the white tiger and made it walk towards Lin Ling. However, the white tiger's legs were already trembling. It could not endure the girl's willfulness and could only brace itself and walk over. Scram! Lin Ling shouted angrily. He was afraid that he would not be able to control his murderous aura and kill the girl. However, the girl was still stubborn and ran over casually. However, this also made Lin Ling realize that the girl's arrival did not affect his murderous aura at all. It was as if the girl was not human, so his murderous aura did not want to kill her. It was very strange. How can this be? Lin Ling frowned. The girl rode the white tiger and arrived beside Lin Ling. She laughed and said, Uncle, I'm right. It's really strange. However, you're also crazy. If you're wrong, then I won't be able to control myself and will kill you. Lin Ling said coldly. As the girl came closer, the feeling became more intense. Although Lin Ling still wanted to kill to his heart's content, he could not bring himself to kill the girl. One had to know that in the past, he would have wanted to kill Yu and the others, but it was weaker. I'm not afraid. The girl shook her head bravely. Because if you want to kill, you can kill Little White first. White tiger. What? This seemingly casual sentence caused Lin Ling's pupils to tremble violently. He had always felt that this murderous aura was different from the last time. It was as if it was endless, and he could not vent it at all. However, after the girl's reminder, he realized that this murderous aura had already turned into a divine fetus. No, it should be said that this was the divine fetus left behind by the sword demon. Perhaps, only by refining this divine fetus into his dantian would Lin Ling be able to completely control it. Of course, this was impossible for others, but it was possible for Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling could open his 9 dantians, and this murderous aura could become the divine fetus of his 8th dantian. However, it was extremely difficult to open the 8th dantian. The amount of spiritual energy required was several times more than that required for a breakthrough. Big brother, follow me. At this moment, the girl said again and rode ahead on her white tiger. Kill. Lin Ling swung his sword continuously, killing the memorial tablets around him. Only by doing so would the murderous aura's influence on him weaken a little. Of course, he also stared at the girl's back, very curious. Who exactly was this girl? Not long after, more memorial tablets appeared in front of him. These memorial tablets turned into a huge vortex, tens of thousands of miles long and thousands of miles wide. It was like a huge all-storm, constantly spinning in the void ahead. Rumble, a deafening sound was also constantly heard. Standing before the endless memorial tablets, one would feel a sense of shock and insignificance. Over there is the West Foundation. The girl stopped in her tracks and pointed ahead. The West Foundation? Lin Ling frowned. Yes. The girl nodded. After the gods fell, those with great divine power didn't want them to be reincarnated, so they used great divine power to lock them under the divine mountain for future use. There are many such divine mountains in the entire primal chaos realm, and if you can get the foundation of the east, west, north, and south, you can get it. You can obtain the souls of the gods. How do I obtain it? Lin Ling immediately asked. I can help you obtain it, but you have to help me open those memorial tablets. I can't get close. The girl blinked and then said. How do you know all this? Also, I've known you for so long, but I don't know what your name is. You've never told me. Lin Ling asked again. He had never asked before because he thought that the girl would not harm him since she had saved his life. I don't know either, but my name is Mystic Fairy. The girl blinked and said, I only found out about this after I came here. Moreover, someone in the unseen world is telling me to help someone. After completing this matter, I can go back. That person is me? Lin Ling suddenly guessed something. The girl looked at Lin Ling and said, at first, I didn't know who it was. But after seeing you, I had a feeling that it was you. This is also a great calamity for me. I have to help you in order to cross this great calamity. Alright, then I'll help you open those memorial tablets. Lin Ling also knew that the young girl really didn't know a lot, so he didn't ask any more. Then, he held the Tyrant Song sword and rushed toward the spirit tablet vortex in front of him. Third stage. This time, Lin Ling activated the third stage of talent fusion. Now, his realm-swallowing beast and evil ghost jellyfish had both reached the level of intermediate gods. The third stage of talent fusion's power had also increased greatly. In addition to the killing steps, he immediately cut a hole in the spirit tablet vortex in front of him. Junior, how dare you? The spirit tablets all spoke in unison, mixed with the majesty of ancient great gods. If it was before, Lin Ling would have been scared to the point of his legs turning to jelly. After all, these were ancient great gods. However, Lin Ling was now a god. In addition to his murderous aura, he was not afraid at all. After the spirit tablet maelstrom was cut open, a stone tablet could be seen floating in the center of the maelstrom. Upon closer inspection, this stone tablet was a miniature version of the West Memorial stone tablet that was seen outside. It was also modeled and ancient. Uncle, let me do it. At this time, the young girl rode on the white tiger and rushed in through the hole. Then, she stopped in front of the West Memorial stone tablet. She reached out her small hand and gently touched the stone tablet. A white light spread out. It was very gentle, as if it was cracking something. However, strangely, the power hidden in the stone tablet quietly melted when it came into contact with the white light. Then, the stone tablet kept shrinking until it was the size of a palm and was held in the young girl's palm. Uncle, here you go. The young girl gently pushed the stone tablet in her palm. For me? Lin Ling was shocked. However, the stone tablet had already floated over and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This made Lin Ling feel that there was something extra in his soul. I just need to find the other 3 stone tablets. The young girl rode on the white tiger and rushed out of the spirit tablet vortex. Behind her, Lin Ling frowned and hurriedly followed. Looking at the surrounding spirit tablets, they had all stopped rotating and were motionless as if they were sealed. The young girl brought Lin Ling out of the void and arrived at the manor outside. Then, she said to Lin Ling, let's go to the North Memorial Stone Tablet. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and took the lead. He raised his sword and rushed to the North Memorial Stone Tablet. Kill. Along the way, Lin Ling killed anyone who stood in his way. Of course, he also met many gods. That's Lei Gong, whom the young clan leader wants to kill. The first wave was the demons from the 72 caves. Kill. Lin Ling raised his sword and slashed. Blood boiled and the demons were all killed. The second wave was the experts from the Spirit Nation. After these powerhouses saw Lin Ling, all of them were incomparably terrified. Kill. Even if they were afraid, they would still kill. Kill to their heart's content. Lin Ling could still restrain his killing intent when facing Yu Yu and the others. However, when facing these experts, all of his killing intent poured out. The experts from the Spirit Nation did not even have time to beg for mercy before they were all wiped out. Then, they met the experts from the 9 prefectures void. Kill. They met unknown experts. Kill. From the West Memorial Stone to the North Memorial Stone Tablet, countless gods knew that Lei Gong, one of the 4 gods of the 9 prefectures void, had become the god of killing. Moreover, his killing intent was monstrous. Only gods could stop him from killing decisively. After a long time, they arrived at the North Memorial Stone Tablet. There's also a mourning hall in the North Memorial Stone Tablet. The young girl laughed and said. She seemed to be very excited as she watched Lin Ling kill his way from the West Memorial Stone Tablet to the North Memorial Stone Tablet. Over there. Then, the young girl pointed in a certain direction. Kill. Lin Ling raised his sword and charged over. It was as if he wanted to turn the bottom of the sacred mountain upside down. After a long time, they arrived at the North Memorial Stone Tablet. It was similar to the West Memorial Stone Tablet, but there was no guardian. Lin Ling slashed open the void with his sword and entered the void filled with countless spirit tablets. Then, with the help of the young girl, he successfully laid the foundation for the North Memorial Stone Tablet. After finding the foundation of North Memorial Temple, Lin Ling quickly arrived at South Memorial Temple under the guidance of the young lady. Kill. Lin Ling realized that the murderous aura from West Memorial Temple to North Memorial Temple was still boiling. He did not know when it would weaken. South Memorial Temple was the quietest place. Although it also had lone tombs, there were fewer of them compared to West Memorial Temple and North Memorial Temple. There were also many treasures hidden in these ancient lands. Therefore, there were scattered gods who were plundering the gods' lands. Whoosh, whoosh. A bone-chilling wind blew along the land. Several figures wearing large cloaks were strolling on the land. Crack, the bones under their feet were crushed by them. Along the way, they also encountered one or two deity-level powerhouses. Die. However, no matter what sort of background they had, they would all attack them, kill them, and then seize their treasures. They are the heavenly sovereigns of South Memorial Temple. They are the elites of Spirit Nation. Run. When Eugene saw this group of people from afar, his expression changed drastically and he fled frantically. The few people behind him were like the Grim Reaper. They walked forward expressionlessly and did not even look at the few people who were running away. Luckily, they did not chase after us. I heard that this group of Spirit Nation elites is sweeping through South Memorial Temple. Everyone they encounter will die. Even the deities cannot escape death. Let's leave quickly. Stop talking nonsense. The three people who were running away rushed forward at lightning speed. When they could no longer see the Spirit Nation elites, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Crow. However, a crow's cry was heard. On top of an ancient tombstone in front of them, a black crow stood there. It was very strange and was looking at them with a cold gaze. Lone tombs and black crows. Such a scene made one's scalp tingle. Scram. One of the deities frowned and then shouted angrily. He knew very well that although South Memorial Temple had the least number of ancient tombs, it did not mean that it was safe. Other than the Spirit Nation elites, there were also gods and demons hidden underground. It was said that those who encountered them would die. Hence, the sudden appearance of the crow made them afraid that they had encountered the gods and demons of ancient tombs. Kiki, don't worry. I am not the gods and demons of South Memorial Temple. Suddenly, the crow spoke in human language. The three deities were startled, and one of them asked anxiously, "Who are you?" "I am Black Crow Old Man." Boundless darkness began to spread out, transforming into clouds and mist that engulfed the three deities. "Black Crow Old Man, you're a Sky Sovereign's man." The faces of the three deities turned pale, and their bodies trembled. "Didn't we escape?" "No, no, spare me, spare me." In the endless darkness, painful groans came out one after another. It was very terrifying. Crow. A moment later, all the darkness disappeared, and a black crow flew into the distance. After a long time, it reached the cloaked figures and flew into the body of one of them. "Is it settled?" A hoarse voice sounded. "Hee, it's settled." Then, an old man said with a smile, "Don't worry, no one is left alive. Let's continue our journey. We must find the Kwafu sun-chasing boots, one of the 12 Chaos Divine artifacts. South Memorial Temple has the most human-faced ghost crows. These beasts are related to the Kwafu sun-chasing boots. As long as we can find the nest of the human-faced ghost crows, we will be able to find the Kwafu sun-chasing boots. This is what the great god of Spirit Nation reminded me. After completing this mission, we must go to West Memorial Temple immediately. That is the battlefield of the gods. The person who spoke earlier said in a low voice. Everyone nodded and continued their journey. After an unknown period of time, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of them. These people were fighting against the human-faced ghost crows. However, they were not weak, so they killed the few scattered human-faced ghost crows. Oh no, that is one of the 4 great gods of 9 prefectures, Eugene. Suddenly, someone among the cloaked figures let out a low cry. Eugene. All the cloaked figures stopped in their tracks and looked at the group of people in front of them like the Grim Reaper. Similarly, the group of people was also looking at the cloaked figures. This group of people was Eugene and the rest of the powerhouses. Could they be the heavenly sovereigns that everyone is talking about in South Memorial Temple? An old man said with a frown. Eugene, who was beside him, also had a slight flicker in her eyes. Naturally, she had heard of the heavenly sovereigns of the Spirit Nation. This group of powerhouses seemed to be searching for something in South Memorial Temple. They walked back and forth, and all the gods that they met along the way had died in their hands. She did not expect to meet this group of Spirit Nation's powerhouses today. For a moment, both parties looked at each other indifferently. Their eyes revealed an extremely terrifying murderous aura. The Spirit Nation and the 4 great gods of 9 prefectures had always been at odds. When they met, they would definitely fight to the death. Let's go. All of a sudden, an old man in the Spirit Kingdom uttered a single sentence. Obviously, they also knew that Eugene was not to be underestimated. She was not someone that they could kill. Perhaps it could be said that in the entire South Memorial Temple, Eugene was the only one that they could not afford to offend. Seeing that the group of Spirit Nation's powerhouses wanted to leave, surprisingly, Eugene and the rest did not say anything. Instead, they looked at the group of people coldly. It seems like Eugene can't be bothered with us. Her target should be a powerhouse at the level of Lord Ning. One of the cloaked figures secretly guessed. Hold on. However, at this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. The burly cloaked figure who was the leader suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Eugene calmly. A year ago, during the battle on the Sacred Mountain, Eugene exhausted all her strength in order to summon the Donghuang Bell. After that, she was severely injured by Luli Empress. She should not have recovered her strength. What? Hearing this, the other cloaked figures were shocked. They then looked at Eugene. On the other hand, Eugene and the rest still looked indifferent. However, their hearts skipped a beat as they knew that things were not going well. This was because Eugene had indeed not recovered her strength. That was why she did not go to West Memorial Temple. Instead, she went there alone. She knew that with her current strength, she could not fight against the most powerful gods. She did not expect this group of people to see through her. Yes, so what? However, even if I haven't recovered my strength, it's not difficult to kill you. Eugene said calmly. That's not necessarily true. The burly cloaked figure said calmly. He extended his hand and a blue light lingered on his palm. The cloaked figure stared at the blue light in his palm quietly. Suddenly, he raised his head and said, after divination, I have 70% confidence that I can defeat her. That's interesting. After receiving the cloaked figure's affirmation, the other cloaked figures began to turn around. They then looked at Eugene and the rest with a cold smile. Kill. Steps of the gods. Those under the canopy were the elites of Eugene's main hall. Their strength was monstrous, but when they saw Black Crow's technique, their expressions changed drastically. Steps of the gods were even more terrifying than the power of the gods. Kiki, not bad. At least there are people who know what's good for them. However, when this old man was arrogant in the era of the gods, you people had yet to be reincarnated. Let me tell you, my steps of the gods are of the Dao Sense realm, and I have yet to recover my strength. Otherwise, it would definitely be of the Dominator realm. Black Crow brought endless darkness to drown the world. He actually had the power of the soul. What's the Dao Sense realm? Insignificant skill. Hearing this, an old man beside Eugene said disdainfully. However, Eugene's expression changed slightly. She said solemnly, everyone, be careful. This person's steps of the gods are very powerful. There are 6 steps of the gods: beginner, Tao sense, dominator, grand beginner, ancient, Taisher, and eternal. He has already reached the first step. He's probably a god from the era of the gods. What? At this moment, everyone was shocked. However, Yoshin's expression grew even more unsightly. Because she was able to discern that Heya wasn't the strongest amongst them while the robust man was the most terrifying amongst them. Coupled with the fact that she was injured, the situation was definitely bad. Die. A cold voice sounded. In the blink of an eye, white bones appeared under the black clouds. One of the Kurishin experts had turned into white bones. King He. Seeing this, Eugene cried out in heartache. Eugene, it will be your turn soon. However, at this moment, Black Crow also let out a cackle. Eugene of the 4 great gods is cold, but also very beautiful. Before we die today, let's have a good time. The other experts of the spirit kingdom sneered as well. In the past, they could only look up to the 4 great gods. They did not even dare to blaspheme them. However, now that Eugene was injured, this was their chance, therefore, they were excited just thinking about it. After all, not everyone had the fortune to taste a god. In your dreams. Yushin shouted and waved her hand, causing a black lotus to appear on her palm. The black lotus spun and spat out a large amount of darkness, which collided with the darkness released by the crow. Surprisingly, the darkness was stronger than the crow's. This woman is actually so strong. If I wasn't injured, I definitely wouldn't be her match. However, she's also a god left behind from the age of the gods. It's normal for her to have such strength. The crow said coldly. However, when he thought about how such an expert was going to be suppressed by him, he became excited. I'll do it. Heavenly Supreme God Bone. All of a sudden, divine light erupted in the sky, and a giant descended. It was like a deity, like a supreme deity, and a fist smashed out like rotten weeds. Rumble. This punch actually broke through the darkness, causing Eugene to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was injured again. Actually, if he was at his peak, then this punch wouldn't be worth mentioning at all. But now, even 20,000 strands of the force of gods was able to give her enormous pressure. Heavenly Sovereign Divine Blood, boil. Seeing that Eugene was injured, the man's aura increased once again. He struck out with his palm, which was like a torrential river. Poof, this time, Eugene was sent flying and smashed onto the ground. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. My lord. The experts below Eugene shouted worriedly. However, they were suppressed by the crow and the rest. Bang, bang. Bang, the expert called Heavenly Supreme walked towards Eugene step by step. His footsteps were like thunder, causing the earth to shake. Although I don't get close to women, I haven't experienced the body of a god. So, let me have a taste. As he walked forward, the Heavenly Supreme took off his armor and threw it on the ground, causing a loud rumble. Dream on. Eugene struggled to stand up. However, the Heavenly Supreme sneered. He clenched his fist, causing a loud rumble. Then, he looked at Eugene and punched her. This punch didn't land on Eugene's body. Instead, it went past her body. However, the powerful force still caused Eugene to tremble and fall again. At this moment, she hated herself for being stupid. She also hated Luli Empress for being heartless. If it weren't for Luli Empress, she wouldn't have ended up in this state. It wasn't a big deal for her to be severely injured at any other time. However, it was when the sacred mountain opened. She obviously didn't want to miss out on the treasures of the sacred mountain. Therefore, she took the risk to enter the sacred mountain. If I wasn't injured, I could kill these ants by myself. Eugene looked coldly at the Heavenly Supreme and the rest. However, the Heavenly Supreme and the rest sneered at her. Crow even transformed into an old man. He had an evil smile on his face and kept licking his lips. Damn it! Eugene cursed angrily. However, she knew that there was nothing she could do. Lord Eugene. Below Eugene's screen, they were all lying on the ground and shouting angrily. They were loyal to Eugene. Therefore, they didn't want Eugene to end up like this. The most despicable thing was that the Heavenly Supreme and the rest of the experts didn't kill them. They wanted them to watch Eugene be humiliated with their own eyes. Rumble. However, at this moment, a terrifying rumbling sound resounded. In the distant sky, a surging killing intent seemed to have materialized as it majestically flew across the sky. In the sky, a man with long blood-red hair flew across the sky. He was holding a sword and his face was full of murderous intent. However, he didn't fly towards Eugene. Instead, he flew in the other direction. However, wherever he passed, there was a rain of blood that obliterated everything. It's Lei Gong. Such a terrifying scene was witnessed by everyone. Yoshin's people were all shocked. Lin Ling. Eugene stared at Lin Ling, who was gradually disappearing. Suddenly, a sense of anticipation rose in her heart. She obviously wanted Lin Ling to help her. However, when she thought of the scene on the sacred mountain, she was too embarrassed to ask. At that time, Lin Ling wanted to kill Luli Empress. However, she tried her best to protect Lin Ling. She even told Lin Ling that Lin Ling had been blinded by hatred and had lost his mind. However, in the end, she realized that she was wrong. In fact, she was terribly wrong. Because she trusted Luli Empress, she had ended up in this state. At that time, Lin Ling had tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen. Sir. Eugene couldn't help but shout when she saw Lin Ling fly further and further away. Lin Ling. Although it was a great humiliation and she was too ashamed to face Lin Ling, Eugene still spoke up in the end. However, it was too late for her to speak up now. Lin Ling had already disappeared into the distance and seemed to be heading somewhere. Therefore, he didn't have the time to care about his surroundings. He would only kill anything that stood in his way. He's gone. In the end, he's gone. Seeing this, Eugene finally collapsed to the ground. She had completely lost all hope of survival. It's Lin Ling. The Spirit Nation cultivators were also looking at the sky in the distance with furrowed brows. Lei Gong, the most wanted criminal in the Spirit Nation? The battle on the Celestial Mountain shook the realm of the gods. Unfortunately, although he is Lei Gong, he does not have the strength of the previous Lei Gong. As for the Heavenly Supreme, he snorted in disdain. Although Lin Ling was strong, he had assessed himself and knew that Lin Ling was no match for him. This was because his strength was half a step into the ranks of the gods. He was even stronger than Lin Ling. If it weren't for Eugene here, I would have killed Lin Ling first. Lin Ling, you have been saved by Eugene. The Heavenly Supreme did not chase after Lin Ling. Between Lin Ling and Eugene, it was obvious that the latter was the real enemy of the Spirit Nation. Sir, let me do it. At this moment, an expert had already taken off his cloak and was slowly taking off his clothes. He looked at Eugene maliciously. Go. The Heavenly Supreme nodded. He looked around and saw that Black Crow Old Man was also taking off his clothes. This group of bastards can't wait, rumble. However, before the expert could get close to Eugene, the Blood Sea Sword came and killed the expert in an instant. One had to know that the Spirit Nation expert had the strength of a middle-lower deity. It was impossible to kill him in one move. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. Black Crow Old Man, who had taken off half of his clothes, was stunned. However, when they looked around, they saw that a man with blood-red hair had appeared in the sky. It was as if he had been there from the beginning. No one had noticed his arrival. Moreover, for some unknown reason, when this man appeared, everyone felt a terrifying pressure assault them. It was very cold, so cold that it penetrated their hearts, causing them to have the feeling that they didn't dare to look directly at him. Lin Ling. Then, a series of exclamations began to be heard. Eugene's eyes were filled with excitement. She did not expect Lin Ling to come back. Black Crow Old Man's pupils were also trembling. He had already lost to Lin Ling twice. He had an innate fear towards Lin Ling. The Sky Supreme narrowed his eyes, as if this was the first time he was seeing Lin Ling, and he was filled with curiosity about Lin Ling. Lin Ling, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Suddenly, one of the Spirit Nation's powerhouses spoke in a chilling voice. Although Lin Ling's sudden arrival had made him wary, he knew that he had the Heavenly Sovereign and Black Crow Elder on his side. Both of them were top-notch deities, especially the Heavenly Supreme, who was already half a step away from becoming a deity. Compared to Lordy back then, his strength was more than double. Kill. However, Lin Ling only had one sentence, and that was to kill. He couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. He only wanted to kill everyone here. Previously, he had been searching for the foundation of the Southern Memorial Temple. However, he suddenly heard someone shouting his name, so he followed the voice and came here. The Blood Sea sword slashed out. The Spirit Nation's powerhouse who spoke earlier was sliced into two. Such a terrifying slash shocked everyone. It was too fast. A mid-stage lower deity had fallen just like that. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape today. Black Crow Old Man shouted and wanted to join forces with the Heavenly Supreme to kill Lin Ling. Kill. What welcomed him was a slash, the Blood Sea sword. Plop, Black Crow Old Man's head fell off, and his eyes were wide open. Too fast, he had actually died, and was killed by a slash. How was this possible? This was the only thought Black Crow Old Man had before he died. Clearly, he would never have thought that he would die here, and die so cleanly. One had to know that he had yet to recover his strength from back then. So strong. The Heavenly Supreme's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was different from what he had imagined. He was much stronger than a year ago. What was going on? He couldn't help but lower his head to look at his palm. He saw that the blue liquid in his palm had unknowingly turned red. This is a bad omen. The Heavenly Supreme looked at his palm in disbelief. When did the situation become like this? For a moment, he didn't dare to move. He was very afraid. As for the remaining Spirit Nation's powerhouses, they were expecting the Heavenly Supreme to kill Lin Ling. However, when they saw the Heavenly Supreme's expression, they felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the Heavenly Supreme had no confidence? One had to know that the Heavenly Supreme was the deity who was about to take over Lord Ning's position in the Spirit Nation. This time, they didn't dare to move. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. Time seemed to have frozen. The Heavenly Supreme looked at his palm solemnly, constantly checking the signs. However, the liquid in his palm was still red and didn't change at all. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's sword moved slightly. This also caused the liquid in the Heavenly Supreme's hand to quietly turn blue. Blue, 60% chance, I can win. The Heavenly Supreme's pupils constricted. He was actually a little excited, although he didn't know why the ominous heavenly water would change. It had always been accurate. There was no way it would lie to him. This meant that at this moment, he had a 60% chance of killing Lin Ling. One had to know that in a battle between powerhouses, a single breath, a single thought could change the entire situation. Therefore, the current Lin Ling must have a flaw, or the cultivation technique that he was practicing had produced a side effect. Kill. The Heavenly Supreme seized the opportunity. With a shake of his arm, the Heavenly God Supreme Bone appeared. This kind of talent was among the intermediate deities. Although his cultivation was only at the intermediate lower deity realm, his talent was amazing. Therefore, he was well-groomed in the Spirit Nation. The Heavenly Supreme has moved. He usually doesn't make a move. Once he does, it means that he has full confidence. Even if he doesn't have full confidence, he must have the confidence to kill Lord Lei Gong. Kill. All the powerhouses of the Spirit Nation were excited. Eugene and the others were extremely nervous, especially Eugene. She knew how strong the Heavenly Supreme was. If he were to compare himself to Lin Ling a year ago, Lin Ling would not be a match for him. Rumble. The Heavenly Supreme's divine fist broke through time and space as it madly pressed down on Lin Ling. This punch contained a total of 40,000 divine forces. Before the Heavenly Supreme punched, he looked at the ominous heavenly water in his palm again. When he saw that it was still blue, his confidence was boosted. Lei Gong, you are dead meat. With no more worries in his heart, the Heavenly Supreme's strength increased by another notch. At this moment, Lin Ling squinted his eyes. This was because he sensed that the murderous aura in his body was fluctuating. Because of this, it was slightly affecting him. However, when he sensed the Heavenly Supreme's attack, he finally opened his eyes. At this moment, an extremely terrifying murderous aura was gushing out. It was as if a calm sea had suddenly turned into a violent storm. The sword was slashed out from Lin Ling's hand. Crack! The ferocious Heavenly Supreme's divine fist cracked, and then it exploded. My fist. The Heavenly Supreme was shocked. Unbelievable. He even doubted his own eyes. That was because the Thunder God had actually broken his Divine God's supreme fist with a single strike. What on earth had happened? A year ago, Lin Ling could only kill Luli Empress and Xianxia when they joined forces. He was not a real god. However, a year later, Lin Ling gave him the feeling that he was a god. The steps of God, at least of the dominator level. Suddenly, the Heavenly Supreme thought of something and his eyes trembled. Rumble. However, this was the only thought he had before he died. Lin Ling slashed out again and easily cut him in half. Blood spurted out and the Heavenly Supreme could only watch as his upper body slid down and crashed onto the ground. However, at this moment, he saw the heavenly water in his other hand. The heavenly water was black and it was a sign of great misfortune. One thought could bring great fortune, and one thought could bring great misfortune, good fortune, all depended on Lin Ling's thoughts. Plop, when he crashed onto the ground, the Heavenly Supreme finally knew why he had died. Dead, the Heavenly Supreme is dead too. The remaining Spirit Nation elites were all trembling in fear. They had dominated the Southern Memorial Hall and killed all who stood in their way. However, they had finally met their nemesis today. Run. They were afraid and wanted to leave this place immediately. Kill. However, it was too late to escape now. Lin Ling took a step forward and slashed out with his blood sword, easily reaping their lives. After a while, he walked towards Eugene and the rest with his sword in hand. The murderous aura in his eyes did not diminish. So strong, Lin Ling has become so strong. Seeing the grim demon walking towards her, Eugene felt uneasy. However, she also realized that Lin Ling's murderous intent towards her did not diminish at all. It was as if he wanted to kill her too. This made her smile bitterly. Forget it, dying in your hands is better than dying in the hands of the Spirit Nation. Moreover, I know that Titanic Crescent God and I forced Lei Gong to his death. That's why you hate us so much. Now, avenge Lei Gong. I have no regrets even if I die. Eugene closed her eyes and allowed Lin Ling to kill her. Lord Lei Gong, please don't kill Lord Eugene. Kill me instead. Spare me. Back then, Lady Eugene forced Lei Gong of the older generation to his death. That wasn't her intention. She only treated the world well as her enemy. She's someone who only cares about things and not people. Eugene's fans were all kowtowing to Lin Ling, pleading for Eugene. Moreover, they had never imagined that the trial taker Lin Ling from back then would have already reached such heights. Killing gods was as easy as flipping his hand. When he recalled all of this, he found it hard to believe, as if he was dreaming. Kill. However, Lin Ling did not care about them at all. After killing Eugene, he wanted to kill all of them as well. Lord Lei Gong, old Lei Gong, he didn't die. Seeing that Lin Ling was being merciless, one of the old men couldn't help but roar. Pa! Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, suppressing the terrifying killing intent in his body. He stared coldly at the old man who spoke. Elder Lon, what are you talking about? Even Eugene opened her eyes in disbelief. Both the Titanic Crescent God and I saw this. Although I wasn't sure, the Titanic Crescent God told me that it should be Lord Lei Gong. We met him when we first entered the Celestial Mountain. Now, old Lei Gong should be in the depths of West Memorial. The old man gritted his teeth and said, everything I said is true. If I lie, I will forever be a demon. Lei Gong. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. In the end, he didn't say a word. He lifted his sword and flew into the distance. Although he wasn't sure if Lei Gong was still alive, his intuition told him that the old man didn't lie to him. In exchange for agreeing to his conditions, he would spare Eugene's life. Furthermore, if the old man had lied to him, he wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Ling's pursuit in the future. Lin Ling. Eugene had a complicated expression as she watched Lin Ling leave. She recalled the handsome young man under Lei Gong's banner. Back then, she looked down on the young man. Now, she had to look up to him. She even needed the young man's help to escape this calamity. Thank you. Although Lin Ling had granted her life, Eugene didn't feel embarrassed. She owed Lin Ling too much. This was retribution that she deserved. Uncle, over here. In the distant sky, the Empyrean fairy was waiting for Lin Ling on her white tiger. Lin Ling walked towards the Empyrean fairy. However, he was thinking about Lei Gong. Was Lei Gong really still alive? How could that be? Could it be the Spirit Nation? One should know that the Spirit Nation had the ability to resurrect. Wang Shui was a living example. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for the Spirit Nation's god to resurrect Lei Gong. Furthermore, Lei Gong was one of the hosts of the world's consciousness. It was no small matter. The spirit nation's god might resurrect him. I can only know if it's real when I see it with my own eyes. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He collected his thoughts and looked forward. However, at this moment, countless black shadows rushed up from the ground. They then surrounded the young girl and the white tiger. In the blink of an eye, the young girl and the white tiger disappeared. At the same time, the cawing of crows could be heard. Upon closer inspection, a large group of human-faced ghost crows had appeared in front of them. This happened very quickly. In addition, Lin Ling was distracted previously. Therefore, he didn't notice it at all. The human-faced ghost crows stared at Lin Ling. Their eyes were cold and sarcastic as if they were mocking Lin Ling. Kill! Lin Ling was instantly enraged. The Empyrean fairy had been snatched away in front of him. This was unforgivable. Moreover, someone dared to snatch her in front of him. This was forcing him to start a massacre. Crows. Sensing Lin Ling's murderous aura, countless human-faced ghost crows let out strange caws. Then, they swarmed towards Lin Ling. One should know that one human-faced ghost crow required the combined efforts of the light golden dragon and the rest to defeat it. However, there was more than one human-faced ghost crow here. Hee, this young girl is quite extraordinary. I can give her to the king. At this moment, a pitch-black human-faced ghost crow glided across the ground. It was different from the other human-faced ghost crows. There was a white line on its back and it could speak human language. As for that kid, I'll treat him as nourishment for my subordinates. However, that kid is too skinny. I'm afraid my subordinates won't be able to eat their fill. After laughing coldly, the human-faced ghost crow dived into the ground and disappeared. However, he didn't notice that the sky was filled with crows. The human-faced ghost crows were flying back and forth at an extremely fast speed. However, soon, countless feathers fell from the sky. Bang! 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 Those human-faced ghost crows fell like rain. Among the endless black feathers, a figure shot towards the ground like a god of death. How dare you capture my people? Kill without mercy. Russell, many of the human-faced ghost crows were drooling, but they did not dare to act rashly. Looking at the front of the cave, there were countless white bones and skulls. They were densely packed and piled up like a mountain. Among them, there was a chair made of white bones. Sitting on it was an evil-looking young man in a black cloak. The young man crossed his legs and had a smile on his face. My king, I've caught her. The human-faced ghost crow carrying the young girl immediately put her down. Caw, caw. 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 Many crows flew down and looked at the young girl curiously. Why? Are you interested in her too? The devilish young man said with a chuckle. Caw. The surrounding human-faced ghost crows were shocked and quickly retreated. The human-faced ghost crows did not dare to get close to the young girl. Ha ha ha. The devilish young man swung his cloak and walked toward the young girl. He sized her up and said, "This girl is not simple. She has a mysterious power in her body. I'm afraid she's the reincarnation of a god from ancient times. If I can get this power, my strength will increase tremendously. I'll dominate from the age of gods to the flood. The age of desolation." Obviously, he had noticed the young girl and ordered his subordinates to catch her. Congratulations, my king. Voices came from all around. It was obvious that there were many human-faced ghost crows that could speak human language. These human-faced ghost crows were undoubtedly stronger. Oh right, I saw a lunatic beside this girl. Where is that lunatic? The devilish young man suddenly asked. He looked young, but in fact, he had lived for millions of years. He was the mount of a god from ancient times and had been trapped in the sacred mountain for millions of years. He was extremely powerful and was the king of Southern Memorial. He's dead, dead. The human-faced ghost crow immediately laughed. Not bad. You've won my heart. I'll reward you greatly for this. That white tiger is also an extraordinary species. I'll reward it to you. The devilish young man smiled faintly. Thank you, my king. Thank you, my king. The human-faced ghost crow knelt down and kowtowed. The surrounding human-faced ghost crows were extremely envious. Rumble, however, at this moment, the cave shook. Then, a figure broke through the cave and descended from the sky. Bang! The moment he crashed into the ground, the entire cave shook, waking up countless sleeping human-faced ghost crows. Crash, moreover, this turbulence caused the skeletons in the cave to collapse. However, just as they were about to submerge the evil youth remained motionless and the skeletons turned into ashes. That lunatic didn't die, and he even came to us personally. The evil-looking young man stared at the newcomer and smiled evilly. "Spare my life, your majesty. Spare my life." The human-faced ghost crow from before immediately kowtowed, but it was useless, because the evil charming young man suddenly grabbed the human-faced ghost crow with his right hand, bit its neck, and started sucking its blood crazily. As for the human-faced ghost crow, it didn't dare to resist at all, allowing the evil youth to suck its blood. "Where are my people?" The newcomer walked forward step by step, his voice cold and indifferent. The killing intent on his body seemed to materialize, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, igniting all the smoke in the cave. "Here." The devilish young man threw away the human-faced ghost crow in his hand and tilted his head with a smile. "You guys are so stupid." The person who came said another sentence. "Is that so? I wonder why you guys are so stupid." The evil youth asked. "Originally, you guys didn't have to die, and just hid in the cave obediently. However, you guys dared to provoke me and even dared to snatch my people. Now, all of you are going to die." The person's gaze swept across the entire cave. His eyes were cold and merciless, emitting a dazzling light. "Hee, you scared me, I'm so scared." Unexpectedly, the evil youth wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, "There are 1 billion human-faced ghost crows in my cave. Can you kill them all?" 1 billion? Hearing this, the person stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. "What? Are you scared?" "Hee, it's too late to be scared now." Seeing this, the evil youth laughed loudly. However, his laughter didn't last long, because the person had already said coldly, "It's not that you're scared, but you can barely be my appetizer." Appetizer? 1 billion human-faced ghost crows is just an appetizer. Is this person going to kill until the sky falls and the earth rends? Anger. The evil youth was furious. He had lived for 1,000,000 years, and this was the first time he had seen such an arrogant junior. The surrounding human-faced ghost crows were furious as well. A mere person dared to be so arrogant. To them, this young man wasn't even enough for one person, yet he wanted to kill 1 billion people. "You have a big appetite, but be careful not to die from overeating. Kill him." The evil youth waved his hand, and the entire cave began to tremble. Countless human-faced ghost crows flew out, and a large number of human-faced ghost crows also flew in from the small caves around the cave. They were densely packed, and it was a shocking sight. What was more shocking was that there were so many human-faced ghost crows, but they didn't collide with each other as they flew. Not a single one. This showed how powerful these human-faced ghost crows were. "Let me have a good taste of this young girl." The evil youth had already turned around, picked up the young girl on the ground, and was about to enter another cave. Kill. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted. It was like a circular shockwave that gushed out in all directions. Whoosh, countless feathers scattered, and a large number of human-faced ghost crows fell to the ground, killed by the sword. Bang. 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 Following that, more and more human-faced ghost crows fell, as if they were going to fill up the entire cave. This could be called a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, a figure carrying a sword walked towards the evil youth step by step with a substantial killing intent. "Only 1 billion? At the same time, a cold voice echoed in the cave, causing the evil youth to turn his head in disbelief and look deeply at the person who came. One move killed 1 billion human-faced ghost crows. This person's killing intent was too terrifying. For a moment, the two people looked at each other indifferently. One was the demon king of the divine mountain who had cultivated for 1,000,000 years, while the other was young, but had countless inheritances. He was now like the god of death in the age of gods. They looked at each other coldly, causing the cave to fall silent. However, it was like the dawn before the storm, and a destructive storm could erupt at any time. You actually killed so many of my descendants." After an unknown period of time, the evil youth put down the young girl in his hand and said coldly, "Not a lot. If you still have 1 billion, I can barely reach 70% full." The demonic youth was the first to move. The cloak behind him suddenly opened up, and countless black feathers fell out. They curled around the demonic youth's hand, and turned into a 2-meter-long, pitch-black longbow. This bow was like a demonic bow. There were 2 ferocious crow heads on both sides of the bow. They opened their mouths, and their eyes were blood red. It was as if they were alive. "Poison jade arrow!" he shot out, and endless poisonous smoke spread out, covering the entire cave. The cave was corroded, and it turned into a world of poison. In the endless poisonous smoke, a green arrow shot out, like a flying green crow. The power of God had reached 40,000. It was terrifying. The world of poison was a kind of divine staircase, and it was constantly corroding heaven and earth. Even Lin Ling felt his body being corroded, and his combat power decreased by 30%. "Second stage!" Lin Ling shouted. After fusing his innate talents, the sword in his hand slashed out horizontally. Rumble. The power of this sword was vast, and it actually cut the green arrow in half. The demonic youth's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect this person to be so strong. One had to know that even a god would find it difficult to block that sword, but this person in front of him easily slashed out with it. It looked as if he didn't need to use any strength. "You're too weak. With this kind of strength, you have the nerve to call yourself a demon king. You even dared to touch my people. Now, you know regret." After cutting the demonic youth's sword, Lin Ling said coldly. It seemed like a casual sentence, but it was filled with a surging domineering aura. "It's just an appetizer. Don't be too proud." The demonic youth sneered, and the bow in his hand shot out quickly. It was obvious that this bow was an extraordinary treasure. Demonic tribulation crow. Countless pitch-black crows shot out from the bow. They didn't shoot in a straight line, but flew in irregular trajectories like crows. "Kill!" Lin Ling pounced, and a sea of blood roiled. Rumble. All the crow arrows were destroyed, and they were unstoppable. It had to be known that the previous arrow had reached the power of 50,000 divinity, and Lin Ling's entire body was covered in poison. But none of this affected Lin Ling in the slightest. How can he be so strong? None of the outsiders in the Southern Memorial Temple have such strength. The evil young man's heart became even more serious, but in the blink of an eye, the blood sword had already arrived. Lin Ling pounced forward, holding the sword with both hands, and slashed down as if it was splitting the heaven and earth. This caused the evil-looking young man's pupils to constrict. This person was actually so fast. However, as the king of Southern Dipper, his strength was naturally no small matter. A black shadow flashed past. It was fast, incomparably fast, reaching the speed of 600,000 worlds. He was the evil young man. As soon as he moved, Lin Ling's sword slashed down on the spot. The entire cave and the world of poison seemed to collapse. True god poison chi. As for the evil-looking young man who dodged Lin Ling's sword, he twisted his body, looked at Lin Ling, and drew his bow to shoot an arrow. This arrow was like an arrow that shot down the sun in ancient times. The originally pitch-black arrow suddenly became scorching hot, and turned into a fire crow. Boom, it flew past like a fire phoenix traversing the void. Third stage. At the same time, Lin Ling let out a low roar. He sensed the extraordinariness of this arrow, and he displayed his strongest state, slashing out with his sword. It seemed like a slow movement, but it carried with it the origin of the great Tao of killing. It killed everything, as if it represented the ancient Tao of killing of the entire void. Rumble. After the fire phoenix-like arrow collided, it was split into two by Lin Ling. Then, in the billowing flames, a figure like the god of killing walked out step by step. It was Lin Ling. How can this guy's strength keep increasing? The evil-looking young man's pupils contracted as he watched Lin Ling walk over step by step. He suddenly felt the pressure in his heart increase because he knew that many powerful gods had come to the graveyard of the gods. However, those gods were all in West Memorial Temple, and the gods left in other places were very weak. However, he now knew that in South Memorial Temple, where he was, there was probably a supreme god coming, and this person was the god of killing in front of him. Kill! While he was still in shock, suddenly, a substantial killing intent came and enveloped his entire body. A life-threatening crisis descended upon him. This also made the evil-looking young man suddenly look forward. He saw that in the billowing flames, the god of killing figure was still moving forward, but soon, it became illusory like a reflection in water. It was an afterimage. On the contrary, behind him an incomparably terrifying sword slashed down. This sword was a third-stage talent fusion. In addition to the steps of killing, in terms of speed, it was now 600,000 world speed. In terms of power of God, it had now reached 30,000. In terms of physical strength, it was now 4 million worlds power. This was the pinnacle of the pinnacle. The pressure of death enveloping him also made the evil-looking young man's face turn abnormally ugly. Only now did he realize that the young man in front of him had changed unknowingly. In addition to the blood-red hair, he was also wearing a gray robe. Powerful, too powerful. This person was probably even more powerful than a god. How could this be? Unknowingly, he had provoked such an expert. In a short moment, several thoughts flashed through the evil-looking young man's mind. If he had known that the blood-red-haired man was so powerful, he would not have provoked him, but now, it was difficult to change the situation. Besides, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Chasing sun. All of a sudden, the evil-looking young man shouted in his heart. A pair of fiery red boots appeared on his feet. The boots were ancient, and when he stepped on the air, it actually caused the void to crack. At the same time, something strange happened. His speed suddenly skyrocketed and reached 1 million world speed. Then, he dodged Lin Ling's ferocious slash. A speed of 1 million world paces was extremely rare even among late-stage low gods. And this was only the boosted speed of the boots. It did not include the evil-looking young man's own speed. In fact, in total, his speed had reached 1,600,000 world speed. Rumble. After the evil-looking young man disappeared, Lin Ling's slash missed as well. Moreover, his eyes continued to flicker. What incredible speed! Then, Lin Ling's gaze fell on the evil-looking young man's legs. He saw that when the boot stepped on the void, countless flaming footprints appeared in the void. It was magnificent and mystical. "Come on, kill me," the evil-looking young man said coldly as he appeared on the other side. Then, he shot out a large number of arrows. Crows, like countless crows, they flew toward Lin Ling, wanting to devour everything. Now that the evil-looking young man had erupted with incomparably terrifying speed, it meant that he no longer had to worry about his back. Lin Ling, on the other hand, could only be beaten up without being able to fight back. Kill. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword and cut off the crow's arrows. Then, he chased after the evil-looking young man, but unfortunately, he could not catch up to the evil-looking young man. Some of the arrows were sliced apart by Lin Ling while some landed on Lin Ling's body. This made the demonic youth very excited. However, in the blink of an eye, he realized that Lin Ling's body was very tough. He turned into sludge again and all the arrows that landed on his body passed through him, causing very little damage. The chaotic body of the 4 great ferocious beasts. The demonic youth was shocked once again. This meant that even if Lin Ling did not retaliate, it would still be difficult for him to kill Lin Ling. What a tough bone to chew. After shooting a few more rounds of arrows, the demonic youth finally gave up completely. What happened before was my rashness. I'll apologize to you here. I'll return the person to you. We'll mind our own business. The demonic youth left that sentence and immediately flew into the distance. He did not plan to provoke the great demon Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling landed on the ground and released little Kunlun to protect the girl. He then took a step forward and chased after the demonic youth. Lin Ling's murderous aura had not diminished. Therefore, how could he let the person he targeted escape? He would kill him even if he had to escape to the ends of the earth. At that moment, the demonic youth had already fled far away. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, an extremely terrifying murderous aura came from behind him. The murderous aura seemed to have materialized and was like a torrential river. Damn it! The demonic youth instantly knew that he was in trouble. The other party had no intention of letting him go. He even guessed that this murderous god could be an ancient great god that had been resurrected from the tomb of the gods. Run! The demonic youth exploded with terrifying speed and disappeared into the distance. He did not believe that the murderous god could catch up to him. after a long time, the demonic youth sat on top of an ancient tomb in Southern Memorial Hall, panting slightly. At this point, he had already been running for an hour. Based on his current speed, the god of slaughter should have lost track of him by now. With that thought in mind, he looked around and suddenly felt that something was amiss. He then realized that a strange jellyfish was floating on top of an ancient tomb not far away. The jellyfish was completely black and looked like a devil. It was staring at him indifferently. Who is it? Suddenly being stared at, the evil-looking young man's hair stood on end. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Then, he finally thought of something. It was the god of death. Oh my god, what other tricks did this god of death have up his sleeves? How could he make a jellyfish monitor him? This meant that he had no chance of escaping. As he thought of this, the sea of murderous aura in front of him had already arrived. *CK, the vengeful spirit is still lingering. The evil-looking young man cursed and fled without another word. The two of them, one in front and one behind, had almost run through the entire southern temple. Of course, the evil young man was also very cunning. He specifically searched for the forbidden old monsters that were hidden in the Southern Memorial Temple in an attempt to have those monsters kill Lin Ling. At the very least, they could stall Lin Ling, but to Lin Ling, it was completely useless. Now that he had killed 1 billion human-faced ghost crows, the murderous aura had finally begun to weaken, but it had only begun. After a long time, the evil-looking young man couldn't hold it in any longer. This god of death wasn't as fast as him, but his defense and attack were strong. Coupled with the jellyfish monitoring him, he couldn't shake him off at all. Therefore, he decided to end this once and for all. After all, if this went on, he would die of exhaustion sooner or later. One had to know that the Quafu Sun chasing boots on his feet required a huge amount of divine vitality as the foundation in order to activate them. Moreover, if he used them for a long time, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. "Sir, what are you trying to do?" Standing on a tombstone, the evil-looking young man looked at Lin Ling, who was walking slowly toward him. He was also gnashing his teeth. As the king of the Southern Memorial Temple and a demon left behind from the Age of the Gods, he had been chased through 9 streets. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't aggrieved. "Leave that pair of boots behind," Lin Ling said indifferently as he walked toward him step by step. "In your dreams," the evil-looking young man roared, "do you know what kind of treasure these boots are? They are one of the 12 great chaotic divine artifacts, the Quafu Sun chasing boots. Legend has it that they were worn by the ancient Quafu Sun chasing boots. Even in the Age of the Gods, they are one of the best treasures. How can I give them to you?" Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't say a word and looked at him coldly. The evil-looking young man had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he knew that if he didn't hand over the boots, the god of death in front of him wouldn't let him go. Therefore, he reluctantly gave them up. "Will you let me go if I give you the Quafu Sun chasing boots?" "No, I'll leave you a whole corpse." *T. After a short conversation, the evil-looking young man flew into a rage. He gave up the Quafu Sun chasing boots in exchange for a whole corpse. This god of death didn't intend to let him go from the beginning to the end. "The people I want to kill have never escaped alive," Lin Ling said again. He had already raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the evil-looking young man. Now, he was like the representative of the underworld. He was so cold and merciless. "Then let's fight to the death. I'll see how you're going to kill me. At most, I'll waste my time like this. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, I can afford it." The evil-looking young man threw caution to the wind and laughed. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, there was no need to talk anymore. Let's see who can outplay who. Seal. However, as soon as he finished laughing, Lin Ling coldly spat out a voice. The wind and rain from all directions enveloped this part of the world. It was as if the whole world was shrinking. On the other hand, the evil young man noticed that an indescribable force was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. The most terrifying thing was that this force didn't have any offensive power. It only had the power to seal him, greatly reducing his speed and making it difficult for him to use the Quafu Sun chasing boots. "It's the god stairs, and it's of the soul element. Judging from its level, I'm afraid it's too elementary." The evil-looking young man panicked, was shocked, and scared, he finally understood why this murderous god kept chasing him and didn't give up at all. This murderous god actually had a way to suppress him. He just needed the right opportunity. The 6 stages of the god stairs were elementary, Dao Sense, Dominator, Grand Elementary, Ancient, and Taisher, Eternal. The Grand Elementary was clearly more terrifying than the Dominator. This also meant that this murderous god's soul force had reached a terrifying level. Don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret. With his life at stake and his greatest advantage, his speed, being suppressed, the evil-looking young man hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiao, a sword slashed down, crazily reaping the evil-looking young man's life. Then, Lin Ling raised his sword and walked forward step by step. He found the fiery red boots on the evil-looking young man's corpse. I'm not interested in the secrets of the dead. After taking away all the treasures on the evil-looking young man, Lin Ling turned and left. 12 Chaos Divine Artifacts, the Quafu Sun Chasing Boots. Lin Ling held his sword and walked back step by step. At the same time, he looked at the treasure in his hand and was overjoyed. 12 Chaos Divine Artifacts, the Donghuan Bell that Xingyi had obtained was one of them. Now, he had obtained another one. Lin Ling did not expect that there would be such a pleasant surprise in the Southern Memorial Hall. Moreover, it was an unexpected and huge harvest because he knew very well what the 12 Chaos Divine Artifacts represented. The Quafu Sun Chasing Boots obviously did not have any offensive power, but it could increase one's speed by a terrifying amount. One had to know that speed was the most difficult domain for a god to improve. Generally speaking, it was already very impressive if one could increase one's speed by 100,000 worlds in one comprehension. However, the Quafu Sun Chasing Boots was far more than that. Chasing that crow has wasted a lot of my time. Let's find Empyrean Fairy first. Lin Ling did not have time to touch the Quafu Sun Chasing Boots for the time being. After keeping it, he ran in the direction he came from. Obviously, he was in a good mood. He even liked the feeling of killing and robbing. During this period of time, he had killed countless people and accumulated a large number of treasures. Many of these treasures came from the Tomb of the Gods and were extraordinarily powerful. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at the place where he first came from. He saw a dense forest rising from the ground. That was Little Kunlun. Looking into the forest, he could hear the laughter of a young girl from time to time. The girl was riding on a white tiger and running wildly in the forest with an innocent look on her face. Seeing Empyrean Fairy, Lin Ling's killing intent weakened a little. Perhaps in the entire universe, only Empyrean Fairy could give him such a feeling. Uncle, you're back. The Mystic Fairy was all smiles when she saw Lin Ling. However, the white tiger that she was sitting on was trembling all over. This was because it sensed a murderous aura and blood aura that was even more terrifying than before from Lin Ling. Of course, Empyrean Fairy also quickly sensed the bloody aura from Lin Ling. Uncle, you've killed many people again. Empyrean Fairy said in surprise. She had followed Lin Ling from the Western Memorial Hall to the Northern Memorial Hall and then to the Southern Memorial Hall. She had witnessed Lin Ling killing countless people. However, this bloody aura was truly terrifying. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. He'd killed 1 billion human-faced ghost crows, and he'd killed countless others while pursuing the evil young man. So, his body was naturally filled with surging blood energy. It could be said that he'd transformed into an ocean of blood now. Let's go. We'll go look for Nandian to lay the foundation now. Lin Ling said again. Although the murderous aura in his body had weakened a lot, it still affected Lin Ling, causing him to be much colder than before. Of course, to Mystic Fairy and the others, this kind of indifference was much better than before. All right. The white tiger was still afraid of Lin Ling, but the mysterious woman smiled and nodded her head. With the young girl leading the way, Lin Ling searched for the Southern Memorial Altar. After spending an entire day, he finally found the Southern Memorial Altar's foundation. Now, all that was left was to lay the foundation for the East Memorial Hall. Great, I'm about to complete my mission. Seeing that the last foundation was about to be found, Mystic Fairy was undoubtedly very happy. This was because once she found the 4 great foundations for Lin Ling, her mission would be completed. After finding the 4 foundations, I can also obtain the souls of the gods. What's the souls of the gods? Lin Ling looked at the 3 foundations in his hand and frowned slightly. After a long time, the 4th foundation was also in his hands. With this, the 4 great foundations were also in his hands. "Uncle, just combine the 4 foundation laying daos," Mystic Fairy instructed Lin Ling from the side. Meanwhile, Lin Ling also tried to combine the 4 foundations. After combining the 4 foundations, it turned into a single foundation. This foundation had a slightly different color. It had 4 colors intersecting with each other. There were also ancient runes on its surface that rippled slightly like water. The 4 foundations are combined. Looking at the foundation in his hand, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. "Uncle, try going in and have a look." At this time, Mystic Fairy said again. Then, she pointed at Lin Ling and a ray of light entered Lin Ling's mind. In the next moment, a large number of magic words appeared in Lin Ling's mind. "Open!" Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. The foundation floated down quietly and appeared in front of Lin Ling. It opened up an ancient door that looked like the door of a prison. Countless noises could be heard from within. Creak. After digesting the magic words that Mystic Fairy had given him, Lin Ling pushed the door open and entered. What was surprising was that after the foundation was laid, it was dark, as if they had arrived at a prison. A gloomy aura filled the air, and water dripped from the ceiling of the prison from time to time. If one looked carefully, they would see that it was a corridor with no end in sight. The 2 halves of the corridor were filled with prison cells, and there was a forest. When Lin Ling arrived, many heads popped out from the prison cells and looked at Lin Ling curiously. There were cow heads, dragon heads, elders, and children. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as they stared at Lin Ling, mixed with a strange murderous intent. It was just that the prison cells had trapped them, so they could do nothing about it. "This is inside the 4 foundations? There are so many souls of gods and demons locked up here." Lin Ling ignored the complicated looks and said indifferently. Through the magic words that Mystic Fairy had given him, he already knew where this place was. He also knew that the souls of gods and demons were locked up here and it was impossible for them to break out of the prison cells. On the contrary, Lin Ling was the only warden in this prison. In this prison, other than the life and death of the souls of gods and demons, he could do whatever he wanted, therefore, he was not afraid of these prisoners. Instead, he was curious about how strong the gods and demons were trapped in this prison that trapped the souls of gods and demons. He walked along the corridor and the prison cells on both sides of the corridor quietly changed color and turned blue. However, no prisoners popped their heads out of the prison cells. Instead, Lin Ling saw that some of the prisoners in the prison cells were sitting cross-legged in cultivation, some were drinking wine, and some were torturing themselves by constantly chopping off their own limbs. Even when Lin Ling arrived, they did not even look at Lin Ling, which was very strange. These prisoners have become even stronger. I'm afraid they have the strength of a god. Lin Ling thought to himself and continued walking. Then, he seemed to have arrived at the 3rd section of the prison cells. When he looked carefully, the prisoners in the prison cells had become even more strange. There was a snake woman, a 2-headed witch, and even 2, a blind monk with a lantern and so on. "Sir, I beg you to let me out." A charming vixen looked at Lin Ling pitifully. Then, she exposed her shoulders and tempted Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not even look at her and continued walking. "This new sir is so cold. It seems that he is not easy to deal with. Hard times are coming. Look at how impartial he is. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to be released." "Sigh," someone else said. These prisoners were actually people who had been imprisoned here since ancient times. They were people who had committed heinous crimes. However, during the War of the Gods, the prison was broken, causing them to be lost in the era. Even so, they still could not escape from the prison. Furthermore, they could not see the sun all year round, except for a certain day every year. Every year, they could be released from the prison and enjoy a day of freedom. Of course, this freedom was only limited to the prison. However, to the gods and demons, this day was incomparably precious. After all, being trapped in a space less than 3 meters in size and having all their means suppressed, even the gods could not bear the boredom and loneliness. However, a new warden had appeared. If they were to be deprived of that day's holiday, they could only continue to live like a year. "Your Excellency, the person you're looking for is in West Memorial. You'd better hurry there immediately because I've performed a divination for you. Your loved ones are in danger." Suddenly, an old man's voice came from one of the prison cells. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked over indifferently. Then, he saw a blind old man sitting in the prison cell. In front of him was a tortoise shell with a row of copper coins lined up in a row. Nonsense. Lin Ling sneered. Ha ha ha, I'm Lord Shen. My master is from the Hollow Jade Palace. For so many years, my divination has never been wrong. You're the first person to say that I'm talking nonsense. The old man suddenly laughed. Moreover, every divination I perform will shorten my lifespan by 10 years. Therefore, those who want to ask me for a divination, regardless of whether it's in the ancient times or in the ancient times, are in the ancient times or not. Even if it's not in the hundreds of millions, it's in the tens of millions. I've spent 10 years of my lifespan to perform a divination for you, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Lord Shen? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly flashed. He asked, who is Shen Gongbao to you? He remembered that in the investiture of the gods, Shen Gongbao and Xianxia both came from the Hollow Jade Palace. This person's master was from the Hollow Jade Palace and his surname was Shen. Therefore, Lin Ling asked casually. How do you know my master? Who knew that Lin Ling's words made Shen Gongho's face change? Seeing his appearance, Lin Ling was more certain that this old man was Shen Gongbao's disciple. Let me ask you. You said that the person I'm looking for is in Shifan. Is he still alive? Lin Ling asked. Life and death, death and life. Without death, how can there be life? Shen Gongho said indifferently, the person you are looking for is no ordinary person. He is someone who changed the era. However, although he is dead, he is actually alive now. Lin Ling's pupils constricted when he heard this, because the person he was looking for was Lei Gong. Although Shen Gongho didn't say it explicitly, it clearly stated that Lei Gong was a person who changed the era, and Lei Gong was the host of the world's will. It was indeed so. Earlier, you said that my loved ones are in danger. Then, where is the danger? Lin Ling asked again. Ha ha ha. Shen Gongho laughed and said indifferently, if it was a moment ago, this danger would have been wiped out. However, at this moment, fortune and misfortune have changed. Great misfortune has turned into great fortune. What you mean is that without your reminder, my family would have been wiped out. However, after your reminder, they are all fine. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he asked. Ha ha ha. This time, Shen Gongho didn't say anything and only laughed. However, Lin Ling already knew what he meant. It meant that without Shen Gongho's reminder, Lin Ling would have wasted more time here. However, now that he knew that Yu Yu and the rest were in danger, he would definitely rush over. Therefore, Yu Yu and the rest were all fine. They had escaped danger. Let me ask you again. How do I open this pair of boots? Lin Ling's previous worries had now been suppressed. The Quafu Sun chasing boots appeared in his hand as he asked. Sincerity can move metal and stone. The old man glanced at the Quafu Sun chasing boots with shock in his eyes. Then, he said calmly. Alright, I'll give you a day off. You can go wherever you want to go. After a day, come back on your own. Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. At the same time, he formed a complicated seal with both hands. Then, a door appeared behind the prison cell and light bloomed from it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sensing this, the old man shouted in surprise. He bowed deeply to Lin Ling and pushed the door open to leave. He had been imprisoned for millions of years and could only face the cold iron walls every day. Now, he could finally leave. Although it was only for a day, it was enough. He had to cherish this day and enjoy it to his heart's content. Lin Ling watched Shen Gongho leave indifferently. Then, he planned to leave first to help Yu Yu and the rest. As for whether Shen Gongho would return, he wasn't worried because he knew that if Shen Gongho didn't return after a day, his soul would be destroyed and he would never be able to reincarnate. Sir, I also have something to say. At this time, a large number of voices came from the prison cell. Obviously, they were jealous when they saw Shen Gongho leave. However, Lin Ling didn't have time to care about them. There were so many people in the prison. If he talked to them one by one, he didn't know how long it would take. So, he went to help Yu Yu and the rest first. After leaving the prison, the Dianji turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Uncle, this Dianji will follow you forever. If you use it well, it can help you return to the divine position and become famous in the chaos. At this time, Mystic Fairy looked at Lin Ling with a smile. It seemed that after helping Lin Ling, she had completed her mission and was no longer as carefree as before. Mystic Fairy, are you leaving? Lin Ling didn't have a hard time guessing her intentions. Yes, my mission has been completed and I have survived a great calamity. Now, I have to go back. In the future, Uncle and I will meet again. Mystic Fairy nodded with a smile. Mystic Fairy, is the Chaos Realm very far away? Lin Ling asked again. It wasn't difficult for him to guess the origin of Mystic Fairy. It's not far, but it's not near either. It's in your heart. However, what made Lin Ling speechless was that Mystic Fairy was also speaking in riddles. Uncle, goodbye. But before I leave, I have to tell you that there will be a great calamity on this trip that can destroy your divine soul. That's why I came to help you. However, although the omen of great calamity has passed, there is still good luck in the future. So, Uncle, you have to be careful. Use the things that I have given you, help. Mystic Fairy reminded Lin Ling at the same time as she rode the white tiger into the distance. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded and his eyes continued to flicker. He guessed that this trip to Xidian would be dangerous. Fortunately, Mystic Fairy also told him that it would be a daunting experience without danger. Just as I guessed, someone is secretly helping me. Swoosh, a figure flashed through the sky like thunder. That surging killing intent bared its fangs and brandished its claws, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Sincerity can move metal and stone. This figure was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was thinking about Shen Gongho's words because he also found out that the Quafu Sun chasing boots was very difficult to refine. After all, it was one of the 12 chaotic divine artifacts. When the evil young man obtained it, he probably took a long time to refine it. If I can't use this pair of boots, it's just a pair of ordinary items. If I want to control this pair of boots, I have to send my divine vitality and soul power into the boots. However, the effect is not great. The boots are like a dead object. I can't move them at all. However, Shen Gongho said that sincerity can move metal and stone. Then, only by continuously communicating with this pair of boots will it be effective. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling separated one of his dantian of the dragon god talent and let the divine vitality in his dantian continuously enter the boots. He hoped that through patience, he could completely communicate with the boots. Look, who is that? His aura is so terrifying. I'm afraid he has the strength of a god. When Lin Ling flew across the sky, many gods on the ground saw Lin Ling and were shocked. Oh no, that's Lei Gong. Someone noticed Lei Gong and his expression changed greatly. However, although Lin Ling was very famous in the 4 palaces, there were still people who didn't know him. Therefore, those people curiously said, Lei Gong is so strong. I really hope that I can have such strength in the future. He is strong, but Lei Gong is a god who kills people like scything flax. He kills people on sight. Run quickly. Those who knew of Lin Ling's fierce reputation began to flee. Those who didn't know were also shocked. Although they didn't know what was going on, they felt that something was wrong, therefore, they also quickly fled. What's going on? Tell us. As they fled, they asked, I remember that Lin Ling is one of the 4 great gods of the void of the 9 prefectures. Why did he become a murderer? You don't know about this? Let me tell you, after entering the sacred mountain, Lin Ling killed without hesitation. From the western memorial all the way to the northern memorial, everyone he met along the way was killed by him. Moreover, these were people who had no enmity with him. If he did, he would have chased them to the ends of the earth. What? It's over. We are the true disciples of Miao Shen. I heard that Lin Ling and Miao Shen's true disciples have a huge grudge against each other. The group of people who understood the situation were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. However, the killing intent in the sky was like an ocean. It was getting closer and closer to them, causing these people's faces to turn ashen. In the end, they gave up on running away. In fact, they were even prepared to die. However, When they thought that Lin Ling would make a move, the murderous aura in the sky quickly disappeared and actually floated into the distance. He didn't kill us. Those who escaped from the calamity felt as if they were dreaming. How could they know that Lin Ling only wanted to reach Yu and the others as soon as possible? Moreover, he was wondering who was the one who made a move on Yu and the others. After all, Yu and the others had God Emperor Zhonggang and the others by their side. How could ordinary gods be a match for them? Fortunately, I met Shen Ho. Otherwise, this matter would be troublesome. However, although Shen Ho said that the calamity has passed, there are always exceptions to everything. I have to be faster. Lin Ling's third phase talent fusion burst out with 600,000 world speed. Rumble, the Western Memorial was obviously much stronger than the other three. When Lin Ling flew past thousands of graves, it seemed to have awakened some monsters. On the ground, a huge coffin quietly emerged. A hairy arm stretched out from the coffin and suddenly grabbed at the sky. Come down for this, king. This arm did not look like a human's arm. It was covered with thick hair and looked very terrifying. Moreover, this attack was so terrifying that it probably had the strength not weaker than a god. It might even be stronger. Kill. However, Lin Ling did not even look down and ruthlessly slashed out with his sword, although he knew that flying through the sky would definitely attract the attention of many demons in the graveyard of the gods. He was in a hurry. Therefore, he could not care less. Whoosh, when the sword landed on the huge arm, it actually slashed out endless green smoke. Moreover, the palm was not cut off by Lin Ling. Instead, the palm was cut open by Lin Ling. What a sharp sword! A hoarse voice sounded at the same time. Then, the arm retracted and disappeared into the coffin. Obviously, this powerful existence also knew that a sword could injure it. This meant that the gray-robed man in the sky was not to be trifled with. He probably had the strength to kill a god with a single sword. At least among the lower gods, there were very few who could block that sword. Even late-stage lower gods were not many. Of course, Lin Ling was also surprised because his sword could only injure the opponent and not kill it. This meant that the thing in the coffin was very powerful. The demons in the Western Memorial are indeed powerful. No wonder the Curishin and the others have to be careful. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he checked the voice transmission talisman in his hand. After confirming Yu and the others' location, he increased his speed by a notch. It actually increased my speed by 50,000 world cycles. Then, Lin Ling was surprised to find that the Quafu Sun chasing boots seemed to have a reaction. He immediately put on the boots and the divine energy in his dantian continued to flow into his boots. If it were other gods, they would not dare to do so easily. In the graveyard of the gods, divine energy was very important and needed to be used to guard against unexpected situations. However, Lin Ling had 7 dantians. If he consumed the divine energy in one dantian, he still had 6 dantians. This was also the reason why Lin Ling was not afraid of late-stage lower gods. At this moment, in the depths of the Western Memorial, waves of terrifying energy gushed out in all directions like seawater. Several people in green Taoist robes calmly looked at the center of it. It was Yu and the others. There was God Emperor Zhonggang, the giant ghost, the radiant golden dragon, and Yu, and they were using their most powerful methods to resist the attacks from the sky. Above the sky, an ancient Buddhist lamp was floating, blooming with a gentle light. However, this light was also very domineering. When it pressed down, it brought with it a power that could destroy the heavens and earth and wipe out all demons and devils. This power was very strong. Even God Emperor Zhonggang found it difficult to resist it. You people, who are you? Suddenly, a voice came from the ground. It was Yuer's voice, because God Emperor Zhonggang and the others were using all their strength to resist the Buddhist lamp in the sky. They no longer had the energy to speak. You people should give up resisting. I can leave your corpses intact. In the sky, the few people looked at the ground indifferently. Their faces were expressionless as if they were rewarding Yu and the others. You are all late-stage lower gods and have rich divine energy. I'm afraid you have cultivated in this realm for more than 100,000 years. Why haven't I seen you in the void of the 9 prefectures? After Lin Ling left, they traveled together with the Curishin. However, after traveling for a while, the Curishin and Titanic Crescent gods sensed a fierce battle ahead. Hence, he told them not to get close and left with the rest of the experts. Emperor Ga Zhonggang and Giant Ghost were worried about Nanwufengyu and wanted to go deeper. However, when they thought about Yu and the others, they slowed down and waited for Lin Ling, who would have thought that they would run into this group of people. This group of people was extremely powerful and seemed to have come for Lin Ling. They attacked as soon as they saw him. If not for their numbers, they would have been wiped out long ago. Furthermore, they could sense that this group of people was not using their true strength. 9 continents void? Hearing Inuer's words, the few of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with mockery. Don't treat the void of the 9 prefectures as the entire void, because the void of the 9 prefectures is actually a part of the divine realm, and the divine realm is a part of the chaos realm. In the real void, there are as many powerful gods as there are hairs on a cow. With your strength, if you were placed in our place, you would at most be an outer sect disciple. The likes of you. One of them smiled faintly. Is that so? You spoke with disdain. You talk so much, but you don't even dare to tell us where you came from. In my opinion, you must be a nobody. Are you trying to goad us? The person shook his head. The reason I didn't say anything is not because I'm afraid of anything. I just thought that even if I told you, you might not know who I am. However, since you want to know, then so be it. In order to prevent you from dying without knowing why, I'll tell you. We're from Burning Heart. My name is Duan Nan. As for what Burning Heart is, haha, it's much more powerful than your so-called 4 gods, the Dragon Clan, the Immortal Spirit Empire, the 10 Orthodoxies, and the U-Continent's divine ruler, including the Spirit Empire. The man named Duan Nan said faintly. Burning Heart? Yu and the others racked their brains, but they had never heard of this name. In fact, other than the Immortal Spirit Empire, the Dragon Clan, the Spirit Empire, the 10 Orthodoxies, and the U-Continent's divine ruler, they had never heard of it. You came from the Chaos Realm? Suddenly, Emperor Ga Zhonggang roared. Didn't I tell you before? Or do you not know what the Primal Chaos Realm is? Duan Nan laughed. I don't care where you came from, but since you dared to provoke Lei Gong, you will die without a doubt. As long as Lei Gong comes, you will definitely regret it. The Radiant Golden Dragon also spoke. Hee, Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? We're so scared. Duan Nan continued to laugh. His laughter was full of sarcasm and disdain. I'm sorry, but we're here for Lei Gong Lin Ling. Our Burning Heart wants to capture him alive, and you're all his people. As long as you're dead, I think even if we don't look for Lei Gong Lin Ling, he will take the initiative to seek revenge from us. Revenge? Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. Now, all of you can die. Rumble, the Buddhist lamp in the sky shone brightly. Within the light, there was a Buddhist god with slender eyebrows sitting cross-legged. He was divine and extraordinary. Pop pop pop, the light was extremely terrifying. It actually carried a divine staircase. The power of the divine staircase was very domineering. It was like the Orthodox Buddhism. Boom. A rumbling sound was heard, and everyone under the Buddhist lamp was sent flying. A huge crater was formed on the ground. Looking around, countless graves were dug up. Coffins, tombstones, and white bones were tumbling in the sky. However, under the light of the Buddhist lamp, they were turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Ashes, puff, Yu and the rest fell to the ground and spat out blood. They felt their dantian rumbling as if it was about to collapse. What a domineering power. I'm afraid only 100,000 divine power can withstand it. Even Emperor Ga Zhonggang fell to the ground. Beside him was the Golden Skeleton King. However, the skeleton on its body was full of cracks. Stubborn. In the sky, Duan Nan shook his head. He waved his right hand and a man immediately strode down. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Emperor Ga Zhonggang. After laughing coldly, his big hand grabbed out. I can see that you are from the age of gods and your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, we are from the primeval age. That person's eyes were filled with disdain. He did not show any mercy when he attacked. I didn't expect to die here after reviving. Looking at this person's attack, Emperor Ga Zhonggang sighed in his heart. He wanted to resist, but he could not raise his divine vitality. Therefore, he could only close his eyes and willingly accept his death. However, he thought that he would be killed, but after waiting for a while, he did not feel anything. Even the Golden Skeleton King, who was constantly worried about him, seemed to be silent at this moment. Could it be that this god killed his Golden Skeleton King first? He suddenly opened his eyes, but he found that the Golden Skeleton King, who had followed him for many years, was fine. It was still sitting beside him in the form of a little skeleton. However, its empty skeleton eyes were looking in front of him. The man in front of him maintained his attacking posture, but he did not move. Looking carefully, a sword appeared in his chest. A sword had pierced through his back. It was this sword that caused this god to be unable to attack anymore. Following this person's gaze, one could immediately see a gray-robed man standing behind him. At this moment, he was holding a sword and maintaining the appearance of the sword pointing forward. Lin Ling. When he saw the person clearly, Emperor God Zhongang's entire body trembled. Lin Ling had finally returned. Lin Ling. Yu Yu and the others also stared at Lin Ling and could not help but shout excitedly. Although they were about to die previously, they all had intuition that Lin Ling would definitely come. This intuition was baseless, but they firmly believed in it, because they knew that they were the most important people to Lin Ling. Lin Ling would not let them die. Lin Ling nodded. He had killed countless people in the other 3 palaces. Now that his killing intent had weakened a little, he could barely control it. At least, he would not want to kill his own people. Lin Ling? The few people in the sky also stared at Lin Ling. In fact, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling. You are one of the 9 states void's 4 great gods, Lei Gong. Lin Ling. Duan Nan said indifferently. He was a little shocked. He did not expect Lin Ling to come so quickly. It was as if he knew their movements like the back of his hand. Who are you people? Lin Ling raised his head and looked at them, but did not answer them. Burning Heart. Duan Nan said calmly. Chaotic Realm? Lin Ling instantly understood. However, he was also very suspicious. The people from the Chaotic Realm actually knew him? Moreover, from the looks of it, these people had specially come for him. However, he did not know anyone from the Chaotic Realm at all. Suddenly, he thought of Empyrean Fairy and the person who had helped him in the Eternal Kingdom. Maybe it was because of the Chaos Divine Formula, or maybe it was because of some treasure, or maybe it was because of Lin Ling, or maybe it was because of Lin Ling himself. Of course, there was also a possibility that it was because of Lin Ling's previous life. Let go of my junior brother and come with us. Then, I'll spare their lives. Otherwise, they'll all die. Duan Nan didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking. Instead, he said this with a smile, looking very relaxed. Since Lin Ling was here, it was a good opportunity to bring him back and save him some trouble. Let go? Lin Ling raised his head, his face still cold. Don't worry, I'll let go. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out the sword in his hand and slashed horizontally. Rumble, a head fell to the ground and rolled like a rubber ball. Blood gushed out from the neck of the god who was killed by the slash like a fountain. Killing a god with a single slash was as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. So powerful. The pupils of Emperor God Zhonggang and the others trembled. Previously, when Lin Ling killed the old locust tree, it took him many slashes to succeed, but now, with just one slash, one should know that this person was a late-stage lower deity expert. Gods with such strength were the most difficult to kill, unless their strength was much stronger. How terrifying. Even the pupils of the light golden dragon and the others trembled. After all, when they were in the 72 caves, Lin Ling wasn't this powerful. But now, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. How could they know that when Lin Ling killed the old pagoda tree, he hadn't utilized the 3rd stage innate talent fusion, and he'd merely utilized the steps of slaughter? Now that he'd utilized the 3rd stage innate talent fusion, his strength was at its peak. Junior brother. Duan Nan and the others were all shouting, their eyes as red as blood. Obviously, they didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to kill their people in front of them. He dared to kill people from the Chaos Realm. To the gods of the Chaos Realm, the void of the 9 prefectures was like the mortal world. Whether it was strength or age, it could never be compared to them. Let them go, don't worry, I'll let them go. Duan Nan also remembered what Lin Ling said before, I'll let them go, but he killed them. damn it. However, Lin Ling acted as though he didn't see Duan Nan and the others' anger. Instead, he came before Emperor God Zhonggang and took out a jade bottle. He said to Emperor God Zhonggang, "Open your mouth." Hearing this, although Emperor God Zhonggang was suspicious, he still opened his mouth. After that, Lin Ling dripped a drop of emerald liquid into his mouth. This liquid slid down his throat and quickly healed his injuries. This jade bottle was obtained by Lin Ling from one of the gods after he killed his way from West Memorial Hall to North Memorial Hall. As a matter of fact, he had killed people for their treasures, and now he had countless treasures on him. "You guys open your mouths too." Lin Ling walked towards the others and gave each of them a drop. "Amazing. What kind of treasure is this?" Sensing that their injuries were recovering, everyone was shocked. After reaching the level of a god, it was very difficult to heal injuries with the god spring alone. Unless one's own recovery ability was very strong, like Lin Ling's, otherwise, one could only rely on the accumulation of time. On this point, the bright golden dragon was an example, and so was Eugene. However, a drop of liquid was enough to heal 80% of their injuries. This was really shocking. Jade cicada true liquid. Looking at the treasure Lin Ling took out, Duan Nan and the others in the sky were also shocked, and their eyes were filled with envy. This kind of treasure was very rare. Even in the divine realm and chaotic realm, there were not many of them. Not only did it have the effect of healing, but it could also assist in cultivation. Of course, more gods only kept this treasure to heal their injuries. After all, the jade cicada true liquid was not the only treasure that could replace cultivation. Damn it, such precious treasures are used by these trash. Moreover, where did this Lin Ling get these treasures? Duan Nan gritted his teeth and said. He probably got them in the graveyard of the gods. After all, there are many gods buried here, and some of the treasures were not taken away. So, Lin Ling got them by luck. Another person guessed. What an enviable guy. He's just a piece of trash from the void of the 9 states, but he has more treasures than us gods from the chaotic realm. Duan Nan nodded, but he was even more jealous. You guys are really stupid. At this moment, Lin Ling put away the jade bottle. He then slowly looked at Duan Nan and the others, and said coldly. Stupid? Duan Nan immediately sneered and looked very suspicious. When I was healing them, you guys could have run away. If you were faster than me, you might have been able to escape. Of course, this hope is very slim, but it's still hope. However, you guys just stood there in a daze. If you're not stupid, then what are you? Lin Ling said. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Duan Nan and the others laughed. Although Lin Ling killed their junior brother was the weakest among them. Moreover, Lin Ling only relied on a sneak attack. Taking a step back, they still had 3 gods here. Whether they joined forces or fought one-on-one, Lin Ling was no match for them. Let me tell you, if we want to run away, you can't kill us. Of course, we won't run away, because the one who wants to run away is you. After laughing, Duan Nan said contemptuously. Can't kill you? Unless you have 2 million worlds and can reverse time and space, otherwise, I really can't kill you. Lin Ling said. Ha ha ha. Duan Nan and the others, who had just stopped laughing, reappeared. This Lin Ling, who was only a middle-stage lower deity, was really arrogant. 2 million world speed, it was already amazing for a late-stage lower deity to have 1 million world speed, let alone 2 million world speed. Even if we have 1 million world speed, you still can't kill us. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be such an arrogant person. You really surprised us. Duan Nan shook his head continuously, mocking Lin Ling for his lack of knowledge. Hearing this, Lin Ling did not say anything. 1 million world speed? Not long ago, the evil young man had 1,500,000 world speed, but he was still hunted down by him through 9 streets and was killed in the end. If he had 1 million world speed, it could only be said that he would die even faster. Lin Ling, run away. We won't be able to run away, not in this lifetime. Instead, you're the foolish one. If you don't run away, you'll be taken away by us next. After one of them laughed, he looked coldly at Lin Ling and was about to attack. Lin Ling allowed them to laugh. After they finished, he said slowly, you talk the most nonsense. If that's the case, I'll start with you. I'll start with you. His words made the eyes of the person who spoke narrow. And he almost laughed again. Did this Lei Gong Linling think they were cabbages? That he could kill whoever he wanted? Just as he was about to speak, Linling had already arrived and slashed with his sword. Swoosh, his head flew off, and blood gushed out. With one slash, another deity was killed. Moreover, not only was Linling fast, but he was also very strong. If the first person was killed by Linling's sneak attack, then the person in front of them was not like that. He died right in front of their eyes. Subconsciously, they all turned to look at Linling. However, Linling had already disappeared at some point. What? Everyone was shocked and panicked. A sense of unknown death lingered in their hearts. The unknown was always the most terrifying. They immediately unleashed their full strength and waited solemnly. Boom! At this moment, a roar sounded. One of them trembled as a punch landed on his chest. It was Linling. This punch was extremely ferocious. Not only did it carry the strength of the flesh, but it also carried the power of the gods. Now that Linling had two mid-god divine embryos, after fusing their talents, he was even more domineering. Whoosh, that god was stunned. He looked down and saw that his armor, inner armor, treasures, divine energy, and other items were spurting out of his back as if they had been hit by a gust of wind. Moreover, his divine embryo, the blood of the blue snake divine embryo of an 8th grade lesser god, had also been knocked out. Crack, crackle, crackle, the blue blood sprayed out in midair and then exploded. You! He looked up at Linling and wanted to say something, but he could not utter a word. Plop, he fell from the sky, one punch, just like that. A late-stage lower god had fallen. Ever since Linling's two divine embryos had become mid-god, their strength had been different from before. Especially the strength of the flesh. After fusing, it could reach 4 million divine energy. If he used split the heavens, it could reach a terrifying 8 million divine energy. Ah! Finally, someone cried out, completely scared out of his wits. Now, there were only two people left. Whoosh, Linling did not even look at him. He slashed horizontally with his sword, and the frightened man was cut in half at the waist. No amount of divine energy could protect him. To Linling, without 100,000 units of divine energy and a mid-god's innate divine embryo, any late-stage low-god was not worth mentioning. Bang! Another person smashed into the ground, dead as can be. It was as if these gods from the chaos realm were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. The wind was howling, and blood was flowing silently. Emperor God Zhonggang and the others raised their heads and opened their mouths wide. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Especially Emperor God Zhonggang. He was the most shocked because back then in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Linling wasn't much weaker than him. Now that he had broken through, he thought that he would be stronger than Linling. He had also made a breakthrough, and with his mid-stage low-god strength, he could easily kill a late-stage low-god. Clearly, the current Linling was slightly stronger than him. How can this Linling be so strong? Burnt Heart asked us to capture him, but I'm afraid we can't do it. Duan Nan was the only one left. He was also shocked because even he couldn't kill his junior brother in one move. Therefore, he knew that Linling had a lot of trump cards. Maybe he was talented, maybe he had terrifying divine energy, or maybe he had cultivated some kind of divine ability. Of course, what he didn't expect was that everything he guessed was true. It was because of these trump cards that Linling could kill gods as easily as killing dogs. Now, do you think you're stupid? At this time, Linling turned to look at Duan Nan. Duan Nan took a step back when Linling looked at him. He frowned and said, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Linling laughed and shook his head. "You came from the Chaos Realm. Although I don't know what your purpose is, you want to capture me and kill my people. Now that you're no match for me, you still have the nerve to ask me what I want. Or are all the gods in the Chaos Realm so stupid? Are you so arrogant? However, I don't need to explain anything to you. I've killed countless people, and you're just one of the souls that died under my sword." Duan Nan's face turned even uglier when he heard that. He had come with confidence, but now his life was threatened. Suddenly, Duan Nan looked hysterical and shouted, "I don't believe that you, a middle-stage lower deity, can be so strong. I came from the Chaos Realm and have cultivated for 8,970,000 years. I've fought countless battles in my life, a total of 100,000 battles. How can I be afraid of you, a junior from the 9 prefectures void? Go to hell." He opened his hands, and the ancient Buddhist lamp in the sky floated over and shone brightly. The Buddhist lamp had a divine staircase, and it was as sacred as the great Buddha's hall. Lin Ling, be careful. Emperor God Zhonggang and the others had been defeated by the Buddhist lamp, so they immediately warned him. Crackle, crackle, the ancient Buddhist lamp floated toward Lin Ling, but it strangely disappeared and reappeared under Lin Ling's feet. The Buddhist flame burned through Lin Ling's feet and burned into Lin Ling's brain. The power of the flame was also incomparably tyrannical. Lin Ling, I've decided not to capture you anymore. This time, I'll take your life. Looking at the Buddhist lamp chasing after Lin Ling, Duan Nan shouted, let me tell you, this lamp was given to me by my master. It's a chaos divine tool that has been consecrated in the heart ignition realm. It's not something a small character like you can resist. You don't understand the antiquity of the chaos realm. Lin Ling also noticed that the Buddhist lamp was chasing after him relentlessly. A Buddhist power poured into his soul, and it was wild and unruly, as if it wanted to subdue Lin Ling. How ancient is it? At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. He knew that the steps of slaughter couldn't resist the Buddhist lamp, although the steps of wisdom could seal it, it couldn't destroy the Buddhist lamp. This meant that it was useless, only Panga could attack. Split open the sky, Lin Ling slowly stretched out his palm, and a wisp of ancient power spread out with a domineering aura that could split open the heavens and earth. Then, he gently slashed down, the domineering aura of splitting open the heavens against the domineering aura of Buddhism. Rumble, as the palm slashed down, the power of 8 million worlds erupted with an unprecedented aura. It was the most ancient aura of the primordial era. Boom, the candle flame of the Buddhist lamp began to flicker and jump. Then, the Buddhist flame was split in half, and the entire Buddhist lamp was split in half. Whoosh, endless Buddhist flame began to sprinkle on the ground, as if it wouldn't be extinguished for 1,000 years. Ah! Such a scene made Duan Nan's jaw drop. Why is it like this? He kept shaking his head, and he couldn't figure it out. Because my palm is even more ancient than it. Lin Ling took a step forward and came before Duan Nan. He looked at him coldly and said, I don't know why your so-called heart ignition realm wants to capture me, but I can tell you that no one can control my life. With that, he slashed out with his sword. The sea of blood drowned Duan Nan, and the latter cried out in pain, Lin Ling, you can't escape from the heart ignition realm. We're not the only ones who want to capture you. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest were delighted. Yu Yu and the rest ran over but were stopped by Lin Ling. Yu Yu, senior sister I'm dirty. I don't care. However, Yu Yu and the rest did not care. They pounced on Lin Ling and hugged Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and allowed his 2 wives to hug him. Lin Ling seems to have calmed down a lot. Yeah, but the murderous aura on his body is still very strong and his blood chi is scarier than before. I'm afraid he has killed quite a number of people during this period of time. Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest were talking. After a long while, they saw Lin Ling walking over. They smiled and walked over. Then, they told him what had happened not long ago. For the Kuroshin not to underestimate the battle, it must be very intense. How about this, you guys leave first and I'll go take a look alone. Hearing what Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest said, Lin Ling pondered and said, that won't do. Let's go together. Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest immediately shook their heads. Yu Yu and the rest can't participate in the battle over there. Seeing Yu Yu and the rest leave, I'm worried. So, I have to trouble Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest to send them back. We'll gather at the valley outside the 72 caves. What do you think? Lin Ling said. In actual fact, he had sent Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest away because he had heard from mysterious lady that Lin Ling was about to face a great calamity. This calamity was unavoidable. So, if Lin Ling stayed with Yu Yu and the rest, he would only implicate them. Of course, Lin Ling naturally did not dare to say it out loud. Because if he said it out loud, Yu Yu and the rest would not leave. Moreover, if Grandpa Treasure God isn't still inside, how about this? As long as we find Grandpa Treasure God, the 2 of us will immediately rush back. Lin Ling said again. Hearing what Lin Ling said, Emperor God Zhonggang and the others nodded their heads in the end. Lin Ling also gave them a large amount of treasures, saving them the trouble of searching for treasures everywhere. After that, Lin Ling took his leave. Brother Ling, you have to be careful. We'll be waiting for you in the valley. Yu Yu and Anuer shouted as they watched Lin Ling leave. Don't worry, I will be fine. Lin Ling disappeared into the distance. At the same time, he was wondering what this burning heart was. The last time he saw the sacred generation primogenitor, he was from White Mountain. What was the connection between Burning Heart and White Mountain? Rumble. Along the way, violent rumbling sounds could be heard. Lin Ling could not help but slow down and sneak forward. Then, on top of a hill, Lin Ling stood there quietly. Wherever he looked, it was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. The sky was constantly collapsing, and the void was like glass falling down continuously. It was a beautiful scene. Moreover, rays of light soared into the sky. Sensing them carefully, those rays of light were mixed with the power of gods. There were close to 100,000 rays of light. So many experts. This is a true battle between gods. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He quietly extended his soul power and immediately discovered that there were not many people in this shocking battle. He estimated that there were about 20 to 30 people, but all of them had monstrous strength. Lin Ling recognized many of them. Hiroshin, Titanic Crescent God, Ox Demon Patriarch, Nanwufengyu Treasure God, Black Dragon, Elder Foshin. There was also Lord Ning of the Spirit Nation. Beside him were two unfamiliar faces, and their strength was also very ferocious. As for the others, it was Lin Ling's first time seeing them, but soon, he saw an acquaintance. It was the Dragon God of the Dragon Valley. The person fighting against him was very powerful. From their conversation, Lin Ling knew that this expert was the monarch of the Immortal Spirit Nation, Immortal Unhejman. That is. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils trembled as he saw a mysterious person with a strange body and a smile on his face. Lin Ling had already seen this person before. That was because he was the great god of the Spirit Nation. He never thought that even the great god of the Spirit Nation would come. Lin Ling had also seen the person fighting against him. It was a dirty old man, and he was Taoist Myriad Treasures. Taoist Myriad Treasures had entrusted Lin Ling to find the iron box, but who would have thought that he would also come, that old fox? Lin Ling suddenly had a feeling that Taoist Myriad Treasures already knew the secret of the iron box, but this secret was obviously not what he wanted. That was because the world will host recorded in the iron box was Longyang, the great god of the Spirit Nation, Taoist Myriad Treasures, and the others are all here. This means that the experts here must be dealt with by them personally. Lin Ling did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly observed. Then, he discovered that other than the great god of the Spirit Nation and Taoist Myriad Treasures, there were two other experts fighting. Their strength was also incomparably terrifying. Those should be the experts from the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling stared at the two experts. Only then did he realize that with his strength, it would be difficult for him to interfere in this battle, but since he was already here, Lin Ling did not plan to return empty-handed. The host body of the world's will. They should have come here because of this. But what is strange is why so many people are so curious about the world's will. Logically speaking, the birth of the world's will shouldn't have anything to do with them. Unless they have a way to obtain the host body of the world's will. I guess that's the case. The world will host is a product of the destruction of the world. In the future, it will definitely become the strongest existence of the era. If one obtains the world will host, it will also mean that they will become the strongest existence of the era. Lin Ling kept guessing as he stared at the battle in front of him. The battle became more and more intense. Finally, at a certain moment, an old man unleashed a powerful technique, causing the earth to shake and countless bones to roll out. Among them, a stone tablet slowly emerged. The stone tablet was 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It was shrouded in fog, but one could still vaguely see it. There were blurry words. This stone tablet clearly recorded the world will host. At this moment, all the battles came to an end. All the experts stared at the stone tablet with burning eyes. It's mine. The great god of the Spirit Kingdom was the first to rush over. His speed was incomparably terrifying. As for the world will host, it was obvious that no one knew what it was. Because of this, everyone wanted to know this secret. According to legend, there were a few world will hosts with extraordinary potential. If one could devour and refine them, they would become the world will host and their strength would greatly increase, although after devouring them, one would have to shoulder the world will's destruction mission, every man for himself. As long as one could become powerful enough to create a world, who would care about the destruction of the world? Who would care about the death of others? Great God of the spirit kingdom, you are already the world will host. If you devour this world will host, I'm afraid you will surpass yellow and become a red world will host. At this moment, someone blocked the great God of the spirit kingdom. It was Taoist master of many treasures. That's not necessarily true. Unexpectedly, Taoist Duobao smiled faintly. Then, the two of them started to fight crazily. Neither of them wanted the other to get the steel and find the next host body of the world's will. It's said that the higher the level of the host body of the world's will, the more terrifying its hidden power is. That steel is extraordinary. I'm afraid its level is not low. Even if I can't get the location of the host body, my talent will be greatly enhanced by the power of the clouds on the surface of the steel. The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan was also eyeing the host body of the world's will. Naturally, they had come for the power on the surface of the steel. Snatch it. Then, the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan transformed into a huge black ox and rushed forward. Along the way, he crushed countless bones. Get lost. However, soon, a powerful expert blocked him. This person looked unfamiliar, but he seemed to be a god from the void of Jiuzhou. Fight. The same thing happened in other directions of the steel. The expert's attacks caused countless bones on the ground to explode and rush into the sky. However, no one could get close to the steel, let alone take it away. They are fighting in the abyss of suffering. This is my chance. At this moment, on the distant hill, Lin Ling's eyes were burning. However, he also knew that it would be very difficult to snatch the treasure from the hands of such experts unless he had the speed of 2 million worlds. Damn it! The speed provided by the Quafu Sun chasing boots is too weak. Could it be that I can only watch them snatch the steel? Lin Ling secretly clenched his teeth. He was determined to get the host body of the world's will. After all, he had a feeling that he would have to fight with the host body of the world's will sooner or later. Therefore, it was better for him to take the initiative now. Moreover, he also sensed that the clouds on the surface of the steel seemed to be an extremely rare treasure. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Right, the Empyrean goddess told me to pay attention to the Four Directions prison. There are countless gods and demons in the prison. Maybe someone can help me. With that thought in mind, Lin Ling hurriedly performed a technique. A foundation-laying technique floated out of his body, and he entered it. Drip, 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 the gloomy prison was dripping with water. From the depths of the prison, groans could be heard from time to time. Being in the prison, the pressure was immense. They had to endure the pressure of the ancient gods and devils. Lin Ling, with his hands behind his back, calmly walked past the prison. As he walked, he said, "Who among you knows how to use the Quafu Sunchasur boots? Tell me, and I'll give you a day off." Give me a day off. Sir, please let me out. I don't know. Get lost. All sorts of noises could be heard coming from the surrounding cells. There were the cries of demonic beasts and the cries of foxes. There were all sorts of strange sounds. Lin Ling's face was expressionless as a jade slip appeared in his hand. This jade slip was formed from divine yuan. After that, Lin Ling's gaze swept over it, and he immediately headed deeper into the cave. As a prison officer, he naturally knew the background of every prisoner through investigation, therefore, he didn't ask any more questions after he had investigated the area. He went to search for it on his own. Through the jade slip's introduction, he discovered that there was a descendant of the Quafu clan in the square prison. If he could borrow a drop of this person's blood, he might be able to refine the Quafu Sunchasur boots. After a long time, Lin Ling finally stopped. He turned around and saw that in a cell on the left, countless stones were scattered around. A one-armed old man was carving something with a knife. Dao dragonfish. During the Age of Gods, it ate the heavenly Dao fruit and killed the descendant of a great figure. Therefore, it was sent to the square prison and can never leave. Lin Ling calmly said as he looked at the old man. However, the old man didn't pay any attention to Lin Ling. He was still carving. The things he was carving were all sorts of strange things. There were trees, mountains, cities, and even children. However, after carving, the old man would destroy his work and carve again. This cycle repeated over and over again. Lin Ling even knew that the old man had maintained the posture of carving for millions of years. "I want a drop of your blood." Lin Ling didn't hide his purpose and went straight to the point. The old man remained silent and ignored Lin Ling. "I'll give you a day off," Lin Ling said again. "Let's go, prison master." "I don't know what you're talking about. As for a day off, haha, I'm not interested. I think it's quite good here. It's quiet here with no one to disturb me." The old man finally spoke. His voice was very polite, but there was also a hint of rejection. One had to know that in the square prison, there was no one who didn't want to leave. Who knew that the old man wouldn't care? "It's fine if you don't want a day off, but I need a drop of your blood," Lin Ling said. "What use do you have for my blood? I'm just an old man in the mountains. Even my blood stinks." The old man refused with a smile. "Is there no room for negotiation?" Lin Ling finally frowned. He was really at his wit's end when he encountered such an unconventional person. "Haha, prison master, don't bully me. If you want my blood, then come in and take it yourself. I promise I won't resist." The old man stopped carving and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. On the other hand, Lin Ling remained expressionless. He knew that the old man was laughing at him, looking down on him, and even feeling disdainful towards him. If he, Lin Ling, wasn't a prison officer, the old man probably wouldn't even be bothered to speak a single word to him, because it was obviously impossible to enter the prison and steal the blood. Although Lin Ling had the authority to punish, it was only punishment and not blood. If Lin Ling entered the prison, with his strength, Lin Ling would only end up dead. At least 70% of the God-fiend souls in the square prison were stronger than Lin Ling. There were even some felons who weren't God-fiend souls, but powerful God-fiends from the primordial era. Even Lin Ling didn't dare to approach them. "I'm not very good with words. If I've offended you, prison master, please punish me." At this moment, the old man spoke again. However, Lin Ling didn't make a move. He had a feeling that this old man was a tough nut to crack. Even if he used the prison to deal with him, the latter might not compromise. Lin Ling looked coldly at the old man and planned to leave. From the previous jade slip, Lin Ling knew that there were many god-fiends who could help him refine the Kwafu sun chasing boots. It was just that those god-fiends were stronger and more difficult to deal with. Now, this old man called Dao Longyu had obviously rejected Lin Ling, so Lin Ling didn't want to waste time here. After taking a few steps, Lin Ling suddenly frowned and recalled the scene from before. He remembered that the old man seemed to be carving a girl. Lin Ling formed a seal with both hands and a jade slip appeared in his hand. There was more information about the old man in it. Looking at it quietly, Lin Ling suddenly smiled and turned back. "I want your blood, and I want you to beg me for it." Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and said calmly to the old man. The old man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He could sense that the prison officer wasn't very strong, so it was impossible for him to ask for his blood. It would be impossible for him to do so in his entire life. However, who knew that the prison officer was young and ignorant and had the nerve to say that he would beg for it himself? Who would be so stupid as to beg for their blood? The old man couldn't be bothered to say more and continued to carve his stone sculpture. "Your granddaughter, Dao Plain Maiden, will face her tribulation in 10 days. She won't be able to survive this tribulation. Tomorrow is also the wedding day of your 632th generation descendant," Lin Ling said suddenly. "Dao Plain Maiden." The old man, who had been nonchalant, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The stone sculpture in his hand cracked completely because of his absent-mindedness. "Plain Maiden is still alive. Is she still alive?" The old man rushed to the cell and looked at Lin Ling anxiously through the bars of the cell. "She's still alive. She survived the twilight of the gods and has been living in seclusion in the southeast corner of the broken realm of the gods. She's one of the rare survivors from the age of the gods." Lin Ling looked down at the old man and said, Good, good, good. It's good that she's still alive." The old man's eyes became hazy with tears and his body trembled with excitement. Lin Ling looked at him expressionlessly because he had seen the old man carving a stone sculpture. The sculpture was of a girl. He then checked the information in the jade slip and found out that the old man had a granddaughter before he was sent to prison. This granddaughter was called Dao Plain Maiden, and she was the old man's most beloved granddaughter. However, her time is up. She has about 10 days left. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. Sigh, Plain Maiden hasn't become a mid-level deity after all. Hearing that, the old man was a little absent-minded and thought of that naive child. He had spent countless years in the square prison and had come to terms with everything. If there was anyone he couldn't let go of, it would be his granddaughter. Fortunately, you didn't end your line. At least you have countless descendants. Tomorrow will be a joyous day for your descendants. Lin Ling said again. What are you trying to say by suddenly telling me all this? The old man suddenly raised his head. However, after meeting Lin Ling's eyes, he discovered that Lin Ling was still expressionless and dignified. He didn't even deign to say another word. Don't tell me you want to let me go? That's impossible. How can someone leave this prison so easily? The old man frowned, and then his expression changed drastically. No, you're a prison officer. You have such authority. Suddenly, he became excited and looked expectantly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still looking down at him. Although I have this right, it doesn't mean that I will let you go. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. With that, Lin Ling turned around and left. The old man instantly became anxious and shouted, Wait, I promised to give you a drop of blood. Give me a few days off and let me accompany my granddaughter in her final days. However, Lin Ling didn't stop and continued walking forward. I can give you 10 drops of blood essence. I can sense the aura of my clan on you. You want to use my blood to refine a treasure, right? I can help you refine that treasure. I beg you, please accept my 10 drops of blood. Seeing Lin Ling walking further and further away, the old man was completely flustered. He knew very well that once Lin Ling left, he would be left in a cold and merciless prison. He would never see his granddaughter again. Now, he only wanted to see his granddaughter. Even if he could see her from afar, he would be satisfied. Thump, he knelt down and kept kowtowing. Give me 10 drops of blood and help me refine the Kwafu Sun chasing boots. If you can do it, I will give you enough time off to see your descendants off. At this time, Lin Ling appeared in front of the old man again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The old man kept kowtowing with tears in his eyes. He finally understood what Lin Ling meant. Because he really did beg Lin Ling to accept his blood. I will give you 1 hour. If you can't refine the Kwafu Sun chasing boots, your leave will be cancelled. Lin Ling left a pair of Kwafu Sun chasing boots behind and strode away. Half an hour. The old man muttered to himself. Then, he didn't dare to waste any more time and quickly started refining. After Lin Ling left the prison, he appeared on the hill again and witnessed the earth-shattering battle in the distance. Fortunately, although the battle was terrifying, no one had obtained the stone tablet. All the gods were restraining each other. I hope I can hold on for 1 hour. Lin Ling thought to himself and then waited quietly. After a long time, 1 hour passed and Lin Ling returned to the prison. At this time, the old man personally handed over the Kwafu Sun chasing boots. Although he knew that this pair of boots was left behind by their ancestor and he should take it back, he knew that Chu Feng was a prisoner. Now that he was a prisoner, even if he could obtain the boots, what use would it be? Therefore, he wholeheartedly helped Lin Ling to refine the boots and gave Lin Ling 10 drops of blood essence. These 10 drops of blood essence would allow Lin Ling to use the Kwafu Sun chasing boots 10 times and increase his speed by 2 million world speed. In addition to Lin Ling's own speed, he would have a speed of 2,500,000 world speed. Moreover, if 2 drops of blood essence were to be used at the same time, his speed would reach 4 million world speed. Alright, your leave is up. Come back in 10 days. Lin Ling was overjoyed and at the same time, he gave the old man a long leave. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. However, the old man was even more excited than Lin Ling. Then, under the envious gazes of the surrounding prisoners, he strode out of the prison cell. My lord, my lord. The other prisoners also shouted at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not care about them. After leaving the prison, he appeared on the hill. His feet were also wearing the Kwafu Sun chasing boots, waiting for the critical moment to arrive. Rumble, pop. Pop, pop. Pop. The battle ahead was getting more and more intense. During this time, there were several instances of the stone tablets changing owners. However, just as the powerful gods touched the stone tablets, they were all interrupted by others, resulting in the stone tablets lying on the endless white bones. As for Lin Ling, he watched quietly. Finally, his eyes lit up at a certain point. Now is the time. Lin Ling dripped 3 drops of blood on the boots. Then, the boots lit up and complex runes appeared. At the same time, a mysterious force flowed through the boots and into Lin Ling's legs, reaching his entire body. With a step, Lin Ling found that he seemed to have crossed through time and space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the stone tablets. This shocked him. "The stone tablets are mine," Lin Ling shouted in his heart. He hurriedly lifted the stone tablets and sprinted into the distance. The 3 drops of blood increased his speed by 6 million world speed. In addition to Lin Ling's own speed, it was 6,600,000 world speed. Lin Ling held the stone tablet and rushed forward. Then, with a slap of his right hand, a golden gourd appeared. This gourd was obtained by Lin Ling from killing others. It was suitable for storing things. Staring at the huge stone tablet in his hand, Lin Ling used his divine energy and tried to absorb the mist on the stone tablet. This mist seemed to be an extremely rare treasure. Gulyalu, under the guidance of the divine energy, the mist seemed to be sucked in, turning into a vortex and entering the gourd. "It's effective." Lin Ling was overjoyed. Then, he held the stone tablet and rushed forward. Looking from afar, there were flaming footprints in the sky. However, one couldn't see the person clearly because the speed was too fast. In the end, only a beautiful trail of flames was left in the sky. Walala, Lin Ling's speed was so fast that when he flew past, it formed a violent shockwave that uprooted many ancient tombs on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had already rushed to an unknown place. However, that ferocious speed was also constantly decreasing. At this moment, on the other side, that earth-shattering battle was still going on. The momentum was vast and mighty. From time to time, lightning would soar into the sky and illuminate the entire ground. These gods were crazily displaying their might on this piece of land, forming tsunamis, tornadoes, and thunderstorms that swept across the entire land. Every corner of the land was covered. "Not good." Suddenly, an old man exclaimed. That voice was so loud that it was like thunder. From this, it could be seen that he was truly shocked. "The stone tablet is gone." When his next sentence floated out, time seemed to have stopped. All the battles stopped. Everyone looked at the land of withered bones, and when they saw that it was completely empty, they were all dumbfounded, because the host body of the world's will had actually disappeared. "Who is it?" An angry roar rang out like the wrath of the heavens. They were fighting in an abyss of suffering, and someone actually stole the stone tablet right under their noses. Waves of anger and panic rose in the hearts of the gods. They looked at each other, as if they all thought that the other party had stolen the stone tablet. "It can't be us." We were all paying attention to each other. If someone had taken the stone tablet, with our strength, how could we not notice it? That's right, no tricks can escape our eyes. Unless someone explodes with terrifying speed and steals the steel when we're distracted. Voices rang out one after another. The great god of Spirit Nation, Taoist of many treasures, and Kirishin all had grave and ugly expressions on their faces. He felt as if he had been toyed with. However, since he dared to toy with the deities, one had to admit that this person was quite capable. Furthermore, he was quite courageous. "Look, there are footprints." Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and said. In the distant sky, there were flaming footprints that extended all the way to the horizon. As expected, someone stole the steel while we were fighting. And from the looks of it, it seems like it happened half an incense stick's worth of time ago. However, this person's speed is terrifying. No matter who it is, we must catch him. The deities' expressions were cold and indifferent as they chased after the blazing footprints. An incense stick's worth of time ago was already enough for the gods to accomplish many things. However, they believed that they were strong enough, so they were confident that they could catch up to the steel thief. Rumble. The deities spread out and used their own methods in an attempt to take back the steel. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be leaping through time. However, he also noticed that the speed brought to him by the Kwafu Sun chasing boots was gradually Decreasing, this also made Lin Ling sigh softly. Although the Quafu sun chasing boots had been refined, he still couldn't control it. As the saying goes, where sincerity reaches, even metal and stone will split. Unless Lin Ling could move the Quafu sun chasing boots with sincerity. Oh no, they've discovered me. Soon, Lin Ling also noticed the changes behind him. This was because he had secretly left many evil ghost jellyfish along the way. Now, those evil ghost jellyfish had discovered him. I didn't expect so many deities to be chasing after me. Lin Ling smiled. Although he knew that trouble was coming, for some reason, he actually felt a sense of excitement. What's the host of this world will? Then, Lin Ling stared at the steel, intending to memorize the engravings on the steel and then throw it down. The engravings on the steel were very mysterious. Lin Ling had clearly memorized them, but when he turned around, he forgot everything that he had seen before. Damn it, it's this kind of trick again. Lin Ling knew that the steel had been sealed by someone with great magic power. Since I can't throw the steel down, I'll have to avoid the pursuit of these deities first. Lin Ling used 2 drops of blood again and then rushed forward with all his strength. Time passed quietly just like that. Lin Ling rushed forward at a terrifying speed. He didn't know where he was now, however, the deities behind him seemed to have disappeared. It's you. However, just when Lin Ling was rejoicing, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, a man with an awe-inspiring evil aura blocked his way. This person was tall and slender. His long hair was spread out, and his body was almost transparent. However, one could see that there was a mysterious power flowing within his body. His face was even more strange. One could not see his face, only a smiling face. It was the spirit nation's great deity. Lin Ling, it's really you. Although the spirit nation's great deity did not have any facial features, he quietly looked at Lin Ling. Any deity would feel their scalp tingle when they were looked at by him. If Lin Ling's strength had not increased greatly, he would definitely be affected. Lin Ling cursed in his heart. Then, he smiled faintly and said, as expected of the spirit nation's great deity. Even with my speed, I couldn't escape from your control. Lin Ling, last time in Spirit Light City, you ruined my descent. Then, in the Spirit Nation's island, you caused havoc there. At that time, I knew that one day in the future, I would meet you face to face. But what surprised me was that this day came so early. The Spirit Nation's great deity said, however, I see that you're a talent, so I'll give you a chance. Join the Spirit Nation and I'll spare your life. Hee, when I was so weak, I didn't even plan to join. Now, do you think it's possible? Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Seeing the Spirit Nation's great deity again, he no longer felt the same pressure as before. This also showed how much his strength had increased over the years. I know, so I'm just asking. Because, if you refuse, I'll kill you. You won't have the chance to regret it. The Spirit Nation's great deity nodded and spoke again. His eyes were fixed on the stone tablet in Lin Ling's hand. Leave the stone tablet to me. He stretched out his hand and a terrifying force of the god steps gushed out. Although Lin Ling could not tell what the god steps were, he could feel that the power of the god steps was more terrifying than his steps of wisdom. As expected of the Spirit Nation's great deity. So strong. Lin Ling was shocked. If you can get it, I'll give it to you. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's other hand, and he slashed out fiercely. The blood sea instantly surged. A third-stage talent fusion sword was so terrifying. I heard that after entering the Zhi'er Ox cave, your strength greatly increased, Lin Ling. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed extraordinary. Your strength is on par with the 4 great gods. The great god of Spirit Nation exuded a dignified aura. Obviously, he was also very surprised. Absolute strength. However, this made him even more determined to kill Lin Ling. The Dominator stage of slaughter, coupled with divine power and physical strength, although it's very strong, it's still not enough for me to pay attention to. However, what surprises me is how did you cultivate, Lin Ling? How did you reach the mid-god level with both your talents? Moreover, you can actually fuse them. However, after killing you, I'll know everything. He stretched out his hand, and the god stage of slaughter was very domineering. It turned into a whirlpool and swallowed Lin Ling's blood sea sword. Pop. Pop, pop. Between the two, the void was constantly shattering. The entire earth and sky were shaking at the same time. A destructive force rushed toward Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, too strong. This god stage of slaughter was too domineering. Then, Lin Ling sensed a whirlwind wrapping around him. Stage of wisdom. At such a crucial moment, Lin Ling no longer hid his methods. The stage of wisdom was sealed. Splash, the two god stage of slaughter collided, and the sound of turbulent waves came out. Then, the spiral wind that enveloped Lin Ling seemed to weaken a little. No, it should be the speed that slowed down a little. I can't seal it. Lin Ling was shocked. He didn't expect that he could only slow down the force and not seal it. I didn't expect you to be hiding the soul-type god stairway. According to legend, the soul-type god stairway is the hardest to cultivate. It has the power to seal all things. Unfortunately, your soul-type god stairway is only at the grand beginning and eternal level, while mine is at the grand beginning and eternal level. But even so, you have surprised me once again. I have a new understanding of your potential. This height is very terrifying. It's a pity that if it were other things, I can give in to you. But the will of the world will absolutely not allow that. You will never know this water. How deep is it? The great god of Spirit Nation said in a low voice. How deep is it? Lin Ling sneered and shouted, do you think you're still the same as before? Do you think the Spirit Nation is the strongest? What do you think the Chaos Realm is? What do you think White Mountain is? What do you think Burning Heart is? Don't think that I don't know anything. His words caused the great god of Spirit Nation to shudder and fall silent. I didn't expect you to know so much. But, go to hell. After that, the great god of Spirit Nation seemed to be enraged and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Sky-splitting slash. At the critical moment, Lin Ling could only erupt with the powerful Pangu strike, rumble. As the strike landed, it was as if the heavens and the earth were split apart. The absolute power unleashed by the great god of the Spirit Nation was also split into two. Then, it disappeared into time and space as if it had disappeared forever. Sure enough, you've obtained the Pangu strike. Moreover, you've succeeded in cultivating it. Go to hell. The great god of Spirit Nation was enraged. His body disappeared on the spot and appeared in front of Lin Ling in an instant, grabbing out with his palm. His speed was too fast. Even if Lin Ling had the Quafu Sun chasing boots, he still couldn't react in time. Bang, Lin Ling's neck was gripped, the two of them floated in the sky. The great god of Spirit Nation looked coldly at Lin Ling, causing the atmosphere to be very oppressive. The great god of Spirit Nation seemed to be hesitating about something, but soon, he made up his mind. He clenched his fist and wanted to end Lin Ling's life. Bang, however, at this moment, a palm suddenly grabbed the great god of Spirit Nation's wrist. Then, a mysterious person in a thunder cloak stood between the two of them. Rumble. After this person appeared, dark clouds, lightning, and thunder covered the entire sky. It was as if this person was the thunder of the great Tao of the void. The entire ground was bombarded by lightning from time to time. The 100-feet-thick thunder also wreaked havoc in the firmament, the void, and the ground. Terrifying. You can't kill him. Amidst the earth-shaking thunder, an old voice floated out. Although it was quickly drowned out by the thunder, the voice was incomparably clear and ear-piercing. What a terrifying power of thunder! Although Lin Ling couldn't see this person clearly, his heart was pounding. Among the people he knew, it seemed that only Grand Wizard Cheng Liang had such power of thunder. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that this person wasn't Grand Wizard Cheng Liang. If this person doesn't die, he will definitely be our great enemy in the future. The great god of Spirit Nation said indifferently. He seemed to be familiar with this person. Perhaps. However, with his various miracles, he might be with us. The mysterious person in the thunder cloak said. I've thought about this before. However, if my guess is wrong, with this person's potential, if we allow him to grow, I'm afraid we won't be able to suppress him in the future. Therefore, I'm not willing to take this risk. Moreover, even if he's with us, who can guarantee that he'll join us in the future, his camp? The great god of Spirit Nation said coldly. Listening to their conversation, Lin Ling's heart was pounding again. This was because the great god of Spirit Nation had guessed that he was with them. Did this mean that Lin Ling was also a host body of the world will? Although the great god of Spirit Nation wasn't sure, this guess still shocked Lin Ling. No matter what, you can't kill him. As if knowing that it would be difficult to convince the great god of Spirit Nation, the person didn't waste any more words and only stood firm on his position. Noticing this, the great god of Spirit Nation fell silent and seemed to be hesitating. In the sky, the three of them stood there quietly. From their bodies, terrifying power bloomed and wreaked havoc in the entire sky. No matter how one looked at it, the three of them were top-notch existences in the void of the 9 states. Alright, I'll give you face. Finally, the great god of Spirit Nation let go of Lin Ling's neck. However, he also reminded, whether this kid has the same origin as us or not, in the future, he will definitely stand on the opposite side of us. At that time, I'm afraid we won't be able to shake him. These are all just guesses. The mysterious person in the thunder cloak replied calmly. The great god of Spirit Nation nodded and looked at Lin Ling, saying, "Hand over the stone tablet." Then, without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, a powerful force erupted and snatched the stone tablet from Lin Ling's hands. "Fine, I'll give it to you. However, I reckon that you won't be able to see this stone tablet. The 7th world will host body has finally appeared. I'm really looking forward to seeing who this person is. It's said that the last 3 world will hosts are existences that surpass the ancient era. They are even more ancient. If they are reincarnated, I will definitely devour them." The Spirit Nation great god looked at the stone tablet in front of him and suddenly became excited. Even Lin Ling looked at the Spirit Nation great god indifferently because he was also very curious about who the last 3 world will hosts were. After all, everyone knew how terrifying a world will host was. Among the 10 world will hosts, there would definitely be one that would dominate the entire era. What? Even I can't remember the world language. However, just as the great god of the Spirit Kingdom wanted to memorize the runic words, he failed as well. It was as if the 7th world will host was a taboo of heaven and earth. I don't believe it. However, the great god of the Spirit Kingdom intended to decipher these runes on the spot. He began to recite some ancient words in his mind. There were many of them, so Lin Ling and the Thunder Cloak Man were quietly listening. White Mountain, Burning Heart, Dang Xian. However, after the Spirit Nation great god read out the 3 names, a terrifying power suddenly brewed in the sky. Then, a palm ruthlessly slammed down, boom, before the palm landed, heaven and earth shook. Even the Spirit Nation great god was suppressed to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. He then looked at Lin Ling, who was already injured, and now, he was even more injured. However, Lin Ling couldn't care less. He stared at the slowly descending palm in the sky. Although the speed of the palm was slow, it carried the majesty of heaven's will. It's the power that killed the sacred ancestor. Lin Ling's heart trembled violently. Rumble. At the same time, the stone tablet that recorded the world will host was smashed into powder by the palm. Then, a powerful force flooded out and slammed Lin Ling and the other 2 into the ground. Rumble. The terrifying aftershock didn't end there. It covered the heavens and the earth and obliterated everything. At this moment, no matter if it was the sky, the earth, or even space, they were all completely obliterated by the energy of the Grand Tao laws. After a long time, a huge palm print was engraved on the shattered ground. The palm print was so big that it seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. If a person stood in the palm print on the ground, they would not be able to sense where they were. Only when one was at the highest point in the sky would they be able to see the palm print on the ground. Dao Palm. Moreover, within the huge palm, a large number of rock valleys appeared and were carved into ancient characters. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. What happened? What a terrifying power! Many gods were floating in the distance from the palm, and when they saw the scene before them, their expressions were extremely grave. Even though the destructive power was weakening, it still gave them a huge sense of pressure. This made them realize that a powerful god had interfered in this matter. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. This meant that the 7th world was a host body. This matter was extremely important, so it couldn't be leaked. Why? And in the middle of that gigantic palm, the great god of Spirit Nation stood there silently, constantly letting out roars of indignation. He was even more aware that someone was not letting him know about the 7th world will's host body. This also meant that the world will's host body wasn't simple at all. Did they interfere in this matter? Suddenly, the great god of Spirit Nation looked at the sky. His gaze seemed to pass through the endless void and landed on the chaos realm. Obviously, he also knew that the strongest existence in the host body of the world was actually in the chaos realm, sealed by countless ancient gods. It was also because of this that those ancient gods could not interfere in the matters of the void of the 9 continents and the broken god world, but now, the chaos realm had interfered, which meant that something big must have happened in the chaos realm. Rumble. The buzzing echoes continued to float in the distance. Rumble. On the ground, the soil tumbled, and then a wretched figure slowly crawled out. It was Lin Ling. What a powerful move, it's the power that killed the sacred ancestor. Lin Ling also looked at the sky. But unlike the great god of Spirit Nation, he felt that the one who had attacked wasn't anyone, but the 7th World Will's host body, and this person was from the Chaos Realm. The reason why Lin Ling had such a guess was that the great god of Spirit Nation had mentioned Bai Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian. If he remembered correctly, the sacred ancestor was from Bai Shan, and the person who had killed him not long ago was from Burning Heart. These people were obviously against the ancient gods of the Chaos Realm. After all, the ancient gods were helping Lin Ling, but these people wanted to harm him. Therefore, Bai Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian were most likely the 7th World Will's host body. But this World Will's host body didn't want others to know this secret, so it had sealed everything. This person must be an extremely famous figure among the ancient gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sealed the secret. Duan Nan, who came to capture me, had the power of the Buddha god in his lamp. Could it be that the 7th World Will's host body is related to Buddha? And a very famous existence among the Buddha gods? In Chinese mythology, there are many famous Buddha gods such as Guanyin, Tathagata, and even the victorious fighting Buddha. I just don't know who the 7th World Will's host body is. Lin Ling secretly guessed. Of course, this was only his guess. I didn't expect to be injured so badly this time. Then, Lin Ling checked his body and found that a domineering force was torturing his whole body. It was the absolute power left by the great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling took out the Jade Cicada True Liquid and dripped a few drops. Then, he suddenly looked into the distance and saw a figure slowly walking over from the ground that had been destroyed. Every step he took caused thunder and lightning to fall, lighting up the sky. Lin Ling's face turned pale. Lin Ling quietly clenched his fist. In the midst of the thunder and lightning, he, who had always been calm, finally lost his composure. This was because he had finally guessed the identity of this mysterious person. After all, there were only 2 gods that he knew of who had the power of thunder and lightning. One of them was the ancestral witch, Chong Liang, and the other one. Lord Lei Gong, you're still alive. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked up at the figure that kept walking over. However, his voice was trembling, indicating that he was not calm at all. Hee hee. A bitter laugh suddenly sounded. The mysterious person in the distance took off his hat and revealed an old face, and he was the Lei Gong from the Great Hall of Lei Gong. I've always been curious about who would save me from the great god of Spirit Nation. Now, all these doubts are explained. It must be the great god of Spirit Nation who resurrected you. Lin Ling pondered and guessed. The great god of Spirit Nation had the ability to resurrect others. Therefore, Lei Gong's resurrection was most likely related to him. Lin Ling, nothing can escape from your fiery eyes of truth. Lei Gong came before Lin Ling and smiled with relief. This was because the last time they'd met Lin Ling, even though Lin Ling had been strong, he hadn't been strong enough to face the gods. Now, however, Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, and he already possessed the strength to not fear the gods, especially when he was fighting with the great god of Spirit Nation. Lei Gong clearly sensed the great god's fear of Lin Ling. Lei Gong, are you still Lei Gong? Lin Ling smiled helplessly and said. He could feel that there was a mysterious power in the Thunder God's body. This power might have come from the Spirit Nation, or it might have come from the Thunder God himself. After all, he was one of the hosts of the Will of the World. Sigh, it's a long story. Lei Gong seemed to have something hard to say and shook his head. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had wanted to persuade Lei Gong to return, but now he did not think so. This was because he had a feeling that Lei Gong had his own choice, his own decision. No matter what Lei Gong chose in the end, even if it was the world will, in Lin Ling's heart, Lei Gong was still Lei Gong. Taking a step back, based on how Lei Gong had risked his life to save him, Lin Ling knew that Lei Gong had not changed. Come. Lei Gong led Lin Ling forward. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. Their previous relationship was that of superior and subordinate, friends, and even more like master and disciple. The two of them continued to talk. After a long time, Lei Gong stopped and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. Seeing you grow, I'm completely relieved. With Lei Gong Hall in your hands, I believe it will not decline. Lord Lei Gong, are you really not coming back? If Saint Guy knows that you're back, he will be extremely happy. Lin Ling finally persuaded. What's the use of coming back? I'm no longer Lei Gong, but the host of the world will. This is something that the entire 9 regions knows. Lei Gong let out a long sigh. He felt that fate was playing tricks on him. He had spent his entire life fighting against the will of the world, but in the end, he had become the host of the will of the world. So what if they know? Why care about other people's opinions? Lin Ling persuaded again. As long as Lord Lei Gong comes back, I will still be under Lord Lei Gong, and Lei Gong will still be Lei Gong. After living for so long, I don't care about other people's opinions. Therefore, I don't care about other people's opinions. It's just that I can't get over myself. Lei Gong said. Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped persuading him. He suddenly had a feeling that perhaps the reason why Lord Lei Gong did not come back was that he was using another method to fight against the world will. Lin Ling, with the appearance of more hosts of the world will, the 9 regions void is no longer safe. You've seen it before. The host of the world will is related to the chaos realm, so you have to protect yourself. I have a feeling that the 9 regions void will welcome more god masters soon. Also, you have to be careful of the immortal spirit nation, the 10 orthodoxies, and the Eucontinent divine ruler. Although these 3 divine gates are not comparable to the spirit nation, they are not to be underestimated. They are the forces left behind by the god realm. Now, for the host of the world will, they have also surfaced. Sigh, although the world will host carries the mission of destroying the world, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. At some point in time, if you can kill the world will host and take everything from it, you can also become one of the strongest existences of the era. This is a shortcut, and for this shortcut, the gods will not care about the heavens. Everyone. Lei Gong sighed. Lin Ling nodded. Previously, the gods were fighting for the stone tablet not to find the next host of the world will and kill it, but to gain benefits from the host of the world will, every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. This was a principle that would never change. Also, you have a grudge against Luli Empress. However, she is not dead, or rather, she is already dead. The current her is the real her. At this time, Lei Gong said again, and his words shocked Lin Ling, Luli Empress was not dead, damn it, he should have known that the spirit nation had the ability to revive her. However, it could be said that Luli Empress was already dead. The one who survived was no longer Luli Empress, but another expert created by the spirit nation. No matter what, if I have the chance to meet her, I will end her. Lin Ling took a deep breath and said. That's good. This is a grudge between you and her. Although she has been revived, perhaps this was not her intention. She did not want to be revived, but the spirit nation did not have a choice. So when we meet again, you should help her on her last journey. Lei Gong nodded and looked deeply at Lin Ling. He then smiled and said, all right, I should go back. Lin Ling, to be able to see that you have completely grown up, I am completely relieved. Goodbye. Lei Gong, we will meet again. Seeing Lei Gong leave, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Lei Gong did not say that he hoped that the next time they met, they would not be opponents. This meant that Lei Gong was not helping the spirit nation, but had his own plans. After Lei Gong left, Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He then stomped his foot and sank into the ground, sitting cross-legged. A golden gourd appeared in his palm. He gently opened it and a dragon-like mist spread out. This was the mist that he had obtained from the stone tablet. Lin Ling sensed that this mist was very mysterious and had unprecedented power. Most importantly, even with the golden gourd sealing it, the mist was quietly dissipating. So Lin Ling had to seize the time to refine it. After sitting cross-legged, Lin Ling circulated the chaos divine formula and the mist surrounded his body, Then, the mist flowed into his body and sprinkled in his 7 dantians like golden rays of light. It can't increase divine energy. It can increase soul power and the divine embryo's talent. Lin Ling sensed it and was overjoyed. Currently, there were many treasures that could increase divine energy, but there were very few that could increase the divine embryo's talent. One must know that the last time he was able to increase his chaotic body in the ancient tomb was because he had encountered the chaotic world. Not only could the mist increase the divine embryo's talent, it could also increase soul power. Treasures that could increase one's soul force were even rarer. Use it to increase soul power, and use the remaining mist to increase the divine embryo's talent. Lin Ling instantly made up his mind. After the battle with the great god of the spirit nation, he knew that his rank of wisdom was still too weak. If he could improve it, he would not have been so passive the last time. Lin Ling suddenly felt his entire body relax, an incomparably comfortable feeling. His soul seemed to have been sublimated. Moreover, he discovered that this dense energy was extremely ancient, as if it had existed since ancient times. As it continued to increase Lin Ling's soul force, there were no side effects. As his soul force continued to increase, Lin Ling also felt a mysterious melody enter his mind. It was as if he could hear the sound of all things, and even the breathing of the shattered divine world. Soul force, in fact, it was also a type of willpower. All things in the world had their own willpower. Some had strong willpower, while others had weak willpower. Without a doubt, those with strong willpower had tough souls. However, if their souls also had strong willpower, then their soul force would be incomparably powerful. Unfortunately, even if some martial fanatics had formidable soul energy, it was only the strength of their body and heart of the martial Tao that was formidable, and it wasn't the strength of their soul energy that was formidable. So, even though they possessed formidable soul energy, they were unable to strengthen their soul energy. Since ancient times, all things have their own willpower. Little grass has its own willpower. Their firm growth, regardless of the wind and rain, is only for the sake of survival and growth. This is their willpower. However, this willpower is still very weak in front of the gods. However, when the will of all things converges, the strength of this will cannot be underestimated. Countless thoughts appeared in Lin Ling's mind. It was as if he had seen the inheritance of a will. As for his soul force, it continued to increase, gradually reaching the 150,000 step mark. In the end, this mushroom-like growth completely slowed down. Not long ago, the great god of spirit nation said that my step of wisdom was at the very beginning, the beginning of everything. But now, I have a feeling that my step of wisdom has already surpassed the beginning stage. Just a little bit more and my step of wisdom will reach the immemorial stage. Lin Ling was inwardly pleasantly surprised. Although he had 7 divine embryos, he had a feeling that the most invincible was still the step of wisdom. This was because the step of wisdom could ignore the grade of the divine embryos and forcefully seal the opponent. On the other hand, the divine embryos did not have this ability. However, the divine embryos were the foundation of a martial artist's strength. Only by having a strong divine embryo could one go further. The world of gods was filled with endless mysteries. It was different from a martial artist that wasn't at the level of a god. This was because a martial artist that wasn't at the level of a god could develop in various fields. For instance, if one's talent was ordinary, then they could cultivate their martial arts will. However, that wasn't the case for the cultivation of a deity. Every major domain was indispensable. Otherwise, one would be stuck in a bottleneck, unable to make a breakthrough even after 1,000,000 years. To put it bluntly, this was also a matter of foundation. If one wanted to increase their cultivation level, then they had to accumulate enough foundation. This time, my soul force has actually reached 150,000 steps. This dense air is truly mystical. It's a pity that it's too little. I'll leave the remaining dense air for my talent. However, there isn't much dense air left. What talent should I use it for? Lin Ling fell into deep thought. Right now, his chaotic body and wraith jellyfish were both mid-level gods, and they had almost reached their limits. Which of the remaining 5 divine embryos should he upgrade? This was a headache for him. I'll upgrade the Vajra Bodhi then. This talent and the Bodhi testimony divine art complement each other. If I can upgrade my talent, the benefits will definitely be great. Lin Ling finally came to a decision. He controlled the remaining dense air and poured it all into the Vajra Bodhi's dantian. At the same time, he constantly visualized the Bodhi testimony divine art. Right now, his Bodhi testimony divine art had already reached the 4th stage. He was only a step away from the 5th stage. Purple Bodhi's Vairocana, boundless Tathagata aura of the 4 directions. However, after his soul force had greatly increased this time, Lin Ling's cultivation of the Bodhi testimony divine art had clearly sped up. An old voice resounded in his mind, Purple Bodhi, this was also the last Bodhi. When this purple Bodhi appeared, the other Bodhis also silently flickered, Red Bodhi's heavenly sovereign Shu, 6 paths of myriad movement wind and cloud, Yellow Bodhi's 1,000 hands Guanyin, Guanyin's 1,000 hands shake the universe, Blue Bodhi's Sun Sea Dragon King, Divine Dragon Claws slay demons, Black Bodhi's Wrath King, Thunder Wrath shatters the void, Purple Bodhi's Mahavairakana, boundless Tathagata aura of the 4 directions. A majestic and sacred aura, like that of a Mahavira's hall, quietly emanated from Lin Ling's body. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a Vajra. The 5-colored Bodhi's body bloomed, and the 5-colored Bodhi started to flow out of his body and slowly swim into one of his dantians. Then, it formed a seed in his dantian. A Bodhi seed. At this moment, Lin Ling's physical strength, which was originally 2 million worlds, suddenly increased to 500,000 worlds. His power of divinity also increased by 10,000 streaks, and his foundation was 20,000 streaks. As for his speed, it had increased by 100,000 worlds, reaching 600,000 worlds. If his talents were combined, he could reach 700,000 worlds. After the upgrade of the Bodhividra's talent, the help it brought was actually in every field. It was extremely rare. Whoosh, after an unknown period of time, Lin Ling exhaled a mouthful of air. His eyes opened, and they were like an angry Vajra. His body trembled slightly, and the entire ground shook. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. My strength has increased by 20%. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. A god's breakthrough depends on accumulation and foundation. Now, I've accumulated quite a lot. Then, he stood up and wanted to return to the small valley. However, just as he moved, he sensed a few figures walking slowly on the ground. Most importantly, he knew all of them. I didn't expect to meet her. However, her strength has increased by a lot. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He took a step and shot towards the ground. At this moment, several figures were walking slowly on the ground. Their auras were like thunder, and their every move was filled with the domineering aura of a god. This was especially true for the burly man in the lead. He was like a demon king, and the air he breathed out could form tornadoes. Longyang, it's great to see you again. On the other hand, a blue-haired man grinned as he followed a woman behind the burly man. Based on his practically flattering appearance, it was obvious that the blue-haired man was pursuing the woman. However, the woman was very cold to him. Even though she didn't ask the man to fuck off, anyone could discern that she was clearly very impatient with the blue-haired man. Actually, even the robust man had noticed this, but there was nothing he could do, because he'd noticed that the woman's background wasn't small, and her current strength wasn't weak at all. Even though she couldn't compare to him, she'd at least surpassed his precious son. A good man that could support the heavens and the earth couldn't even compare to a woman. Actually, it was a great humiliation. Therefore, he allowed his son to flatter him as much as he wanted. It was a pity that they couldn't tell the girl's true strength. However, the girl knew very well that she wouldn't be of much help to the young clan leader now. Ever since she went to that place, she was no longer the same person she used to be. She was even looking forward to meeting her enemy and displaying her true strength in front of him. She wanted him to know what level she had reached. Is that so? Then I'll have to thank your young master. The girl smiled and said insincerely. Clearly, she was just being polite. However, the demons were slow to react and thought that the girl was very reliant on the young clan leader. Generally speaking, if a girl was reliant on a guy, it would be a great opportunity for the guy. Unfortunately, only the blue-haired man knew that Longyang was just being polite. Miss Long, didn't you want to catch that Lei Gong? Hee, with the young clan leader's current strength, that Lei Gong can only kneel and kowtow when he sees the young clan leader. Suddenly, a demon with a snake head said with a smile. Is that so? Could it be that the current Lei Gong is no match for the young clan leader? Hearing the two words Lei Gong, the girl's lazy expression suddenly turned serious. She seemed to want to know the answer. this. The blue-haired man was a little embarrassed because he knew that the current Lei Gong was even stronger than him. Of course, in order not to embarrass himself in front of his sweetheart, he patted his chest and said, "Of course, I can defeat a mere Lei Gong in less than 3 moves." "Really?" Hearing this, the girl seemed to be a little excited. If that Lei Gong Lin Ling was even weaker than the young clan leader, then that meant that Lin Ling was no longer her match. This also meant that the battle between her and Lin Ling could finally end. Thinking of this, the girl revealed a beautiful smile. She couldn't wait to see that annoying guy. "It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask my father." The blue-haired man was afraid that the girl wouldn't believe him and quickly asked his father to testify. His father was also a little embarrassed. With Lin Ling's strength, let alone his son, even he might not be able to defeat him. However, the current Lin Ling was nowhere to be found, so who cares about him? Of course. How can a mere Lei Gong be a match for my son? Moreover, I've already seen that Lei Gong. His strength has indeed not increased by much. Thinking of this, the burly man also let out a deep voice. Great! Hearing this, the woman no longer had any doubts. Right now, what she wanted the most was to see Lin Ling immediately and defeat him, and she was Longyang. Hehe, Longyang, don't worry. I'm here. If that Lei Gong dares to appear, I'll definitely beat him up. Seeing Longyang so happy, the blue-haired man was also excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was naturally the young patriarch. Really? However, at this moment, a figure mysteriously appeared and blocked in front of them. His appearance was without warning, like a god descending to the mortal world. Even the burly man only noticed after the fact. Lin Ling. Staring at the man's appearance, Longyang's body trembled, then she laughed excitedly, looking at the blue-haired man. His face was a little pale. He never thought that he would meet the person he wanted to brag about. The burly man was also surprised. The corner of his eyes kept twitching, and he was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. Lin Ling, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to appear here. However, you just crawled out from the ground. Don't tell me you've been hiding underground all this time. Suddenly, Longyang laughed sinisterly. Her laughter was filled with endless sarcasm. You have a problem with that. Lin Ling also laughed. Naturally, he could see that Longyang's strength had increased. If it was in the past, he would be surprised. However, ever since he found out that Longyang was also a host body of the world's will, he was used to it. No wonder Longyang could become the #1 genius after him. It turned out that Longyang's origin was not simple. Lin Ling's evaluation of Longyang had always been very high, because Longyang was also the genius who was the closest to him among the countless geniuses that Lin Ling had defeated. Moreover, she was still a genius who had not been eliminated. I don't have a problem with that. I just feel that you, Lei Gong, have declined so much that you need to hide underground and drag out an ignoble existence. Longyang said lightly, as if she was venting out all the depression that she had accumulated over the years. She could not wait to step on Lin Ling's face and say to him high and mighty, now, who is more powerful? You, Lin Ling, are you convinced? She even looked forward to seeing Lin Ling's worshipful eyes, kneeling under her skirt. Just thinking about it made her happy. Lin Ling also stared at her indifferently. He instantly knew what she was thinking. He could not help but shake his head. He knew that Longyang's beautiful dream was about to come to nothing. Do you think I'm the kind of person who drags out an ignoble existence? Lin Ling said. Lin Ling, stop pretending. A year ago, you did not enter the sacred mountain. Now, you have entered the sacred mountain. However, those who were weaker than you a year ago are now several times stronger than you. You must be regretting it now. Lin Ling, I have known you for too long. I know that you are the kind of person who refuses to lose face. Therefore, you must be pretending now. Alas, why be so stubborn? The current you can't even defeat the junior patriarch. You have already set the sun in the west. Longyang pointed at Lin Ling and said. She even almost pointed at Lin Ling's nose to reprimand him. I can't compare to that trash? Hearing this, Lin Ling was startled. He also stared at the junior patriarch. The junior patriarch's face was pale. Bragging, bragging, bragging. However, he could not bring himself to admit defeat in front of a peerless beauty. The burly man's eyes were also twitching. He was the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan. He could only feel helpless in front of Longyang's words. This was because Lin Ling was a god who killed the old pagoda tree. He was inferior to his own son. This was the biggest joke in the world. However, he had already bragged, so he had to continue bragging. That's right, Lei Gong Lin Ling. Can you compare to me? I'll give you 3 moves. You're no match for me. If you know what's good for you, leave now and I'll spare your life. The junior patriarch braced himself and continued to brag. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed. He shook his head and laughed. You're amazing. I'm convinced. He was too lazy to argue with the junior patriarch. He turned around and left. Thank you, thank you. Seeing this, the junior patriarch was so excited that he almost rushed over to hug Lin Ling and give him a big kiss. He wanted to call him Big Brother. This was because Lin Ling had given him too much face. Wait. However, Longyang said, Lin Ling, if you want to leave, you can. First, you can leave on your knees. Second, you can attack the junior patriarch 3 times. If you can force the junior patriarch to take a step back, we'll let you leave. You can choose between the 2. Choose one of the 2. Longyang, are you crazy? Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned again. The junior patriarch was tongue-tied. Previously, Lin Ling was very cooperative and planned to leave. As long as he left, the young patriarch's bragging would not be exposed, but who knew that the one who stopped Lin Ling was Longyang? Young patriarch, what do you think? Yes. At this time, Longyang looked at the young patriarch and said. The latter was about to cry. You've already spoken, how can I say no? So, he also nodded. If you think this is a humiliation to you, then you can give Lin Ling 10 moves. Longyang said again. Me. Yes. The young patriarch pointed at himself and then pointed at Lin Ling. Give me 10 moves? Yes. 3 moves are not enough, 10 moves? Do you want Lin Ling to kill me? It's okay. With your strength, maybe he won't be your opponent even if you give him 100 or 1,000 moves. Yes. Longyang said with incomparable certainty. Back at the sacred mountain, although Lin Ling defeated the young patriarch, she could see that Lin Ling used all his strength. Now, the young patriarch's strength had increased a lot, and should be much stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the young patriarch is someone who lost to me. If you can't even win against him, you should postpone our battle. I'm not an unreasonable person, I can give you time. Yes. Thinking of this, Longyang also looked at Lin Ling and said. When she said this, her heart was incomparably carefree. All along, Lin Ling had rewarded her a lot. Now, she finally proudly rewarded Lin Ling. Longyang, I don't know what's wrong with you, and where does your confidence come from? Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He could not help it. Ha ha ha. Yes. Longyang looked up to the sky and laughed. She had the heroic spirit of a woman. Lin Ling, you don't need to find excuses. After all, you and I have known each other for so many years. How can I not know what kind of person you are? If you are so confident, why don't you dare to fight the young clan leader? Then, she looked at the young patriarch and said, Young patriarch, am I right? This, yes. The young patriarch's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. He hoped that Lin Ling would take the initiative to admit defeat once again, to give him a chance to show off in front of the beauty. All right. However, Lin Ling couldn't back down. He looked at the junior patriarch and said, Junior patriarch, are you sure you'll give me 10 moves? Me. The young patriarch was scared and panicked. I'm sure. However, Longyang agreed on his behalf because she also wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was. Then prepare yourself. I will use 70% of my strength. Lin Ling nodded and walked over step by step. 70%? That's not very good. The young patriarch had a feeling that he couldn't even block half of Lin Ling's strength. However, just as he was panicking, Longyang had already spoken up for him. 70%, that's not good. If you have the ability, give me 120%. Puff, the young patriarch almost fainted. This pretentious act was a little too fierce. Young patriarch, you have to be careful. At this time, Lin Ling had already made his move. Ferocious divine origin rolled out. It seemed that he didn't hold back, then, he pounced forward. He wanted to draw his sword, but in the end, it turned into a punch and blasted out, boom. Seeing that Lin Ling was serious, even if the young patriarch was really afraid, he couldn't wait to be captured. He roared and transformed into the demonic ox. He took a step forward, and under the violent tremors of the earth, he charged towards Lin Ling. Rumble. However, after colliding with Lin Ling's fist, an unprecedented force was transmitted. The huge demonic ox was blasted away, and it was simply unstoppable. Bang! 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 It was as if a mountain was rolling on the ground. It bounced a few times on the ground and flew thousands of miles high. It bounced further and further, and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, the 72 cave masters were dumbfounded. Longyang was also dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know Lin Ling's strength. On the contrary, the ox demon patriarch's face was very ugly. He roared, "Lei Gong, he is my son. How can you be so ruthless?" Previously, he thought that Lin Ling would be merciful. In the end, Lin Ling was not polite at all. With one punch, his son was sent flying to the horizon. Most importantly, he was beaten in front of him. He said that he would let me have 10 moves. If I don't use my full strength, it will be a humiliation to him. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the ox demon patriarch and said, "You still have a reason." The ox demon patriarch was enraged. He took a step forward, and flames came out of his nostrils. He turned into a huge black cloud. If one looked carefully, it was not a black cloud, but a demonic ox that was even more ferocious than the young patriarch. He erupted with all his strength, and fiercely crashed into Lin Ling. Pop! Pop, pop! A terrifying demonic aura rushed to the sky, causing the sky to tremble as if it was being grabbed by a hand. That terrifying aura immediately sent Longyang and the other demons flying. Their faces changed greatly. "Lin Ling, be careful." Longyang subconsciously shouted. She obviously didn't expect things to turn out like this. The ox demon patriarch personally attacked Lin Ling, and Lin Ling defeated the young patriarch in one move. Although this surprised her, he dared to provoke the ox demon patriarch. Innately, she thought it was impossible. After all, the ox demon patriarch was an ancient figure who gave Eugene and the others headaches. Bang! 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 After the ox demon patriarch transformed into an ox demon, his body trembled, and endless black demonic oxen rushed out. These demonic oxen ran wildly along the ground, and violently rushed towards Lin Ling. When Lin Ling was chased by the demonic oxen in the 72 caves, it was because of these demonic oxen. However, that was back then. The current Lin Ling was not afraid of these demonic oxen. His hand reached behind him, and quietly grasped the sword hilt. Then, the tyrant song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He then muttered to himself, "Third stage." The ox demon patriarch was very strong, so Lin Ling did not hide his strength anymore. However, compared to the majestic aura of the ox demon clan's patriarch, Lin Ling and his sword seemed somewhat insignificant. "Lin Ling, why are you still not running?" Such a scene also caused Longyang to clench her teeth and curse. She did not want Lin Ling to die here, because she had yet to take revenge. If she had known that Lin Ling was so strong, she would not have let that trash junior patriarch provoke Lin Ling otherwise. Today's matter would not have happened. Boom. However, just as she finished speaking, Lin Ling had already made his move. His sword slashed horizontally, and the demonic oxen on the ground were all killed by the sword, disappearing into the sea of blood, in the blink of an eye. Lin Ling appeared in front of the demonic oxen again. In his palm, a dazzling purple chi bloomed, purple Bodhi Vairocana, boundless Tathagata of the four directions. Without using the tyrant song sword, Lin Ling ruthlessly slapped out with his palm. On his body, a 5-colored Bodhi light appeared, turning him into a Vajra Buddha god. Boom, that palm contained 40,000 units of godly power. This was the ultimate godly power after fusing with the third phase talent. That palm also contained 5 million units of divine energy. When the palm landed on the head of the demonic ox, it was as if it had hit a bronze bell, causing countless echoes. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the patriarch of the demon ox clan shook his huge head unceasingly, letting out a low and deep sound. What? Longyang immediately covered her mouth with her small hand, her beautiful eyes wide open. Lin Ling had actually injured the Ox Demon Patriarch with one punch. One must know that the Ox Demon Patriarch was the #1 king of the Ox Cave. His strength was even stronger than the Kurishin. Countless gods were shaken during the Battle of the Divine Mountain, but now, Lin Ling no longer feared him? Ox Demon Patriarch, you also want to give me 10 moves? At this moment, Lin Ling was domineering and magnificent in the sky. He didn't use the Tyrant Song sword, but like the Vajra Bodhi demon subduing demon, he turned his fist into a palm and continuously struck out, boom. Boom, boom. 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 Looking at the Ox Demon clan's patriarch, he was clearly caught unprepared. Although he knew that Lin Ling was very strong, he didn't expect that Lin Ling would be so strong. How could he know that not only did Lin Ling have 2 mid-god divine embryos, but even the Vajra Bodhi had reached the 9th grade. Moreover, this divine embryo was innately more powerful than the 2 divine embryos of the Wraith jellyfish. After all, the chaotic body and the Wraith jellyfish only increased the physical strength, but the Vajra Bodhi had increased in all aspects. He's become so strong. Damn it, he's at least 10 times stronger than me. Longyang stared at the grey-robed figure in the sky, her fists tightly clenched. To be able to suppress a god, Longyang naturally knew what kind of strength Lin Ling possessed. Ironically, Longyang thought that her strength had greatly increased and that she could suppress Lin Ling. But your grandpa will always be your grandpa. You're still as strong as ever. Lei Gong, that's enough. At this moment, the Ox Demon Patriarch roared, as if thoroughly enraged. He raised his head to the sky and roared. Terrifying sound waves erupted, directly causing the 72 cave masters to vomit blood and crash to the ground. Still want to come? Lin Ling, floating in the sky, ignored the sound waves and said indifferently. He also knew that the Ox Demon Patriarch hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to suppress him so easily in a life-and-death battle. Of course, in a life-and-death battle, Lin Ling also had the ability to imprint this Ox Demon Patriarch and kill him. However, although he had a small grudge with the Ox Demon Patriarch, it couldn't be considered a life-and-death grudge. I fought against the deities not long ago, so I'm still injured. I'll fight you next time. Let's go. The Ox Demon Patriarch spoke in humans' words, his heart. If the Ox Demon Patriarch didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, the Ox Demon Patriarch would most probably wouldn't face. Or in the future. That calm tone and emotionless eyes were like endless mockery in Longyang's heart. He was mocking her for overestimating herself and mocking her complacency. Longyang opened her mouth, but didn't dare to speak in the end. You're one of the hosts of the world's will. Your future is limitless. If I fight you to the death now, I'll be taking advantage of you. I'll give you some time. Come and fight me when you're stronger. However, the next time you want to fight on your own. Letting some trash test me will only make it more embarrassing. Lin Ling also knew Longyang's thoughts. Therefore, after leaving these words, he turned into a rainbow and flew away. Longyang stood there quietly. Her white jade-like face turned red. I'm going to die of embarrassment. This hateful guy must have deliberately embarrassed me before. Damn it. She stomped her feet and gnashed her teeth. However, how did he know that I'm the host of the world's will? Then, she slowly walked forward. Suddenly, she felt that Lin Ling was very scary because she thought that she was the only one who knew this secret. However, Lin Ling didn't say a word, but it was as if he had everything under his control. Since the spirit province back then, you've always controlled me, all the way to the final world, and then to the current divine realm. However, in the future, I'll definitely break away from your control. Longyang thought to herself. Her desire to become stronger became even stronger. Longyang is getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking back the way he came. When he thought of Longyang, who he had met earlier, his heart felt a little heavy. He had a feeling that Longyang had probably obtained a powerful divine fetus. Moreover, it was very likely that she had the divine steps. Moreover, Lin Ling had traveled all over the world, but he had never seen Longyang. This also meant that Longyang had probably entered a secret realm and obtained great benefits there. What a hard-working woman. However, Lin Ling also had some admiration for Longyang. Relying on herself, she continued to become stronger and gradually gained a foothold in this era. This was because he knew very well that Longyang was comparing herself to him. However, her speed of growth had surprised even Lin Ling. Therefore, if Longyang was compared to others, there were probably not many who could compare to her. What golden dragon of light? What saint progenitor? None of them could compare to her, including Luli Empress. Not long after, the 72 caves appeared in front of him, and Lin Ling went straight in, weaving in and out of the dark caves. Who are you? There were many powerful demons hidden in the caves. When they sensed Lin Ling quickly passing by, they immediately showed hostility. Get lost. Lin Ling released his aura, the caves instantly fell silent. The demons sensed that the newcomer was very strong. It was probably a god who could change the heavens and defy fate. Compared to the time when Lin Ling came, he could be said to be running amok now. When he came alone, Lin Ling also avoided some powerful demons. Only when he was with Grandpa Treasure God and the others did he dare to run amok. After a while, Lin Ling rushed through 72 caves and then shot towards the valley. Now that the stone tablet that recorded the will of the world has been destroyed, the gods should have started to retreat. There should be no problem at the small valley. Lin Ling secretly guessed. However, after passing through the endless forest, the small valley also appeared in front of him. However, rolling smoke covered the entire valley, making it very mysterious. Moreover, a huge corpse was lying on the ground. It was the pangolin in the valley. What? Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression changed greatly. He quickly rushed over. When he reached the pangolin's side, he realized that the pangolin was not dead. However, it was seriously injured and could die at any time. Hold on. Lin Ling quickly shouted to the pangolin. Then, he took out the jade cicada true liquid and poured 3 drops into the pangolin's mouth. The emerald liquid flowed slowly and quietly into the pangolin's body. Gradually, the pangolin opened its eyes. Its eyes, which were originally filled with anger, finally softened after seeing Lin Ling. It turned out that 2 groups of experts had arrived not long ago. They had set up a formation in the valley, trapping the people in the formation. Moreover, they were constantly attacking the people in the formation, causing everyone to be severely injured. How could this be? Lin Ling frowned. Logically speaking, after the stone tablet was destroyed, the gods should have left. Why would they come to the valley? Moreover, Emperor God Zhonggang, Young Lin, and the others were all here. Ordinary gods should not be able to take advantage of them. Taking a step back, even if the gods were only looking for him, Lin Ling, they should not know the location of the valley. Oh no, it's the immortal spirit nation. Suddenly, Lin Ling guessed something, because only the immortal spirit nation had come to the valley and knew the location of Lei Gong's palace. Then, Lin Ling raised his head and stared at the hazy fog in front of him. He instantly knew that it was a kind of formation. Moreover, this formation was very ancient. Even Lin Ling could not see through it. Enter the formation. Then, Lin Ling made a decision. GG. However, the pangolin made a sound and stopped Lin Ling from entering the formation. Lil Kunlun expressed the pangolin's meaning again. It said that this formation was very scary. Those who entered the formation could not distinguish between friend and foe, and could not break out of the formation. Moreover, there were many powerful existences in the formation. The pangolin was able to escape because it had dug to the deepest part of the ground. That was why it was able to escape. However, it was still injured by the formation's power. What the pangolin means is that the experts of the immortal spirit nation are all in the formation. Lin Ling frowned slightly. However, he was even more determined to enter the formation. He guessed that the formation's foundation was most likely in the formation. This meant that outside the formation, unless one's Tao of spirit formation had reached a heaven-defying level, it would be impossible to break it. This formation is probably a combination of attack, defense, and trap. It also has an illusion formation inside. That's why everyone can't distinguish between friend and foe. The immortal spirit kingdom has no hegemony. You provoked me, Lin Ling. I will not rest until you are dead. Lin Ling was completely enraged. Even though Grand Mage Numinous Treasure's group had been killed by Lei Gong, this was the result of repeatedly provoking Lin Ling, and now, the immortal spirit nation actually dared to provoke them. Did they think that their Lei Gong Hall was made of paper? Lei Gong said that there is an ancient god in the void of the 9 states. One of them is the immortal spirit nation, and the other is the divine ruler of the 10 orthodoxies. Now, I want to see how powerful they are. Lin Ling walked into the dense fog in the distance. GG. At this time, the pangolin had mostly recovered and immediately ran over, wanting to carry Lin Ling into the array formation. Lin Ling leaped onto the pangolin and rode it into the fog. Someone entered the formation. At this moment, on a mountain peak that reached the clouds, an old man with a fox's mouth and monkey's cheek sat cross-legged on the ground. He wore an ancient Taoist robe and held a whisk in his hand. He had the demeanor of an immortal. He lightly waved the whisk in his hand. When he saw the pangolin enter the formation, he was immediately delighted. This Lei Gong has returned. He couldn't help but chuckle. Whoosh, a tall and sturdy figure rose from the hazy ground like an ambitious and ruthless person. Every step he took caused the sky to explode. It was as though thunder had struck the ground. Lei Gong has returned? His voice was deep and resounding like a gong or drum. Earlier, I saw him enter my heaven-seizing good fortune grand formation. The old man with a fox's mouth on the mountain peak suddenly laughed. Haha, this thunder god is truly reckless. He clearly knows that the grand formation of the life-borrowing orthodoxy is difficult to deal with. It defies the heavens and can control the universe, yet he actually dares to enter the formation. This is perfect. Last time when he seized the stone tablet, many people guessed that it was him. Although the stone tablet was destroyed, he was the first to obtain it. Although the stone tablet was stolen, he must have known about it. The ambitious and ruthless man laughed heartily. Xianxia, although this thunder god is new, he is quite famous in the 4 palaces. His strength is almost comparable to that of a god. At first, I thought he was someone important, but now it seems that he doesn't live up to his reputation. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. He rashly entered the formation. Entering the formation will consign him to eternal damnation. The old man laughed. A mere nouveau riche. He thinks that he is a god just because he got some opportunities. He doesn't know that to us gods, even if he is half a god, he is still not a god. He only knows how to bully other gods. What's the use of killing so many? They are just embroidered pillows. Xianxia said disdainfully. He didn't put Lei Gong in his eyes at all. Of course he can't be compared to you, Xianxia. However, if you want him to reveal the secret of the stone tablet, sometimes using overbearing means won't work. Now that he has entered my formation, I will use my formation to torture him. The old man smiled confidently. His mouse-like mouth twitched slightly as he chuckled, looking very comical. That's great. A mere local god is qualified to fight against ancient gods like us. Xianxia nodded. At this moment, in the misty great formation, Lin Ling rode on the pangolin and scanned the surroundings with his soul power. This spirit formation is very extraordinary. After quietly inspecting it, Lin Ling was even more shocked. Up until now, he still couldn't find any trace of the formation. This meant that the formation was hidden very deeply. Looking around, he should have appeared in the surroundings of the small valley. However, he discovered that it was a world of its own, as if it was vast and boundless. In the hazy mist, he could faintly see tall mountains, as if giants were hidden in the distance, not to mention his vision. Even the range of his soul power's detection was not large. Kill. At this moment, a ray of light came out of nowhere. This ray of light was like ripples, and within the ripples was a fist. Middle stage lower deity strength. Lin Ling instantly determined the opponent's strength and also punched back. Boom. This punch caused the ripples to explode, and even the sound of bones breaking could be heard in the air, followed by a miserable scream. However, just as Lin Ling wanted to follow up with another attack, the person disappeared. Using the Great Formation's help. Lin Ling's face was somewhat gloomy. The person from before was obviously not strong, but with the help of the formation's concealment, Lin Ling could no longer find any trace of him. So strong, this Lin Ling is indeed a god. Be careful, don't let him catch you. On the other side of the Great Formation, several men in Taoist robes were talking. They were the ones who attacked Lin Ling earlier. They didn't expect that such a sneak attack would be useless against Lin Ling. One must know that they had borrowed the power of the formation to increase their strength. However, Lin Ling did not manage to kill a single one. Every time Lin Ling wanted to chase after them, the barrier would hide them and prevent Lin Ling from finding any trace of them. What a powerful formation! Lin Ling had undoubtedly witnessed the ferocity of a formation once. Again. Die. At this moment, another attack came. A terrifying fiery wind and fiery rain came, and it was mixed with the power of the steps of God. Oh no! Lin Ling's expression changed slightly, and he jumped up. He did not want to be a burden to the pangolin because he sensed that the attack this time was no small matter. It was more than 100 times more powerful than the previous ones. Sword, come! Lin Ling unleashed his full strength. The third stage of the talent fusion, the tyrant song sword in his hand, whoosh, the tyrannical blood sea still gushed out and collided with the fiery wind and fiery rain in midair. The two ferocious forces continued to fight. Lin Ling's blood sea was slightly stronger and began to suppress the fiery wind and fiery rain. The surrounding fog was also blown away. This time, Lin Ling finally saw the person. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, the person was actually a young girl. Similarly, the young girl was also looking at Lin Ling in shock, as if she was surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Seal. Lin Ling sensed that his sword could not completely kill the opponent, so he also activated the Steps of Wisdom. The Steps of Wisdom was no small matter now. It was Lin Ling's strongest sealing technique, and together with Split the Heavens, it was Lin Ling's ultimate trump card. The power of the formation obviously could not stop the Steps of Wisdom. Therefore, although the person was not sealed, their strength was greatly suppressed. Opportunity, Lin Ling immediately used Split the Heavens to destroy this powerhouse. After all, if such a powerhouse did not die and hid in the dark to attack, Lin Ling would definitely be in endless trouble. This powerhouse was not the same as the trash from before. However, just as Lin Ling's palm was about to strike down, his pupils suddenly trembled violently. Because of the seal of the Steps of Wisdom, he was able to clearly see who it was. It was an old man, not a young girl at all. Most importantly, this old man was the treasure god of Nanwufingyu. Grandpa Treasure God. Lin Ling forcefully withdrew Split the Heavens and slashed the palm to the other side, splitting the entire sky and earth apart. Lin Ling. Then, the old man's voice, but at this time, the seal of the Steps of Wisdom disappeared, so the old man turned back into a young girl. Who are you? Almost at the same time, two voices floated out at the same time. One of them was Lin Ling's voice. Why has your wind and rain divine origin become fire? Lin Ling, your sword of slaughter has also become underworld element. Then, the two voices sounded again, and then there was silence. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he stared at the young girl in the mist, afraid that he would be affected by the illusion. However, he believed in his Steps of Wisdom, because even if the formation could deceive him, the Steps of Wisdom would not. This meant that the old man sealed by the Steps of Wisdom was indeed the treasure god of Nanwufingyu. You're the fake Lin Ling, die. However, the other party was not as sure as Lin Ling and wanted to attack again. Grandpa Treasure God, it's me. With no other choice, Lin Ling could only use the Steps of Wisdom again to block the formation's influence. The treasure god of Nanwufingyu, who was sealed in the Steps of Wisdom, saw Lin Ling again, so he stopped attacking, but his face was full of confusion. Grandpa Treasure God, this is the effect of the formation's illusion. Right now, I'm using my soul force, so I can temporarily block the formation's influence. You should know how strong my soul force is. That seems to be the case, but why have you become an old man? Treasure god Nanwufingyu didn't understand. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and explained, the formation distorted our appearances, and even distorted the power we used. It deceived all of us, and its goal was to make us kill each other. Such a powerful formation, it can even deceive me. For safety's sake, I used the eye seal of the Wisdom Fist. Treasure god Nanwufingyu said in shock. This formation is indeed powerful. I'm afraid only an ancient great god could set it up. Right, other than that bastard country, who else is here? Lin Ling seized the opportunity to ask. There's also someone called the 10 Gates Orthodoxy. I think it's called Borrow Life Orthodoxy. Treasure god Nanwufingyu said immediately. It seems like there are two ancient great gods. Their goal should be the stone tablet. Grandpa Treasure God, don't leave my side. No matter what happens, don't pay attention to it. I will think of a way to break the formation. Lin Ling saw that the stare of wisdom was quickly disappearing, so he cut to the chase. Alright. However, this formation is very difficult to break. I've heard that it's called the Great Formation of Heavenly Fortune Seizing Fate. It borrows the will of the heavens from the era of the gods to set up this formation. Back in the era of the gods, this formation killed over 1 billion gods. Treasure God Nanwufingyu said, and his appearance began to change. I'll find a way. Lin Ling nodded. He was shocked by the ruthlessness of the borrow life orthodoxy, setting up such a formation to make them kill each other. If he hadn't been cautious and used the stare of wisdom, he would have killed Treasure God Nanwufingyu with Split the Heavens, but the most important thing now was to break the formation. With my current level of formation Tao, it'll be very difficult to break this formation. That borrow life orthodoxy's formation Tao has surpassed the purple mark sovereign cloak, and its method is from the ancient era. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was getting more and more anxious, because the longer he delayed, the more danger Yu and the others would be in. Don't worry, Yu and the others are temporarily gathered together. Although they can't recognize each other, they won't act recklessly. But there are other enemies in this formation. If they act, Yu and the others won't be able to distinguish between friend and foe. What I'm most afraid of is that they won't resist and allow the enemies to do as they wish. Kill them. Treasure God Nanwufingyu, who had turned into a delicate girl, said in a crisp voice. Wait for me. Lin Ling couldn't think of a way, so he could only place his hopes on the Four Directions prison. He immediately set up a formation and entered the prison. Then, a jade slip appeared in his hand, and he began to check it. This prison imprisoned ancient characters from the ancient era, so there might be powerful formation masters here. So many. However, with a sweep of his gaze, Lin Ling was shocked because there were actually several thousand world spiritists there. Furthermore, there were several hundred powerful world spiritist deities. I don't believe that with so many ancient gods here, there won't be one who can't break this formation. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. After breaking the formation, he would definitely teach those 10 orthodoxies a lesson. Then, his gaze locked onto an ancient formation god, and he strode over. Don't kill him. I want to know about the steal from him. Xian Wuba said indifferently as he floated in the sky. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The old man nodded with a smile and said confidently, when he's exhausted from the torture, I don't have to look for him, he'll look for us. At that time, he'll regret it because he's actually killed his own family and friends. As the two of them were chatting, Lin Ling was walking around the prison. After a long time, he stopped in front of a prison cell. A middle-aged man was standing inside. He was wearing a clean Taoist robe and holding a brush in his hand. He was painting. Yong Luoxing, the grand disciple of the true Lord of Tao and Virtue. Because he was slandered, he was sent to prison for eternity. Lin Ling said calmly as he stood there. Haha, Lord Prison Master, I already know about that. There's no need for you to mention it. The middle-aged man was not surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. He was still painting. Lin Ling cursed in his heart. Were all these ancient deities so difficult to deal with? It would appear that they'd been imprisoned for too long and had lost their minds. Do you know about the life-stealing fortune great formation? Lin Ling asked again. I do. Lord Prison Master, what advice do you have for me? I want you to teach me this formation. What do you think? Haha, sure. If Lord Prison Master is willing to come, I'll teach you all of my spirit formation Tao. The middle-aged man stopped painting and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. His eyes were flickering with light. Lin Ling's eyes also shone. He'd seen Yong Luoxing's jade slip before. However, there weren't many records. This meant that Yong Luoxing didn't have any wishes, nor did he have a successor. Likely, he didn't want to take a break. As for entering the prison, that was obviously impossible. With the strength of an ancient deity, he could easily kill Lin Ling and seize Lord Prison Master's identity. Lord Prison Master, although you've hidden it very well, I have a feeling that you're in a very urgent situation. There are many spirit formation experts in this prison. However, I'm the only one most familiar with the life-stealing fortune great formation. Thus, other than me, you won't be able to find anyone else to help you. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man smiled. You have guts. Lin Ling nodded. His eyebrows twitched, and a great calamity descended from the prison. These great tribulations were incomparably terrifying. They were specially prepared for those stubborn villains. The great calamity was also divided into 6 levels. The most powerful great calamity could even kill the prisoners. Even the ancient gods would not be able to escape death. However, Lin Ling had only summoned the 3rd grade prison tribulation. Ah! The middle-aged man was also trembling from the raging flames. On the surface, he didn't seem to be injured, but his internal organs had already given birth to divine flames that continued to burn his body. This divine flame was like the devil flame that was born from the heart's devil. What a tyrannical lord prison! The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and said, "You can torture me all you want, but if you want me to tell you about the heaven-seizing fortune array, you're dreaming. My lord, Yong Luoxing is also an ancient great god. In the past, he was not afraid of millions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals. If you torture him like this, he won't compromise. Haha, those who can appear on this level are all extremely powerful people. Humiliation won't have much effect on us." The voices of the prisoners also came from the side of the prison. Whoever spouts any more nonsense will end up like Yong Luoxing. Lin Ling said coldly without looking at the prisoners. He knew very well that when facing these ancient great gods, he had to be more dignified and domineering than them. Otherwise, they would take the opportunity to rise to the top and be harder to control. How arrogant! The prisoners around them all gritted their teeth, but they also fell silent. Although they hated Lin Ling to death, they all knew that it was not wise to go head-on against the prison warden. Lin Ling looked at Yong Luoxing indifferently and found that the latter was very stubborn. Even though he was trembling from the humiliation, he did not compromise at all. Of course, although he did not compromise in his heart, he still put on a fawning expression. "My lord prison, please spare me. What's the point of punishing me like this? I'll call you lord. I'll kneel before you." He kept begging for mercy, but he did not point out the way to break the array. "You are very stubborn. Fine, I'll spare you today." Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Yong Luoxing finally let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he saw that Lin Ling was not strong, so he wanted to put on airs in front of Lin Ling. But who knew that Lin Ling was very experienced in doing things? He was unmoved by force or persuasion. Moreover, he was temperamental and did not give face when he wanted to. This made him realize that a very troublesome lord had arrived in this prison. Crackle, crackle. However, when Yong Luoxing thought that he had passed the tribulation, Lin Ling suddenly turned around and walked back. He formed seals with his hands and used the prison tribulation to punish Yong Luoxing again. This time, not only did Yong Luoxing's internal organs, but even his soul was struck by lightning. It wreaked havoc, causing him to spit out foam and his face to distort. "I'm suddenly in a bad mood, so I want to torture you again," Lin Ling said coldly as he stood in front of the prison cell. After he finished speaking, he finally turned around and left. F***ck. Yong Luoxing was stunned for a long time before he finally spat out a sentence. Temperamental. He was a dignified ancient great god. In the past, he was also a figure who dominated a region. Now, he was like a tiger in a plain, being bullied by a dog. It should be known that if it was in the past, even a god with the strength of Lin Ling would have to kneel down when he met him. Damn it. After a while, the raging energy in Yong Luoxing's body disappeared. He lay on the ground, spitting out blood, and his trembling fists smashing the ground. The situation is not up to us. Yong Luoxing, just bear with it for now. Yes, although that kid is not strong, he has a chicken feather as an arrow. We can't do anything about it. Comforting voices came from the surrounding prison cells. I know. I just hope that kid doesn't come looking for me again. There are so many people in this prison. I hope that he will find someone else next time. Yong Luoxing replied gloomily. Hee, Yong Luoxing, how does it taste? However, just as he finished speaking, a figure was standing in front of the prison door with a faint smile on his face. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? You. Seeing Lin Ling walking back, Yong Luoxing was frightened. Lin Ling was really too temperamental. He raised his hand in front of him and waved it continuously, saying, "Don't torture me anymore, don't torture me anymore. Hee, I'm here this time because I suddenly felt that I went too far previously. I feel sorry in my heart, so I brought you a pot of wine." Lin Ling smiled and a pot of wine appeared in his hand. Then, he threw it into the prison cell. Wine. Looking at the wine pot on the ground, Yong Luoxing's body trembled. He rushed over and opened the lid of the wine pot. After taking a light sniff, his whole body felt comfortable. Then, he carefully licked it. Ah! After taking a light lick, he couldn't help but let out a carefree sound. This was because he couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last drank wine. The wine is not bad, right? Seeing Yong Luoxing drink a few mouthfuls, Lin Ling said indifferently. Ah! His voice made Yong Luoxing react. He quickly put down the wine jug and did not dare to touch it again. Don't you think it's too late to realize it now? Lin Ling looked down at Yong Luoxing on the ground and said, "Tell me the method of the heaven-seizing fortune array." "No, this array is priceless. How can I give it to you just because of a few mouthfuls of wine?" At this moment, Yong Luoxing wished he could give himself a few tight slaps. Previously, when he saw that there was wine, his alcohol bug was triggered and he secretly drank a few mouthfuls. Only now did he remember that the wine wasn't tasty at all. "My wine is also priceless." Lin Ling sneered, "Now I'll give you two choices. 1. Tell me the method of breaking the array, and this jug of wine is yours. Moreover, I'll give you 3 more jugs." "Impossible." Yong Luoxing shook his head firmly, "Not to mention 3 jugs, even 100 jugs is impossible. I promised my master that I won't tell anyone about the heaven-seizing fortune array unless it's someone from the sect. You can decide after I'm done." Lin Ling ignored Yong Luoxing's determination and said again, "The second choice is that I'll torture you 10 times a day until you tell me the method. Anyway, I have plenty of time. You have 2 choices. Consider them carefully. Remember, even if you agree tomorrow, it's useless. You only have a chance now." After saying that, Lin Ling turned and left. He looked calm on the surface, but he was anxious in his heart. Because the longer he delayed, the more danger Yu and the others would be in. However, Lin Ling knew that he could not reveal it. Otherwise, these old foxes would raise the price, and it would be more troublesome. Lin Ling was now playing chess with an ancient god. They were competing to see who was more patient and who would surrender first. 10 times a day? Yong Luoxing's expression changed drastically. 2 choices. Surrender and you'll have wine to drink, don't surrender and you'll be tortured 10 times a day. Yong Luoxing, you can't agree. He's trying to show you who's boss. That's right. If you agree, he'll be famous in the future, and our lives will be even more difficult. Yong Luoxing, hold on. Cheers could be heard coming from the surrounding cells. All the ancient great gods were fighting for their own benefits. As long as Yong Luoxing did not compromise, in the future, when Lin Ling came to them for help, they would be able to raise the price. Bullshit. Insist my ass. Agree my ass. The one who is suffering now is me, not you. Suddenly, Yong Luoxing let out a loud roar and rushed towards the prison door. He shouted towards Lin Ling who was about to disappear, "Lord Prison Warden, I surrender, I surrender, I want wine, I want wine." When he thought of being tortured 10 times a day, his legs went soft. That was because he still wanted to paint in peace. If he could drink wine every day, that would be even better. At this moment, Lin Ling was about to leave. When he heard those words, the stone in his heart was finally lifted. He didn't notice that his forehead was also dripping with cold sweat, because if he couldn't break the array, Yu and the others would be in danger. Even Lin Ling would be in danger, therefore, this was also a moment of life and death. He walked back slowly with a calm expression. "Yong Luoxing, you're quite smart. Fine, I won't teach you a lesson. Tell me about the heavenly fortune array." "This array is vast and boundless." "Even if I tell you," Yong Luoxing opened his mouth but was interrupted by Lin Ling, "Don't talk nonsense with me. You just need to tell me all the arrays. If you hide anything, don't blame me for falling out with you. As for this array, as long as you dare to tell me, I dare to guarantee that I'll learn it." Lin Ling's voice was filled with coldness and even murderous intent. Okay. Yong Luoxing quickly nodded and then smiled. That, 3 pots of wine? You said before that even 100 pots of wine can't exchange for the heavenly fortune array, so I won't give you 3 pots of wine. Lin Ling said. Ah? Yong Luoxing was dumbfounded. He quickly smiled and said, Don't. I was just stubborn before. My lord, you see that I've surrendered. Just reward me with 3 pots of wine. Seeing that this ancient god was also submissive, Lin Ling was secretly happy. However, he still said coldly, Hurry up and teach me this array. If I'm happy, it's not impossible to give you 10 pots of wine. 10 pots. Yong Luoxing was drooling. Hurry up and teach it, the prisoners in the surrounding cells cursed secretly. This Yong Luoxing was too spineless. In any case, he had the title of war god Luoxing in the past, of course, although they were cursing, they were also secretly drooling. Speaking of wine, it seemed like they hadn't drunk it for millions of years. At this moment, a light ball with countless arrays hidden inside it quietly floated out of the prison door. Lin Ling glanced at it cautiously and cast the seal of the steps of wisdom. Then, he strode away. Your wine, I'll give it to you tomorrow. After leaving this sentence, Lin Ling disappeared from everyone's sight. Haha, wine. Yong Luoxing sat on the ground and laughed loudly. He picked up the wine pot from before and slowly licked it. Yong Luoxing, let me have a taste. Even if you don't let me have a taste, smelling it should be enough. No, scram. Voices came out from the prison cell one after another. However, Lin Ling did not leave the prison cell. Instead, he chose another place to comprehend the array. He first used the steps of wisdom to seal the light ball and then slowly comprehended it. This was because he was afraid that Yong Luoxing had done something to the light ball. However, Lin Ling clearly thought too much. The light ball was filled with arrays and there was nothing strange about it. Instead, an ancient voice floated out, borrowing the heavens to seize life. Soon after, a large number of arrays poured into Lin Ling's mind. If not for Lin Ling's current soul force being incomparably strong, he might not have been able to digest these arrays. However, after unceasingly comprehending, Lin Ling also felt that this array was powerful. It actually borrowed life from the heavens and reversed the universe to form such a large array, and this kind of borrowing life was not only borrowing the lives of the myriad worlds, but also borrowing the lives of the undead who were still reincarnating. It had to be said that this array went against the heavens. If an ordinary person dared to set up such a large array, they would definitely be punished by the heavens. Only powerful gods did not fear the heavens and dared to set up such a large array. So it's like this. Lin Ling continued to comprehend. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his eyes. In his mind, he was completely familiar with the borrowing life to seize good fortune array. What a profound array. Lin Ling stood up and left the prison cell. Outside, the hazy fog still scattered in all directions. A stone tablet floated beside him. It was the square prison. Beside it stood a young girl. She was naturally treasure god Nanwufingyu. The latter heard Lin Ling's words and did not dare to be too far away from Lin Ling. She also did not believe anything that was happening around her. TSK, he was just standing there quietly. Lin Ling formed a complicated barrier with both hands, causing the surrounding fog to move. Then, 2 barriers appeared in Lin Ling's hands and he placed them on his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes, everything he could see had returned to normal, and he could no longer be fooled. Treasure God Grandpa, it's me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling came before Nanwufingyu and used the step of wisdom to let the latter see him clearly. Then, he formed a barrier and placed it on the latter's eyes. The fog disappeared? I'm in the valley? After a while, treasure god Nanwufingyu looked around and said in surprise. The fog didn't disappear. It's just that everything we see has returned to normal. Let's go find everyone. Lin Ling led Nanwufingyu and the rest forward. Along the way, Lin Ling and the rest encountered another ambusher. This guy finally showed up. He thinks he'll be fine if he hides. He doesn't know that it's useless even if he hides to the ends of the earth. He can't escape from this array. Idiot, this Lei Gong can't see us at all. Let's play him to death. Come and kill me, come and kill me. In the distance, several people from the 10 orthodoxies sneered. Some of them were even making funny faces at Lin Ling. I don't like him. I'll do it. A man turned into a gust of wind and flew over. His sword cut through the void like a gentle breeze. In his opinion, even if this sword couldn't kill Lin Ling, it could at least make Lin Ling miserable. As for Lin Ling killing him, that was obviously impossible. Lin Ling was still moving forward. Beside him was a girl. In fact, it was Nan Wufingyu. They chatted as they walked, as if they didn't know that someone was ambushing them. There's a chance. The man's eyes lit up. He was inexplicably excited. Perhaps he could kill Lin Ling. Lei Gong would also die under his sword of breeze. Just thinking about it was an honor. His sword was hidden in the fog, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, just as it was about to pierce Lin Ling's neck, Lin Ling suddenly stretched out his palm and pinched it with his fingers. Clang! The sharp sword was caught between his fingers, unable to move an inch. What? The expression of the man who attacked changed drastically. Those people in the distance also frowned. Crack! At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly exerted force with his fingers. A crisp sound rang out, and the divine sword shattered. Damn it! The man cursed in his heart. He abandoned the broken sword and wanted to leave. However, he did not seem to be in a hurry, because in his opinion, Lin Ling would not be able to see him at all. Bang! However, just as he turned around, the man's chest was penetrated by a punch. He lowered his head to look at his chest, his face filled with disbelief. I didn't manage to escape. He could not help but turn his head to look, and discovered that the person who had punched out was Lei Gong Lin Ling. Plop! He slowly fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. This was because he was the first god to die in the hands of Lin Ling among the people who had attacked Lin Ling. Honorable swordsman Qing Feng. The experts in the distance all roared, their eyes red. How did Lei Gong kill honorable swordsman Qing Feng? It's luck. It must be luck. Everyone was furious. They felt that honorable swordsman Qing Feng's death was not worth it. Let's go. They walked towards Lin Ling together. When they arrived in front of Lin Ling, they all put their hands on their hips and pointed at Lin Ling arrogantly, cursing. Trash, trash, come and kill me. I'm right in front of you. Come and kill me. They were clearly venting the anger in their hearts. Unfortunately, they did not see that Lin Ling and treasure god Nan Wufingyu had already revealed smiles on their faces. Did they really think that Lin Ling could not see them? Lin Ling originally thought that it was troublesome, so he could not be bothered to kill them one by one. His priority was to find Yu and the rest, who knew that they would actually send themselves to him. If he did not kill them, he would be letting down the name Lei Gong. At this moment, one of the bolder ones walked in front of Lin Ling and looked down at Lin Ling. Kneel, kneel before me. His face was almost touching Lin Ling's face. However, he believed that Lin Ling could not see him. He could only see the endless fog. Schwa. However, at this moment, a big hand grabbed him by the neck and fiercely kicked his knee. Bang! This person's head was hit hard, and then it exploded like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. This also stunned the surrounding people who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. He's dead again, and his head exploded? What a powerful strength. Even divine origin could not block his attack. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he seems to be able to see us. Is this still luck? Everyone was tongue-tied as they spoke, and then they kept shaking their heads. Luck, it must be luck. In the end, they all agreed, because if Lin Ling could see them, why did he not attack before, but wait until they were close before attacking? Therefore, Lin Ling definitely could not see them. He just grabbed them randomly and happened to catch that person. No need to guess. I can see all of you, I can see all of you. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Hee, look at your clothes. You must be from the 10 orthodoxies. No wonder you're all so stupid. Nan Wufingyu smiled, and his smile was evil. Oh my god, they can see us. Run. Everyone was shocked and ran frantically, wishing that their parents could give them an extra pair of legs. They had been tricked. Lin Ling must have been faking it. Ironically, they had taken the initiative to send themselves to him. Die, all of you. Lin Ling's killing intent was ignited. He exploded with all his strength and killed one person in the blink of an eye. You must have had a good time playing with us. Now, pay the price. Nan Wufingyu had been suppressing his anger, and now he finally vented it. Boom, boom, boom. The two were powerful and unaffected by the array. Killing them was like killing chickens. Spare us. The people who were running in all directions finally experienced what Azura hell was like. After a while, the ground was covered in blood. Corpses were lying there, and all their treasures were taken away by Lin Ling and Nan Wufingyu. Then, Lin Ling and Nan Wufingyu sped up and rushed into the valley. Behind them was the giant pangolin. Kill. Just as they entered the valley, a white bone spear shot over. Bang. However, Lin Ling caught it with one hand. He then used the step of wisdom to temporarily block the surrounding fog. Then, he smiled excitedly. Big brother, it's me. The one who made the move was Sakura. When he sensed that the surrounding fog had disappeared, he was shocked. Second brother, you're back. Then, Sakura smiled excitedly. Since his second brother was back, there must be a way to solve this damned array. Where are the others? Let's go, we need to find them as soon as possible. Lin Ling nodded and strode forward. Now, he hadn't gone head-to-head with borrowing life orthodoxy. He was going to beat them at their own game and pretend that he was still deceived by the formation. Then, he would kill all of them here. That Lei Gong ran around aimlessly and returned to the valley. Hee, there's going to be a good show. They're going to kill each other. At this moment, on the peak, Luo Ming orthodoxy was staring at the formation. In his eyes, Lin Ling returned to the valley alone, but he was heavily injured. He even encountered a member of Lei Gong's Grand Hall and brutally killed him. That member of Lei Gong's Grand Hall was obviously Lei Gong's men. When Lei Gong found out that he had killed his own men, he must be in great pain. Wait patiently, then I'll send my men to ambush him. Luo Ming orthodoxy smiled sinisterly. Poor Lei Gong, to think that he would end up like this. I can only say that he's still too inexperienced. Remember, don't let him die. Beside him, Xian Wuba smiled as well. Lei Gong had annihilated his million-strong army. Now, he was going to return the favor and let Lei Gong know that offending the immortal spirit nation was the biggest mistake of his life. However, the two of them did not know that they had been deceived by the formation. Lin Ling was the one who had returned an eye for an eye. In their eyes, Lin Ling was killing the members of Lei Gong's Grand Hall. However, this was just an illusion that Lin Ling was feeding them with the power of the formation. On the other hand, Lin Ling gradually found Yu and the others. Brother Ling, you're back. I can see the valley. I can see everyone. That's great. Is everyone alright? As time passed, more and more people found their way back. Everyone gathered together and was very happy. At this time, the members of the 10 orthodoxies had also entered the valley one after another. However, they were all killed. What are you all doing? More and more people from the 10 orthodoxies entered the valley. Then, they saw the people in Lei Gong's Great Hall. This was because everyone in Lei Gong's hall was glaring at them furiously. What do you think? The young demon lord said coldly as an evil smile appeared on his face. Ah? You can see us? The deities who had entered the valley were all startled, as if they had seen a ghost. Do you see those heads? These are the people from the 10 orthodoxies. Young Master Yao pointed into the distance. There were already dozens of human heads piled up there. All of them died with their eyes wide open. Clearly, they did not expect that their whereabouts would be discovered before they died. Run. After those people reacted, they immediately turned around and ran. However, the entrance to the valley was blocked by a few figures. They were experts like Emperor God Zhonggang. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The giant ghost licked its lips and said. It's over. Those from the 10 orthodoxies turned pale at this moment. Without a doubt, dozens of human heads were piled up in the valley. As time passed, no one else entered the valley. Lin Ling, what do we do next? Are we going to take revenge? Young Qilin looked at Lin Ling and said with a cold expression. Because this formation made them kill each other, the method was too sinister. Therefore, they had to take revenge. Don't worry, they will come to us themselves. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He ordered everyone to rest in the valley and wait for Xian Wuba and the others to arrive. However, that was the truth, the orthodoxies waited for a long time. Knowing that it was about time, they left the peak with Xian Wuba and flew towards the valley. In the eyes of the orthodoxies, most of the people in the valley were dead. Lin Ling was kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly as he looked at the human heads on the ground. At this moment, Lin Ling was at his weakest. If Lin Ling appeared now, it would be the easiest time for him to reveal the secret in his heart. Wait, I want to see his face filled with regret. Xian Wuba said casually, his face full of anticipation. The two of them landed at the entrance of the valley and walked in proudly. Lei Gong, do you know who you have offended? Now, do you regret it? Before entering the valley, Xian Wuba spoke domineeringly. Look at the heads of your own subordinates. I wonder what you think. The orthodoxies of the orthodoxies had his hands behind his back. His mustache curled up slightly, making him look even more comical. However, when they entered the valley, they immediately realized that the people in Lei Gong's hall were all standing there. Not only were they unharmed, they were even smiling at their misfortune. They looked around again. On the ground, there were more than 100 human heads piled up. They were all from the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies. Look at the heads of your own subordinates. I wonder what you think. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated over. He returned all the words the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies. My subordinates? The orthodoxies of the orthodoxies of the orthodoxies plucked out their mustaches. They were afraid that they had seen wrongly. However, even after the beard was plucked, the result remained the same. The ground was still littered with human heads piled up like a tower. How is this possible? The orthodoxy roared. These subordinates were personally groomed by him. They were his most trusted subordinates and he had spent countless resources on them. He wanted to bring them to the top of the 10 orthodoxies, but they died before he could do anything. Lei Gong, you. Then, he glared at Lin Ling with the help of the orthodoxy. This is called tit for tat. Lin Ling shrugged and smiled. Weren't you injured before? Didn't you kill the people from Lei Gong's hall? How come none of your men are dead? Xian Wuba also frowned, as if he couldn't believe the result before his eyes. Idiot, only you know how to deceive us. Do you think I don't know how to deceive you? What you saw before was just an illusion, one of the trapping arrays of the formation. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His voice sounded calm, but it caused the eyes of the orthodoxy to widen. He kept shaking his head. Impossible, how can you break my formation? This is fake, it's fake. Can't you see for yourself whether it's real or fake? Lin Ling retorted. Thud thud thud, the orthodoxy of the orthodoxy took 3 steps back, and his face turned pale instantly. Xian Wuba wasn't any better. He was also speechless for a long time. Although they didn't believe that Lin Ling could break their formation, the scene before their eyes proved everything. You, how did you break my formation? My formation is from the ancient times. How can a junior from the 9 states break my formation? The orthodoxy of the orthodoxy suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then pointed at Lin Ling. It was no wonder that he lost his composure. After all, this formation was his famous creation. Back then, he relied on this formation to rise to fame, and countless gods feared him. The Baro Life orthodoxy spat out blood like fresh flowers blooming in the sky. 10 jugs of wine had broken an ancient immortal design. What a joke. Moreover, Lei Gong said that he had suffered a great loss. What a loss. Damn brat, die. Xian Wuba's face was red and green as he pounced on Lin Ling. How dare you trick me? How dare you trick me? The Baro Life orthodoxy's eyes were red as he pounced on Lin Ling. In the air, the two used powerful techniques. Although they did not have the steps of the gods, their talents were strong, and their power of divinity was above 100,000, especially Xian Wuba, who transformed into a flood dragon. This was the sunflower water mystical flood dragon, and he was the king of flood dragons. Looking at the Baro Life orthodoxy, his spirit design techniques were powerful. Around him, crisscrossing threads appeared, and within the threads were pearls that shone with boundless light. Each pearl was like a universe. They were very powerful. Rumble, the two joined forces to crush Lin Ling. Go to hell. Weren't you very proud of yourself? Weren't you playing with us? Do you still dare to come? Try playing with us again. Xian Wuba's voice rang out. His attacks were wild and domineering. So fierce. Why is this Lei Gong like a divine beast? His attacks are suicidal. Looking at the borrow life orthodoxy, he was in a sorry state. He was being beaten up by Lin Ling, but thinking about how Lin Ling had played with him, he was ready to go all out. Divine World Crystal Wall. He used an even stronger technique, and then roared, Lei Gong, this is the price for playing with us. Do you still dare to come? Do you regret it? Do you know fear? Rumble, their attacks were so powerful that it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Treasure god Nanwu Fingyu and the others had already hidden far away, watching the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. Then, they looked at Lin Ling beside them. Their mouths were wide open, and they were speechless. This was because Lin Ling was right next to them. On the other hand, Xian Wuba and Luo Ming's orthodoxy were fighting fiercely. More importantly, they were cursing each other as Lei Gong. Lin Ling, what's going on? The young demon lord pointed to the front. It's an array formation. Young demon lord, you're really stupid. My second brother is returning an eye for an eye. Think about it, this array formation made us unable to differentiate between us, so my second brother used the array formation to make them unable to differentiate between you and me, treating each other as my second brother. Sakura pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed out loud. So that's how it is. Brilliant. Young Master Yao was taken aback. He raised his thumb and laughed heartily. Everyone laughed. They were curious. When Xian Wuba and the others found out that the Lei Gong in their eyes was actually one of them, what kind of expression would they have? Bang, boom. Boom, the battle was still going on. They were evenly matched. Why is this Lei Gong so difficult to deal with? We've been fighting for so long and he's still not giving up. Xian Wuba was a little tired and had suffered heavy injuries. Looking at Luo Ming's orthodoxy, his foxy face was covered in blood. His teeth were all broken, and he spoke with a lisp. As expected of Lei Gong, so arrogant. But even if I have to risk my life, I'll kill him. Rumble, the two of them clashed again. Ah! A painful cry rang out. That Luo Ming's orthodoxy was sent flying. His dantian had completely collapsed, and he smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. Bang! A huge foot came at the same time, stomping him back to the ground. And the person who stomped on Luo Ming's orthodoxy was naturally Xian Wuba. You're arrogant. Show me how arrogant you are. After defeating Lei Gong, Xian Wuba was very excited. Of course, he did not expect this Lei Gong to be so strong that he had to use all his strength to defeat him. Then, he did not kill Lei Gong for the time being. Instead, he kept stomping on him, lifted Lei Gong, and gave him dozens of slaps. You just destroyed my million-strong army. Do you know who their boss is? Awesome. Smack. Smack, smack. After dozens of slaps, Xian Wuba was suddenly stunned. This was because the Lei Gong in his hand had turned into a fatty. He exclaimed, You, who the F***ck are you? At this moment, Luo Ming's face was swollen. He slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Xian Wuba, he was stunned. I'm Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Nonsense. Luo Ming's orthodoxy's face is like a rat's, and your face is like a pig's head. You're not from Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Xian Wuba frowned, but in fact, he was getting more and more uneasy. Because from the way the person in his hand was dressed, he was undoubtedly from Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Lei Gong hit me. He grabbed my face and slapped me crazily. Eh? Wait, why did you grab me? Could it be? Luo Ming's orthodoxy explained, but halfway through, he was stunned. Grabbing my face? It's Xian Wuba who's grabbing my face. Could it be that he was fighting with Xian Wuba? Similarly, Xian Wuba was also stunned. The two of them looked at each other, and finally confirmed what was happening. They had been fighting with their lives on the line, and it turned out that they were attacking their own people. Not bad at all. At this moment, applause rang out. In the fog, Lin Ling led Lei Gong and the people from Luo Ming's grand hall slowly, when they saw Lin Ling, Xian Wuba and Xian Wuba exploded with anger, they were vomiting blood, and their faces were swollen. When they looked at Lin Ling and the others, they were all in high spirits. They did not even lose a single hair, let alone being injured. You tricked us again. Luo Ming's orthodoxy pointed at Lin Ling and vomited another mouthful of blood. This move of using someone else to do the dirty work was a huge blow to them. Impossible, Luo Ming's orthodoxy. Weren't you the one who set up this formation? Why did he control the formation and use an illusion to deceive us? Xian Wuba thought of the key question. This was because ordinary methods would not be able to make him lose himself in it. Only this Luo Ming's fortune-seizing formation could. However, this formation was set up by Luo Ming's orthodoxy. The person who set up the formation was controlled by the person who entered the formation. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Yes. Luo Ming's orthodoxy also reacted, and his pupils trembled. The Luo Ming's fortune-seizing formation is the most powerful part. Now, I'm just seizing. I'm seizing the formation from your hands to control this formation. Lin Ling's hands moved slightly, and a series of complex formations appeared. One had to know that when he first entered the formation, he could not find any formations. However, after familiarizing himself with the Luo Ming's fortune-seizing formation, he could now use the formations for his own use. However, in order to completely control the formation, he had to seize it. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had been waiting for the arrival of the borrowed orthodoxy to take control of the formation from the person who set it up. In fact, when Luo Ming's orthodoxy had just entered the valley, Lin Ling had already begun to seize the formation. This was because he knew how to seize the formation, but to seize it from him, one would need to have a very powerful boundary Dao and be very familiar with the fortune-stealing formation. How is that not possible? The world you know doesn't represent the entire era. I can only say that you are too weak. Lin Ling snorted. In terms of world spirit techniques, he was naturally inferior to the life-borrowing sage system. However, Yong Luoxing was most definitely more powerful than the life-borrowing sage system. Thus, what qualifications did the life-borrowing sage system have to speak? The 10 orthodoxies were left behind in the divinity world, from the era of the gods. The celestial spirits empire was not a great nation, and the divinity world was also left behind in the era of the gods. Although they weren't from the ancient era, they were still considered great gods. But you dared to provoke the Thunder God Palace. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with murderous intent. On the other hand, Immortal Wu Ba and Borrow Life were even angrier than before. If it had been at the beginning, they would not have been afraid of Lin Ling. However, they had already fought with their lives on the line for so long and were all seriously injured. It was obviously impossible for them to fight in the Thunder God Hall again. Lei Gong, we'll meet again someday. Immortal Wu Ba gritted his teeth and turned into a flood dragon, rushing into the distance. Immortal Wu Ba, don't leave me behind. Borrow Life was out of luck. His dantian was shattered, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. After him. Seeing this, Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu and God Emperor Zhonggang immediately rushed over. Lin Ling was still in control of the formation and was slowly approaching Borrow Life. No, don't kill me. Luo Ming orthodoxy kept crawling backward with a pale face. He never thought that he, an existence comparable to Black Deity and the others, would one day be controlled by a junior. I'm a god, you want to kill a god? Borrow Life panicked. I'm sorry, gods are nothing to me. They're like cabbages to me because I've already killed gods before. Lin Lin said coldly, who else do you have in the 10 orthodoxies? What's your goal? There are 10 of us in total. Our goal is the world we'll host. Everyone wants to become the host so that we can become eternal and rule the universe. Borrow Life said, if you dare to kill me, the other orthodoxies won't let you go. You are all idiots. You think that by killing the world will host body, you can replace it and become immortal. But have you ever thought that the world will host body has appeared since the most ancient era? It has been destroyed time and time again, reincarnated time and time again. But have they ever died? So even if you take their body and soul, their bodies and souls, I'm afraid that at that time, you won't be you anymore. You'll still be the original host of the world's will. Lin Ling shook his head sarcastically. Also, don't think that the 10 orthodoxies are so powerful. If they want to kill our Thunder God Grand Hall, they can come at us. After saying that, Lin Ling's palm landed on the head of the Borrow Life Orthodoxy, and a powerful soul force swept out. Ah! Borrow Life's host's face twisted, his body twitched as if his soul was being sucked out by Lin Ling. In the end, foam came out of his mouth and he fainted on the ground. His soul was also shattered by Lin Ling and dissipated. However, the things hidden in his soul were refined by Lin Ling. This was especially true for spirit formation techniques. They were being absorbed by Lin Ling non-stop. Now, Lin Ling's soul had reached 150,000 rank soul power. Then, Lin Ling took out the treasures from Borrow Life's host. However, he didn't see any rare treasures. Instead, he found quite a lot of materials for setting up barriers. Not bad. Lin Ling nodded. After absorbing the life-stealing legacy's spirit formation technique, Lin Ling's spirit formation technique had improved by leaps and bounds. Adding on the materials he had obtained, Lin Ling was completely satisfied. This Xianwuba can even split his body. Then, Lin Ling checked the formation and found that Xianwuba had already escaped. This person seemed to be familiar with the formation and knew how to get out. Of course, the most important thing was that this person's fled dragon form could split a part of it to fight treasure god Nanwufingyu, leaving a small fled dragon to escape. This Xianwuba is worthy of being a god from the era of gods. His methods are not weak. Lin Ling shook his head, feeling regretful that Xianwuba had escaped. Not long after, treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others also returned. When they saw Lin Ling, their faces were full of regret. He escaped. Lin Ling was the first to speak. Then, he smiled and said, "It's fine." This time, he escaped like a gecko that lost its tail. After suffering such a great loss, he will definitely come looking for us soon. We only need to wait for him to come. That's for the best. That old man is already heavily injured. Letting him escape really pisses me off. I'm looking forward to his revenge next time. Treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others nodded. Is everyone alright? Let's rest here for a day or two. It's time for us to go back. Then, Lin Ling said to everyone. Next, he walked towards the pangolin and used his soul to transmit the method of controlling the formation into the pangolin's mind. This way, the pangolin could easily control the formation and protect it and its child. After we leave, you have to take care of yourself. After doing this, Lin Ling returned to the group and sat down cross-legged. Thinking back, this trip was really full of twists and turns. He had thought that the trip to the Ear Ox Cave would be over quickly. Who knew that so many things would happen? Fortunately, Lin Ling had gained a lot. Not only had his cultivation level increased, but his talent had also greatly improved. He had even obtained the ancient divine ability of Pengu's Strike. Moreover, the prison was also one of the treasures. At some point, it would be comparable to the Pengu's Strike. The only difference was that the Pengu's Strike's potential was stronger. Of course, Lin Ling had also seen stronger gods, especially by Shan and Burned Heart. Lin Ling had a feeling that it would not be long before these experts from the Chaos Realm would come looking for him. After a day, Lin Ling left the Ear Ox Cave with the Lei Gong Palace. After passing through the ancient canyon, they once again arrived at the broken divine realm. Everyone looked at the boundless divine realm and sighed with emotion. There were countless divine lands like the Ear Ox Cave in the broken divine realm. Let's go. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and left with everyone. After a long time, everyone finally returned to the void of Jiuzhou. Looking at the void of the universe of their homeland, everyone felt a sense of nostalgia. When they returned to the void where the Lei Gong Palace was located, a group of people immediately came from afar to welcome them. These people were the people who guarded the Lei Gong Palace. Experts from both sides gathered, and they were happy and harmonious. Lin Ling also asked people to distribute the treasures for everyone to cultivate. In the following days, everyone did not leave this void. Instead, they cultivated in seclusion. After returning from the Ear Ox Cave, they knew that they were weak. Compared to the void of Jiuzhou, they were the strongest existences. However, after the appearance of the world will host, they seemed so weak. However, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased in the Ear Ox Cave, so it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation and divine fetus in a short period of time. Therefore, he was more focused on honing his state of mind. Spring went and autumn came. A year passed just like that. The void left behind by the thunder god became more and more lively. Gradually, there were many countries, sects, schools, and other things. However, no matter what kind of sect or school it was, they all knew one person, and that was the thunder god Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling was the god of this void. Lin Ling obviously did not know about this, and even if he knew, he would not care. In the void, Lin Ling stood there quietly, wearing a blue and white robe. His clean face looked into the distance. Beside him were Yu and Yuer, and a few other women. It's so quiet. I really hope it can be like this forever. Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said with a smile. Yes, ever since we left Qingzhou, we haven't had such a quiet moment in a long time. We are always fighting. And Yuer nodded. Unfortunately, this peace will not last long. Perhaps it won't be long before a storm comes. Yu said worriedly. She obviously knew about the chaotic realm. She knew that experts from White Mountain and Heart-Burning Realm would definitely come to Lin Ling. It's okay. We'll deal with it when it comes. Anyway, it's not the first time we've encountered this kind of thing. At this time, Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked at his wives. Hearing this, Yu and the others also smiled. By the way, how's Lin Yi's cultivation? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked casually. He has already created his own sect. He said he wants to surpass Lei Gong. Yu was obviously happy when she mentioned Lin Yi. This boy. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a few figures coming from afar. They were Treasure God Nanwu Fingyu, Emperor Zhang Gang, Giant Ghost, and the others. Looking at Giant Ghost, Lin Ling remembered that he had promised Giant Ghost to bring him back to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Obviously, Treasure God Nanwu Fingyu and the others had come for this. Now, the seventh world will host body has been destroyed. The records of the eighth world will host body are likely in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Although this world will host body doesn't have much to do with us, it's still better to prepare for a rainy day. Knowing it a step earlier is better than knowing it a step later. Nanwu Fingyu, Treasure God Nanwu Fingyu. Of mind. Therefore, instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative. Lin Ling was not someone who would wait to be captured. Knowing that there would be a confrontation in the future, he would not muddle through and think he would be safe by hiding here. The map to the eighth floor of the Eight Gods' heavenly palace is only known to the Taoist of myriad treasures. That old bastard promised me that he would tell me once he found the iron box. However, I reckon that was just a smokescreen. In reality, he had already snuck into the Ji-Ox cave and found out about the iron box. However, the host body of the will of the world is not what he needs. Now, he has disappeared again. Without him, it will be very difficult for us to enter the eighth level of the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling fell into deep thought. Everyone frowned when they heard this. What a cunning Taoist myriad treasures. He had obviously tricked them. Of course, compared to everyone's anger, Lin Ling was indifferent. He had obtained the Pengu strike from the iron box. It was the most important treasure. Lin Ling was also thinking that Taoist myriad treasures had an ulterior motive for telling him to find the iron box. Could it be that he wanted Lin Ling to obtain the Pengu strike? Everyone, wait. Let me see if there is any other way. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and also thought of the prison. He then said to everyone. Okay, we are not in a hurry. Now, we have sent people into the void of the 9 continents to investigate. As long as they find Taoist myriad treasures, they will immediately inform us. The giant ghost nodded. After they left, Lin Ling opened the door of the prison and entered. A jade slip appeared in his hand. Lin Ling checked it. The Eight Gods' heavenly palace was an extremely ancient existence. Perhaps the prisoners in this prison would know a thing or two. The eighth level of the Eight Gods' heavenly palace was probably not accessible in the current era, but it did not mean that it was not accessible in the era of the gods. The Eight Gods' heavenly palace had existed since the ancient era. Perhaps some ancient great gods had entered it. He checked the jade slip again and again. However, the jade slip recorded that there were not many people who had entered the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In one of the jade slips, he saw the descendant of the earthly sovereign. The earthly sovereign was one of the 3 sovereigns. He was equally famous as the human sovereign, heavenly sovereign, and earthly sovereign. The three sovereigns were great gods from the ancient era. They were Fuxi, Shenong, and Xianyuan. The descendant of the earthly sovereign Xianyuan, Lin Ling immediately walked towards the prison. However, to his surprise, the descendant of Xianyuan was not strong. He was actually in one of the first prison cells. Not long after, Lin Ling stood in front of a prison cell, indifferently looking at the person inside. Inside the cell sat a woman in a long white dress. She looked delicate and pretty, and was also very quiet. She did not look like a vicious criminal at all. However, Lin Ling knew that this woman had committed a heinous crime because of love. She had broken the Xiantian Golden Age Great Hall and humiliated the ancient great gods. In the end, she was imprisoned in this prison forever. Xianyuan Baoshu, do you know about the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Baoshu greets Lord. After seeing Lin Ling, the white-dressed woman hurriedly stood up and bowed, appearing like a young lady from a noble family. I'll ask you one more time. Do you know about the 8 gods' heavenly palace? If you know the map to the 8th level, I can fulfill one of your wishes. Moreover, don't tell me that you have never heard of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Your ancestor, the earthly sovereign Xianyuan, was once friends with the 8 gods. As for the Tao, it's fine if you don't know. Lin Ling said majestically. Everyone in the prison knows of Lord's majesty. Baoshu does not dare to hide anything from Lord. Baoshu also knows that it cannot be hidden. Baoshu indeed knows. The woman was not as difficult to deal with as the other prisoners. She politely said, Lord only needs to help me kill one person. Baoshu will tell you everything I know. This is Baoshu's wish. Speak. Lin Ling asked expressionlessly. Baoshu has a blood oath here. Lord will know who it is after checking it. Lord only needs to bring his head back. I'll have to trouble Lord. The woman bowed, but the moment she bowed, Lin Ling saw that her body was trembling, as if she was very excited. It could be seen that she had been waiting for this day for a very long time. If I can kill him, I will not disappoint you. Lin Ling took the drop of blood and turned to leave. After leaving the prison, Lin Ling stood in the void, and the sphere of blood oath appeared in his hand. He knew that this was a blood oath formed by a warrior's strong will and determination after discovering the blood oath. Generally speaking, this was also a warrior's oath and wish. His soul power gushed out and covered the sphere of blood oath. Gradually, a large amount of information flowed into Lin Ling's mind. Sima Ruochen, this was the person that Xianyuan Baoshu wanted to kill. This person and Xianyuan Baoshu were lovers. For Sima Ruochen, Xianyuan Baoshu stole the scabbard of the Xianyuan family and spent a lot of treasures to improve Sima Ruochen's strength. However, after Sima Ruochen became stronger, he abandoned Xianyuan Baoshu and fled. Xianyuan Baoshu was hunted down by the Xianyuan family and abandoned. He lost his mind at that time, so he committed a heresy and was locked in prison forever. There are many people who can't see through love. No wonder Xianyuan Baoshu wants to kill Sima Ruochen. The opposite of love is hatred. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, when Xianyuan Baoshu handed him the sphere of blood oath, Lin Ling had guessed it because Xianyuan Baoshu's expression was no different from that of an abandoned woman. I didn't expect that although Xianyuan Baoshu was locked in prison, she still found news about Sima Ruochen. I really don't know how she did it. This Sima Ruochen is a figure of the same generation as Xianyuan Baoshu, so he must be very strong. However, the sphere of blood oath also said that when Xianyuan Baoshu was captured by the Xianyuan family, Sima Ruochen was also crippled. In addition, Xianyuan Baoshu also left behind a method to kill him. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult to kill him. However, this Sima Ruochen actually escaped the twilight of the gods and survived. He is now in the broken divine land, which is on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling put away the sphere of blood oath, then told Yu Yu and the others to leave the void. Lin Ling was not worried about this trip. This was because the Xianyuan treasure book had left the method to kill Sima Ruochen. In addition, Sima Ruochen had been crippled back then. Even if he were to recultivate now, his strength would not be too strong. As for the other side of the Kaiyuan River, this was Lin Ling's first time going there. He had only been to the Dragon Valley the last time, He didn't expect that there would be such an ancient existence on the other side of the void of the 9 prefectures, broken domain divine soil. This should be one of the shattered god realms. Soon, Lin Ling arrived at the final world. He scanned the final world with his powerful soul force, but he didn't discover any changes. In the entire void of the 9 prefectures, perhaps most people still think that the 4 great deities are the strongest. They don't know that there are even stronger experts above the 4 great deities. Perhaps only a small number of people know about this. Lin Ling knew very well that although the void of the 9 prefectures seemed calm, it would not be long before a great storm would break out in the 9 prefectures, because the experts of the Chaos Realm would definitely come, and it was even very likely that they would come straight for Lin Ling. City. Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He saw an acquaintance in City. It was the daughter of the governor of City. The governor of City was from the Spirit Kingdom. Now that many people knew about it, the daughter of the governor of City had lost her backer and was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, she was now in trouble. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed softly. The daughter of the governor of City, Xianxia, had expressed her feelings for Lin Ling. However, at that time, Lin Ling was not in the mood for love, so he politely rejected her. However, Lin Ling was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see Xianxia sad, so he casually said that when he, Lin Ling, could rule the entire era, he would definitely come and marry Xianxia, who knew that Xianxia actually believed him and had been waiting for Lin Ling, and this kind of waiting would be endless. One had to know that Lin Ling had come into contact with countless women in his life, such as Lu Susu, Xianxia, and so on. Some of them had followed Lin Ling, while others were still waiting for Lin Ling. However, after waiting for so long, there was still no result. Although Lin Ling had repeatedly asked them to give up, he had underestimated the power of love. Not only did they not give up, but they still believed that there would be a day when Lin Ling would come and marry them. If I had not come to this world, I would be an ordinary person in Xianxia, married and had children. Perhaps I would have been reincarnated by now. However, after I came to this world, I witnessed the wonders of the esoteric universe and the limits of the human body. I have a colorful life, and the trajectory of my life is completely different. Lin Ling shook his head and walked toward City. Sometimes, when he recalled everything, it felt like a dream. However, he also felt that it was destined. It was as if there was a big hand pushing him forward, pushing him to the peak of the world. Therefore, he was very sure that in the ancient Chaos Realm, there must be an ancient god watching him. While Lin Ling was heading toward City, at this moment, in the distant horizon, an old man sat cross-legged in the starry universe. He was like a stone statue, motionless. Clouds rolled around him like the rolling wheel of history. Master, the 7th world will host body was destroyed and its whereabouts are unknown. Of the remaining 2, one is in the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, and the last one is still missing. There are now countless experts in the 9 states void and the broken god world. There are 4 gods in the 9 states void, Dragon Valley, Immortal Spirit Nation, 10 Orthodoxies, and U-Continent's divine ruler. Moreover, the seal of Ox Cave has been broken. The 72 cave masters will return to the broken god world and enter the 9 states void. This list contains the names of the gods we've investigated. None of them are weak. For example, Immortal Wuba was once a member of the tyrannical Divine Gate during the Age of the Gods. He escaped the twilight of the gods and hid in the void of the 9 continents. A jade slip suddenly floated over. The old man opened his eyes and slowly read it. The 4 gods of the 9 states void, Kurishin, Titanic Crescent God, Eugene, and Lei Gong. The old man's gaze first fell on the 4 gods, then locked onto a name. This Lei Gong is Lin Ling? Master, the current thunder god is Lin Lin. This person is very powerful, and his growth speed is very fast. He has completely stepped into the strength of a deity from the strength of a deity. Under the divine mountain, he has personally killed several deities. The voice tore through the clouds, revealing a myriad of light rays rolling in the sea of clouds. Heaven, this is fate. The old man muttered to himself, no matter what, we must bring back Lin Ling. This child has extraordinary potential and has grown into a towering tree. If we don't control him, our plans will be disrupted. Yes, Master. Moreover, this Lin Ling has a great reputation in the Spirit Nation. He is the #1 enemy. As the light shone, the voice floated again. Lin Ling, is this the person that those old guys value? I want to see who he is. The old man squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. It was as if he wanted to see through the heavens and comprehend the karma Tao of the void. However, on Lin Ling's body, there was a layer of fog that blocked his probing, making him unable to see anything. This made him realize that there was a powerful being protecting Lin Ling, preventing others from probing. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know about this. He had already arrived at E-City. Get lost, Demonis. On one of the streets of E-City, a large number of martial artists were angrily looking at a woman. That woman was Xianxia Fairy. Xianxia Fairy clearly knew what had happened. Although she did not know why her father had become a member of Spirit Nation, she firmly believed that her father must have his reasons for doing so. Acting so pitiful. How despicable. She must be a spy left behind by Spirit Nation. That's right. No wonder more than 10 martial artists died outside the city 3 days ago. In my opinion, she must be the one who killed them. Kill her. The surrounding martial artists were initially furious. However, as their emotions rose, they revealed their killing intent. In fact, the will of the world had left a very bad impression on them. However, in the face of everyone's killing intent, Xianxia Fairy remained calm and walked forward slowly. She clearly knew that E-City could no longer contain her. Of course, she also knew that the final world and even the void of the 9 states could not contain her. Where should she go from here? Catch her. Suddenly, someone made a move. A terrifying boundary essence turned into a palm and grabbed at Xianxia Fairy. Before the attack even reached her, the powerful aura caused Xianxia Fairy's face to turn pale. However, she stubbornly bit her lips and did not say a word. Although she had nothing to do with Spirit Nation and did not even know where Spirit Nation was, she did not want to explain too much. This was because any explanation would be useless. Bang! However, just as the huge palm was about to grab Xianxia Fairy, a palm suddenly appeared in the void. With a gentle wave, the boundary essence that was attacking Xianxia Fairy dissipated. In midair, an arm was suddenly grabbed by a palm, causing the expression of the person who grabbed it to change. Back then, when the city lord of E-City was here, all of you flattered him. Now that he has left, all of you turned your backs on him. Isn't this too shameless? The one who appeared in front of Xianxia Fairy was a man in a white robe. He looked very refined and had an extraordinary temperament. Lan Yun. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at the white-robed man. This person was a teacher of E-Garden Academy. He was powerful and highly respected. He was even a divine paladin. As the saying goes, one should bear the consequences of one's actions. The city master of E-City may be a member of the Spirit Nation, but that doesn't mean that Xianxia will be one too. How are you all different from the will of the world if you are so overbearing? The white-robed man reprimanded everyone. No one dared to speak. Lan Yun's prestige in E-City was too great. Furthermore, he was strong. Lan Yun looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, I'm here and nobody can bully you. Now that your father is gone, why don't you come and live with me? He obviously liked Xianxia Fairy a long time ago. In the past, Xianxia Fairy's status was precious. He could only look at her from afar and could not profane her. Now that Xianxia Fairy had fallen, this was his chance. Moreover, he believed that after the city master of E-City left, Xianxia Fairy would be isolated and helpless. She would definitely agree to his request. Lan Yun, thank you. However, I still plan to leave E-City. However, Xianxia Fairy looked at Lan Yun and shook her head in rejection. Lan Yun's eyes flashed. He did not expect Xianxia Fairy to reject him at this time. He suddenly said, where can a woman like you go? Without anyone to protect you, you might die as soon as you walk out of E-City. Why don't I protect you? I, Lan Yun, will protect you for the rest of my life. There's no need. Actually, I know your heart. However, I have never told you that I rejected you not because you're not outstanding enough. It's because I already have someone I like. Xianxia Fairy looked at Lan Yun apologetically and said. Dang dang dang, such a blow undoubtedly caused Lan Yun to take a few steps back. This was because he did not know that Xianxia Fairy had someone she liked. This time, he had lost his mind. Who is it? Who is worthy of you? Now that you're being bullied by a passerby, where is that person? He should be hiding. He doesn't dare to get too close to you. He's afraid of being implicated by you. That person is a coward, a piece of trash, a piece of trash. Lan Yin roared and said, Xianxia Fairy, I'm different. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side and protect you forever. Trust me. He doesn't know about me. Otherwise, he would definitely come and help me. He's not as bad as you say. I just don't want to trouble him. Xianxia Fairy smiled and shook her head. She continued to reject Lan Yun. Lan Yun's eyes turned red when he saw his sweetheart rejecting him again and again. He almost lost his mind and forcefully took Xianxia Fairy away. He wanted to show Xianxia Fairy who truly loved her, however, he still had a bit of rationality left and held himself back. Xianxia Fairy, you will understand sooner or later. Now that your father has left, if the person you love is a hero, he should not be afraid of difficulties and help you. He shouldn't be hiding. I look down on him. He's a piece of trash. However, I also understand that it's hard for me to change your mind. Only time will tell. Understand everything. Lan Yin said word by word. Is that so? However, before Xianxia Fairy could speak, a cold voice suddenly came from the street. Then, the crowd parted and countless experts strode over. What if I want to catch her? Do you dare to protect her with your life? The man in the lead had an extraordinary aura. He was tall and burly and his voice was like thunder. Governor. Looking at the man, everyone quietly took a step back. The previous governor of E-City had left. Therefore, E-City had a new governor. The man in front of them was the governor. Although his strength was not as strong as the governor of E-City, he was still one of the top in the final world main city. Governor, Cheninan. Lan Yin stared at the governor with an ugly expression. I said that I want to catch Xianxia Fairy. Will you protect her with your life? The governor and the experts stopped in their tracks. He looked at Lan Yin and said, I can tell you that because of her father, the Lord God is paying attention to her. The Titanic Crescent God has ordered us to take her away. Therefore, do you dare to stop us? Lan Yin, let me remind you that you are the teacher of E-Garden and a paladin of the god. Your future is limitless. If you dare to disobey the orders of the Lord God, your future will be ruined. You better think carefully. When the voice faded away, the entire street fell silent. Since it's an order from a deity, there must be something important for Xianxia. I think she should go back with you. Lan Yin pondered for a moment before speaking. He was not afraid of the martial artists of E-City, but he was wary of the governor and the deity. Between a deity and Xianxia, he had chosen the former. Moreover, if he offended a deity, his future would be ruined. Xianxia, I'm sorry. After saying this, Lan Yin looked at Izuan apologetically and said. Why are you apologizing? This has nothing to do with you. However, Xianxia's reaction was calm. In her heart, Lan Yin was just an ordinary friend. If he did not help her, it would not matter at all. For some reason, Xianxia's behavior made Lan Yin very uncomfortable. It was as if she was looking at a passerby. Lan Yin knew that Xianxia didn't like him at all. She didn't like him at all. Take her away. At this time, the governor waved his hand. Immediately, an expert walked towards Xianxia to take her away. However, before this person could take her away, a figure walked out from the crowd. Her father is from the Spirit Nation. That's right, but I believe that this has nothing to do with her. The person who walked out was Lin Ling. He had just arrived when he saw this scene. Nothing to do with her. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with their mouths agape. This person was very bold. Now that the Titanic Crescent God had spoken, he dared to say that it had nothing to do with him. Did he think that he was a deity? It's you. Out of everyone, only Xianxia recognized Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had not appeared in the final world for a long time after Lei Gong's death. Other than the top experts, no ordinary person would recognize Lin Ling. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? The governor stared at Lin Ling and suddenly laughed sarcastically. The other experts, including Lan Yin and the martial artists on the street, laughed. They all thought that Lin Ling had lost his mind. Why are you here? Xianxia, on the other hand, ignored the laughter and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. I just passed by here. Lin Ling smiled and then said, I'll take you away from here. There's a very safe and quiet place suitable for you to stay there and wait for your father to come back. Thank you. Hearing this, Xianxia did not hesitate. She did not reject Lin Ling's help, because she knew that with Lin Ling's strength, she wouldn't be able to trouble Lin Ling at all. However, Lin Ling's words silenced the entire street. Then, more laughter could be heard. Is this brat crazy? Now that the deities have spoken, he still dares to boast that there is a safe place. Hee hee, is there any place in the 9 continents that is not under the control of the deities? Look at how easy it is for him to say that. He's simply bragging without thinking. Humph. As far as I'm concerned, he can't even protect himself. Voices rang out one after another. However, Lan Yun did not laugh. Instead, his face turned ugly because Xianxia had agreed. She had agreed. This meant that this man was the one that Xianxia liked. After all, Xianxia had rejected his offer to help. He couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling was very ordinary. Other than being a little handsome, there was nothing special about him. He laughed and said, Brat, do you know what you're saying? How dare you protect Xianxia? Do you know who wants to capture Xianxia? That's a deity. Can you afford to offend him? Also, which academy are you from? I'm a teacher at the E-Garden. I might know your dean. The voice interrupted Lin Ling and Xianxia's conversation. Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said, a teacher at the academy? No wonder you're so weak. However, I'm not interested in knowing what kind of cat or dog you are. I only know that if I want to take someone away, I'm afraid that even your deities won't dare to say anything. Also, there are 4 deities in the 9 prefectures void. It's not just the Titanic Crescent God. After saying that, he didn't want to waste any more time. He felt that he had wasted a lot of saliva. Come, I'll take you away. Lin Ling took Xianxia's hand and led her away from the street. This brat is really arrogant. Does he think that we don't exist? No one had ever seen such an arrogant person. You want to leave? Dream on. The city lord waved his hand and said coldly, let me tell you, the deities have given orders. No one can defy them. With a wave of his hand, a large number of experts pounced on Lin Ling with sneers on their faces. They wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. As for Lin Ling's background, they were not afraid at all. They were here under orders. In the 9 prefectures void, no one dared to offend a deity. As for Lan Yun, he had a mocking look on his face. He wanted to show Xianxia how unbearable the man she loved was. He had already decided that after Lin Ling was beaten up badly, he would show Xianxia how unbearable the man she loved was. Bang! However, before they could get close to Lin Ling, a powerful divine aura surged out. Before they could get close to Lin Ling, all of them were sent flying. They crashed onto the ground and spat out blood. Silence. E-City was silent. Without making a move, he had sent so many experts flying with just his aura. How powerful was this person? The city lord's eyes narrowed and he pounced on Suke. Bang! However, the result was the same. He was sent flying by the aura and spat out blood as he crashed onto the ground. Wah! This time, everyone was terrified. That was because they knew very well how powerful the city lord was. Lan Yun's mouth was wide open. From this angle, he knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Kid, you are courting death. How dare you touch us? You will regret it. On the ground, the city lord roared. However, he did not dare to make a move because he knew that Suke was much stronger than him. Therefore, a jade tablet appeared in his hand, and he transmitted his voice to the other party. Because he was ordered to capture Xianxia, he had a jade token that could send a message directly to the Titanic Crescent God. Now, he wanted to ask the Titanic Crescent God for help. My lord, someone has taken Xianxia away. It seems to be someone from the Spirit Nation. He added fuel to the fire. After he sent the message, the Titanic Crescent God's side was shaken. Someone from the Spirit Nation. Xianxia's father was from the Spirit Nation. Now that he had sent someone to take his daughter away, it was possible. Therefore, the experts from the Titanic Crescent God's side arrived. When the Titanic Crescent God received the news, he decided to come personally. This was because the previous city lord of E-City held a high position in the Spirit Nation. Therefore, if someone from the Spirit Nation came to the 9 continents void, they would not be weak. Kid, don't run if you dare. The people from the Spirit Nation are here. After receiving a reply, the city lord shouted proudly. Previously, when Lan Yun saw how strong Lin Ling was, he felt inferior. He did not expect the man that Xianxia Fairy liked to be so strong. He was no match for Lin Ling. Previously, he said that the man that Xianxia Fairy liked was a coward, trash, but now, it seemed that he was more like a coward, trash, because at least the person who came dared to take Xianxia Fairy away, but he did not. Fortunately, all of this was just a flash in the pan. The god is here. At this moment, E-City was in an uproar because the god had come personally. This was something that had not happened in E-City for thousands of years. Who attracted the gods here? I heard that it's a kid from the Spirit Nation. He's dead meat. TSK, Xianxia Fairy's father is from the Spirit Nation. How dare he take her away? He's committing a heinous crime. Yeah, who dares to be so arrogant in the Jiuzhou void? Voices rang out in the streets and alleys. Everyone was looking forward to it. Governor Chen, where is the person from the Spirit Nation? At this moment, a voice rang out in the sky. Then, a large number of people in armor appeared in the sky. They looked majestic. The person in the lead was holding a prayer bead in his hand. He looked sacred and majestic. Sir, you are? The city lord said with some trepidation. I'm one of the 8 new gods, San Ling. The person said indifferently. Beside him was a woman. She looked beautiful, but she had a powerful majestic aura. This is an expert from Eugene. Her name is Luotian. The expert named 3 spirits also introduced. 8 new gods. The governor was shocked. Lan Yun was shocked. The entire city was shocked. Don't worry. Because of Xianxia Fairy's father, Lord Titanic Crescent God is here. San Ling added, as if he was afraid that the governor was not confident enough. Good. The governor shouted excitedly. He then pointed to the front and said, they left along this street. Sir, go and catch them. This person is very arrogant. He ignored E-City and took Xianxia Fairy away. He's trying to show us who's boss. What an arrogant guy. I'd like to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Hearing this, the corners of San Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. Ever since he had returned from the Xianxia cave, his power had greatly increased. Therefore, he wanted to witness the power of the Spirit Kingdom's cultivators. Luotian, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Luotian forward. Behind him was a large group of deities. Let's go and take a look. The city lord and the others got up from the ground and followed. Yixian knew, let's see how the man you like will fight against a god. Lan Yun smiled sinisterly. Because of jealousy, his temperament had become somewhat twisted. He followed the city lord and rushed forward, but not long after, he realized that something was wrong. This was because all the overbearing gods had stopped in their tracks. They stared at the man and woman walking side by side on the street, and they were actually stunned on the spot. He did not make a move, there was no killing, he didn't even say a word. What kind of situation was this? Lin Ling, this. On the street, Xianxia Fairy stopped and looked at Lin Ling worriedly. Although she knew that Lin Ling was one of the 4 great gods, it didn't mean that the Titanic Crescent god would give face to Lin Ling. If she remembered correctly, when the previous Lei Gong was forced to his death, Lin Ling was also present. However, there was nothing he could do. Now that she heard that the Titanic Crescent god was coming, she was afraid that she would bring trouble to Lin Ling. It's fine. Lin Ling smiled at her, then looked at the experts of the Titanic Crescent God Legion and said, what's wrong? Do you dare to capture me? F***CK. After a moment of silence, the 3 deities suddenly roared. Oh my god, who would dare to capture you? Following that, Luotian also roared. They had been with Lin Ling in the Xianxia cave, so they knew how strong Lin Ling was. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to capture Lin Ling. However, didn't Lin Ling live in another void with Lei Gong? Why was he here all of a sudden? Who dares to take my people away? At this time, a domineering voice came from the sky. More gods arrived, led by a burly giant wearing armor. Who else could it be but the Titanic Crescent God? His appearance increased the pressure on the city. Sir, something's wrong, something's wrong. The three deities waved their hands at the sky, telling the Titanic Crescent God not to speak nonsense. He remembered that even the Titanic Crescent God was afraid of Lin Ling back at the foot of the godly mountain, especially the old locust tree. At that time, Lin Ling saved all of them, including Black God. Three deities, what are you doing? I told you to capture someone, why are you waving your hands at me? The Titanic Crescent God finally stopped and looked at the three deities with a dignified expression. It seemed like he was angry, however, when he looked at Lin Ling, his body trembled. Yes, it's you? You're the one who took away the daughter of the city lord of E-City? The Titanic Crescent God was dumbfounded. Lin Ling had been living in seclusion in the Great Hall of Lei Gong for many years, so he did not expect Lin Ling to suddenly appear here. What, you dare to capture me too? Do you want to die? On the ground, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up as he spoke in a cold voice. With his current strength, he was not afraid of the Titanic Crescent God. If he did not know that Lei Gong was still alive, he would have already killed the Titanic Crescent God. Even so, Lin Ling did not give the Titanic Crescent God any face. What? That kid dares to threaten a god? Oh my god! On the street, the city lord and the others all had their mouths wide open. This scene had exceeded their imaginations in their entire lives. This was because no one in the entire void dared to speak to the Titanic Crescent God in such a manner. The other three gods did not dare to do so either. They were dead for sure, that was what they all thought. That guy even dares to scold a god. Lan Yun's face was pale. He was afraid that he would be implicated and face the wrath of the Titanic Crescent God. I wouldn't dare. However, the Titanic Crescent God in the sky did not dare to be angry. Instead, he smiled and walked down. That look undoubtedly gave everyone a fright. However, the Titanic Crescent God's next sentence caused everyone to fall to the ground. I saw that you were about to leave the city, so I came to protect you. The Titanic Crescent God said with a smile. Bang. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the city fell to the ground. A god was actually here to protect a god? Was he here to be a guard? Or a servant? Even if the other three gods were here, they would not receive such treatment. I thought you were here to cause trouble, but since you're here to protect me, that's great. If there's nothing else, get lost. Don't forget that I saved your life. Lin Ling said coldly. Yes. Of course, I will remember this kindness. The Titanic Crescent God replied with a smile. Even if I wanted to cause trouble, I wouldn't dare to cause trouble for you, Lei Gong. As soon as these words were said, the entire city exploded. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as their bodies trembled in fear. Although Lei Gong's Great Hall rarely appeared in the final world, it did not mean that Lei Gong's Great Hall had disappeared from the 9 continents. On the contrary, its prestige was still there. The Castellan also recalled Lin Ling's words that the Titanic Crescent God did not rule over the 9 continents. In the beginning, he thought that Lin Ling was just bluffing. However, he now believed that Lin Ling was qualified to say such words. This was because Lei Gong was one of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling left with Xianxia Fairy. No one dared to stop him. Even the Titanic Crescent God personally escorted them to repay Lin Ling for saving his life on the Divine Mountain. The man that Xianxia Fairy likes is actually Lei Gong, the youngest of the 4 great gods. Lan Yun sat down with a thump as he watched her leave. Only now did he know that he wasn't good enough for her, and he also knew why she didn't like him. One was a teacher from the academy, the other was a god from the 9 continents. How could they even compare? At this moment, his inferiority complex grew even stronger. Lin Ling, this. Xianxia Fairy followed Lin Ling out of E-City. However, she was still shocked when she saw the countless gods and the Titanic Crescent God behind them. Although she knew that Lin Ling was one of the 4 great gods, she did not expect the Titanic Crescent God to be so polite to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only one of the 4 great gods. His status was not much higher than the Titanic Crescent gods. Alright, you can all go back now. At this time, Lin Ling looked at the Titanic Crescent gods and said, Lei Gong. Meanwhile, Titanic Crescent God waved his hand to dismiss them. He walked over and said, back when we went to the Xianxia cave, we, the Eugene and the Curishan, knew that the gods in the void of the 9 continents were much stronger than we imagined. There was the Ox Demon Chief, the Immortal Spirit Overlord country, and so on. It's just the Spirit Nation, but it seems that the waters are deeper than we thought. Having said that, Titanic Crescent God shook his head. Clearly, the trip to the Xianxia cave was a huge blow to them. Lin Ling nodded his head. The Titanic Crescent God must have known about the primal chaos realm. That's why I want the 4 of us to be more united. We should cast aside our personal grudges and unite against the common enemy. What do you think? Titanic Crescent God lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling with sincerity. Even though you hate me and Eugene for old brother Lei Gong's death, from the bottom of my heart, I have no personal grudges against old brother Lei Gong. On the contrary, I respect him and consider him my big brother. It's just that we have different standpoints. Our goal is the will of the world, that's all. Lin Ling looked at the Titanic Crescent God. He agreed with this statement. The 4 gods of the 9 continents only had one mission, and that was to fight against the will of the world. For this mission, they were willing to put righteousness before family. I'll say it again. If the will of the world is destroyed in the future and you, Lin Ling, want to take revenge, I won't resist. Right now, I just want the 4 of us to be united against the common enemy. I've also discussed this with old brother Curishan. You're the leader of the 4 gods. What do you think? With that, Titanic Crescent God looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. When he thought of the incoming experts from the chaotic realm, he nodded and said, there are too many enemies. If the 4 of us do not unite, we will be defeated one by one sooner or later. I agree. That's good. Titanic Crescent God was ecstatic. This was because the Temple of Lei Gong had countless experts. There was Nanhua Fingyu, Emperor Zhan Steel, Qilin, and even Saint Unity. With Lin Ling's strength, they wouldn't have to fear any enemy if they worked together. Moreover, Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 gods. Lin Ling had absolute power and qualifications. It could be said that after Lei Gong's death, the Temple of Lei Gong didn't decline. In fact, it was even stronger than before. This was Lin Ling's ability. Then I'll tell Eugene and the Curishan about this. Oh right, Eugene wants me to thank you. Titanic Crescent God said with an excited expression. It's no big deal, it's nothing much. Lin Ling knew that Yushin was talking about the southern sacrificial ceremony at the foot of the celestial mountain. After Titanic Crescent God left, he suddenly said, actually, the Thunder God is not dead. Boom, Titanic Crescent God turned around and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. I saw old brother Lei Gong at the Divine Mountain, but I wasn't sure at the time. So he really isn't dead. With that, he stomped away with heavy steps with a complicated expression. No one knew if he was happy or regretful. However, Lin Ling still saw the tears in Titanic Crescent God's eyes when he turned around. Even though Titanic Crescent God forced Lei Gong to his death, he and Lei Gong were both gods from the era of gods. After so many years, they had accumulated a lot of feelings for each other. Titanic Crescent God appeared to be fine with Lei Gong's death, but in reality, he was not feeling good about it. However, all of this was for the sake of the world's will. Let's go. Lin Ling shook his head and left with Empyrean Maiden. Empyrean Maiden was shocked after witnessing this scene. She finally understood Lin Ling's position among the 4 gods. This also made her feel incredulous. One had to know that when she first met Lin Ling, her father was still the city lord of E-City, and Lin Ling was only a student of the Academy Shinsan Hall. After so many years, Lin Ling was already unparalleled in the 9 states and dominated the void. I'll take you to Qing province. That is my disciple's trump card, and also my, Lin Ling's, territory. Normal people don't dare to cause trouble there. Lin Ling turned to look at Empyrean Maiden and said, if I have the chance to meet your father, I will tell him about you. Lin Ling, have you met him before? Empyrean Maiden immediately asked. I've met him a few times. Overall, he's doing well. Even though I don't know why he's from Spirit Nation, it doesn't stop me from being friends with him. Lin Ling nodded. After a long while, the two of them arrived at Qing province. Lin Ling informed the third princess and asked her to take care of Empyrean Maiden before he left. "Lin Ling, I'll wait for you," Empyrean Maiden said quietly as she looked at the departing figure. In the void, Lin Ling strolled forward. He didn't seem to be walking fast, but he disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. His goal was to reach the other side of the Yuan River. During the long journey, Lin Ling also took out treasures to cultivate. Now that he had so many treasures, he didn't lack cultivation resources. However, he lacked the foundation for a breakthrough. Whoosh, the surging river water tumbled in the void. Occasionally, a water dragon would soar into the sky. It was vast and majestic, as if there were countless ancient divine beasts trapped in the river. Before one could even get close, the deafening sound of resonance could make one's blood boil with excitement. The 7 Great Forbidden Lands. Lin Ling took a step and appeared beside the river. He knew very well that there was actually a world under the churning river. Originally, Lin Ling also wanted to pass through the bottom of the river. However, as he stared at the Milky Way that separated the two voids, he suddenly had an impulse to leap over the river. If it was in the past, he would definitely not have such strength. Now, he had to give it a try. As soon as he thought of it, Lin Ling shot forward. Rumble, as he neared the Kaiyuan River, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. It made Lin Ling's body tremble. When he rushed over the Kaiyuan River, he immediately felt a terrifying gravity attack him, pulling him towards the river. Looking down at the river, the churning whirlpools were roaring. They were like giant beasts with their mouths wide open. First section. Lin Ling shouted and raised his strength. Whoosh, he glided across the river. His speed was so fast that it caused the river water to explode. The river water that was originally filled with whirlpools was now pulled into a long channel. Rumble, however, when Lin Ling rushed further away, water snakes shot up from under the river. Countless eyes were hidden in the river water, staring at Lin Ling covetously. He did not know what kind of ferocious beasts they were. However, there were many of them, and they looked very powerful. Those water snakes were as huge as mountains, constantly churning by the river. Still a little weak. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the distance. He realized that the heavenly river was vast and boundless, as if there was no end. However, this also aroused his fighting spirit. Bang, Lin Ling punched out, and water splashed everywhere. The huge water snake in front of him was blown apart by Lin Ling. Meanwhile, Lin Ling weaved through the rain of water. Rumble, however, the river water began to bulge, and then, more water snakes rushed out. Looking around, it was colorful and dazzling, as if they had entered a forest of water snakes. These water snakes crisscrossed with each other and continuously attacked Lin Ling. Not only were they powerful, but they were also incomparably fast. No wonder the Kaiyuan River is so difficult to cross. It seems like it's really not that simple. With these water snakes, I'm afraid that even ordinary gods would fall here, let alone gods. Lin Ling smiled. His body did not move, but the second stage of the innate talent fusion was activated. Among them, the realm-swallowing beast and the evil ghost jellyfish had reached the level of a medium god. This greatly increased Lin Ling's power. Whoosh, Lin Ling weaved through the water snakes at an incomparably fast speed. Looking from afar, his movements were like moving clouds and flowing water, pleasing to the eye. Rumble, countless water snakes weaved in and out, but they couldn't touch a single hair on Lin Ling's body. On the other hand, Lin Ling stepped on the water snakes that had just passed by him and shot into the distance like a meteor. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had already left the water snake zone and was heading deeper into the river. Under the surging river, many eyes looked at the disappearing Lin Ling in shock. For a long time, no one made a sound. Awesome! Lin Ling's speed was like lightning, and he quickly leaped across the river. Rumble. Wherever he passed, the river water exploded and shot up into the sky. However, an endless thunderstorm zone began to appear in front of him. Good timing! Lin Ling shouted. Without slowing down, he rushed forward. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts wreaked havoc on him, but it didn't affect him at all. Instead, it made his thunder-locked true body show signs of a breakthrough. Playing with thunder, Lin Ling was not afraid. Rumble. After a long time, Lin Ling rushed through the thunderstorm zone. In front of him, a huge mouth appeared as if it was swallowing the heavens and earth. After Lin Ling rushed over, it suddenly closed. Lin Ling also felt that he seemed to have entered a dark void. He immediately knew that he had been swallowed by some kind of divine beast. I am one of the 4 great divine beasts, chaos. I have always been the one swallowing others. You want to swallow me? Dream on. Waves of energy were refining Lin Ling, trying to refine Lin Ling into dust. However, after Lin Ling was refined, he was revived on the other side. This was an immortal body. Other than the power of God and the steps of God, no other energy could affect Lin Ling. Swallow. Lin Ling's body exploded, and he turned into endless darkness. Then, he began to swallow this part of the void universe. At this moment, above the billowing Kaiyuan River, a whale-like divine beast floated there. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed everything. However, at this moment, endless darkness spread out. Then, the darkness began to drown the whale. The whale was completely swallowed, and it disappeared into the darkness forever. In the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures, no one can cross the Kaiyuan River. However, this cannot stop me, Lin Ling. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally saw the riverbank. This made him look back at the billowing heavenly river, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. He had finally reached the other side of the Kaiyuan River. Who are you? You are so bold. After so many years, you are the first expert I have seen cross the Kaiyuan River. Just as he reached the other side of the Kaiyuan River, a deep voice sounded. He saw a huge green dragon floating in the distance. At this moment, the dragon opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Hehe, I am Lei Gong Lin Ling. Looking at the green dragon, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Lin Ling? Lei Gong Lin Ling? The young man who came to our Dragon Valley years ago? The green dragon was shocked. Obviously, it knew about Lin Ling. It said in shock, amazing, you are really amazing. I heard about you from the light golden dragon. At first, I did not believe it. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I know how amazing Lei Gong Lin Ling is. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was not unfamiliar with the Dragon Valley, so he was a little polite when speaking. Mr. Lei Gong Lin Ling, this is the 2nd time you have come to our Dragon Valley. Are you going to meet the dragon god? At this moment, the green dragon asked again. To be honest, I came after I went to the Dragon Valley. Lin Ling said bluntly. In that case, Mr. Lin Ling, why don't you meet the dragon god? The green dragon thought for a while and then spoke in human language. If the dragon god knew that it met Lin Ling and did not invite him, the dragon god would definitely blame it. Lin Ling did not want to waste time. However, the dragon god had helped him in the past. Now that he was passing by the Dragon Valley and did not meet him, it would be rude. At that moment, Lin Ling nodded. Great, Your Excellency Lin Ling, please come with me. The green dragon circled in the sky and then landed in front of Lin Ling, inviting Lin Ling to ride on its body. Since the other party had said so, Lin Ling did not refuse anymore. He leaped onto the azure dragon and allowed it to carry him into the distance. The azure dragon was very fast. It flew across the sky, and Lin Ling could see the endless mountains and rivers beneath its feet. Lin Ling looked on quietly. Memories of his first visit to the dragon flooded into his mind. Not long after, an ancient valley appeared in front of him. It was majestic and holy. Wisps of dragon chi soared into the sky and swirled around. Lin Ling saw that the endless dragon chi had combined to form a chi dragon. It was as if it had stolen the fortune of the world. Lin Ling is here. Lei Gong Lin Ling is here. Lin Ling, one of the 9 states' 4 great gods? I've heard so much about you. Go and welcome him. A series of low, thunderous voices suddenly sounded. The entire Dragon Valley seemed to tremble. Then, there was a continuous rumble. A large number of dragon gods flew out and circled around in the sky. It was an extremely spectacular scene. That's Lei Gong Lin Ling. They all stared at the man on the azure dragon with excitement in their eyes. Dragon, they were the proudest. The fact that they could worship him so much showed how high Lin Ling's position was in their hearts. Among them, the most dazzling golden dragon floated among the dragons. It laughed heartily. Lin Ling, why didn't you inform me that you're here? I could have gone and welcomed you. It was the bright golden dragon. There were a few dark green dragons beside it. They were Xiao Er and the others. At this moment, they were also excitedly greeting Lin Ling. It was as if it was their fortune to be able to meet Lin Ling. Of course, the azure dragon that Lin Ling was sitting on was also extremely excited and proud. It was laughing heartily. It's so lively. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was very surprised. He remembered the last time he came to the Dragon Valley. At that time, the dragons looked at him with a sense of superiority. It was as if they were looking at a junior, but now, the dragons were looking at him with admiration. It was as if they were looking at the dragon god. Haha, Lin Ling is here. At this moment, a loud roar rang out. Following which, an old man in a dragon robe walked over step by step in the sky. This old man had a very long beard and a square face. His expression was dignified. And he was the dragon god of the dragon clan. I haven't seen Senior Dragon God for many years. Junior greets Senior Dragon God. Lin Ling immediately bowed slightly to the old man. Back then, when he first came to the Dragon Valley, the dragon god had also helped him. Although at that time, it was mostly because of Lei Gong's face, but at least he had left a good impression on Lin Ling. Haha, in front of Lord Lei Gong, I dare not call myself senior. The old man laughed loudly, and the azure dragon under Lin Ling also stopped flying. It didn't dare to be too rash, and allowed Lin Ling to walk down from its body. Haha, Senior Dragon God, you're too humble. Lin Ling immediately smiled and walked towards the old man. Lin Ling, you're really a rare guest to our Dragon Valley this time. No matter what, you must stay in the Dragon Valley for a period of time. Let me take good care of you. The old man also walked towards Lin Ling and politely held Lin Ling's hand. It seemed that he had already treated Lin Ling as a peer. Because of the trip to the sacred mountain, Lin Ling's name had spread across all realms, whether it was the void of the 9 continents, the spirit nation, or even the chaotic realm. This also let him know that the current Lin Ling was no longer the junior of the past. Perhaps at some point in the future, the Dragon Valley would have to rely on Lin Ling. I'm very sorry, I came to the Kaiyuan River this time to go to the godly land of the Broken Realm. I received news from somewhere that I know the way to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, the premise is that I have to go to the godly land of the Broken Realm to find someone. Lin Ling did not hide anything and directly said. The 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed. Then, seeing that there were too many people around, he immediately led Lin Ling down the Dragon Valley and into the cave. All of you guard the surroundings. No one is allowed to come close. All the dragons received the dragon god's order. In the cave, the old man looked at Lin Ling seriously and said, Lin Ling, do you really have a way to enter the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? He was very clear that in the void of the 9 continents, only the Taoist of many treasures knew the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, this person appeared and disappeared unpredictably and was one of the hosts of the world will. It was not easy to get the key from him. As for the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he also knew that the next host of the world will was hidden. Generally speaking, things related to the world will were no small matter in the current era. It should be close. Therefore, I want to enter the godly land of the Broken Realm to find someone. Lin Ling nodded. As expected of Lei Gong Lin Ling, you really have a way. After receiving Lin Ling's affirmation, the old man praised. Because there were many people who wanted to enter the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. However, other than the Taoist of many treasures, who else could do it? However, Lin Ling could. In addition, Lin Ling's crazily increasing strength and Lei Gong's Great Hall's powerful background made the old man feel that Lin Ling was simply omnipotent. He was even more powerful than the previous generation's Lei Gong. The godly land of the Broken Realm was the gathering place of the ancient great gods. That place is like the void of the 9 continents, but it is not as big as the void of the 9 continents. However, the experts there are not weak. If it was not for a certain great god who said that they were not allowed to casually enter the void of the 9 continents, the current void of the 9 continents would not be the same. It would be the world of the 4 great gods. The old man calmly said, if you want to enter the godly land of the Broken Realm, it is a bit difficult. You must hide your identity, especially when I heard that you have enmity with the Immortal Spirit Empire. If they know that you are here, they will definitely mobilize the entire empire to deal with you. Moreover, the 10 orthodoxies are not simple. I don't know where they got it from. According to the news, during the previous battle on the Divine Mountain, you seized the World Will's host stone tablet, so they have been eyeing you covetously. I did indeed obtain the World Will's host stone tablet, but unfortunately, it was snatched away by the great god of the spirit nation. However, he did not obtain the person recorded on the host stone tablet because someone from the primal chaos realm interfered. It seems that they did not want the secret to be leaked and destroyed the stone tablet. Lin Ling immediately said. No way. The old man was shocked, but he knew that Lin Ling would not lie to him, so he helplessly shook his head. It seemed that no one knew the whereabouts of the 7th World Will's host stone tablet. Hiding my identity is not a problem. I naturally have a way to hide my identity. However, where is the godly land of the Broken Realm? This will require Senior Dragon God's guidance. Lin Ling said again. Don't worry, I will let the Light Golden Dragon bring you there. The old man did not hesitate and immediately decided to help Lin Ling. All right, when the time comes and I obtain the map of the 8th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, I will definitely call Senior Dragon God. Lin Ling was well aware and immediately promised. Haha, that's good. The old man laughed loudly. He naturally wanted to enter the 8th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling, it's rare for you to come here. Why don't you try challenging the Dragon Tomb? Because Lin Ling had agreed to let the Dragon Valley enter the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, the old man also planned to give Lin Ling a reward. Hee, it's the place where the dragons of our dragon clan have fallen for thousands of years. As long as a dragon has fallen, they will return to their homeland and become a dragon vein. If the younger generation wants to obtain their dragon vein, they will have to break into the dragon tomb. The old man said with a smile. He led Lin Ling out of the cave and laughed. Young ones, Lei Gong Lin Ling rarely comes here, so I've decided to make an exception and let him break into the dragon tomb. What do you think? You should know that Lin Ling has the dragon god talent. At some point, he will also have the bloodline of our dragon clan. The old man was also very smart. With a few words, he made Lin Ling one of them. Okay. The dragons in the valley let out an earth-shattering roar. Wow, Lin Ling is going to break into the dragon tomb. There will be a good show to watch. The bright golden dragon also roared, looking forward to it. This made Lin Ling feel that this so-called dragon tomb was not easy to break into. Moreover, he did not seem to have agreed to break into it. Lin Ling, you have the bloodline of the dragon. If you can obtain the dragon vein, your dragon talent will definitely improve. By the way, has your dragon talent reached the god level? The old man suddenly laughed. Hearing this, Lin Ling was slightly surprised. Then, a hint of anticipation rose in his heart. He smiled and said, my dual dragon talent is now in the low-tier divine fetus category. If you want to break into the dragon tomb, it will depend on your ability. If you are lucky, you might be able to improve your divine fetus by 2 tiers. The old man said. Hearing this, I'm even more excited. Then let's try this dragon tomb. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Then, under the guidance of the old man, he entered the cave. After passing through the cave, he came to the underground. The area here was extremely grand. On the ground, huge stone dragons sat there. They were very majestic and gave people a sense of majesty. These were the seniors of the dragon clan who had fallen in the past. Now, they had all turned into stone statues. If one wanted to obtain their dragon veins, they would have to break the stone statues and allow the dragon veins to enter their bodies. Lin Ling, you may choose any dragon ancestor. Now that you possess the dragon bloodline, you are also a dragon of our dragon valley. Therefore, our ancestors will not blame you. The radiant golden dragon followed and said with a beaming smile. Looking behind him, the dragons had also transformed into their human forms. There were both men and women, and all of them were looking at Lin Ling expectantly. This dragon tomb shouldn't be easy to enter. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at the radiant golden dragon. Of course, because these dragon ancestors are also divided into generations. Last time, I defeated an ancestor of the 52nd generation. At that time, it took me 100 years. The radiant golden dragon said solemnly. He is still formidable. Like Xiao'er, he has already come here no less than 10 times. However, after spending 800 years of time, he didn't obtain a single dragon vein. He can't break through those stone sculptures at all. The old man smiled as he spoke. Back then, I used 1,200 years to break the dragon vein of my 87th ancestor. I used 30,000 years to break the one of the 66th ancestor. I used 100,000 years to break the one of the 99th ancestor. Sigh, I am the most embarrassing person in the Dragon Valley. Voices sounded at the same time, fully demonstrating the difficulty of breaking through the stone sculptures. Hearing what you all said, it seems that the dragon vein will also give back power. Otherwise, you all wouldn't have to give up halfway. However, I also want to see how powerful the dragon ancestors are. Lin Ling's eyes were burning, and his fighting spirit was also aroused. He looked at the old man and said, Senior Dragon God, if I break through those stone sculptures, the Dragon Valley will not blame me. The dragon veins and the Dragon Valley won't blame me, right? Those dragon ancestors won't blame me, right? I don't want to do something annoying. Haha, don't worry about that. Our dragon ancestors admire powerful juniors the most. If you can break the stone sculptures, the ancestors will be passed on to you. That ancestor will fight side by side with you, and he will be even more proud. Don't worry, the most afraid is that you can't break through. Hearing this, the old man laughed and said, Okay, then I'll go. After receiving the old man's affirmation, Lin Ling was no longer afraid. He walked into the endless stone sculptures in front of him. However, as soon as he entered, a powerful dragon's aura suppressed him, making it difficult for Lin Ling to breathe. Moreover, when Lin Ling approached one of the dragon ancestors, he felt as if the ancestor had come alive and was looking at him with majestic eyes, as if it wanted him to back off. It's just as I thought. Lin Ling nodded, not surprised. Then, he began to choose the dragon stone sculptures. When he was choosing, the dragons were also discussing spiritedly. Do you think Lei Gong Lin Ling can break through the dragon vein? I think it will be difficult. Of course, if Lei Gong Lin Ling is patient, it is still possible to spend a year. That's right. Lei Gong Lin Ling is stronger than the bright golden dragon, so it will definitely take a long time. However, the prerequisite is that the ancestor he chooses is not too old. Lei Gong Lin Ling is not a fool. He will probably choose an ancestor from before the 50th generation. While everyone was discussing spiritedly, Xiao'er's eyes suddenly narrowed. He pointed to the front and said, Look, he seems to have chosen the 12th ancestor. What? The 12th ancestor is the dragon of the wind god. It has been around for a long time and is an ancestor. How can an ordinary person break through it? After being pointed at by Xiao'er, the dragons were shocked. This kid is really bold. However, one of his dual dragon talents seems to be wind type. No wonder he chose the dragon of the wind god. Of course, that ancestor is not so easy to break. The old man was also shocked. Dragon god, do you think Lin Ling can succeed? The dragons immediately looked at the old man and asked. If he has a year, it is very likely that he will succeed. After all, he is only slightly weaker than me. The old man analyzed and said, If it were me, I would probably be able to break through in 3 days. Boom, however, just as he finished speaking, a blood sword slashed out. Then, under countless gazes, the huge dragon stone statue in the distance collapsed. Endless wild winds enveloped Lin Ling and turned into a mysterious force that disappeared into Lin Ling's body. A year? Everyone was dumbfounded, including the dragon god. The dragon god needed 3 days, but Lin Ling only needed 15 minutes. Could it be that this kid's strength is stronger than I imagined? The old man frowned. It was as if this was the first time he had seen Lin Ling. His evaluation of Lin Ling had obviously increased by another point. Oh my god, look, Lin Ling has moved. He chose the 3rd ancestor of the dragons. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the radiant golden dragon suddenly pointed to the front and said incoherently. Lin Ling, who was wrapped in wild winds, had already stepped forward and arrived under a majestic heavenly dragon. This was the heavenly dragon of the Buddha god, the 3rd ancestor of the dragons of the Dragon Valley. This guy is crazy. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Lin Ling, who was standing under the ancient stone sculpture. Although they had already given Lin Ling a high evaluation, they still felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant. The third generation dragon ancestor, Lei Gong Lin Ling, wants to break it. I'm afraid it will take at least 100 years. Until now, no one in our Dragon Valley has obtained the dragon's vein from 10 generations ago. Although Lin Ling is very strong, it will be difficult to succeed in 10 years. It will be difficult for him to succeed in 100 years. It will take him at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years is considered fast. Could it be that Lin Ling is stronger than the dragon god? The sound of discussion spread throughout the dragon's tomb. The old man also had a serious face. He could not understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Unless Lin Ling thought that his strength was stronger than the dragon god, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling stood there quietly. His eyes were fixed on the gigantic dragon sculpture in front of him. From the dragon sculpture, he could sense an unparalleled pressure coming at him. It felt as if he had seen the Buddha god. Very strong. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Currently, his body was still surrounded by a gust of wind. This gust of wind was very ancient, as if it was a divine wind from ancient times. Even a god would find it difficult to withstand it, let alone a god. This was because the divine wind kept drilling into Lin Ling's organs, limbs, and bones as if it was going to blow everything away. However, Lin Ling's body was very strong. It was like an immortal chaos. Therefore, the divine wind could not affect him at all. Instead, it was constantly refined by his energy center. This was also the reason why Lin Ling dared to break the dragon sculpture in one move, because he believed in his own strength and believed that he could withstand the dragon sculpture's power. However, the dragon sculpture in front of him was somewhat extraordinary. It was undoubtedly much more difficult to obtain its dragon's vein. Senior, I am Lin Ling. I want to obtain your dragon's vein. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Finally, Lin Ling said calmly. Boom, the dragon sculpture seemed to have a spirit of its own. When it heard Lin Ling's voice, it abruptly responded with endless Sanskrit chants. Like the bell of the great Tao, it suppressed Lin Ling with an earth-shattering force. Bang, Lin Ling took a step back. Although the dragon eagle did not attack, Lin Ling could sense the disdain and arrogance of the dragon eagle. It was as if he was saying that Lin Ling wasn't qualified. This Buddha dragon is quite interesting. It actually warned me. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was very clear that the dragon eagle's Sanskrit chants were to let Lin Ling evaluate himself and see if he was strong enough. Because once the attack began, there was no way out. Either Lin Ling succeeded, or Lin Ling failed and was seriously injured. Is this enough? Lin Ling bellowed, and the second talent fusion appeared. He did not attack, but instead displayed a powerful aura. Wang, an even more ancient and sonorous sound of the bell of the great Tao rang out. Then, the originally dim dragon sculpture quietly turned dark gold. The old ancestor has awakened. Seeing this magical scene, everyone in the distance cried out because these dragon ancestors had been dead for countless years. Even if they left behind a wisp of consciousness, it was very weak. And the third generation dragon ancestor was even older, so that wisp of consciousness was naturally weaker and was probably about to dissipate. But now, the third generation dragon ancestor was blooming with light, as if communicating with Lin Ling. What a miracle! The old man said in shock. He had been in the dragon tomb for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a magical scene. It seems that I still don't respect Senior enough. If that's the case, then I'll be stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling muttered to himself, and the third talent fusion appeared. Boom, his aura rose steadily, and the 7 divine embryos appeared around him, their divine essence surging. Wang, but the stronger Lin Ling's aura was, the more the dragon eagle's aura erupted. The originally dark gold dragon eagle had now become a resplendent gold, and countless Sanskrit words seemed to materialize, floating around the dragon eagle. It was very sacred. Moreover, the originally dark gold eyes also flashed at this moment, as if adding a finishing touch to a dragon's eye, and looked down at Lin Ling. Clearly, Lin Ling's powerful aura had completely awakened this dragon ancestor who had lived for countless years, and when the dragon eyes opened, Lin Ling immediately sensed an even more terrifying dragon aura suppressing him, as if he had encountered the most ancient and powerful Buddha god. The third-generation dragon ancestor must be the heavenly dragon beside the Buddha god, the true heavenly dragon protector. Is it still not enough? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he sensed a mysterious power being born in his dantian, like a seed sprouting, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. It was the wind dragon's talent. The dragon eagle that Lin Ling had broken earlier was shrouded by the fierce wind, and now it was entering Lin Ling's body, being refined by Lin Ling, and the wind dragon's talent was also increasing crazily, directly reaching the mid-god talent level. 8th grade talent, 9th grade talent, 10th grade talent, 1st grade mid-god divine. Embryo body, boom, around Lin Ling's body, fierce winds suddenly surged, and if one looked carefully, those fierce winds actually turned into mysterious dragon figures, wild and unruly. At this moment, Lin Ling's physical strength was also increasing crazily, and it actually increased by a total of 1 million worlds. Moreover, the wind dragon was good at speed, so it also increased Lin Ling's speed slightly. However, Lin Ling did not understand much from the wind dragon, so the increase was not very big. Mid-god divine embryo. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he raised his head again to look at the dragon eagle in front of him, and the dragon eagle's eyes clearly flashed. Previously, it had sensed that Lin Ling's dragon bloodline was very, very weak, and not orthodox at all, and was not qualified to obtain its dragon bloodline, but now, it sensed that Lin Ling had completely transformed into a dragon, and had the powerful dragon god bloodline. Of course, the most important thing was that the aura that was fighting against it had now reached the peak state. Mid-god divine embryo, this is the supreme bloodline of the dragon god. In the distance, the bright golden dragon also spoke in shock, because now, Lin Ling's dragon talent was not much weaker than his, boom, and at this moment, Lin Ling displayed the other 2 mid-god talents again. In this way, the 3 mid-god talents erupted at the same time, forming a terrifying aura that suppressed the dragon eagle. Now, am I qualified enough? Lin Ling took a step forward, his aura majestic. Ka ka ka, the huge dragon eagle also swayed slightly, as if it was affected by Lin Ling's aura. 3 mid-god divine embryos, just 1 mid-god divine embryo is already in existence with extraordinary potential in the Jiuzhou void. 3, TSK, this potential is strong beyond imagination. The old man's eyes were full of excitement, as if he saw an ancient giant beast slowly rising. Look, the third-generation dragon ancestor has dimmed. Suddenly, someone pointed at the dragon eagle and said. The dragon eagle, which was shining brightly before, had now become much dimmer, and even the deafening Sanskrit chants were now much weaker. After all, the third-generation ancestor was an incomparably ancient existence in the dragon clan. It had supreme authority, so no one could attack it as they wished. The most basic thing was to see if one was qualified to attack it. Lord Dragon God, could it be that Lin Ling has obtained the third-generation ancestor's dragon vein? Xiao Er immediately asked curiously. No, it's just recognition. It's hard to say if he wants to obtain the dragon vein. Lin Ling might have to use an attack that's twice as powerful as his aura to break the dragon eagle. The elder said. It's that difficult? Everyone was shocked. This is a protracted battle. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Perhaps Lin Ling might be able to break the dragon eagle. However, I'm too familiar with Lin Ling. He won't waste 10,000 years here. Therefore, his plan is probably 3 years. The bright golden dragon immediately said. He was also considered one of the best in the dragon clan. The elder was speechless. However, if one were to talk about the person with the fastest growth rate, it would be Lin Ling. This was because in the entire Jiuzhou void, and even in the deity realm, no one could have Lin Ling's crazy growth rate. Therefore, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't waste 10,000 years here, not at all. Can he succeed in 3 years? Hearing the bright golden dragon's words, everyone frowned. Even if it was 3 years, they still found it unbelievable. After all, that was the third-generation ancestor. There's a 70% chance of success. However, the elder looked carefully at Lin Ling and suddenly said solemnly. If it was someone else, it might be impossible, including him, the dragon god. However, if it was Lin Ling, then everything was possible. Boom. However, while they were talking, Lin Ling had already made his move. He jumped up and struck his palm fiercely. That seemingly ordinary palm carried with it the power of the ancient Great Tao. It was as if it could split the universe and split the earth. Bang! Then, Lin Ling landed on the ground. Everyone was silent. Lin Ling had finally made his move. He wanted to break the dragon eagle and obtain the dragon vein. However, it was obvious that the effect of this first attack was very ordinary. It didn't cause any damage to the dragon eagle. Looks like it will indeed take 3 years. Everyone knew very well that if they wanted to break the dragon eagle, 3 years was the minimum. However, at that moment, Lin Ling moved. Instead of looking at the dragon eagle, he turned around and looked at everyone. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Ling had completely given up? However, everyone agreed that this was a possibility. Perhaps Lin Ling did not want to waste 3 years here. Moreover, even if he could not obtain the dragon bloodline of the 3rd generation ancestor, he could choose the bloodline of the other dragon ancestors. There was no need to hang himself on a tree. Rumble. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, the gigantic dragon sculpture behind Lin Ling began to crack. Following that, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, it collapsed with a loud bang. Then, endless Sanskrit chants rolled in the dust, turning into a dragon of wind that coiled around Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's entire body shone with a golden light. Dragon roars constantly resounded, and these dragon roars were like the chanting of countless Buddhas. The 3rd dragon ancestor had been defeated. This. Looking at the dazzling scene in the distance, the old man's pupils trembled. One move, the dragon eagle of the 3rd generation ancestor had been defeated. Could it be that Lin Ling's attack was stronger than his? However, from what he had seen before, that palm strike was very ordinary. There was no divine power, no divine steps, and no display of talent. What was going on? No one knew that Lin Ling had used the Panga strike, split the heavens. This was because Lin Ling sensed that although his aura had been recognized by the dragon eagle, his attack was clearly not enough to break the dragon eagle. Even the steps of slaughter was not enough. When he had cut the wind dragon eagle in half, he had almost activated the murderous aura in his body, causing Lin Ling to transform into the killing god again, not to mention using the steps of slaughter to kill the 3rd dragon ancestor. Therefore, the only thing he could use was the Panga strike. Now, Lin Ling's physical strength had reached 3 million worlds of power. When he used the Panga strike, it could reach a terrifying 6 million worlds of power. In addition, the Panga strike was not only powerful, but it also contained the most primitive and ancient power of creation. Therefore, it was able to break the dragon eagle. Million Buddhas greeting, Heavenly Dragon Protector. Lin Ling's heavenly dragon talent was crazily increasing at this moment. Countless Buddhist chants appeared in his mind and intertwined with the Vajra Bodhi, forming a powerful Buddhist power. Lin Ling had long possessed the power of Buddhism. However, after the birth of the divine embryo, Lin Ling rarely cultivated this power. Now, this dormant power had awakened once again, and it was increasing by leaps and bounds. As for the Vajra Bodhi, in fact, this was not a pure Buddhist power. It was a combination of Tao and Buddhism, but it could be combined with Buddhist power. This also caused Lin Ling's physical strength to increase crazily, increasing by a total of 1 million worlds of power. Moreover, this increase still did not stop. My physical defense has improved to a whole new level. Lin Ling muttered to himself, secretly rejoicing. If he did not cultivate the Panga strike, he firmly believed that he could not break the dragon eagle at all. After all, apart from the steps of wisdom and the Panga strike, Lin Ling's overall strength could not be compared to the dragon god. It was just that his potential was stronger than the dragon god. Boom, a deafening sound rang out in Lin Ling's body. Then, Lin Ling noticed that his strength had increased by 1.5 million worlds of power, in addition to the previous increase of 1 million worlds of power. This time, Lin Ling had increased by 2.5 million worlds of power. This energy merged with the initial energy, causing Lin Ling's strength to reach 5 million worlds of power. Lin Ling could feel that his internal organs, limbs, and bones were all filled with energy. It was as if each of them had grown to the peak of the universe, spreading throughout his body. A sense of heroism rose in his heart. It was as if the entire void of the 9 prefectures would tremble if he moved his feet. How was this a god? This was simply an ancient giant beast. If I use the Panga strike, tsk, I will have the power of 10 million worlds of power. What kind of concept is this? I'm afraid that with just the strength of my physical body, I will be almost invincible among the lower gods. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes, and there was a smile in his eyes. This time, he originally planned to go to the broken divine land, but he ended up coming to the Dragon Valley as a guest. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise. Then, he withdrew the energy in his body and slowly walked toward the crowd. The crowd also stared at the blue-robed man walking over, but they found that Lin Ling was very ordinary. It was impossible for them to imagine that this seemingly ordinary man could break the dragon eagle. Met freak. After a long time, everyone spoke at the same time. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a monster. Hee, I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. What level have the divine fetuses reached? The old man asked curiously. The wind dragon's talent is at the level of a rank 1 intermediate deity, while the sky dragon's talent is probably at the level of a rank 3 intermediate deity. However, the wind dragon's talent has reached its limit, while the sky dragon's talent can still be improved. Lin Ling said with a smile after thinking for a while. Freak. The old man looked at Lin Ling in a daze and said after a while. Lin Ling had too many intermediate deity divine fetuses. Any one of these divine fetuses could make him a god, not to mention that Lin Ling had so many divine fetuses. Thank you, Senior Dragon God. After Lin Ling smiled, he bowed to the old man and said, Thank you. Hee, this is your opportunity. However, I didn't expect that after so many years, the only one who obtained the 10th generation of the dragon ancestor would be you. The old man said with a sigh. Moreover, Lin Ling obtained 2 great dragon bloodlines at once. The bright golden dragon immediately said. Everyone came to their senses and looked at Lin Ling with even more reverence. Lin Ling, if you don't mind, I would like to leave a statue of you in the Dragon Valley so that the younger generation of the dragon tribe can look up to you. At this time, the old man said again. Then, he saw that Lin Ling was puzzled. He smiled and said, Generally speaking, only those who have made great contributions to the dragon tribe are qualified to have a statue in the Dragon Valley. Although you are not from the Dragon Valley, you have the dragon bloodline and are considered part of the dragon tribe. So, a statue is very normal. It's okay, as long as you don't embarrass the dragon tribe. Hearing this reason, Lin Ling nodded indifferently. It's good that you agreed. Come, let's leave this place. The old man smiled happily. Lin Ling didn't know that many years later, an ancient statue would appear in the Dragon Valley. This statue was different from the others. It was not in the shape of a dragon, but of a human. However, it was the ancestor of the dragon race. All descendants of the dragon race had to look up and kneel before it. Of course, this was after the statue was erected. After Lin Ling left the dragon tomb with the old man said to Lin Ling, the broken domain divine land is very big. If there is no one to lead the way, it will take a lot of time to get there. How about I let the light golden dragon bring you there and complete this mission with you? All right. Lin Ling nodded. The old man immediately looked at the radiant golden dragon and exhorted it. No matter what, Lin Ling had to be the leader of this expedition. The radiant golden dragon mustn't be rash or arrogant. In fact, even without the old man's reminder, the radiant golden dragon had once roamed the world with Lin Ling. He had long been convinced of Lin Ling's strength. Alright, let's set off immediately. After the radiant golden dragon agreed, he looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and said goodbye to the old man. He then left with the radiant golden dragon. The two of them walked side by side, leaping over the Dragon Valley and the mountains. After a long time, an ancient void appeared in front of them. However, this was the void on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. It was also Lin Ling's first time here. Lin Ling looked back and saw that the Dragon Valley was located on the bank of the Kaiyuan River. As there was a continent on the bank of the river, it was impossible for people to notice it. Previously, when they were in the Dragon Valley, it was on the bank of the river. Instead, it made people think that they were in a huge world. After that, Lin Ling looked ahead and saw that the void on the other side of the Kaiyuan River was very different. There were huge rocks floating everywhere. Some of the rocks were emitting flames, some of them were poisonous, and some of them were thunderous. Those rocks are floating from the broken realm of the gods. The other side of the Kaiyuan River is closer to the realm of the gods. Seeing that Lin Ling was puzzled, the radiant golden dragon explained, I heard from the dragon god that after the war of the gods, the realm of the gods was broken. Countless pieces of broken earth shot out from the void. Later on, they were blocked by the Kaiyuan River. Therefore, you can't see any broken earth from the realm of the gods in the Jiuzhou void. Rumble, as he spoke, a flaming wind came from afar. As if it had a spirit, it engulfed Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon. Bang, however, Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon were both very powerful. Therefore, they easily broke through the flaming wind. This is also the power formed after the realm of the gods was broken. If the Kaiyuan River didn't block this power, the Jiuzhou void wouldn't be so safe now. The radiant golden dragon said immediately after breaking through the flaming wind. Lin Ling nodded. There were also mysterious powers floating in the Jiuzhou void. However, there weren't many of them. They were all void storms and the like. However, these powers were not worth mentioning at all to god-level experts. If it was the flaming wind from before, even god-level experts wouldn't dare to take it head-on. As for martial artists below god level, they could only die if they encountered it. It seemed that the Kaiyuan River was also a natural barrier that protected the safety of the Jiuzhou void. Moreover, the Kaiyuan River existed before the realm of the gods was broken. This also showed how ancient the Kaiyuan River was. Lin Ling, over here. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon sensed and immediately flew in another direction. Lin Ling also hurriedly followed. After flying for half a day, an ancient continent finally appeared in front of him. It was like a plate floating in the void. Around this huge plate, waves of terrifying power wreaked havoc, as if it was showing the realm of the gods' war in the past, intense and surging. Those powers were also very strange. There were flames, lightning, gales, poisonous fog, and so on. This also made it difficult for ordinary people to get close to that huge continent. That is the godly land of the broken territory. Because of the tyrannical power around it, the entire godly land is well preserved. It was a part of the realm of the gods. The people on the godly land are also the descendants of the era of the gods. Their overall strength is much stronger than the Jiuzhou void. The radiant golden dragon stared ahead and said. Lin Ling saw a deep fear in his eyes. It seemed that the radiant golden dragon had wandered around the godly land of the broken territory a lot. By the way, who are you looking for? The godly land of the broken territory is too big. If you don't even know the name, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find him. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon said again. Sima Ruachan. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately said, an ancient figure. He is probably also a figure from the era of the gods. Sima Ruachan. The radiant golden dragon recalled Lin Ling's words and frowned. Then, he said, although we know the name, it is not easy to find this person. Why don't we enter the godly land first and then slowly investigate? As they approached the ancient continent, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Based on his understanding of the ruinous realm, the strongest experts on this continent were none other than Xian Wuba and the 10 sects. Xian Wuba's strength was comparable to the dragon god. Previously at the Ji-Ox cave, if it weren't for Lin Ling borrowing the power of the formation, Grandpa Jewel God, and the others, Xian Wuba might not have fled. That being said, Lin Ling was confident that if he used the steps of wisdom against Pangu, he would be able to kill Xian Wuba at his peak. Besides, Xian Wuba was most likely severely injured after escaping from the formation. He had yet to recover, thus he would not be a threat to Lin Ling for the time being. Therefore, the only things that could threaten Lin Ling were the 10 orthodoxies. Lin Ling was not familiar with the 10 orthodoxies. He only knew how to use the Tao of life to unify people. However, he was sure that the 10 orthodoxies were not weak. I can't expose my identity before I find Sima Ruachan. Otherwise, it will be even harder to find Sima Ruachan if Xian Wuba and the others are attracted here. Lin Ling knew that if Xian Wuba and the others knew that he had come to the ruinous realm, they would surely mobilize their entire army and attack Lin Ling to obtain the secrets of the will of the world. Lin Ling, you. The radiant golden dragon noticed that Lin Ling had changed. Although he could still see Lin Ling's silhouette, it was completely different from the Lin Ling he knew. As for his aura, it was now the cultivation of the martial progenitor realm. The martial progenitor realm, he did not even have the right to be a god. However, the radiant golden dragon soon learned of Lin Ling's plan. Lin Ling was here to find someone, so it was better for him to keep a low profile. Following this, the radiant golden dragon also wanted to conceal his strength, but Lin Ling was rejected. If you hide your strength, others will think that we are too weak and will bully us. So, it's better for you to maintain your original appearance. Lin Ling said. The light golden dragon nodded with a smile. Actually, it wasn't the first time he'd come to the Hollow Land, so there was no point in hiding his strength because some people would recognize him in the end. Moreover, his method of concealing his aura was not as impressive as Lin Ling's. He might end up making a fool of himself by trying to be clever. The two of them chatted as they flew past the void energy around the island. Finally, they landed on the mainland. Leaping down from the sky, Lin Ling saw that the entire continent was divided into two parts. There was a main road in the middle that led all the way to the end. This road was paved with purple and white gold bricks, and it was very luxurious and sacred. Snow maple trees were planted on both sides of the road, and when the wind blew, the maple flowers would flutter. It was very beautiful. As for the end of the path, there were two enormous statues there. They were respectively a woman and an old man, and they were extremely lifelike. Those two are gods who survived from the age of the gods. They were the ones who discovered the broken divine land, so they are called the primogenitors by the people here. They created the immortal spirit hegemony nation and the 10 orthodoxies respectively. Noticing Lin Ling's gaze, the radiant golden dragon explained. Are they still alive now? Lin Ling asked curiously. That I don't know, but the broken divine land holds a memorial ceremony for the two ancestors every year, so they should have passed away. Although the lifespan of a god is endless, there are actually limits to this endless lifespan. If they cannot break through in this endless time, their lifespan will eventually run out. This is also why the gods still want to become stronger even though they are already so strong. The longer they live, the more afraid they are of death. The radiant golden dragon sighed. He had been in the Dragon Valley for many years, and in fact, he had seen the fall of his ancestors. You're right. If the gods really like the feeling of dominating everything, they can choose some weak realms and rule over them. However, this kind of carefree life is ultimately limited. Thus, the gods all want to step into a more powerful world. Only then can they. She continued. That's right. If the gods really like the feeling of being in control of everything, they can definitely choose some weak realms. Then, they can live a little longer. Lin Ling nodded, and his eyes looked at the hazy stone statues in the distance. For some reason, he had an illusion that the two stone statues were also looking at him, as if they were still alive. This made Lin Ling secretly shocked. One had to know that in the broken divine land, the 10 strongest orthodoxies and the immortal unconquer were all gods in strength. If the progenitor was still alive, then their strength was unimaginable. The continents on both sides of the road should be the immortal spirit hegemony nation and the 10 orthodoxies. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the side of the road. He could vaguely see many martial artists going in and out of the two continents, and their clothes were slightly different. They all wore loose robes, and their long hair flowed freely, giving off a feeling of floating immortality. Looking at the continents on both sides of the road, Lin Ling could also feel that the style of these continents was also floating in the air. On the street, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant, as if it was spring every day. There were also auspicious beasts walking along the street, and they would not be startled by anyone. At the same time, dense mist floated along the street, colorful and very beautiful. This road separates the immortal spirit hegemony nation and the 10 orthodoxies. Lin Ling, where are we going first? It was not the first time the radiant golden dragon came, so he looked at Lin Ling and asked. Where are the 10 orthodoxies? Let's go to the 10 orthodoxies. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said lightly. He guessed that the so-called Sima Ruachan should be near the 10 orthodoxies, because the immortal spirit hegemony nation was more unified, and the 10 orthodoxies had 10 great orthodoxies. This way. The radiant golden dragon immediately nodded, and led Lin Ling along the road. Not long after, an ancient stone door appeared at the side of the road. Beside the stone door sat a stone tablet with the words 10 orthodoxies written on it. Through the stone door, people came and went one after another, and their clothes were obviously different from Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon, so, the passers-by looked at Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon with curiosity. Follow me. The radiant golden dragon led Lin Ling through the stone door with familiarity. In front of them, a luxurious street appeared, and the passers-by walked leisurely. Both sides of the street were filled with shops, and the items sold were also different from those in the 9 states void. The radiant golden dragon led Lin Ling into a shop, and the shop was filled with beautiful clothes. Although they were not divine artifacts, they should have some. They were warm in winter and cool in summer, and had the effect of repelling insects and ants. The two of you have come at the right time. My shop has a new batch of immortal robes, and they are very beautiful. They will definitely satisfy your wishes. A fat middle-aged man with long hair walked over with a smile. Young Master Lin, these clothes are all handmade, and each of them is the only one in the city. If you like them, don't miss them. At this time, the radiant golden dragon looked at Lin Ling with a smile, and also addressed Lin Ling as Young Master Li. Oh, they do look good. Lin Ling nodded lightly. He guessed the reason why the radiant golden dragon brought him here. It wanted to buy clothes in the style of the broken Holy Land, so that it would not be too conspicuous. However, he had to admit that life in the broken Holy Land was very elegant. No matter what they wore or what they did, they pursued perfection. Sir, please wait for a moment. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. He quickly entered the inner room and took out a few robes. At this moment, the light golden dragon had already chosen his white robe. However, when he saw the blue and white robes, he immediately licked his lips. That was because the blue and white robes were very beautiful. They were entirely blue and white with clouds embroidered on the chest area. One of them had a pair of golden fish embroidered on the sleeves. It looked ordinary yet luxurious, and it was very suitable for the owner's status. Sir Lin, this one. The light golden dragon immediately pointed at the blue and white robe. If not for the fact that he did not dare to choose the same robe as Lin Ling, he would have already chosen the blue and white robe. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and nodded slightly. Not bad, I'll take this one. How much is it? Thank you, sir, for only 5,000 emperor crystals. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands and said. The godly soil also used emperor crystals. Of course, it was not very effective for true experts. After all, they had already cultivated with the godly spring. It was the same for Lin Ling. He did not care about emperor crystals and was about to take out the money. I'll do it, I'll do it. However, the light golden dragon was very smart. He immediately took out the money first. He knew very well that Lin Ling was now a member of the Dragon Valley and had erected the stone statue in the Dragon Valley. From a certain point of view, he was also an ancestor of the dragon tribe. At the very least, he was a respected elder of the Dragon Valley, therefore, he did not want to miss out on this favor. Lin Ling also allowed the light golden dragon to take out the money. He just wanted to wear the blue and white robe. Isn't this the fish-swallowing sea robe? TSK, not bad. It looks very nice. Boss, I'll take it. At this moment, a few men in immortal robes walked into the shop. One of them was holding a purple gold fan. He looked at the blue and white robe and nodded with satisfaction. It's Sir Rong. The middle-aged man obviously knew the man. He showed a respectful expression and then said awkwardly, Sir Rong, this fish-swallowing sea robe has been bought by someone. This, oh. The handsome man's gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly landed on the radiant golden dragon. Out of the two people in front of him, only the radiant golden dragon's aura was somewhat extraordinary. The radiant golden dragon also looked at the man with a cold expression, not saying a word. How dare you? Seeing how fearless the radiant golden dragon was, the others frowned. Don't worry, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. Boss, bring me another one. The handsome man's eyes flashed and he smiled. Young Master Rong, you should know that our store's immortal robes are one of a kind in the entire city. Therefore, it's impossible for us to take out another one. Moreover, you should also know that the tailoring of the immortal robes is done on a whim. Even if we were to ask someone else to make it, they wouldn't be able to achieve such a taste. The middle-aged man said awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, the handsome man's face finally turned unsightly because he knew that as well. After all, no one wanted to wear the same clothes as others, let alone the descendants of gods like the godly earth of the broken realm. Therefore, the immortal robes of the entire city were always unique. Sir, how much are the 2 immortal robes in your hands? We'll buy them at double the price. Someone beside the handsome man sensed the latter's displeasure. He immediately looked at the radiant golden dragon and said, "If you're not satisfied with the price, we'll triple the price. After you buy them, you just have to bow and apologize to young Master Rong." His voice was arrogant as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. Hearing that, the radiant golden dragon fell silent. This also made the handsome man and the others think that the radiant golden dragon was afraid. After all, as long as one wasn't a fool, one would know that they had an extraordinary background and shouldn't be provoked. However, they didn't know that the radiant golden dragon didn't fall silent because it was afraid. It was afraid that they would ruin Lin Ling's plans. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. With his strength, he naturally didn't have time to waste on these small fries. "No need, I don't lack money." Shaking his head, Lin Ling picked up the blue and white robes and was about to leave. This was his first time in the city. Before he found Sima Ruochen, he didn't want to cause any trouble. 5 times. However, just as Lin Ling moved, a voice was heard. However, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and ignored it. 10 times. At this moment, another voice was heard. It was young Master Rong. He seemed to be displeased. Then, seeing that Lin Ling had continued to move forward, he said again, 100 times. 100 times. Hearing that, the middle-aged man's heart pounded violently. 100 times 5,000 royal crystals, that's 500,000 royal crystals. However, this was just the beginning. Young Master Rong didn't stop until he shocked everyone. He said again, 1,000 times. Because he saw that Lin Ling had actually ignored him, and this had infuriated him. It had been a long time since he met someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was just royal crystals. He had plenty. Today, he was going to get the fish-swallowing robe and make the two of them lower their heads. 1,000 times. This time even the people around young Master Rong were shocked. 2 immortal robes for 5 million royal crystals. Young Master Rong was indeed domineering. He's crazy. The middle-aged man was trembling and his face was pale. He almost wanted to snatch the fish-swallowing robe from Lin Ling's hands and give it to young Master Rong with both hands. However, he was smart enough to know that if he took the fish-swallowing robe back, the meaning would be different. Young Master Rong might not want it. Young Master Rong's goal was to humiliate the two of them. 1,000 times? At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. He turned around slowly and looked at young Master Rong calmly. Young Master Rong waved the fan in his hand slightly and looked very confident. In this world, there's nothing that can't be bought with royal crystals. I've always believed this. What he meant was that no matter how arrogant Lin Ling was, he couldn't withstand the bombardment of royal crystals and had to admit defeat. Just kowtow to me 3 times and I'll give you all the royal crystals. Then, young Master Rong said that his money wasn't that easy to take. He had to lower his head. Did you hear that? Get down on your knees and kowtow. Humph, why are you still pretending when you don't have the money? Do you think you're better than young Master Rong? Trying to act tough in front of us? You guys are too inexperienced. That's right. I love to see people's faces when they fail to act tough in front of us. The men around young Master Rong laughed proudly. Now, they were waiting for Lin Ling to kneel down and ask for the money. 1,000 times 5,000 royal crystals. This is 5 million royal crystals. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke calmly. That's right. Don't worry, I won't give you any less. Young Master Rong smiled and nodded. You just need to kowtow. Those people who were talking non-stop before were all mute at this moment. 50 million royal crystals, that was an astronomical figure. You. Young Master Rong was stunned and his face turned pale. If you think it's too little, I can give you 500 million. Don't worry, I don't have that much money. As long as you agree to it, I can afford it. Lin Ling spoke again. His tone was calm but it was a slap to young Master Rong's face. Playing with money, Lin Ling was full of treasures. Although he was not as good as those ancient deities, he could easily crush these arrogant people. 500 million. The shop owner trembled and fell to the ground with a thud. The young men beside young Master Rong felt their legs go weak and their faces turned pale. What a ruthless counterattack. Young Master Rong dared not speak anymore. I don't believe it. Young Master Rong had never been so humiliated in his life. He gritted his teeth and said, you must be bluffing. If you can take out 500 million royal crystals, I will kneel down on the spot. That's right, that's right. He must be bluffing. Hearing that, the others began to chime in one after another. The commotion in the shop had attracted the attention of many people who were watching from afar. However, they did not believe that Lin Ling could take out 500 million royal crystals. 500 million royal crystals was not a small amount. Moreover, an old man secretly checked Lin Ling's cultivation and found out that he was only at the martial ancestor realm. This was even more unbelievable. Whoosh, however, as soon as young Master Rong finished speaking, Lin Ling waved his right hand. Countless royal crystals floated out and floated around Lin Ling. Can I kneel down now? Lin Ling looked up and said calmly. Silence. The entire place was silent. Lin Ling really had 500 million royal crystals. Many people licked their lips excitedly and wished that they could kneel down instead of young Master Rong. 500 million royal crystals was too cheap. Only the light golden dragon smiled faintly. He knew that royal crystals were of little help to someone at Lin Ling's level. 500 million royal crystals were just a piece of cake for Lin Ling. Of course, such imperial crystals were a huge sum of money to ordinary people. Playing with money with me? I have to say, you're still too inexperienced. Kneel down and call me Grandpa. I'll give you 500 million. At this moment, Lin Ling opened his mouth again. Although his tone was calm, without a trace of excitement, it was extremely harsh to young Master Rong's ears. For a moment, he didn't dare to speak. He couldn't lose face like this. Useless thing, you want to play, but you don't dare to continue. Seeing that young Master Rong didn't dare to speak, Lin Ling shook his head and left without wasting any more time. You're asking for humiliation. The radiant golden dragon sneered and the two of them left one after the other. Do you know who he is? The two of you are not even fit to carry his shoes. However, at this moment, someone beside young Master Rong shouted coldly. You want to leave just like that? Another person also spoke up, looking at young Master Rong again. His face was cold. Although he did not say anything, it was obvious that he would not let Lin Ling and the rest leave. Now that there were countless people watching on the street, young Master Rong could not lose face like this. Destroy your own cultivation and we'll let you leave. Another person said sinisterly. Young Master Rong, it's young Master Rong. The people on the street were whispering to each other. Naturally, they knew about young Master Rong. They heard that he was the grandson of a great disciple of some orthodoxy and was extremely pampered. In this city, there were only a handful of people who dared to offend him. Not even fit to carry his shoes? The radiant golden dragon continued to walk forward, but he sneered and muttered to himself, if he's not fit to carry his shoes, then I don't know who else in this world is. In my opinion, you're not even fit to wash his feet. Of course, he didn't care. That was because Lin Ling was one of the 4 great deities of the 9 prefectures. In terms of qualifications, there were only a dozen people in the broken Holy Land who could be compared to him. However, seeing that Lin Ling didn't speak, he couldn't be bothered with him and followed Lin Ling forward. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon were unscrupulous, young Master Rong couldn't stand it anymore and shouted coldly, whoosh. Someone immediately made a move and grabbed the radiant golden dragon, wanting to cripple him. The radiant golden dragon also noticed it, but he didn't care because Lin Ling didn't say anything. He also chose to keep the peace. In his opinion, Lin Ling kept a low profile because he didn't want to cause any trouble. Naturally, he didn't dare to ruin Lin Ling's plan. Humph, you were so arrogant before, but now you don't even dare to fight back. Useless. Seeing that the radiant golden dragon chose to keep a low profile, the person who attacked sneered. However, just as the person's attack was about to reach him, Lin Ling finally stopped walking. Forget it. Tell him who's going to carry whose shoes. In the beginning, Lin Ling didn't want to cause any trouble. However, the other party was too aggressive, so Lin Ling didn't want to keep a low profile anymore. Since keeping a low profile didn't work, then he might as well keep a high profile. He would eventually find Sima Ruachin. I've been waiting for this for a long time. The radiant golden dragon also stopped in his tracks. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch. Dragon claws appeared and swept out in all directions. Whoosh, a gust of wind gathered, and a golden light flashed past. The person who attacked the radiant golden dragon had his head blown off. dragon talent? He's from the Dragon Valley. Seeing the radiant golden dragon attack, everyone was shocked. The Dragon Valley was not far from here, so they all knew about it. Bang, the radiant golden dragon didn't stop moving. He pounced on Sir Rong, clenched his dragon claws, and slapped out violently. How dare you! Seeing that the radiant golden dragon attacked Sir Rong, the people beside Sir Rong immediately attacked. However, the radiant golden dragon's body emitted a dazzling light, and a powerful aura burst out. The people were all sent flying, and they fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Dragon Valley. Sir Rong's eyes were still trembling. He didn't expect the Dragon Valley to attack him. Although the dragon tribe was not to be trifled with, the dragon tribe was not the most terrifying existence on this side of the Kaiyuan River. The dragon tribe was no match for the Xianling hegemony and the 10 orthodoxies. This was because the Dragon Valley only had one powerhouse, and that was the dragon god. Although the other dragon gods were powerful, they were not as powerful as the Xianling hegemony. Of course, the Dragon Valley was mysterious and extraordinary. If nothing serious happened, even the godly land of destruction wouldn't dare to provoke the Dragon Valley. Bingo! The radiant golden dragon nodded coldly. I just wanted to tell you that you haven't figured out who's going to carry whose shoes. After saying that, his dragon claws reached for Sir Rong's chest. Stop. However, at this moment, an anxious shout was heard. Then, the ground shook. In the distance, an old man in a white robe with long hair cascading down his back casually walked over on clouds. Judging from his aura, he was ethereal and formless. It was obvious that he was an extremely powerful expert. Radiant Golden Dragon, how dare you mess around here? However, since Lin Ling did not say anything, the light golden dragon did not let him go. It reached out and grabbed young Master Rong. You're asking for it. If anything happens to my young Master Rong, I'll see how you're going to answer to the dragon god. The elder stopped and said angrily, you should know that his grandfather is the first disciple of Maha Orthodoxy. If you dare to touch him, you won't be able to walk out of the ruinous Holy Land. Even if the dragon god of the Dragon Valley is here, he won't be able to protect you. Maha Orthodoxy. The light golden dragon frowned. This guy was related to the 10 orthodoxies. Kill him. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice was heard. What? The elder was shocked and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He did not know Lin Ling, but he did not expect him to order the light golden dragon. Roger. The light golden dragon nodded coldly. Without the dragon god's order, he would not have dared to offend the 10 orthodoxies. However, since Lin Ling had spoken, he believed that the dragon god would support him. Before he left, the dragon god had said that Lin Ling's words were equivalent to his words. You're crazy. After the old man recovered from his shock, his expression changed drastically, and he sized Lin Ling up as if he still didn't believe that Lin Ling had the right to speak. Could it be that this martial ancestor-level kid was the son of the dragon god? How dare you? Subconsciously, the old man shouted angrily. Whoosh, however, the light golden dragon's claws were already gripping young Master Rong's neck tightly. It would break his neck in the next moment. This would show young Master Rong who was carrying whose shoes. Hold on. At this critical moment, the elder had no choice but to give in. Lin Ling looked at him coldly and suddenly sent a telepathic message. Do you know that Sima Ruachan is using this person to exchange for young Master Rong's life? Sima Ruachan? The elder frowned and quickly shook his head. The ruinous Holy Land is so big. I don't know who he is based on his name. Kill him. Lin Ling didn't look at the old man anymore. Since he couldn't help at all, what was the point of coming? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, wait, 1 day later, there will be a Breaking Realm Divine Treasure convention here. You'll definitely be able to obtain the information you want there. Breaking Domain Divine Treasure Convention? Lin Ling frowned slightly, then nodded. For him, since he had chosen to make a move in a high-profile matter, he had to find out some useful information, and the Divine Treasure Convention would be his breakthrough. Cripple him. Lin Ling said to the Radiant Golden Dragon. The other party did not say anything about Sima Ruachan, and only mentioned the Divine Treasure Convention. Thus, he could escape death, but he could not avoid punishment. Got it. The radiant golden dragon clenched its fist and grabbed at young Master Rong's dantian. Following that, a miserable cry was heard. Young Master Rong was thrown to the ground by the radiant golden dragon. However, he was rolling on the ground in pain. His dantian was constantly emitting rumbling sounds. It seemed that he was indeed crippled. What a cruel move! The people on the street gasped. They did not expect the blue-robed man to be so decisive. He crippled young Master Rong without any hesitation. Young Master! The old man quickly rushed over and took out a pill to feed young Master Rong. Then, he looked at Lin Ling with red eyes. How dare you cripple my young master? If you didn't know anything before, you wouldn't have been crippled. You would have died. So, you should be able to help me. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said calmly. Good, good, good. The old man nodded heavily. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was just an inexperienced junior. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This mysterious young man was decisive and full of dignity. Moreover, he dared to attack someone from the Maha Orthodoxy even though he knew that he was from the Maha Orthodoxy. It was obvious that his background was not simple. So, he endured it. Uncle Mo, I've been crippled. Kill him. Kill him now. After young Master Rong consumed the pill, he regained some of his rationality. However, he looked at Lin Ling with murderous intent. Young Master, you can't. Not yet. The old man shook his head. Although he was not weak, he was on par with the bright golden dragon. So, he did not dare to attack recklessly. Don't worry. Old Master will avenge you. Then, the old man comforted young Master Rong. Hearing this, young Master Rong spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, he was slapped in the face by Lin Ling with money. After that, he wanted to avenge himself. However, not only was his revenge futile, he was even crippled. After suffering such a huge loss, not only could he not avenge himself immediately, but he also had to wait. How could he wait any longer? You should be clear about who is carrying whose shoes. Lin Ling looked at young Master Rong indifferently. Then, he strode away with the bright golden dragon. Seeing this, young Master Rong spat out another mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The commotion attracted even more onlookers. Everyone was shocked by the courage of the bright golden dragon. That bright golden dragon has the highest bloodline of the dragon tribe. He is also very powerful. How could he listen to a martial ancestor? How strange. That young man also has the aura of a dragon. I guess he must be the son of the dragon god. He must be. How can his identity be ordinary if he can command the bright golden dragon? The crowd discussed fervently. The son of the dragon god. The old man squinted his eyes and mumbled to himself. He knew very well that the current dragon god of the Dragon Valley did not have any descendants. Therefore, the blue-robed young man was not the son of the dragon god. However, he had a feeling that the blue-robed young man was an important figure in the Dragon Valley. This was because he could sense the aura of a dragon from the blue-robed young man. Don't worry. Old Master will avenge you. Then, the old man looked at young Master Rong and said. If he is a dragon, I will pluck out his dragon tendons. Young Master Rong gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe that any important figure can make me carry his shoes. I will tell him that even if my grandfather carries his shoes, I will not carry his shoes. My grandfather will not let me suffer such hardships. Of course, young master is old master's favorite. He will not, he will not. The old man comforted him immediately. Unfortunately, they did not know that in the broken Holy Land, other than a limited number of deities, everyone else could only carry Lin Ling's shoes. At this moment, Lin Ling led the bright golden dragon forward and found an inn to stay in. He was not worried that young Master Rong's men would come looking for him. If they dared to come, Lin Ling would dare to kill them. Of course, Lin Ling planned to kill them secretly. He believed that if he really wanted to assassinate them, not many people in the broken Holy Land would know. The night of the broken divine land is like this. In the room, the light golden dragon said to Lin Ling, I heard that this is the singing of the white water pure maiden. She was one of the ancestors of the broken divine land. So noisy, it's like the cries of ghosts. Lin Ling frowned and said with dissatisfaction. His words caused the light golden dragon to bitterly smile. In the broken divine land, everyone thought that singing was beautiful and could calm one's heart like the sea. But in Lin Ling's mouth, it was nothing but the cries of ghosts. After Lin Ling shook his head, his soul force quietly spread out, following the ancient path and slowly probing the two giant stone sculptures. Then, Lin Ling discovered that one of the stone sculptures emitted a mysterious fluctuation. After this fluctuation spread out, it immediately turned into a song that lingered above the broken divine land. There must be some treasure inside these stone sculptures. Lin Ling's soul power sensed that a dense spiritual qi was faintly spreading. There must be a great treasure inside the stone sculpture. However, when Lin Ling wanted to explore, he discovered that there was a powerful force on the surface of the stone sculptures that blocked all probing. This force was not an enchantment, but a kind of willpower. Unless one had the willpower to resist the stone sculptures, they wouldn't be able to open them. After exploring several more times, Lin Ling couldn't find anything, so he could only helplessly withdraw. A small boat on the misty waves, the world is like a dream. An old fisherman accompanied by seagulls, sighing over the 10,000 waves, raising the sails, drifting for 1,000 miles. The heavenly river is so vast, asking where the boat will return to, sighing over what worries and worries. The sun and moon pass easily in the mountains, drunk watching the waves of the heavenly river. When Lin Ling left, the beautiful melody also floated over. But this time, Lin Ling finally experienced the beauty of this song. Heavenly river, heavenly river. Lin Ling also heard the heavenly river twice in the song. He guessed that the white water pure maiden was also reminiscing about the heavenly river. Unfortunately, this heavenly river should have been a river of the divine world. Now that the divine world had shattered, the heavenly river had long since ceased to exist. Eh? Heavenly river? By the way, there seems to be a guy called the Sky River Water God in the square prison. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had checked the jade slips in the prison a few times, so he was familiar with the people imprisoned in the prison. Among them, there was an old man called Sky River Water God. He wondered if he was related to the Sky River mentioned by Whitewater Pure Maiden. Since he was bored waiting, Lin Ling decided to enter the square prison to take a look. All of his soul force returned to his body. Lin Ling gave some instructions to the radiant golden dragon, then entered another room. After opening the 4 sides of the prison, he entered the prison. "Sir, have you found Sima Ruochen?" As they passed by the cell of the Xianxia treasure book, the latter looked at Lin Ling expectantly. "We've gone to his place, but we're still looking for him. After all, so many years have passed, and no one knows if Sima Ruochen has changed his name or appearance," Lin Ling said in a dignified manner. "It's okay, sir. You can take your time to find him. I've waited for so many years, and I don't mind waiting a little longer." The Xianxia treasure book immediately replied, not daring to disturb Lin Ling. In order to maintain the dignity of the prison master, Lin Ling nodded and left. At the same time, a jade slip appeared in his hand, and a lot of information about the Sky River Water God appeared on it. The Sky River Water God was a figure from the Age of the Gods. He was in charge of the heavenly river and was a powerful god. However, he was dissatisfied with the son of a god for molesting his daughter, so he cruelly killed the son of a god. In the end, he committed a grave mistake and was sent to prison. In the ancient times and the Age of the Gods, the rules were very strict, so it was difficult to escape punishment if one committed a grave mistake. If the realm of the gods had not been shattered and this prison was broken, I might not have been able to get the square prison. However, I heard from the Empyrean Maiden that there are several such prisons. It would be great if I could get them all. Lin Ling thought to himself. After a while, he stopped and stood in front of a big prison. Inside sat a shirtless old man. He had a head of blue hair that was like a lion's mane. Each strand of hair stood erect, looking very domineering. Moreover, he was tall and sturdy. He sat there quietly like a door god. "Prison master, what can I do for you?" When he saw Lin Ling, he also spoke in a low voice. If it were not for the prison, Lin Ling would have been frightened by that voice. Such strength was probably the strength of a superior deity or an intermediate deity. It would be difficult for him to kill Lin Ling in an instant. "What? You won't even let me see you?" However, Lin Ling was a prison master. Even if he was afraid, he still looked dignified and cold on the surface. No, no, I'm just an old man. If you want to see me, you can see me. Moreover, the old man did not dare to provoke Lin Ling. Other things aside, just the fact that Lin Ling controlled the prison punishment alone was enough for the old man to give Lin Ling face. Sky River Water God, I want to ask you if you have a daughter named White Water Pure Maiden. Lin Ling did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Pure Maiden, Pure Maiden. Do you have news of her? Hearing that, the originally domineering and unruly old man's expression changed instantly. He rushed toward the prison cell. A sound like the rolling sea surged over, intimidating Lin Ling so much that he quietly took half a step back. The Sky River Water God's strength was indeed strong, however, when he saw the old man's expression, Lin Ling knew that he had made the right choice. Yes, I do. However, she might already be dead. Lin Ling said calmly. How can that be? No, that's impossible. Back then, during the twilight of the gods, I clearly sent her away. Moreover, according to Pure Maiden's strength, she shouldn't have exhausted her lifespan so quickly. The old man frowned, his face full of worry. How would I know? Anyway, I saw her statue somewhere in the broken divine realm. That's what happened. Lin Ling said coldly. She's not dead. She's not dead yet. She cultivated the aqua sky purification technique and is now in a state of suspended animation. Prison master, please let me out. I want to see my daughter. Please. When the old man heard that, he became even more agitated. She's really not dead. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. If that was the case, then White Water Pure Maiden's strength would be extremely terrifying. Do you think the prison is your home? Do you think you can get out just because you want to? Then, Lin Ling said indifferently. Then, he turned around and left. I'm just asking casually. Since you know White Water Pure Maiden, then forget it. Goodbye. Wait, prison master, please wait. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, the old man was obviously anxious. This was because he suddenly remembered that White Water Pure Maiden's suspended animation would be endless if she did not learn the next level of the aqua sky purification technique. Back then, I left the first 3 stages of the pure sky water technique to Sunu, which can make a god fake death for 3 million years. But now, I'm afraid that time has passed. So, I'll have to trouble Lord Prison Warden to give the last 3 stages to my daughter. Only then will she be able to wake up and make a breakthrough in her cultivation. Because the pure sky water technique can avoid the acceleration of one's lifespan and increase one's cultivation level at the same time. Alas, back then, I miscalculated and thought that Sunu could only cultivate the first 2 stages of the technique. Who would have thought that I would be imprisoned for so many years and can no longer pass the technique to her? Please, please help me. The old man pleaded Lin Ling, afraid that Lin Ling would turn and leave. Do you think I'm a delivery boy? Lin Ling frowned and pretended to be unhappy. Delivery boy? What's that? The old man was confused. It means to deliver something. Why should I help you deliver something? You should solve your own problem. I'm a prison officer, not Lei Feng. Lin Ling snorted and turned to leave, but his pace was slow because he was waiting for the Sky River Water God to reward him. Sir, don't go. Help me. The Sky River Water God knew that after Lin Ling left, it would be 100,000 years before they could meet again. If nothing happened, this prison officer might not even come back for the rest of his life. Therefore, he couldn't miss this opportunity. My lord, Sunu has cultivated the great aqua sky technique. The stone statue that she has transformed into is filled with heavenly aqua spirit comet liquid. This kind of treasure is extremely rare and very suitable for cultivation. If you want an example, it is even more precious than the divine spring. The old man said again. Oh, is it a lot? Lin Ling squinted and still looked lazy. However, he was secretly tempted. Whether it was opening the 8th dantian or breaking through, it would require endless cultivation resources. Therefore, this pure sky water spiritual comet fluid was more precious than the holy spring. He didn't want to miss it. Although Lin Ling was now full of treasures, it was not enough for cultivation. If he used it to open the 8th dantian, Even 100 times more would not be enough. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had yet to open his 8th dantian. Many, I'll leave a letter for you, asking Sunu to help you a lot. You can put forward your conditions to her. Sky River Water God saw that Lin Ling was tempted and hurriedly said with a smile, afraid that he would miss this opportunity. Since I have nothing to do, I'll help you. However, how do I open the stone sculpture? Lin Ling asked. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you everything later. I just have a small condition. I hope that I can meet Sunu in the future. What do you think? The Sky River Water God rubbed his hands and said. He no longer looked like the person who was in charge of the million-strong Water God army. Instead, he looked like an old man who was bargaining for advice. Let's talk about it when the time comes. That's because one thing is another. Don't think about using this opportunity to raise the price. Lin Ling reprimanded. My lord, you're right. I'll write you a letter now. I'll have to trouble you to teach Sunu the last 3 stages of the Aqua Sky technique. The old man hurriedly knelt down and wrote a letter with his divine origin. Lin Ling looked indifferent on the surface, but from the corner of his eye, he saw that the old man had written in the letter, asking Sunu to treat this lord well. She must remember not to offend him and must satisfy any of his conditions. That's more like it. Lin Ling nodded secretly. After receiving the letter, he strode away. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise. He just hoped that Sunu would not be too poor. However, Sunu was one of the ancestors of the godly soil of the Broken Territory. No matter how poor she was, she could not be that poor. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling appeared in his room. Just as he kept the stone tablet of the square prison, there was a knock on the door. It turned out that Dawn had arrived unknowingly. Today, he would go to the so-called Broken Territory Divine Treasure Convention with the bright golden dragon. When he opened the door, he saw that the bright golden dragon was already standing there. Lin Ling greeted it and then left the inn. The street was obviously more lively than the day before. The Broken Territory Divine Treasure Convention was a grand event of the Broken Territory Divine Realm. On this day, all the famous people of the Broken Territory Divine Realm would come to exchange treasures and things they needed. Lin Ling asked around, then followed the crowd and walked toward the venue of the Broken Territory Divine Treasure Convention. Although Sima Ruochan might not appear in the Broken Territory Divine Realm, since so many deities had gathered, he could more or less find out some information. Not long after, an island in the sky appeared in front of him. It was very beautiful. Around the island, there were thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. Also, dragon-like stairs were connected to the island in the sky. On the stairs, a large number of deities in celestial robes rode on divine beasts or carried swords on their backs as they walked toward the island step by step. From time to time, sounds of bustling noise could be heard from the sky. Looking at the surroundings of the island, a large number of people had gathered and were talking excitedly. I asked a middle spiritual Taoist to buy the divine spring for me. TSK, the Divine Treasure Convention is finally here. If I can buy the divine spring, I will definitely be able to break through my realm. I really envy you. You actually know a middle spiritual Taoist. Sigh, I also want to buy some treasures, but I don't have the connections. Next time, I'm afraid I'll miss this year's convention. If I can become famous in the Broken Territory Divine Realm next time and my reputation reaches the 10th grade, I can also participate in the Divine Treasure Convention. This is something that will bring honor to my ancestors. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling blinked. It turned out that the Divine Treasure Convention also required a quota. Lin Ling, should we keep a low profile or keep a high profile? The bright golden dragon looked at Lin Ling and asked. Keeping a low profile won't work anymore. Let's keep a high profile. Lin Ling thought for a while and said lightly. Then, he led the bright golden dragon up one of the stairs. Hey, those 2 people look so familiar. Who are they? Could they be from the immortal spirit hegemony nation? It doesn't look like it, but the immortal robes they're wearing are obviously expensive. I'm afraid they have a powerful background. Some people stared at Lin Ling and the bright golden dragon, then whispered to each other. Although they didn't know who Lin Ling and the bright golden dragon were, Lin Ling's blue and white robes were too eye-catching. Therefore, they didn't look down on him. Lin Ling, who was at the top of the stairs, smiled. It looked like he didn't buy the fish-swallowing sea robe wrongly. In this era where clothes make the man, at least it could save him a lot of trouble. Hee hee. The bright golden dragon also smiled. He was glad that he had brought Lin Ling to buy the immortal robes. Of course, this laughter didn't last long. This was because when Lin Ling and the bright golden dragon reached the end of the stairs, they were stopped by someone. "Fellow cultivator, please wait." Two men in immortal robes, who were early-stage lower deities, stopped Lin Ling and the bright golden dragon with a smile. They were obviously here to guard the stairs and prevent outsiders from entering as they pleased. "Look at your silly faces. This must be your first time here. You two poor fellows, get out of here. Get out." One of them raised his nose and said impatiently. "Look at you, you look like pigs. You don't look like a crown prince when you're wearing a dragon robe. You're asking for a beating. Get out." The other person was even more impatient. He raised his hand and slapped Lin Ling mercilessly. His action attracted the attention of many people. Many people pointed at him and laughed at him. Every year, there are always some country bumpkins who make up the numbers. They don't know that there are records of the Divine Treasure Convention. As long as someone is not invited, the jade plates in the hands of the guards will light up. I see. Does that mean that those who are not invited will never have the chance to participate? Not necessarily. That's not necessarily true. If it's a very famous person, or someone with a big background, then it's still possible. Get out. Many people were looking forward to Lin Ling and the other person being kicked off the island. However, the hand did not hit Lin Ling. Instead, it was caught by an arm. The arm was golden and dazzling. After it caught the hand of the person, the latter could not move at all. Then, another hand broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. It drew a dazzling golden light and landed on the face of the person who made the move. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Then, people saw a clear palm print on the face of the person who made the move. How dare you hit me? You're courting death. Get out. The eyes of the person who made the move narrowed, and he was about to attack. However, his eyes suddenly fixed on the arm of the person who made the move. Because the arm was full of dragon scales, dazzling and dazzling. Dragon, dragon, dragon clan. Huh? He was tongue-tied as he spoke. The dragon clan was far away from the divine land of the Broken Realm. They had a lot of contact with the Broken Realm. Although their overall strength was not as strong as the Broken Realm, they were still a big monster. At least, they were not something that a small deity like him who was guarding the island could provoke. Moreover, this person was not invited. However, with his identity as a member of the Dragon Clan, he was also one of the famous people who could participate in the Divine Treasure Convention. Well, my fellow cultivator, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Alright. This person hurriedly smiled apologetically, but that smile was uglier than crying. The person beside him also stared at the dazzling golden dragon claw. Without saying a word, he ruthlessly slapped himself thrice, paw paw paw. After that, he looked at the radiant golden dragon with an obsequious smile and said, "Fellow Taoist, is that enough? If not, there's more." After he finished speaking, he slapped himself a few more times. After that, he smiled apologetically. Is it enough? It was as if he was addicted to fighting. Me too. The other person did not want to be outdone and also gave himself a few slaps, paw paw paw. The two of them took turns to hit their own faces. Originally, they looked like they were floating in the air, but now, their long hair was messed up and they were in a very sorry state. Get lost. Lin Ling, who was behind the radiant golden dragon, could not be bothered with them. Okay, get out of here. In order to let Lin Ling and the others vent their anger, these two people actually rolled down the stairs without saying anything, like two rubber balls. Bang. In the end, two dull sounds could be heard. The two people seemed to have rolled down the stairs and directly hit the ground. How creative. Lin Ling looked back and then strode forward. People from the Dragon Valley. The surrounding people looked deeply at the backs of Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon and frowned. This was because the people from the Dragon Valley had not participated in the Divine Treasure Convention for many years. Look at that aura and that dazzling golden light. I'm afraid it's the supreme bloodline of the dragon tribe. Yes. However, this person was more curious about the supreme bloodline of the dragon tribe. It seemed that the supreme bloodline of the dragon tribe obeyed the words of the young man in the blue and white celestial robe. Who was that young man in the blue and white celestial robe? In fact, many people were curious about this question. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know what the crowd was thinking. He also did not know that his blue and white robe had attracted the attention of many people. He and the radiant golden dragon walked down the stairs and finally reached the island. As far as the eye could see, the island was magnificent. It was like an ancient Roman battlefield. Circles of tables and chairs were built around it. In the middle was a huge platform. There were white clouds floating around the platform. It was very ethereal. At the same time, noises could be heard constantly, and it was somewhat deafening. The rules of the Divine Treasure Convention are not auctions, but treasure transactions. One person takes out a treasure that he doesn't need, and another person takes out a treasure of the same level, and then they trade with each other. The radiant golden dragon led Lin Ling along the corridor. However, the stone chairs on the side were all filled with people. Some were sitting cross-legged, and some were whispering to each other. Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon walked for a long time, but they did not see any seats. This made them frown. The Divine Treasure Convention was more lively than they had imagined. Moreover, they saw that at the 4 entrances, there was still an endless stream of people coming in. Finally, Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon saw 2 empty chairs. However, an old man was lying on them. The old man had big eyes and thick eyebrows. He was wearing a loose brown robe, and he occupied 3 stone chairs by himself. Get out of my way. Lin Ling was not interested in looking for any more seats. He looked at the old man indifferently and said. The old man's strength was not bad. He was slightly stronger than the radiant golden dragon. He could be considered as having the strength of a god. In terms of strength, the broken divine land was indeed slightly stronger than the 9 states void. Fellow cultivator, you're talking to me. The old man originally squinted his eyes. After hearing Lin Ling's words, he opened his eyes, and a powerful aura spread out. This aura was like an invisible ripple. After it spread out, many people turned their heads to look. When they saw the old man, their expressions changed slightly. Dao Lord Watergourd. Someone said with a trembling voice. Dao Lord Watergourd was an extremely ancient figure. He was from the same era as the 10 orthodoxies. However, his strength was not as strong as the 10 orthodoxies. However, he was considered a person of virtue and prestige in the broken divine land. No one dared to provoke him. I asked you to get out of my way. Didn't you hear me? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke once again. Meanwhile, the radiant golden dragon's heart skipped a beat. This was the first god he and Lin Ling had encountered after coming to the broken divine land. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and not be afraid of the old man. Kid, you're only a martial progenitor. The person beside you has the supreme bloodline of the dragon tribe. His strength is not bad, and he's half a step away from becoming a god. However, do you think you can reprimand me with that? Or is it because the dragon god has given you the courage? The old man's expression turned cold. An even more ancient aura spread out from his body. Smack, the light golden dragon's face turned pale and he took a step back. This aura was too strong and he could not resist it. It was as if he had seen the dragon god. Although the old man's strength couldn't compare to the dragon gods, his knowledge, background, age, and so on weren't inferior to the dragon gods. It was precisely this aura that made the radiant golden dragon feel guilty. I said, scram. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of that ancient aura at all. With his strength, crushing Dao Lord Watergourd was as easy as flipping his hand. Of course, the most important thing was that Dao Lord Watergourd took advantage of his seniority and thought that he could make Lin Ling feel guilty with just his aura alone. However, what he did not know was that Lin Ling had even seen people from the ancient era, let alone people from the age of Pantheon. In his square prison, there were many people who were even more ancient than Dao Lord Watergourd. Compared to them, Dao Lord Watergourd was like a child. What? Dao Lord Watergourd's expression changed when he saw Lin Ling take a step forward. This was because he saw that the light golden dragon was stronger than Lin Ling. However, even the light golden dragon was afraid of him. but Lin Ling was not. Moreover, his aura was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Why was this ordinary-looking kid not afraid? You're a good-for-nothing. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Dao Lord Watergourd gritted his teeth and said angrily. Then, he gave up his seat and left. For some reason, he had a feeling that if he continued to show off, he would be the one to suffer. Although this feeling was ridiculous since the other party was only a martial ancestor, it was this feeling that allowed him to survive from the age of gods. This intuition had allowed him to escape death many times. Even Dao Lord Watergourd was scared away. The surrounding people were undoubtedly shocked and in disbelief. It's him. The two people on the stairs. Someone recognized Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's blue and white robe was too eye-catching. I think someone from the Dragon Clan taught young Master Rong a lesson yesterday. Could it be them? It must be them. I heard that one of them is called the son of the Dragon God. Whispers could be heard everywhere. Those who could appear here were all people of high status. Even they had heard of Lin Ling. From this, one could see the impact Lin Ling's group had brought to the 10 orthodoxies. Interesting. When did such a berserk dragon appear in the dragon race? On the other side of the island, an old man with long and narrow eyebrows looked indifferently at Lin Ling Lord Orthodoxy. It's just the dragon race. What's so great about them? Only the dragon god is powerful. The rest are not worth mentioning. Someone at the side immediately said. No. The old man with long eyebrows kindly shook his head and said, this person gives me a very familiar feeling. I'm sure I've seen her before, and it was around this time. It's just that I can't remember where I saw her. Lord Orthodoxy, some time ago, you went to the sacred mountain of the Ox Cave to fight for the stone tablet of the will of the world. Could it be there? The person at the side reminded him. The old man with long eyebrows' eyes lit up instantly. Perhaps it's there. However, I've only seen the god at that time. This person seems to be a mere martial progenitor. However, let's not alert him first. Let's investigate slowly and find out his motive. Then, the old man said again. Yes, Lord Orthodoxy. The person at the side immediately nodded. While they were talking, Lin Ling also sensed a strange gaze looking at him. Therefore, Lin Ling also noticed the old man with white eyebrows. He was shocked because the old man was the strongest person on the island. His strength was comparable to the 9 continents' 4 great gods. He reckoned that the old man was an orthodoxy. Moreover, Lin Ling felt that this orthodoxy was even stronger than the orthodoxy that borrowed one's life. Of course, Lin Ling was only slightly surprised. He did not take the old man seriously. If he was not looking for Sima Ruachan, he would not have to hide his identity at all. He was not afraid to wander around here. As time passed, more and more people walked in, and these people were not weak at all. Although there were no orthodoxies, there were still disciples of orthodoxies. The disciples of orthodoxies were only second to one person in the Crossland Divine Land. No one dared to disrespect them. In fact, young Master Rong could see that. Young Master Rong was the grandson of a disciple of an orthodoxy, but he could do whatever he wanted in this city. There were a total of 5 disciples of orthodoxies. They were Xing Luo, the immortal of Great Qian, the cloud-shocking god-destroying sword, the king of medicine, and Feng Xianyue. These people were very powerful. If they weren't gods, then they were half a step away from becoming gods. They had also made a name for themselves in the Crossland Divine Land. After they sat down slowly, the entire island became inexplicably quiet. People were curious as to why they were here. Were they here to see if there were any suitable treasures? However, it was obvious that if they were interested in a treasure, no one would dare to snatch it from them unless they were on their side. Even those who took out treasures to trade would not dare to bid too high a price. It's them. At this moment, the bright golden dragon beside Lin Ling whispered. You know them? Lin Ling immediately asked curiously. Then, he saw the bright golden dragon nodding. Back then, before I went to the void of the 9 states, I often came to the Crossland Divine Land. Lord Dragon God in the valley also asked me to spar with the disciples of the Crossland Divine Land. So, I know them and have fought with them before. Of course, I mostly lost more than I won. It seems like they are quite powerful. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Of course, with your strength, you don't have to be afraid of them. After all, you are Lei Gong. Their status is not on the same level as yours. Only the orthodoxies behind them are qualified to talk to you. Anyway, in terms of status, strength, and age, they are all below you. The bright golden dragon continued. However, halfway through his words, his eyes suddenly narrowed. In terms of status and strength, you are above them. However, in terms of age, I seem to be older than you. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded again. The light golden dragon's face instantly turned gloomy. This Lin Ling is really sick. As the two of them were talking, someone flew down from the platform in the center of the island. It was a very enchanting beauty. She was wearing an immortal robe that was as thin as a silkworm's wing. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible, especially her voluptuous upper body. As she lowered her head, the spring scenery was exposed. Wow! Around the island, exclamations of surprise could be heard, though seemingly elegant immortals were secretly drooling. She did not look like an immortal at all. This is the 3 stones of spiritual fennel that I found in the divine realm. It's millions of years old and can increase a martial artist's divine power. It's especially helpful for the earth element. However, I don't have an earth element talent, so it's useless. Now, I want to exchange it for some water element treasures or cultivation treasures. Sure. The beauty said with a smile. Then, she took out a stone flower from her plump chest and waved it at the sky. Wow! Even more uproars rang out. She took it out from there. TSK, ignoring the value of this treasure, just the fragrance alone was enough to make any male animal's blood boil. I have a water element treasure. I have a bottle of heavenly stem fairy dew. It's a treasure that only produces 1 drop every 10,000 years. I'll use this bottle to exchange for it. What do you think? A man in a dirty robe said with a smile. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be after the treasure, but the fragrance. How dare trash like you embarrass yourself here? At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Then, a small azure bell floated to the center of the island and sprinkled countless drops of dew. This is the Dong Luo Dew Bell. I'll exchange it for your 3 stones of spiritual fennel. You should know that this Dong Luo Dew Bell can not only increase the talent of a water element divine fetus, but also increase one's cultivation speed by 10%. Can I exchange it? A man in a yellow robe said proudly. Everyone stared at the small bell and licked their lips. That small bell was an extremely rare treasure. Exchange. The beauty on the island was delighted. She quickly threw out the 3 stones of spiritual fennel, took the small bell, and left excitedly. As for the man, he was obviously at a disadvantage. However, he didn't seem to care. After taking the stone flower, he put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. Then, a look of enjoyment appeared on his face, and this person was obviously not here for the 3 stone spirit fennel, but for the maiden fragrance. This made everyone envious. They recognized the man's origin. He was Xing Luo, a disciple of Golden Pavilion. He had 10 orthodoxies behind him, so he naturally had the confidence to do so. With this good start, the island gradually became lively. One by one, experts took out their treasures to exchange for something suitable. Among these treasures, some were very popular, while others were like trash that no one cared about. Those who offered ordinary treasures naturally fled in defeat amidst the countless jeers and jeers. Moreover, everyone had one chance to present their treasures. No matter what kind of treasures they exchanged for, they couldn't appear on the stage again. It's all trash. Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon sat there quietly. Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. He had a lot of treasures now. Naturally, he wouldn't be interested in those treasures, but what made him feel helpless was that there was still no news of Sima Ruachan. Lin Ling, why don't you take out a valuable treasure and exchange it with information? Who knew that Sima Ruachan would be able to get such a treasure? At the side, the radiant golden dragon suddenly spoke. That's possible. Lin Ling nodded. Next, he continued to wait. However, before it was his turn to present his treasures, at the center of the island, a skinny girl carrying a huge skeleton was struggling to walk up the stone platform. The girl was wearing a tattered immortal robe. Her face was as pale as paper, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. However, the skeleton on her back was extremely large. When it landed on the stone platform, it made a metallic sound. If one looked closely, the surface of the skeleton was covered with lightning snakes. Anyone who got close to the skeleton would be ravaged by the lightning snakes. Although they wouldn't be injured, it would definitely be a terrible feeling. However, the skinny girl seemed to ignore the lightning snakes. She gritted her teeth and carried the skeleton on her back. Obviously, she couldn't ignore the lightning. She just endured all the pain. Thousand ancient thunder beast. After putting down the skeleton, the girl panted heavily. She looked at the crowd and said, "I found this in a relic in the shattered realm of the gods. It's very rare. I only hope to exchange it for a treasure that can heal the serious injuries of gods. Is that okay?" Her voice was anxious and pleading. She looked at the crowd with her big watery eyes. "Thousand ancient thunder beast?" The crowd's expression changed slightly. They were all descendants of the era of the gods. Therefore, they were familiar with the era of the gods since they were young. They had also heard of the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast. The Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast was an extremely difficult existence to deal with during the era of the gods. Not only was it fast, but it also had a tough skeleton. It was like an undying lightning. However, because of its tough skeleton, the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast was useless. It was too difficult to refine. "Little girl, that's the corpse of the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast, not the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast. If it was the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast, I might be interested. As for this broken skeleton, what use do we have for it? To make soup? It's a waste of our fire." An old man suddenly said disdainfully. "Yeah, it can't be refined or used to forge treasures. What's the use of it? You want to exchange it for treasures? I feel like I'm losing out even if you exchange it for a strand of hair." Someone else said, his face full of mockery. They weren't stupid. They were dreaming if they wanted to exchange this useless skeleton for a treasure that could heal the injuries of gods. That was because the injuries of gods were the hardest to heal. Therefore, they would rather keep this treasure for themselves than exchange it for that broken skeleton. "But I brought this skeleton back from the realm of the gods. Even if I don't have any credit, I still have to thank my hard work. I beg you, just one pill will do." The girl was anxious, and her eyes were wet. Her grandfather was seriously injured and was about to die. If she couldn't find a treasure that could heal his injuries, her grandfather would definitely die. "Idiot, get lost." Next. However, no one sympathized with her. Instead, they wanted her to get lost immediately. The girl finally cried. However, she still didn't give up and shouted, "Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast, anyone wants it? Get lost." However, what she got in return was a lot of cold voices. "Pa. Pa, pa. Pa." The girl used her trembling hands to grab the skeleton of the Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast. Enduring the pain of the lightning, she wanted to leave the stone platform with the skeleton on her back. Although she knew that no one wanted this Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast, she had risked her life to carry it back from the realm of the gods. She was the only one who knew the bitterness and sweat she had put in. Although the realm of the gods wasn't far from the broken Holy Land, it was only a relative term. It was closer than the void of the 9 continents. "This Thousand Ancient Thunder Beast, I want it." However, at this moment, a lazy voice rang out like a bolt from the blue, shocking the silence of the island. The girl raised her head abruptly, and her tears finally fell. Finally, someone wanted it. At this moment, everyone looked at the person who had spoken. They saw that it was a young man in a blue and white celestial robe. The girl stared at the young man as if she wanted to use her life's memory to remember his face. Is that young man a fool? He could neither refine the ancient lightning beast nor forge any treasures. What's the use of it? Could it be that the young man is a bone collector? "Young master, are you really going to exchange your healing elixir for my ancient lightning beast?" At this moment, the young woman asked. "Of course. I have plenty of healing elixirs for deities. How about I give you a drop of Jade Cicada True Liquid?" The lazy voice was heard again. It was Lin Ling, ancient lightning beast. Although it was his first time seeing it, when the skeleton was brought out, he immediately felt a familiar energy being born in his body. It was as though the energy was calling out to him. This familiar energy came from the Luai's real body. The Luai's real body was a lightning element divine fetus. It needed a lightning element treasure to increase its level. All this while, Lin Ling had been unhappy because he had too many talents. In addition, lightning element treasures were hard to find. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to the Luai's real body. Now that he had finally found one, how could he let it go? Jade Cicada True Liquid? Oh my god, this is a divine liquid that can heal deities. Is that young man a fool? A drop of Jade Cicada True Liquid is priceless. It can heal deities and heal injuries. You can exchange it for any treasure. How could he exchange it for a broken bone? Who is he? Does his parents know that he is a prodigal? The entire island was silent for a moment. Then, it exploded. Originally, it was shocking enough that someone wanted to trade the ancient lightning beast. However, what was even more shocking was that the person was using the Jade Cicada True Liquid to trade for it. It's hard to buy good things with money. I am a bone collector. Now, I have more than 1,000 bones in my backyard. The only thing missing is the ancient lightning beast. Lin Ling said with a smile. He did not care about the mockery of the crowd. This was because he was confident that if he refined the bone, his Luai's real body would become an intermediate deity. His strength would be greatly enhanced. At that time, he would be invincible among lower deities. Jade Cicada True Liquid? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, young master. Thank you. The young girl was stunned for a moment before she excitedly saluted Lin Ling. She also knew how precious the Jade Cicada True Fluid was. Although it couldn't immediately heal her grandfather's injuries, it could at least save his life. One good fortune sky-mending pill. However, a voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. A woman in a green immortal robe at the corner of the island spoke calmly. King of Medicine. Everyone was shocked when they saw the woman. They thought it was another prodigal son, but who knew it was the Medicine King? This was because he was a disciple of full moon orthodoxy. Although this good fortune sky-mending pill of mine is not as precious as the Jade Cicada True Fluid, not only does it have the effect of healing, but it can also assist in cultivation. If the injury suffered by a deity is not life-threatening, then there is no need for the Jade Cicada True Fluid. The woman said indifferently, I just remembered that I need an ancient lightning beast to refine some kind of divine medicine. Therefore, I must obtain this bone. Whoever tries to steal it from me will have to bear the consequences. Not only did she shout out a price, but her words were also full of threats. However, Lin Ling still looked lazy and said at the same time, 2 drops of Jade Cicada True Fluid. Is this guy crazy? Everyone was shocked again and again by that voice. Their mouths were dry, and they couldn't believe it, that blue-robed young man was not only a prodigal son, but also a prodigal son with no foresight. That was because he dared to compete with a disciple of orthodoxy for a treasure. One should know that the Medicine King had his eyes on the ancient lightning beast, so he must be using it to refine the divine medicine. That blue-robed young man was just a bone collector. To openly provoke a disciple of orthodoxy for his collection, he must be out of his mind. 3 good fortune sky-mending pills. Even a deity who has been burned to ashes can recover with the help of these pills, and his strength will be greatly improved. The woman's voice became cold. At the same time, she looked at Lin Ling. Not only was there a threat in her eyes, but there was also a murderous intent. The rule of the Divine Treasure Convention was that no one was allowed to threaten the person who offered the treasure. However, that didn't mean that they couldn't threaten the person who offered the treasure. After all, if one threatened the person who offered the treasure and used the cheapest price to snatch the treasure, then after a long time, the person who offered the treasure would not dare to take it out again. On the other hand, the person who threatened the bidder wouldn't. In short, the highest bidder would win. 4 drops of Jade Cicada True Fluid. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at the woman and raised the price again. He didn't know the Medicine King at all. Even if he did, he wouldn't take him seriously. Moreover, even if the Medicine King had asked him nicely, Lin Ling wouldn't give up the ancient lightning beast, not to mention that the other party dared to threaten him, playing with treasures, right? Fine, I'll play with you and see who has more treasures. You. Lin Ling's words were undoubtedly a slap to the Medicine King's face. She had thought that Lin Ling was angry and had lost his mind. However, who knew that Lin Ling would go against her? a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. As a disciple of an orthodoxy, she naturally couldn't throw away her dignity. You what? If you have the guts to bid, then shut up. Lin Ling sneered. He was unscrupulous. I'll remember you. Although the Medicine King wanted to bid with Lin Ling again, it was a pity that she didn't bring enough treasures. Therefore, she admitted defeat. It's over. That prodigal is done for. Who is he? How can he be so arrogant? Does he know how to write the word death? I think he's from the Dragon Valley. His nickname is Divine Dragon Prince. Since when did the Dragon Valley become so arrogant? Although many people were surprised by Lin Ling's background, it didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was from the Dragon Valley. Thank you, Prince. Thank you. The young woman had already arrived outside the stone platform with the gigantic skeleton on her back. Lin Ling also flew over and kept the skeleton. Then, he handed over 4 drops of jade cicada true fluid. Thank you, thank you. After receiving the fluid, the young woman immediately bowed deeply to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and said, that woman from before seems to be from the orthodoxy. Aren't you afraid of offending her by trading the skeleton with me? I'm afraid because I know that you are the one who will help me in my hour of need. She's just the icing on the cake. Therefore, from the bottom of my heart, I want to trade with you more. The young woman raised her head and said with determination in her eyes. Previously, she was isolated and helpless. Everyone was laughing at her. Lin Ling was the first to speak. If not for Lin Ling, the Medicine King might not have spoken. She was very clear about this. What if my final price is lower than the Medicine King's? Lin Ling asked again. I will still trade with you. The young woman thought for a moment and said with gritted teeth. This robe can help you block 3 late-stage low god attacks. Don't use it unless you are in a life-or-death situation. Remember that. Lin Ling turned and left after saying those words. He could tell that the young lady had gone through so much trouble to get the healing elixir not for herself, but for someone else. Lin Ling admired her for that. In addition, although the King of Medicine would not vent his anger on the young girl, it was important to be cautious. Hence, Lin Ling had given the young girl a life-saving treasure. Thank you, young master. Thank you. The young lady felt a warm current flowing into her body. She cried and bowed to Lin Ling again. If you can't survive in the cataclysm, go to the Dragon Valley and ask the Dragon God to send you to the Void of the 9 States. Then, go to the Azure State and look for someone called the Third Princess. Tell her that you belong to me, Lin Ling. This person will ensure your safety for the rest of your life. Lin Ling's voice quietly entered the young girl's mind. The young girl nodded her head heavily and then left as well. Hee, Lin Ling, your name has spread across the entire island. They say that you are the young master of the Dragon God. TSK, you have greatly increased the prestige of the Dragon Valley. After Lin Ling left, the radiant golden dragon immediately laughed. It seemed that he was very excited. Although the Dragon Valley was not afraid of the cataclysm, the Dragon God had told them not to provoke the people of the cataclysm. Therefore, they did not dare to be too arrogant in the cataclysm. However, Lin Ling dared to do so. Even if the Dragon God knew about it, he would not say anything. Therefore, this made the radiant golden dragon very happy. It doesn't matter whether you are the young master of the Dragon God or not. I am looking forward to seeing when it will be our turn to present our treasures. Lin Ling shook his head and sat back down. However, he could sense that many people were quietly looking at him. There was the orthodoxy hidden in the crowd, Dao Lord Watergourd, and a few other orthodoxy's disciples. The King of Medicine, in particular, was glaring at Lin Ling with a murderous aura. It was as if she was saying, "You're dead meat after the Divine Treasure Convention." Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about these gazes at all. He was still unperturbed. Not long after he sat down, an old voice rang out, "The Holy Light Treasure Book is a divine technique that I found in the ruins of the Broken God Realm. However, this treasure book is lost, and only the second part is left. The first and the remaining parts have all disappeared. I only want to exchange for treasures. As for offensive treasures, they must be able to kill mid-stage low gods. The more treasures, the better." On the stone platform, a one-armed old man stood there with an ancient book in his hand. However, one could see that the book had been torn in half by someone. It was very dilapidated and ancient. Wow. You're asking for too much. You want to trade a tattered book for a treasure that can attack a demigod? You must be dreaming. The island was silent for a moment before a large number of disdainful voices rang out. A mid-stage low god was no weakling. He was just one step away from becoming a god. Therefore, who would be so stupid to trade such a treasure for a useless book? The old man was a little embarrassed, but he immediately said, although the Holy Light treasure book is very complicated, there is a page that states that it can be used to cultivate the steps of the gods. After he finished speaking, the old man used his divine energy to display the page. Ancient words floated on the stone platform. They were profound and mysterious. At this moment, everyone's breathing quickened. The steps of the gods was a power that was even more terrifying than the energy of God. This power was the power of the great Tao of the void. It had the power to defy the heavens and change one's fate. It could be said that when the energy of God went against the steps of the gods, unless the energy of God was extremely powerful, the energy of God would definitely lose. Moreover, although the number of steps of the gods that could be cultivated was limited, if it could be combined with one's innate talent, it could explode with unexpected results. Every god wanted to comprehend the steps of the gods that belonged to them. Although I can't guarantee that this broken book can cultivate the steps of the gods, at least there is hope. In fact, it also depends on the individual's comprehension ability. When the old man saw that the island was silent, he knew that everyone was tempted. Therefore, he spoke again. If this Holy Light treasure book is real, then it is indeed worth the price. Even if it can't cultivate the steps of the gods, it can still increase the foundation of a breakthrough. However, the treasure you want to trade is too precious. Where can an ordinary person take out such a treasure? Someone said with a frown. It was obvious that he was tempted and was bargaining with the old man. However, the old man was very stubborn. He shook his head and said, "To tell you the truth, I have an enemy. I must kill him, but he is too strong. That's why I need this treasure." "I'm sorry." Since the old man had said so, everyone could only secretly shake their heads. After all, this was a trade between both parties. If the treasure you took out was not satisfactory, then the other party had the right to reject the trade. Interesting. I didn't expect that there would be so many ancient treasures in the Divine Treasure Convention. It seems that the people of the broken Holy Land often go in and out of the divine world to search for treasures. Lin Ling said with a smile as he looked at the scene calmly. If it were not for the fact that he did not have the talent of the light element, he would have bought it to take a look. Moreover, among the people he knew, no one had such talent. Only Yu was close to this talent. However, she was still not a pure light element talent. I will take out a time shuttle. It can injure an ordinary mid-stage lower deity. At this time, a crisp voice sounded. On the other side of the island, a dark-skinned, ordinary-looking woman said. It's her. However, Lin Ling's soul power was so powerful that he instantly recognized the woman. The main reason was that he was too familiar with the woman. He knew her aura because that woman was Longyang. Longyang had also come to the broken Holy Land and had concealed her identity. This woman was really amazing. She had traveled far and wide and could be found in all the forbidden lands. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He was even more impressed with Longyang. This was because Longyang was very similar to her in one aspect. She had always relied on herself to become stronger. Perhaps she would borrow the power of others and sometimes she would be lucky. However, without a strong background, she had to solve everything by herself. In this aspect, she was much better than those cultivators who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. Longyang could be considered as someone who Lin Ling had watched grow and become stronger. However, Longyang had taken a fancy to the Holy Light Treasure Tome. This meant that Longyang had a light element divine fetus and was close to comprehending the divine steps. Most importantly, Lin Ling guessed that the current dragon lady must have another kind of divine staircase. She wanted to be like him, to have 2 divine staircases. Hold on, I'll offer 2 treasures. The water pool sword, a 2nd-grade chaos treasure, and the darking ring, a 1st-grade bastard treasure that can trap people. I'll trade it for your treasure tome. What do you think? At this moment, another voice was heard. It was a man in a red immortal robe. He was also a disciple of an orthodoxy, and his name was Feng Xianyue. Moreover, he seemed to be the strongest among the disciples of the orthodoxies. Therefore, after he spoke, the disciples of the other orthodoxies fell silent. Good, good, good. The old man was overjoyed, looking at Longyang in the distance. Her dark face became even darker. However, the sacred light treasure tome was her key to becoming stronger. She had traveled a long way to get here, and she could not let it go. She came here from the bottom of the Kaiyuan River, passed by the dragon tribe, and encountered several life-threatening situations, all for the sake of the sacred light treasure tome. I'll also offer the 8 Gates golden mirror and black dragon's grasp. These are second-grade chaos treasures. Together with the time shuttle, I'll trade all 3 treasures for you. Longyang gritted her teeth and said. She had entered a secret realm under the sacred mountain and obtained some treasures. Now, she was willing to throw them out. Her current strength was stronger than the young master of the Ox Demon clan, but she had not reached the strength of a deity. Therefore, she was reluctant to throw out these treasures. Is that true? The old man's heart thumped. Chaos treasures, as long as they reached this level, could affect mid-stage lower gods. Reckless woman, you insist on fighting with me. Do you really not know who I am, or are you pretending not to know? Let's see what you have to fight with me. Feng Xianyue was furious because after he took out the treasures, the disciples of the other orthodoxies did not dare to compete with him. On the contrary, the dark-skinned woman overestimated herself and was courting death. The 5 elements pool sword, 5 swords of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's a set of chaos treasures. Let's not talk about ordinary mid-stage lower gods, even powerful mid-stage lower gods would have to avoid it. Let's trade it for your treasure tome. Feng Xianyue said immediately. This. The entire island was in an uproar. The 5 elements pool sword, Feng Xianyue is actually using the treasures rewarded by the orthodoxy to trade for the treasure tome. To be able to injure a powerful mid-stage low god, I'm afraid that the sword is invincible. Currently, the strongest mid-stage low god in the void is none other than Lin Ling, the Thunder Lord of the Void of the 9 Prefectures. But even Lin Ling, the Thunder Lord of the 9 Prefectures, will be filled with hatred after seeing this sword. Is. She racked her brains and risked her life to come to the Kaiyuan River, but in the end, she did not obtain the Holy Light Grimoire. This made her very unwilling, but in the end, there was nothing she could do. Damn woman, say something. Why are you so quiet? You made me waste the 5 elements pool sword. You must be happy. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Feng Xianyue scolded when he saw that Longyang was silent. He was very arrogant. He was unhappy when he saw that ugly woman. What 5 elements pool sword? How dare you be so arrogant in front of the dragon tribe? Suddenly, a lazy voice said, I will use 10 chaos treasures to trade for your treasure tome. After this lazy voice, it was followed by a heroic voice that shocked the entire audience. Everyone turned to look and realized that it was that ignorant prodigal again. What the hell, that guy offended the king of medicine. Now, he even dared to offend Feng Xianyue. Furthermore, it was one thing to offend him, but he was actually so arrogant. Do you want to die? Feng Xianyue obviously didn't expect that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. There was still someone who ruthlessly kicked him while he was being complacent. Don't you know that the dragon tribe likes to collect treasures? I am rich. You can boast about me. Lin Ling did not know that he was angry. He said, listen carefully. Mystical Een Beast amassing banner, Divine Gold Talisman, Luoxing exterminating 3 lives blade, Zhongyuan life shield. Lin Ling talked about the treasures one by one. There were 10 in total. Every time he said one, people's hearts jumped. The dragon tribe was really full of treasures. They did not know that these treasures were Lin Ling's own. Back then, under the sacred mountain, he killed people and stole their treasures. These treasures were as many as the hair on a cow. The treasures of the people he killed were found in the sacred mountain. But in the end, they were all taken by Lin Ling. Of course, these treasures were not of much help to Lin Ling. Middle lower gods were too weak for Lin Ling. There was no need to use these treasures. Do you want to exchange? After Lin Ling listed the 10 treasures in a domineering manner, he looked at the old man calmly. Exchange. The old man was stunned for a moment. Then, he shouted as if he was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his words. After Lin Ling threw out the 10 treasures, he immediately threw the grimoire to Lin Ling. Then, he ran away secretly. He naturally knew that a man's wealth was his own ruin. With 10 treasures, it would be strange if others were not tempted. Of course, people did not have time to pay attention to him. They were all attracted by Lin Ling's domineering aura. Then, people started to talk. This guy offended the disciples of all the orthodoxies at the same time. I really wonder how he can lead the broken Holy Land. Is the dragon tribe very strong? So arrogant. Does he think that our broken Holy Land does not exist? Don't worry. If he doesn't die, I will write my name in reverse. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling. Everyone was waiting to see a good show. What an arrogant prince dragon deity. Xianxia and the king of medicine squinted their eyes. They had already regarded Lin Ling as a dead man. They even looked at each other and secretly came to an agreement to kill Lin Ling together and take the treasures on Lin Ling's body. After coming to an agreement, they laughed because the treasures that they had set their eyes on were taken away without a single cent. However, Lin Ling did not care about the various gazes on the island, disciples of orthodoxies. He had even killed orthodoxies, let alone disciples. At most, he would kill them and take their treasures. After killing them all, he would sneak back to the void of the 9 continents. Then, Lin Ling looked at the other side of the island. He saw that Longyang had turned around and left in disappointment. Catch! Catch! That person actually gave the precious book to her. He even offended the 10 orthodoxies for her. At this moment, she was a little dumbfounded. I don't want you to be beaten to the point where you can't even fight back when you fight with someone, so you'd better increase your strength as soon as possible. A disdainful voice quietly came from behind the grimoire. However, this voice was earth-shattering, causing Longyang to be stunned. Then, she looked at Prince Dragon God in disbelief, because she finally knew who that person was. It was Lin Ling. She never thought that Lin Ling would fight for her for the grimoire. After all, they were mortal enemies. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't know that the reason she wanted the grimoire was to kill him? At this moment, Longyang's heart was a little absent-minded. Ever since she started in the spirit province, she had been taking advantage of her beauty and relying on various forces to become stronger. Although she hated herself for being like this, and hated the fake smile even more, she could endure it for the sake of her goal. Moreover, she was also very clear that those who helped her were only greedy for her beauty. However, in the end, they failed and were fooled by her. However, Lin Ling wasn't greedy for her beauty at all. He helped her from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling. Yes. Longyang gritted her teeth and said. Then, she took the grimoire and suddenly turned to leave. At this moment, she didn't know whether to hate Lin Ling or thank Lin Ling. She only knew that in this world, how could there be such a foolish man? What a proud woman. Yes. Seeing Longyang leave, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was too familiar with Longyang, so he knew that although Longyang looked like a fickle woman, she was actually a proud woman. Perhaps in her entire life, the only man who had touched her was him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hated him for that night until now. At this moment, everyone on the island was dumbfounded. They saw Prince Dragon God give the grimoire to the black-faced woman with their own eyes. Crazy. The thoughts of a prodigal were indeed not something that ordinary people could understand. He spent 10 precious treasures just to buy a grimoire to make a beauty happy. That's not right. How is that tanned woman a beauty? She's as black as a piece of charcoal. Just one look at her and I'll vomit last night's meal. Not only was this prodigal eccentric, even his taste in beauty was eccentric. At this moment, there was only one word in everyone's hearts: respect. When you have money, you can be willful. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be unaware of everyone's shock as he suddenly spoke slowly. I really want to beat him to death. Among the silent crowd, someone finally spoke up. Moreover, it was with gritted teeth. Looking at Xianxia again, his face was so distorted that it was terrifying. He had never seen such an arrogant person. In order to please a black woman, he did not hesitate to offend himself. What the hell? Now, it's time for me to present my treasures. I'll take out 10 more primordial chaos treasures. If you want to trade with me, you don't have to take out any treasures. You just have to answer one of my questions. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up and spoke. His words caused the entire island to boil with excitement. Everyone had seen this prodigal young master squandering. Now, they wanted to see how far he could squander. Young master, you seem to be in the martial ancestor realm. I'm afraid you want to ask me a difficult question about cultivation. Someone volunteered and spoke with a smile on his face. He was very moved by the 10 treasures. Are you an idiot? He can take out so many precious treasures and is from the dragon tribe. If it's a problem about cultivation, the dragon tribe can't solve it? However, someone immediately scolded. 10 primordial chaos treasures. It's definitely not easy to get. What kind of problem does the dragon tribe not know? The dragon tribe has a long history and knows everything about astronomy and geography. That's right, that's right. In my opinion, this question must be very difficult. Try your best. Everyone was in high spirits. Because it was just a question and there was no need to trade treasures, they were naturally happy to participate. Actually, my question is very simple. I'm just asking a person. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again, and this person should be in the broken Holy Land. Wow. Asking a person? F*CK, asking a person with 10 treasures? You're really rich and capricious. I'm good at asking people. Asking for directions? Asking the heavens and earth? None of them are difficult for me. I'm determined to get these treasures. Ha ha ha. Wow, I've seen capricious people, but it's the first time I've seen someone as capricious as you. Hurry up and ask. Yes. The island was in an uproar again, because asking this question was obviously much simpler than asking other questions. Sima Ruachan. If anyone knows him, these treasures will belong to him. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling also revealed his purpose. Sima Ruachan? However, the people who were in high spirits instantly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them. They looked at each other, but they had never heard of this name. Even some seniors who had been here for more than 100,000 years were dumbfounded. Sima Ruadong. I know him. Young Master Dragon God, is it him? Yes. I know Ouyang Ruachan. They should be relatives. Yes. What Sima Ruachan? I've heard of him. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone was very depressed, because this question seemed simple, but in reality, it was quite difficult. I'm Sima Ruachan. Please give me the treasures. Even the impostor appeared. It was an old man with a broken leg. He stood up with a cane and raised his hand. Get lost. Lin Ling looked at him and knew that he was just making up the numbers. Huang Junkai, fellow Daoist Huang, don't pretend anymore. You want to be Sima Ruachan? Sima Ruachan is yours. The others didn't want the old man with a broken leg to be rewarded, so they immediately mocked him. Being seen through, the old man laughed dryly and sat back down. He didn't expect that if he was Sima Ruachan, he would be unlucky. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the treasures even if he got them. No one knows. Lin Ling looked at the bustling island with an ugly expression. Many famous people from the divine land of the Break Realm had gathered here, but no one had heard of Sima Ruachan. Could it be that Sima Ruachan had changed his name? Young master. However, at this moment, a weak voice suddenly came. Lin Ling looked over and found that it was the girl who had traded the ancient thunder beast. The girl looked at Lin Ling timidly. She was hiding in one of the corners of the island. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's strong soul power, he wouldn't have noticed her in such a noisy scene. I've heard of this name. I heard it from my grandfather. The girl saw Lin Ling looking over and immediately said in a low voice. Are you sure? All right, bring me to your grandfather immediately. Yes. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He finally found some information. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, all right, since no one knows, I'll cancel the deal. Everyone, go back to your own homes. Yes. What? Yes. The originally lively crowd was now completely dumbfounded. You're messing with us, right? You purposely found someone who doesn't have it and made us guess, you. Yes. someone pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. "You're a piece of trash, how can you blame others? Even if I did it on purpose, why don't you brag about me? Did the Divine Treasure Convention forbid this? Since I'm canceling the deal now, it's not like the Divine Treasure Convention forbids it." Lin Ling said disdainfully. That person was immediately rendered speechless. According to the rules, Lin Ling did not do anything wrong. He took out a treasure to trade, and if he did not find a suitable treasure, he could cancel the deal. There was nothing wrong with that. But you? Yes. However, the crowd's emotions had just been stirred up, and now that the deal was cancelled, they could not take it lying down. "I'm rich, and I can do whatever I want. If you're not convinced, bring Sima Ruachan out now, and I'll still give you the treasure. If you can't find him, get lost." Yes. Lin Ling's arrogance offended everyone on the island with a single sentence. Everyone's eyes were burning, rich and willful again. The dragon tribe was indeed arrogant. Ignoring the crowd's dissatisfaction, Lin Ling signaled to the light golden dragon with his eyes, and then strode away. The light golden dragon smiled excitedly. From Lin Ling's eyes, he knew that Lin Ling had found that person. However, when he left with Lin Ling, he immediately sensed many malicious gazes looking at him, including the King of Medicine and Feng Xianxia. They really don't know what's good for them. Now that Lin Ling is about to find Sima Ruachan, even if the 10 orthodoxies came, he would not be afraid. These disciples of orthodoxies actually dared to provoke Lin Ling. They must be tired of living. Yes. The light golden dragon sneered inwardly. The island was still trading treasures, but many people were quietly watching the departing figure. Their eyes were cold. In their eyes, young noble dragon god was already a dead man. Even if the medicine king and the others didn't make a move, with the treasures on young noble dragon god's body, others would probably want to kill him. In fact, as they watched Lin Ling leave, many people on the island had quietly left their seats. At this moment, Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon were walking down the stairs. The two of them were talking cheerfully and wittily, as if they were very happy. And in front of them was the young girl. She was also very happy at this moment. Idiot. The news seemed to have spread to the bottom of the steps. There were some eyes staring at Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu as they walked down the steps. Those eyes were full of mockery. They all thought that Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu still didn't know that they had made a big mistake. They were laughing happily now, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to laugh later and would only cry. Lin Ling. However, what they didn't know was that although the light golden dragon was talking cheerfully, it had also quietly said something. Just an idiot who gave away money. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. The two of them were veterans who had wandered the world for many years. How could they not know that they were being followed? Young noble, what idiot who gave away money? On the other hand, the young girl in front of him didn't know what was going on. She looked at Lin Ling curiously. You'll know later. Lin Ling said. Yes. The young girl nodded. Although this was the first time she met Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu, she didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu weren't bad people. The three of them finally left the steps and came to the main street. Young noble, this way. The young girl led Lin Ling and Yi Qingyu forward. However, after passing through a few streets, both sides of the street suddenly became quiet. Looking carefully, there were much fewer pedestrians. Even if there were, they were all panicking and anxiously leaving. Even the young girl was aware of this change. Young noble, something seems wrong. The young girl said worriedly. Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon glanced at each other and smiled. They had already sensed this scene a long time ago. Before they could say anything, the street in front of them had quietly changed. A colorful mist spread out and shrouded the entire street. Then, the scene of the street quietly changed and turned into a desert. A scorching sandstorm was rolling, and sand and stones were flying. This place was like purgatory on earth. Obviously, someone had used a powerful method to open a void passage and send the street to another place, and this place was one of the broken divine realms. Oh no, young noble, this is the forgotten fragment. It's over, it's over. This is one of the fragments of the divine realm. The reason why it's called the forgotten fragment is because people who come here will forget everything and be lost here forever. Next to him, the young girl panicked. It could be seen that she had been wandering the divine realm for many years, so she was familiar with the forgotten fragments. Young noble, be careful. Someone wants to harm us. Then, the young girl warned loudly. Haha, what young noble dragon god? Even a little girl is smarter than you, but you guys still haven't reacted. At this time, a sandstorm rolled in from the front. Then, the sand scattered, and a group of figures finally appeared. Looking carefully, the number of people was not small. There were as many as 50 to 60 people. The two people in the lead were the Medicine King and Feng Xianyu. Other than them, there was also a disciple of the orthodoxy, who seemed to be Xing Luo. Young noble dragon god, our treasure is not so easy to take. No matter who is behind you, even if it's a dragon, in our broken divine land, you will have to obediently lie down. The Medicine King was the first to speak with a vicious expression. You dare to snatch my grimoire, and even use it to gain the favor of a woman. Mother *Cur, if you were to gain the favor of a beautiful woman, I wouldn't have any objections, but you won't even let a black woman go. Are you mocking me? Tell me, how do you want to die? Feng Xianyu's face was also ferocious. Thinking that Lin Ling had given the sacred light treasure book to a black woman, he was in a bad mood. It was as if his handsome and carefree Feng Xianyu could not even compare to a black and ugly woman. It's not young noble's fault. It's me. If you guys have any grievances, just vent it on me. At this time, the young girl also spoke anxiously. She knew that the Medicine King wanted to settle the score with young noble mainly because of her. If young noble did not want the ancient lightning beast, young noble would not have offended these orthodoxy's disciples. What a useless piece of trash. You actually need a young girl to plead for you. The Medicine King snorted disdainfully. Don't worry, I will vent my anger on you. You must die, and so must they. Ah. The young girl's face instantly turned pale, as if she had lost all hope of living. At this time, Feng Xianyue said to the people behind him as if he had everything under control. He then looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Now, do you have anything to say? Yes. Lin Ling and the radiant golden dragon crossed their arms and watched them act. Lin Ling smiled and said to the girl, didn't I tell you that you're a rich fool? Now you know what I mean. Yes. Ah. Yes. The girl opened her mouth wide. What did that mean? In fact, even Feng Xianyue and the others were dumbfounded. What did that mean? It's simple. Yes. Lin Ling saw that everyone was in a daze. He smiled faintly and said, do you have any treasures on you? Yes. Of course, I'm a disciple of an orthodoxy. How can I be poor? Yes. Feng Xianyue subconsciously shouted angrily, feeling that Lin Ling was looking down on him. Feng Xianyue, don't be fooled. He asked if you have any treasures and said that you're a fool. Could it be that you're the fool he's talking about? Yes. Suddenly, the King of Medicine reacted and said with a frown, he means that he wants to steal your treasures and treat you as a fool. Yes. Bastard. Yes. Feng Xianyue was stunned and immediately shouted angrily, he was here to kill and steal, but in the eyes of the foolish young master dragon god, he was the fool who gave away money. These two guys were too unappreciative. You're half right. Yes. At this time, the radiant golden dragon also said with a smile, in fact, you're not the only fool who gave away money. I'm sorry, I'm talking about everyone here, ha ha ha. Yes. At the end, the radiant golden dragon laughed. That smile was as despicable as it could be. Thank you for bringing us here. No one will know if we kill and steal. Yes. The radiant golden dragon's laughter kept floating out of his mouth. Feng Xianyue and the others were so angry that their faces were distorted. They didn't know why, but when they saw that despicable smile, they felt suffocated and wanted to tear the radiant golden dragon's mouth apart. Looking at the young girl again, she was a little dazed. What time was it now? Young master still had the mood to joke around. Although she understood Lin Ling's intention, Lin Ling seemed to want to rob these people of their treasures. There should be a limit to his joke. With the strength of the three of them, how could they be a match for the King of Medicine's group? In terms of cultivation realm, the King of Medicine and the others were disciples of orthodoxies. In terms of numbers, the other party had dozens of gods. Even if his grandfather was here, he wouldn't be a match for them. Kill them. Cripple that bullshit young master first. After the Medicine King and the others were enraged, they finally decided to take action. They originally wanted to see Lin Ling and the others and beg for mercy, but who knew that they would be humiliated instead of seeing them? They couldn't swallow this humiliation. Young Master Dragon God, a snake is more like it. Hearing the King of Medicine's voice, all the deities rushed over. Radiant Golden Dragon, there are 52 people there. How many do you want to kill? Since the other party had already made a move, Lin Ling did not want to waste any more time. At least 30. The Radiant Golden Dragon licked his lips and said in high spirits. Hee, I'm afraid that's very difficult. How about this? I'll let you attack first. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll attack. In this way, you still have a chance to kill more than me. Lin Ling nodded. Damn it, when these words fell into the ears of Feng Xianxia and the others, they exploded with anger again because Lin Ling actually treated them as spoils of war. Tear them into pieces. An old man was the most furious. He rushed at the Radiant Golden Dragon with the fastest speed. Rumble, the Radiant Golden Dragon's body exploded. Golden light shone resplendently and he turned into a magnificent divine dragon. He stirred up the wind and sand, swallowed the clouds, and rode on the fog. The dragon's mouth spewed out all kinds of powerful energy and shot out light pillars. Bang! Bang! Billowing sandstorm rose into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon was in the sky, holding a corpse in its mouth. It was the old man from before. The old man was a mid-stage lower deity, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Radiant Golden Dragon. So strong. The girl couldn't believe it. It was too powerful. Moreover, this was the first time she had seen a real dragon. Obviously, she didn't expect the Radiant Golden Dragon to be so strong. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Bang! The Golden Dragon God in the sky swung his tail and viciously slammed it down on the next expert. He had actually smashed an early-stage low god into a pile of minced meat. Idiot who gave me money. Bang! After slapping the deity to death, the Radiant Golden Dragon let out a disdainful voice. You're even stronger than Grandpa. Bang! Such a domineering action shocked the girl again. However, in front of her eyes, there were already experts rushing over. This made her anxious and shouted, Young Master, I'll protect you. Bang! Although she wasn't strong, she could sense that Lin Ling was even weaker. He was a martial ancestor, not even a martial god. However, just as she took a step forward, a palm pressed on her shoulder. You, watch carefully. I'll take care of them. Bang! A gust of wind blew past and Lin Ling disappeared. Bang! In front of him, blood gushed out. Lin Ling punched out and destroyed the opponent's powerful divine energy. His fist penetrated the opponent's chest, and with a boom, the deity's body exploded. He couldn't be more dead. Radiant Golden Dragon, you're too slow. Now that the time for an incense stick to burn has passed, don't blame me for not leaving any prey for you. Bang! After killing the deity, Lin Ling turned into a gust of wind and swept the remaining deities away. Bang! With another punch, a mid-stage lower deity's head exploded and he died. Bang! His leg swept out like a whip, breaking a deity's divine sword and splitting him into two. His blood dyed the desert red. With Lin Ling's current strength, there was no need for him to use his divine energy. He could crush everything with just his physical strength. This is even more abnormal. The girl was dumbfounded. She thought that the Radiant Golden Dragon was already very powerful. Who knew that the Radiant Golden Dragon was even more powerful? He was like a giant beast in human form. In fact, even the King of Medicine and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. This was also the first time they had seen such a ferocious martial ancestor. It's his physical strength. Heavens, he has a powerful physical strength. Alas! Someone shouted in panic, guessing the reason why Lin Ling was so powerful. However, what kind of physical strength could ignore the opponent's powerful divine energy and destroy the opponent's divine energy? They couldn't understand, and they didn't dare to imagine. Bang! Blood gushed out and various kinds of energy surged in all directions. The whole desert seemed to be collapsing, and yellow sand was rolling in the sky. two figures were faintly discernible in the yellow sand. One of them was a golden dragon with a dazzling golden radiance. He looked very majestic, but the other figure was a nightmare. That was because he looked like an ordinary person, but his combat strength was so terrifying that it was impossible to see through his depth. King of Medicine and King of Medicine, why are they so powerful? I've underestimated him. But it's strange. He seems to be a martial ancestor, but his attack and defense are so strong. His talent must be extraordinary. His cultivation is weak, but his physical strength is strong. I guess it's because of his talent. The King of Medicine and Xianxia looked at each other and sneered. Although Prince Dragon Deity was more powerful than they had imagined, they were not afraid as long as he was not a deity. I'll fight Prince Dragon Deity, and you go deal with the Golden Dragon. How about it? Xianxia's body was surrounded by a green wind. This wind was very demonic, like a demon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It's not a big problem. Looking at the King of Medicine, a plant vine appeared in her hand and wrapped around her body. Then, a ferocious Venus flytrap opened on her shoulder. Its two leaves were open, and the leaves were full of sharp teeth. Droplets of saliva dripped down. I hope you can kill the Golden Dragon before I kill Prince Dragon Deity, because you don't have much time left. Xianxia looked at the King of Medicine and said, his voice full of confidence. Haha, that's not necessarily true. Maybe I'll be the one watching the two of you slowly fight. Remember, I'll end the battle in 3 hours. The King of Medicine did not want to be outdone and replied calmly, she had heard of the Golden Dragon of Light. It was very strong, but it was still weaker than the disciples of the Orthodoxy. 3 hours? Xianxia licked his lips and immediately attacked Lin Ling. A pair of green gloves appeared in his hands. His fingers were clenched tightly, and his palms were like swords. He placed them diagonally behind his back, and wherever he passed, the void seemed to be cut open. Ditches appeared out of nowhere in the desert on the ground. Crescent slash. Xianxia arrived in front of Lin Ling in an instant. Then, he chopped down with his palm like a huge sword. His divine power had reached 40,000, which was comparable to the strength of the sacred ancestor. Prince Dragon Deity won't die just like that, right? Sensing Xianxia's terrifying attack, the King of Medicine shook his head and smiled, rumble. However, Lin Ling raised his hand and blocked it. With a loud boom, Xianxia's hand sword was blocked by Lin Ling's arm. Moreover, scales had appeared on Lin Ling's arm. Those were dragon claws, and they were the innate talents of the heavenly dragon. Now, Lin Ling's sky dragon bone talent had reached the level of a rank 2 intermediate god. On top of that, he had the realm-swallowing beast, which was immortal and indestructible. His physical defense had reached a terrifying level. Ah! Xianxia's jaw dropped. He was extremely shocked. A single hand was enough to block his 40,000 units of divinity. Could it be that young noble dragon god hadn't used his full strength before? You're just a money-giving idiot. That's all you've got. At this time, Lin Ling raised his head and smiled. Don't be too arrogant. Xianxia let out an angry roar as the wind around his body continued to swirl, emitting a buzzing sound. Lin Ling instantly sensed that when the wind blew past his body, a strange feeling was born. It was like an itch, but also like a warm feeling. Then, he noticed that his spirit energy and blood essence were continuously disappearing. When his soul power swept past, Lin Ling realized that the green wind around him was actually a mysterious insect. The insect was very small, but it had sharp teeth. When it flew past, it could bite off a martial artist's spirit energy. However, these insects only bit a small amount, so he didn't feel any pain. He just felt itchy. However, if this continued, the martial artist would definitely regret exhausting all his spirit energy. Ha ha ha, did you notice? It's too late to notice now. Xianxia saw that Lin Ling was silent, so he said contemptuously, this is my divine fetus talent. It's the talent of a rank 1 intermediate god. Xianxia could become one of the most powerful people in the Orthodoxy. His strength was indeed not weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling, want to suck Lin Ling's spirit energy. With his 7 dantians and surging spirit energy, his body was incomparably powerful. Without a year's time, he could forget about sucking Lin Ling dry. Pong, too lazy to explain, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. not bad talent. To show my respect, I'll take care of you. With a punch, a fierce physical strength erupted, forcing Feng Xianyue back. His face was ugly, at least 5 million worlds worth of physical strength. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered. The first stage of talent fusion, another punch, rumble, Feng Xianyue retreated again. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he held it back and exclaimed, at least 6 million worlds worth of physical strength. His heart was like thunder. How could young Master Dragon God's strength still increase? Is that so? Lin Ling used the second stage of talent fusion, 7 million worlds worth of physical strength. Pooh, this time, Feng Xianyue spat out blood. When his fist collided with Lin Ling's, any divine power was shattered, and the bones in his arm also cracked. It could still increase. His heart was no longer roaring, but completely exploding. Looking at the king of medicine in the distance, he was also shocked. He thought that 3 incense sticks of time would be enough to deal with young Master Dragon God, but now, it seemed that Feng Xianyue was completely suppressed. You're arrogant, you're crazy enough. Let's see how long you can last. Suddenly, Feng Xianyue roared. The hope in his heart was on those green bugs. Young Master Dragon God would definitely be sucked to death by him. Life return. He chanted silently in his heart, and the green wind swirled around him, feeding the essence, qi, and spirit back into his body. Come, let's hurt each other. Let's see who can last longer. After the energy returned, Feng Xianyue had recovered somewhat and smiled confidently. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Ling's mouth curled up. He had to admit that Feng Xianyue's talent was indeed impressive. He kept absorbing his opponent's energy and fed it back to himself. In this way, he became stronger and stronger while his opponent became weaker and weaker. However, Lin Ling did not say much. He raised his fist and smashed, bang, bang, bang. At first, Feng Xianyue was still very confident, but gradually, he felt that something was wrong. Because the speed of his injuries was faster than his recovery. On the other hand, young Master Dragon God's energy was being absorbed, but the more he fought, the more energetic he became. Unknowingly, 3 incense sticks of time had passed. In the eyes of the King of Medicine, Feng Xianyue's body was full of injuries, and he was in a sorry state. On the other hand, young Master Dragon God was full of energy, and there was no sign of fatigue at all. Bang, then, under Lin Ling's punch, Feng Xianyue finally could not take it anymore and was smashed to the ground, causing a sandstorm to rise into the sky. How can this be? Feng Xianyue kept vomiting blood and shaking his head. He could not understand at all. Because I have 7 dantians, 7 great talents. It's that simple. Lin Ling walked step by step towards Feng Xianyue, looking down at him as he spoke. How can there be such a monster? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Feng Xianyue looked as if he had seen a monster. 7 dantians? 7 great talents? What kind of remarkable ability was that? Could it be that this was the true divine talent of young Master Dragon God? Wait. Feng Xianyue was thoroughly regretting his actions. He finally realized that the idiotic prodigal was referring to himself. Bang, Lin Ling shook his head and stomped his foot on Feng Xianyue's chest, crushing his energy center. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Feng Xianyue's mouth, reaching more than 5 meters high. Who are you? I've never seen such a powerful martial progenitor. Feng Xianyue died with his eyes wide open. If every martial progenitor was as powerful as Lin Ling, there was no need for them to cultivate. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling exerted some force with his foot. With a loud boom, Feng Xianyue was crushed into powder. However, before he died, he could finally die in peace because of the name Lei Gong Lin Ling. He knew that his death was justified. Ah? Lei Gong Lin Ling. On the other side, the King of Medicine's expression changed drastically. Lei Gong Lin Ling was one of the 4 great deities of the 9 prefectures. His strength was comparable to that of the 10 orthodoxies. He was not someone that the disciples of the orthodoxies could afford to offend. Ironically, the orthodoxies did not go to the 9 prefectures to find trouble with Lei Gong Lin Ling. Instead, the disciples of the orthodoxies took the initiative to offend Lei Gong. Run! The King of Medicine wanted to retreat and quickly ran away. Master Lei Gong, spare my life, spare my life. I was blind to not recognize you. I hope that you can be magnanimous and spare my life. Her voice was filled with panic. There was no longer any arrogance in her voice. It was as if she had met her own master. Swoosh, however, Lin Ling's speed exploded. He arrived in front of the king of medicine in an instant and reached out his hand. Squeak squeak, the Venus flytrap on the king of medicine's shoulder immediately protected its master. It turned into a giant mouth in the air and was about to swallow Lin Ling. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Lin Ling did not slow down and snorted coldly. On his shoulder, little Kunlun rushed out and turned into countless vines that tightly bound the huge mouth. Lin Ling's arm passed through and grabbed the medicine king's neck. Lord Lei Gong, spare my life, spare my life. The medicine king did not dare to resist and could only beg for mercy. In fact, after knowing Lin Ling's name, she had already lost the will to resist. Bang, unfortunately, how could Lin Ling spare her? If she leaked the news, Lin Ling could forget about finding Sima Ruochen. Run. Once she died, the remaining people panicked. Without a leader, they fled in all directions. Of course, the radiant golden dragon wouldn't let them escape. Its dragon body swam as it slaughtered them. Lin Ling watched calmly as the radiant golden dragon made its move. He would only personally deal with the few fish that escaped the net. Blood was spilling, sand was drifting. Unknowingly, this desert had quietly turned into a purgatory. More than 50 deities and a few orthodoxy's disciples had come to kill Lin Ling and the medicine king. Now, all of them were annihilated. The radiant golden dragon had also collected the treasures on the ground and walked over with a smile. Apparently, the harvest was good. Master and the others are so strong. The young girl had been quietly watching the scene. Seeing the dragon god flying in the sky and Lin Ling walking slowly on the ground, she would never forget the scene for the rest of her life. This was the strong person she had been pursuing all her life. In the future, she wanted to become so strong that if anyone dared to bully her or kill her, she would retaliate. Alright, let's go. Lin Ling, who was walking back, smiled at the young girl. Good, good, good. The young girl's eyes were filled with admiration. Then, she followed Lin Ling through the void and left the fragment of the realm of the gods. After passing through the void, the three of them appeared on the street again. The street was still empty. Apparently, the people nearby knew that the orthodoxy's disciples had sealed off the street and no one was allowed to enter. Therefore, in the restaurants and inns outside the street, many people were drinking and waiting for a good show. Dragon Valley? Hee hee, they must have been wiped out. Someone held a wine glass, took a sip, and smiled. Of course, they sent out 3 orthodoxy's disciples and more than 50 deities. It would be strange if the 2 idiots from the dragon tribe survived. Someone laughed. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance of the street. However, at this moment, a vague figure appeared. Everyone stopped eating and drinking and looked over with smiles on their faces. Ah! However, everyone was stunned when they saw who it was, because it was Prince Dragon God and the others who had walked out. Bang! The person who was drinking was so shocked that he broke the wine glass in his hand. The wine spilled all over his body, but he did not feel it at all. Could it be that the orthodoxy's disciples let them go? Seeing Lin Ling and the others walking further and further away, someone finally spoke in a panic. That should be it. More people agreed with this idea. Therefore, they also waited there quietly. However, after waiting for a long time, the street was still quiet. Not to mention the orthodoxy's disciples, even the 50 deities were nowhere to be seen. As a result, a strange atmosphere suddenly spread in the restaurants and lingered in the hearts of the people. Could it be that those who went to kill Prince Dragon God were all dead? Could it be that those 2 were ferocious dragons crossing the river? At this thought, the people's faces turned even paler. At this moment, Lin Ling had finally arrived at the other side of the city under the guidance of the young girl. There were many cavern dwellings there. They looked very simple and crude. A martial artist lived in each of the cavern dwellings. They were cultivating there. However, compared to the city, the cultivation environment here was obviously much worse. Other than being safer, there was nothing good about it. At some point, it was even worse than the void of the 9 continents. Grandpa, we're back. The young girl led Lin Ling and the others to one of the cavern dwellings. Then, she shouted worriedly. Cough, cough, an old man walked out from the cave abode. He was senile and his face was pitch black, as if he had been poisoned. But after he walked out, he looked at Lin Ling and Qin Wendian in surprise, his face full of vigilance. "Grandpa, they are good people." The young girl told the story of how she met Lin Ling. She even told the story of how Lin Ling and the others killed the orthodoxy's disciples. Lin Ling allowed the young girl to speak. This was because he knew that the old man was not as innocent as the young girl. He was guarded against people. Therefore, if he did not tell the story clearly, the old man might not help him. What? The orthodoxy's disciples were also killed? As the old man listened, his body trembled even more violently. This was because he knew how strong the orthodoxy's disciples were. They could be said to be invincible among the middle-stage lower deities. Moreover, he heard from his granddaughter that this person defeated the orthodoxy's disciples as easily as drinking water. This made him even more certain of the strength of this person. Yes, they all died tragically. They wanted to kill us, but in the end, they all died. Haha, it's so satisfying, especially that king of medicine. Before he died, he panicked and kept saying, "Spare me, Lord Lei Gong. Spare me, Lord Lei Gong." When the young girl recalled the scene, she was extremely excited and emotional. "Lei Gong? You mean Lei Gong?" The old man's body trembled. He obviously knew more. Then, he looked at Lin Ling in shock. "One of the 4 great deities of the 9 continents, Lei Gong?" Plop, the old man immediately knelt down and almost kowtowed. Although it was his first time meeting Lin Ling, he had heard of Lei Gong's name in the godly land of the Broken Realm. He was a god, the god of Jiuzhou, one of the few who could reach the top of the pyramid among the billions of warriors in the void. The girl next to him was a little confused. Why did her grandfather have such a big reaction? "Kneel down. Kneel down." The old man did not wait for the girl to react and pulled her to kneel down. "Get up." Lin Ling smiled and helped the old man and the girl up. The old man was shocked. He thought that Lei Gong would be difficult to talk to and would be extremely majestic. He did not expect him to be so approachable. "Let's talk inside." Lin Ling looked at the cave and said. Then the old man led Lin Ling and the girl into the cave. The cave was very simple. A medicinal fragrance wafted out. There were a lot of elixir bottles and an elixir furnace in the corner. The old man was also a god. After many years of cultivation, he naturally knew some alchemy skills. However, the injuries of a god could not be cured by ordinary elixirs, so the elixirs he refined could only temporarily suppress the injury. "Grandfather, the young master gave me 4 drops of jade cicada's essence. They can definitely cure your injury." The girl took out a jade bottle and smiled excitedly. "Jade cicada's essence." The old man trembled. He had heard of this treasure. It was said that it only existed in the divine realm. In the current era, it was difficult to find even a drop of it. "Little Yi, why don't you thank the young master? You have met a benefactor," the old man said to the girl. Then he looked at Lin Ling gratefully. In the end, he did not know what to say. He knew very well that a big shot like Lei Gong would not care about the life and death of an insignificant person like him. His granddaughter was lucky to have met such a big shot. The young girl stared at her grandfather, who was obviously different from usual. She couldn't believe it. She suddenly asked, "Grandpa, the young master wants to know about Sima Ruochen. I heard you mention this name before." I know. Back then, I once passed through a dense forest and saw 2 strong cultivators fighting. One of them was called Sima Ruochen, and this name was called out by the other person. He seemed to be Sima Ruochen's junior brother, but there seemed to be some conflict between them. My junior brother was also killed by Sima Ruochen. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been killed as well. However, I was still injured by Sima Ruochen, and I haven't recovered from that injury yet," the old man said immediately. This also made Lin Ling realize that the old man's current injuries were most likely left behind in the past. They had been suppressed by the old man for a long time, and only now had they completely erupted. "Do you know where I can find him?" Lin Ling quickly asked. As long as he killed Sima Ruochen, he would be able to obtain the key to the 8th floor of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. He believed that no one would miss out on such news. He's in the Purging Villa, and he's the Villa Master. His name is Purging Lin, and he's also the third disciple of the Desolate Yuan Orthodoxy. This Purging Villa is quite famous in the east of the city. Because Sima Ruochen is a disciple of the Orthodoxy, many people came to learn martial arts from him. The old man said. Purging Villa. Lin Ling remembered this name, and then took out many treasures to give to the old man. At first, the old man was embarrassed to accept them, but when Lin Ling mentioned the young girl, he finally accepted those treasures in order to protect his granddaughter. Lord Lei Gong, I eavesdropped on the conversation between Sima Ruochen and his junior brother. I know that Sima Ruochen is very powerful, and his strength is stronger than what he appears to be. His goal is to become an orthodoxy, and he seems to be from the era of the gods. If you want to find him, you must be careful. The old man saw that Lin Ling was about to leave. It's open, he hurriedly reminded. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He didn't really care. As long as he saw Sima Ruochen, he would definitely explode with the power of thunder and kill him. We killed a disciple of the Orthodoxy. Although this matter has nothing to do with you, the Orthodoxies will inevitably find trouble with you. So it's better for you to leave the broken divine land. Go to the dragon tribe and look for the old dragon god. Let him arrange for you to go to the void of the 9 states. That's my territory. In the state of the spirit, there will be people who will take care of you. If you encounter any trouble in the void of the 9 states, just say my name. Lin Ling looked at the old man and the young girl and said. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The old man's eyes were moist, and he even knelt down to Lin Ling. He knew very well that if he could obtain the protection of Lord Lei Gong in the void of the 9 states, then no one would dare to provoke him in the void of the 9 states. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The young girl's eyes were also moist. In this lifetime, she would never forget Lei Gong's great kindness. Lin Ling had already left with the golden dragon of light. According to the old man's directions, they were heading towards the purging matter. As long as we kill Sima Ruochen, then we have nothing to fear anymore. Even if all 10 orthodoxies come, I am confident that I can escape unscathed. Golden Dragon of Light, I have a feeling that things will be a little troublesome from now on, so you should return to the Dragon Valley first. While moving forward, Lin Ling also said to the Golden Dragon of Light. No, I promised Lord Dragon God to help you. Before you leave, I will not leave. Hearing this, the Golden Dragon of Light stubbornly shook its head and said with a smile, I know you are afraid that once the battle starts, you won't be able to take care of me. Don't worry, before I came out with you, Lord Dragon God had already given me a purple scale. If things get out of hand, I only need to crush the purple scale. This will ensure my safety. If that's the case, then all right. Lin Ling could only nod his head. Although he did not know what the purple scale was, Lord Dragon God was no fool. If he could give it to the Golden Dragon of Light so solemnly, then it must be a very good life-saving treasure. While they were heading towards the purging matter, the 10 orthodoxies were also in chaos. Lord Dragon God actually killed our disciple. Does he have a death wish? Moreover, Lord Dragon God even crippled our Rong-er. Lord Orthodoxy, you must stand up for us. Otherwise, the dragon tribe will ride on our heads. The news of Feng Xianxia and the others' disappearance had spread to the orthodoxies. This undoubtedly caused an uproar among the 10 orthodoxies. The orthodoxies' faces were also cold because this matter was a slap to their faces. If they did not do anything, others would think that the 10 orthodoxies were afraid of the dragon tribe. Find them and seal the shattered divine land. Ask the immortal spirit hegemony nation for help. We must make those 2 stay. A dignified voice was heard. The 10 orthodoxies were furious. They wanted to turn the entire shattered divine land upside down to find Lord Dragon God and his disciple. They wanted to see if their courage was greater than the heavens. We're here. At this time, the light golden dragon beside him smiled and spoke. Below the mountains, a magnificent villa was built along the mountain. This villa was obviously old, ancient and fragrant. Wisps of mist spread out from the mountain. It was very beautiful. At the entrance of the villa, people were entering one after another. Most of them were youths. They seemed to have come because of the villa's reputation, wanting to enter the villa to learn martial arts. However, these youths were not weak either. They were all martial progenitors and even had divine fetuses. From this point, it was clear that the godly land of Broken Domain was several times stronger than the 9 states void. Of course, this was normal. After all, the godly land of Broken Domain was the descendant of the gods during the Age of Gods. It seems that it's time for the disciple selection. Floating in the distant sky, the light golden dragon suddenly frowned and said. Lin Ling looked at the magnificent villa indifferently. He quietly activated his soul power and wraith jellyfish, enveloping the villa, wanting to find Sima Ruachin within. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. The wraith jellyfish flew around the mountain and hid in the dark, eavesdropping on the conversations of passers-by. This time, Villa Lord Shi is recruiting disciples again. TSK, if we can enter the villa, then we will have a chance to meet the Lord of the Orthodoxy. Yes. However, Villa Lord Shi is very strict in recruiting disciples. They don't look at strength or cultivation, only talent. I heard that if one has mid-god talent, then they can meet Villa Lord Shi directly. TSK, this old man is a disciple of the Orthodoxy. Yes. After searching for a while, Lin Ling did not see Villa Lord Shi. He simply recalled his wraith jellyfish and chose to use his soul power to investigate. In the magnificent villa, there were many powerful people. There were several mid-low god and 3 late-low god. Therefore, Lin Ling's soul power locked onto these 3 people. These 3 people were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. It seemed that the middle-aged man was most likely Sima Ruachin. However, the Xianyuan treasure book had left Lin Ling with all the information about Sima Ruachin. However, Lin Ling could not detect anything related to Sima Ruachin from the middle-aged man. On the contrary, the 2 old men were very respectful to the middle-aged man and called him Villa Lord. Could it be that I got the wrong person? Or, Sima Ruachin has cultivated a powerful concealment technique and blocked my detection. But that's not right. Xianyuan Baoer told me that Sima Ruachin has a mysterious aura. It's hard for concealment techniques to hide, unless Sima Ruachin is beyond the Xianyuan treasure book's control. Or he have a concealment technique. Lin's. He didn't expect Sima Ruachin to be so cunning and hide it so well. After that, Lin Ling entered the square prison and asked the Xianyuan treasure book. The Xianyuan treasure book was silent for a moment before telling Lin Ling that the middle-aged man was Sima Ruachin's puppet. This was a type of puppet technique, which was a secret technique of the Xianyuan clan. Lin Ling nodded after getting the affirmation from the Xianyuan treasure book. He knew that he had to find a way to lure Sima Ruachin out. Lord Prison Lord, this cunning Sima Ruachin obtained the Xianyuan treasure ruler. This ruler can graft divine fetuses and improve one's cultivation. His purpose of accepting disciples was not to teach them martial arts, but to refine those juniors with powerful divine fetuses. You said that the middle-aged man was a low-level divine fetuses. The cultivation of late-stage low god? I was already surprised because Sima Ruachin had been crippled back then. His doppelganger and puppet couldn't possibly have reached the strength of a late-stage low god in such a short time. After all, it takes 100,000 years for a god to make a breakthrough. The Xianyuan treasure book said again. In that case, I have a way to lure him out. Hearing this, Lin Ling had an idea. Since Sima Ruachin liked to refine other people's divine fetuses, he just needed to show his powerful divine fetuses to lure the latter out. Bright golden dragon, let's go down. After retreating from the square prison, Lin Ling smiled at the bright golden dragon. The latter was still staring at the square prison's stone tablet in shock. However, he did not dare to ask and followed Lin Ling down to the ground. Lin Ling also told him his purpose. So that's how it is. The bright golden dragon nodded. Looking at talent, Lin Ling had 2 mid-god divine fetuses. Who could compare to him in this area? Moreover, he reckoned that Lin Ling had more than 2 mid-god divine fetuses. The 2 walked side by side. They were getting closer and closer to the purging dust manor. Up ahead, they could hear the noise of bustling noise. I have a 5th grade lower god divine fetus. I can definitely enter the purging dust manor. You dare to be proud of this little talent? I have an 8th grade lower god divine fetus now. He Zilong, when did your talent increase? You must know that increasing the divine fetus is much harder than increasing one's cultivation. Before they even reached the main gate, the young elites were already fighting fiercely. The one who shouted that he had an 8th grade lower god divine fetus had undoubtedly attracted countless gazes. An 8th grade divine fetus was already an incomparably rare talent. Entering the purging dust manor was something that was set in stone. Out of the way. An 8th grade divine fetus dares to be arrogant? Without a 10th grade lower god fetus, all of them are clay chickens and pottery dogs. But at this moment, the sound of galloping horse hooves could be heard. Then, a cloud of dust could be seen behind them as a large group of experts wearing armor galloped over. Everywhere they passed, they were incomparably domineering. The leader of the group was an old man with a flaming whip in his hand. When he swung it, the people in the middle of the road were swept away, smashing into the ground and spitting out blood. It's Lei Yuzhou of the Immortal Spirit Hegemony country. His father is one of the 7 divine generals of the Immortal Spirit Hegemony country. He's here. 3 years ago, Lei Yuzhou said that he wanted to enter the Purging Dust Manor. He must have come for the lightning heaven-breaking technique. Seeing the group of tyrannical cavalry, the faces of the youths lining up in front of the manor changed, and they quietly made way for them. The Immortal Spirit Hegemony Nation was a friendly nation of the 10 sections. Because of the close relationship between the primogenitor and the 10 sects gave them face and allowed them to come and go as they pleased. Haha, this time, I want to see the manor lord and take him as my teacher. Among the cavalry, a handsome youth laughed loudly. He wore a white suit of armor and looked wise and mighty. He was a dragon amongst men. However, he was relatively young, so his current strength was only at the martial god realm. Of course, compared to others of the same age, his cultivation level was clearly higher by a large margin. The old man who was opening the way for him constantly swung his flaming whip. Even though there was no one blocking the way, in order to display the might of a young master, he continued to swing his whip. The crackling sounds came from all around, as if he was setting off firecrackers. What kind of trash are you? You actually dared to whip me. Looking at the person who made the move, he was incomparably powerful, and his voice was filled with disdain. Who are you? Do you want to die? Men, kill him. Lei Yuzhou had come here with pride, but now that he had lost face, how could he swallow this anger? With a wave of his hand, the cavalry behind him charged towards that person. Get out of here. However, that person roared angrily and released his dragon breath. All the divine horses were so frightened that they raised their front hooves, and the experts on the horses also fell to the ground. Dragon Clan. This scene caused many people to be extremely shocked. Lei Yuzhou's face also changed. Why did he run into the Dragon Clan? However, although the Dragon Clan was powerful, they had never dared to provoke the Immortal Spirit Nation. Dragon race? How dare you? Did the dragon god of your dragon race eat sh*t? Or did he die? He didn't keep an eye on you dogs and let you dogs bite people everywhere. Lei Yuzhou pointed at the man and cursed. You can scold me, but scold our Lord Dragon God? That person's face instantly turned ugly, and he wanted to attack again. I'll do it. However, someone suddenly walked out from behind him. It was Lin Ling. Then he pounced towards Lei Yuzhou. Lei Yuzhou looked at him with disdain and said to his mount, kick him to death. His mount was a divine flood dragon called the Fengtian Divine Chariot. It was the offspring of a flood dragon and a divine horse, and its power was terrifying. Lu. The mystical horse looked thin and weak, but its muscles and bones were like iron. When it heard its master's words, it suddenly raised its legs and stared fiercely at Lin Ling, its eyes as red as blood. This divine steed was different from the other divine steeds. It was a carnivore, as if it wanted to eat the person who came. The ferocious aura seemed to cover the sky and the earth. It immediately caused the people in the distance to tremble and panic in their hearts. However, whether it was a divine chariot or a godly dragon, they were nothing in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling leaped high into the air and struck down with his palm. Bang! The sturdy divine chariot's bones trembled as it was smashed into meat paste. Wow! Such a bloody scene made some of the youths who had just started practicing martial arts vomit in fright. Lei Yuzhou, who was sitting on the divine chariot, fell to the ground. His expression changed drastically. His divine chariot was not even afraid of deities. How could it be killed with a single blow? He rolled and crawled, trying to stand up, but a foot quickly landed on his body. stomping him into the ground. "Apologize and you won't die." A cold voice drifted into his ears at the same time, causing him to turn around and find that it was the young man in the blue and white robe. "My father is the divine commander of the immortal spirit nation. You dare to ask me to apologize? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave this godly soil?" Although Lei Yuzhou was afraid of Lin Ling's strength, his background was not small, so his bones were very tough. How could the descendant of a divine general beg for mercy so easily? The divine marshal of the immortal spirit empire? Lin Ling laughed. If he remembered correctly, he, Lin Ling, had killed millions of soldiers from the immortal spirit nation in the Ji or Ox cave. How dare a mere descendant of a divine commander act so arrogantly in front of him? "What? Are you afraid?" Lei Yuzhou sneered when he saw that Lin Ling was only smiling without speaking. "Afraid?" Lin Ling shook his head. He humiliated the dragon god, and now he only asked Lei Yuzhou to apologize, yet he was still so arrogant? "I'm not afraid of anyone here. At least, in this void, no one can make me afraid," Lin Ling said indifferently. How arrogant. Everyone in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. What kind of courage did he have to say such words? After all, not to mention the entire void, even the experts of the purging dust manor were enough to make this arrogant young man suffer. "Haha, what a joke, what a joke. You're indeed a frog at the bottom of a well." Lei Yuzhou laughed mockingly. Frog at the bottom of a well? Lin Ling did not bother to say more, because he was already in the sky. What was the point of looking at the sky? He stomped his foot, and with a crack, the armor on Lei Yuzhou's arm shattered, followed by the bones in his arm. His entire arm went limp like a pile of mud. "Laugh, can you still laugh now?" "Ah. Ah." Lei Yuzhou let out a painful cry, and the soldiers around him also roared. However, their young master was already under someone's foot, so they did not dare to act rashly. "I'm not interested in explaining anything to an ant like you. Now, apologize?" Lin Ling said coldly, and raised his foot again. "Apologize, I apologize." "Ah." Lei Yuzhou could only swallow the humiliation and said with gritted teeth, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have humiliated the dragon god. Compared to the dragon god, I'm just a fart." "Ah." Louder. "Ah." Lin Ling shouted again. Damn it. Lei Yuzhou did not expect that he would end up like this. He shouted, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have humiliated the dragon god. Compared to the dragon god, I'm just a fart." "Ah." His voice was like thunder, spreading everywhere. People did not expect the blue-robed young man to be so arrogant. If he was not convinced, he would beat him until he was convinced. "It's him." "Ah." Among the crowd, a few people's pupils constricted. The one leading them was young Master Rong, who was crippled by Lin Ling not long ago, because he heard that the manor lord had the ability to restore people's dantian. He came here out of admiration. Who knew that he would meet young Master Dragon God again? The orthodoxies are all looking for young Master Dragon God. Who knew that they would come here? Hurry! Hurry and inform the master. Hurry! The people around young Master Rong were secretly delighted, but young Master Rong's eyes were red. This time, that arrogant young Master Dragon God is dead for sure. Of course, in front of the future strength of the strong, he did not dare to be arrogant, because he also saw how young Master Dragon God crippled people without a word. He was very arrogant. Enough. Do you think the Washing Dust Manor is your Dragon Valley? Doing whatever you want here, you have no respect for your elders. Hurry! At this time, several strong people walked out of the manor. The one leading them was a tall woman, very strong, with the strength of a god. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, but she had a dignified aura, which made it difficult for people to approach her. She was one of the teachers of the Washing Dust Manor, called Teacher Xiao. Previously, she saw that there was a lot of noise outside the manor, so she brought the teachers out, and then she saw this scene. Of course, the blue-robed young man's arrogance was one thing, but he also said that in this void, there was no one who could make him afraid. He was simply a frog at the bottom of a well, short-sighted. Those who learned martial arts hated this kind of arrogant people the most. What, I can't fight and kill outside the manor? Lin Ling looked up and said indifferently to the woman. You still dare to talk back? Teacher Xiao was stunned. She did not think that Lin Ling would dare to be so arrogant to her. He humiliated our Dragon Valley, so this is our Dragon Valley's matter. Could it be that your manor also wants to interfere with Dragon Valley's matters? Fine, I don't care. However, you must be here to learn from a master. Humph, don't think that just because you come from the Dragon Valley, you can enter the Cleansing Dust Villa. Humph, our Cleansing Dust Villa looks at character, not origin. You will be eliminated. Humph, Teacher Xiao fiercely said. Haha, not looking at origin, why didn't you high and mighty people come and teach this trash a lesson before? Humph, however, Lin Ling's next sentence left Teacher Xiao and the others speechless once more. If Lei Yuzhou didn't have a great background, would he dare to be so tyrannical? Thus, Teacher Xiao's words were like slapping their own faces. You have a sharp tongue. With your personality, you won't go far on the martial path. Remember, there is always someone better. Not to mention our Cleansing Dust Villa, do you know the 10 orthodoxies? Do you know the experts of the Immortal Spirit Kingdom? Have you been to the other side of the Kaiyuan River? There is the 9 provinces void there. There are 4 gods, the Kurishin, the Titanic Crescent God, Eugene, and the youngest Lei Gong. If these people were in front of you, would you dare to say you aren't afraid? Humph, not to mention the Spirit Kingdom and the U-Continent Divine Ruler. Haha, I know you won't believe anything I say right now, but I can tell you that you will only be like this for the rest of your life. If I am wrong in the future, you can come find me at any time. If you want me to apologize, I won't refuse. Teacher Xiao couldn't swallow this anger and shouted, a true martial artist, a true genius, is humble and polite, avoiding arrogance and impatience. The current number 1 genius of the void, Lei Gong Lin Ling, has this temperament, which is why he became a god that cannot be underestimated at such a young age. One of them, compared to him, you are nothing. Humph, when she mentioned Lei Gong, a trace of worship appeared in Teacher Xiao's eyes. In the depths of her eyes, there was even a trace of yearning, a yearning to see Lei Gong's glory with her own eyes. Unfortunately, she also knew that the possibility of this was very low. After all, Lei Gong and the Godbreak domain were people of 2 different universes. Lei Gong Lin Ling? Hearing that, the radiant golden dragon was flabbergasted. This stern teacher actually used Lin Ling to teach Lin Ling a lesson. He almost laughed out loud. Lin Ling shook his head. You're right, but I hope you won't be too excited when you see me become a god in the future. You. Teacher Xiao laughed disdainfully. The other teachers also laughed disdainfully. They didn't think highly of Lin Ling's future at all. Alright, don't waste your breath on him. Let's start the review. An old man said faintly. With a wave of his right hand, a crystal rock the size of a small mountain floated down from the villa. This is a crystal embryo stone. It is the undeveloped talent of a high god's divine embryo. Because the embryo died in the womb, it turned into this kind of stone. It can be used to assess one's talent. Remember, what is being assessed this time is talent, not strength. Having strength doesn't mean you can enter the Purging Dust Villa. The old man looked majestically at the crowd. Of course, most of his attention was still on Lin Ling. Before, Lin Ling's strength was strong, but that didn't mean his talent was higher than Lei Yuzhou's. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't escape the fate of being eliminated. One by one. Remember, those with a lesser god's divine embryo of the 5th rank can enter our Purging Dust Villa to practice martial arts. Our villa has many divine abilities. We don't need to say more, you should all know. And those below the 5th rank, then I'm sorry, we won't accept anyone. Following the old man's final words, the youths went to touch the crystal embryo stone one after another. 4th rank divine embryo, fail. 3rd rank divine embryo, fail. 5th rank divine embryo, fail. The old man continued to shout, and after the last word, the eliminated youth's face changed greatly. I have a 5th rank divine embryo, why did I fail? I said before that those with a 5th rank divine embryo can enter the Purging Dust Villa, but that's just barely enough. If your temperament and character aren't up to par, as teachers, we have the right to eliminate you. If you want to have a 100% chance of entering, you need to be at least a 7th rank. The old man said expressionlessly. Ah. Without a doubt, the youth's face instantly dimmed. 6th rank divine embryo, very rare lightning element talent, pass. 8th rank divine embryo, although it's the most common water element talent, it can pass. Tisk TSK, 9th rank divine embryo, pass, you have the chance to see the villa head. Next, the old man looked at the crystal embryo stone and continued to speak. As for the youths who were accepted, they were so excited that their faces turned red and their words became incoherent. The youths this time all have pretty good talent. A 9th rank divine embryo actually appeared. If they're nurtured well, they'll definitely be able to see the orthodoxy's Lord in the future. The teachers were whispering to each other. At this time, Lei Yuzhou suddenly walked out and stopped not far from Lin Ling. He looked at Lin Ling arrogantly and said, Dragon Valley guy, you're awesome, you're fierce, you're strong, but let me tell you, this is a test of talent, not strength. Based on talent, I'm going to crush you and kick you out of the Purging Dust Villa. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted, but they were unanimously xenophobic and gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune. After all, Lin Ling was a member of the Dragon Tribe, not a member of the Broken Holy Land. Naturally, they hoped that Lei Yuzhou would crush Lin Ling. Then, Lei Yuzhou strode forward, came to the crystal embryo stone, and slammed his palm hard. An incomparably bright light bloomed. 1st rank divine embryo of a mid-god. When this light bloomed, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A mid-god divine embryo, without a doubt, this person would be a deity in the future and would become a famous person in the void. Like father, like son. Yes. An old man exclaimed in admiration. As expected of the son of a divine general. This Lei Yuzhou is qualified to meet the Villa Master. TSK, a mid-god divine embryo, our Purging Dust Villa hasn't seen one for many years. Teacher Xiao's face was also full of smiles. His eyes suddenly looked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling had spoken arrogantly before, so he should feel inferior now. Don't think that a moment of strength means everything. Lei Yuzhou could surpass him at any time. Lei Yuzhou naturally looked at Lin Ling proudly. A mid-god divine embryo was extremely rare. He knew this very well. He didn't believe that this arrogant young man also had such talent. Why don't you dare to speak? If you can surpass me, I'll eat that pile of rotten meat on the spot. Lei Yuzhou said proudly to Lin Ling in order to regain his lost face. He was referring to the divine chariot that Lin Ling had killed. That divine chariot had turned into a pile of rotten meat. After saying this, Teacher Xiao turned around. To the Washing Dust Villa, to be able to receive a god with a divine embryo this year was already the greatest harvest. The others weren't worth mentioning and were dispensable. Under her voice, the people who were accepted all smiled excitedly and followed Teacher Xiao into the villa. Wait, I want to ask, how do you all become teachers? Since you can't treat everyone equally, why would you want to be a teacher? Why not be a dog? Because dogs look down on people. Yes. But at this time, Lin Ling also spoke up. With one sentence, he compared all the teachers to dogs. At this moment, everyone turned around to look at Lin Ling, tongue-tied and in disbelief. This dragon fellow actually dared to compare the villa's teachers to dogs. This was because he was eliminated, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation. What are you saying? All the teachers' faces were ashen, their anger rising. What are you trying to say? Do you know that with your words, you've already humiliated our villa? If you don't apologize, I can guarantee that you'll regret coming here. Teacher Xiao also looked at Lin Ling sternly, as if her patience with Lin Ling had run out. What I want to say is, what does your Washing Dust Villa do? Could it be that it's a tourist attraction? Lin Ling ignored the various gazes of the crowd and said indifferently. Tourist attraction? Some people heard this and almost laughed until their stomachs hurt. This guy really dared to speak. You dare. Contrary to the crowd, Teacher Xiao couldn't hold it in anymore and wanted to do something, but at this time, Lin Ling spoke again. Answer me, what does the Washing Dust Villa do? And what do you all do? Hearing that tone, not only was there no guilt, there was no panic. Instead it was as if he was interrogating. If they didn't know Lin Ling's background, they would have thought he was some kind of god. Good. Teacher Xiao was so angry that she laughed. Her jade-like hands behind her back were already preparing a powerful attack. However, in the end, she still did not make a move. However, this did not mean that she was afraid of anything. Because with Lin Ling humiliating the villa, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to escape today. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he wanted to let Lin Ling know the reason behind his death. Our washing dust manner is a legacy of the Tao. We are responsible for guiding the masses and imparting martial arts. As the manners teachers, our responsibility is to guide the rising stars of the younger generation, to help the godly land of the broken realm unearth talents. I finished speaking. I don't know if you have any other opinions. As soon as Teacher Xiao finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and was about to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Since you are in charge of guiding the rising stars, I would like to ask, why didn't I take the test this time and you all returned to the villa? Could it be that because I made a move in front of the villa's gate, you all have a problem with me and decided not to take the test? But this is a dog looking down on people. You all can't treat everyone equally. Why do you need to be teachers? Putting the word teacher on you all would only blind the light of a teacher. Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see Teacher Xiao make a move and leisurely said, moreover, you want to teach me a lesson? I can guarantee that if you make a move, the one to suffer would be you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. Teacher Xiao's eyes trembled. He couldn't care less about Lin Ling's arrogant words. Instead, he was unable to refute what Lin Ling said. The group of teachers' faces were also distorted. Although they hated Lin Ling to death, but Lin Ling's words were indeed correct, because they indeed did not treat everyone equally. This meant that in front of the manor's gate, they couldn't make a move against Lin Ling. What a cunning mouth! Teacher Xiao cursed in his heart and retracted his palm attack. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling once again slowly spoke. Also, why is it that after Lei Yuzhou's talent assessment, the disciple recruitment process ended? As for me, no one even looked at me. This is too unfair. Could it be that having a god embryo has some other meaning? As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, the manor fell silent for a moment. Following that, earth-shattering laughter rang out. Unfair? To say that it's unfair to a genius with a god embryo, this is a joke. A god embryo, 1 in 10,000. Even in the god realm of the past, it was a rare existence, not to mention the current era. This kind of dragon amongst men, a mere dragon clan youth wanted to compete with him on fairness? In reality, not to mention the godly land, even in the 9 continents, there weren't many people with a god embryo. No wonder the Purging Dust Manor placed so much importance on Lei Yuzhou. Even 3 years ago, the Purging Dust Manor already knew of Lei Yuzhou's talent. In fact, they had been waiting for Lei Yuzhou's arrival. It doesn't matter, Xianxia said. If you have a common godly divine embryo, you'll be able to meet with the Manor Lord directly. In fact, he might even be able to take you to one of the Taoist doctrines. Teacher Xiao indifferently said. If not for Lin Ling's earlier words being reasonable, she wouldn't have bothered to speak. However, she believed that after her words, if Lin Ling had self-awareness, he would run away with his tail between his legs. Haha, nonsense? You're the one who's nonsense. Lin Ling smiled. Now, although Lei Yuzhou has a god embryo, it doesn't mean that he has the qualifications to meet the Manor Lord. At least, I haven't shown my talent yet. Who knows, maybe the one to meet the Manor Lord will be me. Ha ha ha. Those who originally thought that the farce was over, after hearing Lin Ling's words, finally burst into laughter. They couldn't hold it in any longer, because they thought that Teacher Xiao had already explained the situation clearly and Lin Ling would know his own limits. Who knew that Lin Ling actually wanted to show off his talent? From the looks of it, he wanted to compete with Lei Yuzhou. Haha, since that's the case, then let's go with his wishes. At this time, Lei Yuzhou suddenly opened his mouth and excitedly said, who knows, maybe this young master from the Dragon Clan is the true son of a god. The Purging Dust Manor can't miss out on such a talent. That's right, that's right. The way I see it, the one to meet the Manor Lord in the end might be this young master from the Dragon Clan. The youth beside him also burst into laughter. Of course, their words were sarcastic. They didn't think that Lin Ling had a god embryo. After all, if a random person had a god embryo, then this kind of talent was too much of a cabbage. Moreover, according to what they knew, among the younger dragon deities, there was only one who had a god embryo. It seemed to be called the Radiant Golden Dragon. Most importantly, there were people present who recognized the Radiant Golden Dragon. They were certain that it wasn't the guy who had spoken such arrogant words. Teacher Gu, please take out the crystal embryo stone again. Teacher Xiao said to an old man next to him. Okay. The old man nodded and stared at Lin Ling. He snorted and waved his hands to take out the crystal embryo stone. Obviously, he had to spend a lot of energy to take out the crystal embryo stone, and it was all because of Lin Ling. This hateful Dragon Clan kid was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Let's see how he will explain himself when he fails. Bang! The huge crystal stone fell from the sky, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Then, it lay quietly in front of the villa. At this moment, everyone revealed a gloating smile. Among everyone, only the bright golden dragon clenched his fists. At this moment, he suddenly felt excited. The godly land of the broken domain had always looked down on the dragon race. Now, Lin Ling was going to give them a slap in the face. This would also raise the prestige of the dragon race, especially when he thought about how Lei Yuzhou had scolded the dragon clan. Now, the dragon clan was going to give Lei Yuzhou a slap in the face. Such a scene was undoubtedly very satisfying. Compared to the bright golden dragon's excitement, Lin Ling's reaction was very calm. He had been arrogant before, but not because he wanted to prove himself. In fact, he did not have the time to compete with these small fries. His purpose was to attract Sima Ruochen's attention. Now, he had achieved his goal. All that was left was to show his talent. Lin Ling walked steadily to the crystal embryo stone and slowly stretched out his hand. At this moment, his face was as calm as an ancient well, as if he was doing the most normal thing. However, in the eyes of the people, Lin Ling was obviously guilty, because if Lin Ling really had some powerful talent, he would be very excited and eager to show it. How could he maintain his calmness? It's hard to stop halfway. Haha, he's been too pretentious. Someone laughed gloatingly. However, when Lin Ling's hand touched the crystal embryo stone, a strong light bloomed, and the dragon's power soared to the sky. Boom! The mountain-like crystal embryo stone shook violently, and an ancient dragon aura gushed out from the stone. Those who were close to the crystal embryo stone all trembled as if they had seen the most ancient dragon god. Such might was simply comparable to the Thunder Universe. Mid-God Divine Embryo. The group of teachers pointed at the crystal embryo stone, speaking incoherently, their faces flushed red. One must know that Mid-God Divine Fetus was 1 in 10,000, especially among the younger generation. This could be seen from the Dragon Clan. In the entire Dragon Valley, there was only one radiant golden dragon, and now, yet another dragon youth possessed a god-level divine embryo. At this moment, the entire villa was silent. Everyone's mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. Most importantly, this result came too suddenly, very suddenly. What the hell is going on? This piece of trash is also a godly embryo. Lei Yuzhou was undoubtedly the angriest. He felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. He had thought that he was the only one who could see the Manor Lord and he would enjoy all the glory today. However, someone else had to share his pride. This. Teacher Xiao's delicate face was filled with embarrassment. In fact, she had never liked Lin Ling. She thought that Lin Ling bullied the weak just because he had some strength. Therefore, she had always wanted Lin Ling to see reality clearly. She was even prepared to teach Lin Ling a lesson if his performance was ordinary. Ling, however, she was obviously disappointed. Not only could she not teach Lin Ling a lesson, but now she had to respect Lin Ling even more because Lin Ling was very likely to see the Manor Lord. Teacher Xiao, now that there is one more god-level divine embryo, which one of us is going to see the Manor Lord? Lei Yuzhou gritted his teeth and asked Teacher Xiao. The one with the highest talent will go. You are on the same level as him. Both of you, go together. Teacher Xiao looked at Lin Ling with a frown and said awkwardly. Moreover, she saw that Lin Ling was looking at her. Although he looked calm, she did not know why his calm face seemed to be mocking her. Therefore, she did not dare to look at Lin Ling. Together? Lei Yuzhou frowned and said, everything is first come, first served. Although he is on the same level as me, I have shown my talent before him. He is the second, so he has to go after me. He had been beaten up by Lin Ling and had lost to Lin Ling. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted Lin Ling to be below him so that he could regain his lost face. Who said that you are on the same level as me? You are just a junior. You don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as me. However, Lin Ling said disdainfully as soon as Lei Yuzhou finished his words. His words shocked the cleansing dust villa once again. Everyone's mind was filled with the word not worthy. What an arrogant tone. I don't deserve it. Lei Yuzhou sneered. This young master of the dragon clan was on the same level as him. What right did he have to say such words? Boom. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crystal embryo stone shook violently again. Then, an endless amount of dragon might shot into the sky and condensed into a lifelike dragon god in the sky. This dragon god shone with Buddhist light and was sacred and majestic. Waves of the most ancient dragon god's aura spread out and shocked the entire divine land. Plop. Some of the weaker people did not retreat but fell to the ground in shock. Their faces were extremely pale. At least a second-grade divine embryo. An old man's legs gave way and he fell to the ground in fright. As a teacher, he was scared out of his wits. This was because a second-grade divine embryo was even rarer. It could be said that in the entire broken divine land, there were less than 20 people with such talent. This meant that this young master of the dragon clan would not only become a god in the future, but also an outstanding god. Silence. The purging dust matter was dead silent. This kind of silence had not appeared for millions of years. The young men were terrified, the teachers were in awe. Teacher Xiao was speechless. Now, did she still have the right to reprimand Lin Ling? No, not at all. Haha. Among everyone, only the radiant golden dragon was smiling. He was smiling with incomparable excitement because this was the first time the light of the dragon race had shone on the godly land of the broken realm. No one dared to underestimate the Dragon Valley anymore. Unfortunately, it was only in the purging dust matter. If only the light of the dragon clan shone on the entire broken divine land. Tell me, do you deserve it? In the silence, Lin Ling looked at Lei Yuzhou and asked. His gentle question was like a loud slap to Lei Yuzhou's face. In terms of talent, what could Lei Yuzhou compare to? Lin Fan had 2 talents. Even the weakest talent was on par with him. One of them far surpassed him. I don't deserve it. Lei Yuzhou gritted his teeth. Although he did not want to admit it, he knew that he did not deserve to be compared to Lin Ling. His words were as arrogant and domineering as ever. However, even if the people were unhappy, they did not dare to object on the surface, because they all knew that in terms of talent, none of them were worthy. Now, can I go and see the Manor Lord? Lin Ling spoke again. Yes. This time, it was Teacher Xiao who spoke. She was no longer as high and mighty as before. Instead, her tone was a little low. Rare. He has excellent talent and strength. The most important thing is that he has a fearless fighting spirit. Unfortunately, this kind of fighting spirit is a bit too much. If he is too fearless, he will bully others and look down on everyone. But in general, he is still a very good seedling. He should be focused on cultivating. Now, come and see me. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly rang out and spread throughout the entire purging manor. Manor Lord. Teacher Xiao and the others all bowed towards the sky with a look of worship. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's fanfare, coupled with the display of the twin dragon god's talent, had completely alarmed the Manor Lord. Manor Lord Shi. The youths were terrified because Manor Lord Shi was a disciple of an orthodoxy. In the holy land of breakage, he could be said to be above everyone else. Ordinary people were not qualified to hear his voice, and now, they had all heard it. If they returned home and told others about this, they would be envious. One must know that in the holy land of breakage, orthodoxies were the most difficult to meet. Basically, one could only hear their name and not see them in person. Disciples of orthodoxies might be fated to meet them, but it also depended on seniority. For an ancient orthodoxy like Manor Lord Shi, his level of mystery was only below that of orthodoxies. You, barely qualified. While everyone was shocked and envious, suddenly, an unsurprising voice rang out. It was Lin Ling again. Ah. Everyone's jaw dropped. Barely qualified? Was he talking about Manor Lord Shi? Hee, Dragon Clan kid, you're talking about me? Even the Manor Lord seemed to be very surprised. Of course, because only you are barely qualified to speak to me. Lin Ling raised his head and said. And that was indeed the case. According to seniority, Lin Ling was Lei Gong. Only the 10 orthodoxies and Xian Wuba were qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. As for Sima Ruochen, if it weren't for his age, he wouldn't even be qualified. This brat is so arrogant that he's about to defy the heavens. After hearing Lin Ling's words, many people were so shocked that they almost fainted, because even Manor Lord she was barely qualified. Could it be that only orthodoxies were qualified? Of course, they all thought that Lin Ling was bragging. It was just that Lin Ling was strong and talented, so no one dared to laugh at him. What an interesting kid. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Teacher Xiao, bring him in. I'll let him know if I'm worthy or not. A loud laugh was heard. Manor Lord she did not seem to be angry. Instead, his heart was moved. Please come with me. Teacher Xiao also quickly walked toward Lin Ling. He looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression and then made an inviting gesture. Lin Ling nodded slightly and followed Teacher Xiao into the manor. However, he was full of disdain. Would he let him know if he was worthy or not? Sima Ruochen would know more clearly if he was worthy or not after meeting him. Lin Ling gave the light golden dragon a look and disappeared from the door. The light golden dragon's lips curled into a smile. He knew that something big was about to happen. Senior, who is he in the dragon clan? Why is he so powerful? TSK, double talents, and both mid-god divine fetuses. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. What's his name? I'm Chai Jiao. I'd like to get to know him. The surrounding youths all walked over. They no longer had the look of schadenfreude from before. Instead, their faces were full of flattery. Get lost. However, the light golden dragon had to give them face just because they wanted to flatter him? To put it bluntly, they were indeed not worthy. After being scolded by the light golden dragon, those who came to flatter him were all shut out. Their expressions were awkward and ugly. At this moment, Lin Ling was calmly following behind Teacher Xiao. His eyes were also looking at the entire purging manor. Manor Lord she is a disciple of the 10 orthodoxies. Moreover, his reputation is quite high among the disciples of the 10 orthodoxies. When you see him, you'd better be respectful. Teacher Xiao walked in front and suddenly said. Are you giving me pointers? Lin Ling looked at her and said leisurely. Damn it. Teacher Xiao cursed. For some reason, she felt that this Dragon Clan young master had a strange aura. It was as if he was not afraid of anything. The way he looked at everyone was also a kind of contempt. You've caught the Manor Lord's eye. Therefore, I have no right to give you advice. I'm just helping you. Teacher Xiao said. If that's the case, then thank you. Lin Ling replied lazily, to be honest, I also want to respect Manor Lord Shi. However, from the looks of it, he really doesn't deserve my respect. Perhaps, he'll be more respectful towards me. Lin Ling was speaking the truth. However, in Teacher Xiao's eyes, she felt that Lin Ling was being arrogant. After all, every talented prodigy would more or less look down on the experts of the older generation. Although this kind of character made her feel disdain, she did not dare to reprimand Lin Ling anymore. I know that whatever I say now is useless. However, after you've seen the Manor Lord's abilities, you won't dare to speak so arrogantly anymore. Now, let's go see the Manor Lord. Teacher Xiao said. You're right. After I see him, I won't speak so arrogantly anymore. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. His words made Teacher Xiao think that this Dragon Clan young master finally understood that there was always someone better than him. However, before she could say anything, Lin Ling continued, because I reckon that at that time I'll be even more arrogant than I am now. That bastard. Teacher Xiao stomped her foot angrily and did not say anything else. She knew that her kind reminder had gone in one ear and out of the other. We're here. Let's go in. Moments later, Teacher Xiao stopped in front of an elegant room and pointed at the door. Lin Ling's soul power quietly probed and found nothing out of the ordinary. He immediately pushed the door open and entered. From the looks of it, he didn't greet them or knock on the door. He directly pushed the door open and entered. He didn't look like he was here to learn martial arts. He looked more like he was here to cause trouble. I hope that Manor Lord Shi can suppress his spirit. Otherwise, when we meet in the manor in the future, it won't be easy for us to talk. Teacher Xiao stared at Lin Ling with her mouth agape. Then, she sighed and turned to leave. Manor Lord, if this is all you have on the surface, I think it's better for me to return home. Because you can't give me any pointers. Yes. Without waiting for anything, Lin Ling spoke faintly. What a proud junior. On the bed, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Lin Ling. Originally, he wanted to give Lin Ling some pointers as a senior, but who knew that Lin Ling would directly put him in his place. However, this junior's talent was impressive, and even if he was arrogant, he could still tolerate it. You said that I can't give you any pointers? Then, the middle-aged man spoke softly. Lin Ling nodded. He knew very well that if he could not lure out the real Sima Ruochan, then everything would be in vain. This Sima Ruochan hid very well, and even here, Lin Ling still could not find any clues. He could only wait for Sima Ruochan to come out himself. At present, you really can't give me any pointers. I thought that the purging matter was famous, but after meeting you today, the Manor Lord is just SOSO. Lin Ling's words were full of disdain. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was amused. He was just a junior of the martial ancestor realm. Although he had some talent, was he qualified to say such words? A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Forget it, I'll let you see my prowess. The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously and activated his divine energy, suppressing Lin Ling with a powerful aura. He wanted to let Lin Ling know his prowess. His cultivation was a late-stage lower god, and after his divine energy was activated, his aura surged. However, Lin Ling stood there quietly with a smile on his face, as if he was in a storm, but he was not afraid. With Lin Ling's divine energy in his 7 dantians, this little bit of power could not affect him at all. Eh? You have some skills. The middle-aged man was shocked, but he still maintained his calm demeanor and smiled indifferently. Skills, I do have some, but your skills are nothing much. Lin Ling replied. Hearing this, the middle-aged man started to feel displeased. This was the first time he had seen such a cocky brat. He activated his divine power, wanting to intimidate Lin Ling into kneeling and begging for mercy. However, there was still no effect. That ferocious divine power raged all around, but Lin Ling, who was at the center, was still as steady as Mount Tai. What's going on? The middle-aged man stared at Lin Ling in astonishment. He discovered that Lin Ling was acting like a big boss. This made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. What else do you have? Come on, I'm getting impatient. Lin Ling said lazily, causing the middle-aged man to grit his teeth. How could a mere martial ancestor not be afraid of his divine might? I'll show you how powerful I am. This time, the middle-aged man displayed his martial arts foundation. Billowing martial arts great Daos and mystique surrounded Lin Ling like countless illusions. Is that enough? However, Lin Ling spoke again with an indifferent expression. Therefore, the martial arts mystiques were unable to affect Lin Ling's heart. What the hell? At this moment, the middle-aged man could not help but rise to his feet. He scanned the surroundings and discovered countless martial arts mystiques surrounding Lin Ling, while Lin Ling stood with one hand behind his back. Not only was he calm, he was also using his other hand to dig his nose. Are you out of your mind? Hee, I have the heavenly dragon protector with me. Your aura is unable to affect me. Sigh, the so-called villa master of the cleansing dust villa, such an undeserved reputation. Lin Ling said while digging his nose. His expression and voice were filled with disdain. This. The villa master blurted out 3 words in a row. It was obvious that he was extremely shocked. Then, he saw Lin Ling sigh and was about to leave. He immediately shouted, wait. Because it was not easy to come across a divine fetus with 2 innate talents. How could he let him go? Most importantly, this dragon race fellow did not have a strong background. If he grafted his innate talents, his master's strength would definitely increase greatly. With such nourishment, how could he let him escape? What? Could it be that you still have some tricks up your sleeve? I'll say this first. If you only have this much ability, I'll have to pay a visit to other great teachers. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Hee, kid, have you heard of the saying that the true face of Mount Lu cannot be seen, only the body is fated to be in this mountain? The villa master suddenly smiled mysteriously and walked to the side of the bed step by step. His foot lightly stomped on the ground. Originally, I didn't want to let you see this so quickly. However, you've already passed my test. Therefore, you have the qualifications. Billowing smoke spread out from the ancient bed and turned into a huge whirlpool, swallowing the entire room. Lin Ling stood motionless, a smile on his face. He knew that he could finally see the real villa master. If you have the ability, follow me. The middle-aged man walked into the depths of the whirlpool, and Lin Ling, of course, followed. The huge whirlpool of smoke seemed to have no end. After walking like this for a full 3 incense sticks of time, a magnificent palace finally appeared in front of them. This palace floated above the clouds and was very mysterious. We're here. After seeing the palace, the middle-aged man's expression changed. Then, he saw that Lin Ling was moved. He immediately thought that Lin Ling was shocked. In truth, he did not know that Lin Ling's expression had changed because he had finally found the villa master. Haha, a descendant of the dragon race with 2 divine fetus bodies. Truly extraordinary. At this time, another middle-aged man walked out from the palace. His appearance was different from the previous villa master. He looked younger and his long hair fell to his shoulders, giving him a more elegant feeling. In particular, there was an additional sword symbol between his eyebrows, which added a sense of majesty to his elegance. Greetings, master. The middle-aged man who brought Lin Ling in bowed respectfully. Then, his body shook and turned into a strand of hair, floating to the front of the palace. Are you surprised? The middle-aged man standing at the front of the palace stretched out his hand and took the strand of hair. Then, he looked at Lin Ling with an unfathomable expression. I know that you must be very surprised and have many questions in your heart. Then, let me tell you. He is just a puppet clone of mine, and I am the real villa master. After taking back the strand of hair, the villa master spread out his hands and said with an indescribably domineering expression. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he still did not speak. Haha, you were so arrogant before. Why are you so restrained after seeing the real villa master? Or are you nervous and afraid of me? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, villa master Shi laughed again. His laughter contained endless carefreeness and boldness. Of course, I'll tell you another piece of news. I, Villa Master Shi, came from the age of the gods. In fact, I'm even more ancient than the 10 orthodoxies of today. In my eyes, they are actually *T. Isn't this news even more shocking to you? Let me tell you the third piece of news. I'm not here to take you in as my disciple. Instead, I need your double dragon talent. Ha ha ha, 2 mid-god divine fetuses. TSK, that's enough for me to regain my former strength. So, you must die. Manor Lord, she shouted again. Then, he opened his arms and laughed at the sky. 2 god-level divine embryos were rare even in the era of the gods. For him to obtain such a lucky chance was something that would only happen once every 10 million years. Ha ha ha. Manor Lord Shi's voice echoed throughout the palace as if he was laughing at the heavens. However, Manor Lord Shi suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lin Ling was too calm. Not only did he not run away, he did not even say a word. Manor Lord Shi looked at Lin Ling and frowned. Lin Ling was indeed very calm. Not only was he not panicking, but he was also smiling. Could it be that he wasn't clear enough before, or was this kid an idiot who did not understand what he meant? Manor Lord Shi was dumbfounded. He had come from the era of the gods, but it was his first time meeting such a strange person. Are you done laughing? At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Let me tell you something too, Sima Ruachan. Sima Ruachan? Manor Lord Shi's body trembled when he heard Lin Ling's voice. I'm here to kill you. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Murderous intent filled the air and powerful divine core gushed out. You're not a martial ancestor. Manor Lord Shi's heart trembled. This young man had hidden his cultivation. He could not see through him earlier, his brows furrowed, and his expression turned ugly. He thought that the young man would be shocked when he revealed his purpose. Who knew that the young man would be so calm? Instead, he was shocked by the young man's words. Kill me? You? Sima Ruachan suppressed the shock in his heart and was obviously angry. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? There is no one in this era who knows that I am Sima Ruachan. You, whose order are you following? The Book of Xianxia. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and spoke calmly. Treasure book? Treasure book? She's still not dead? Sima Ruochen took 3 steps back. Obviously, he was shocked again. Never had he imagined that there was actually someone who recognized the Xianyuan treasure book. She's not dead. She's here to kill me. After taking a few steps back, his legs trembled and he fell to the ground in fright. It was as if he had encountered the worst nightmare of his life. It's time for you to pay back your debt. Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and walked towards Sima Ruochen step by step. No, how could she not be dead? When Sima Ruochen saw Lin Ling walking towards him, he crawled backward with a pale face. Thanks to you, she's still alive and well. As long as she brings your head back, she'll be even more at ease. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded, scaring Sima Ruochen so much that his face turned ashen. Sure enough, the Xianyuan treasure book knew that he was still alive and would definitely come to kill him. In your dreams. Suddenly, Sima Ruochen's face became ferocious. He clapped his hands and floated up. How can I, Sima Ruochen, die here? That bitch is still alive. Why doesn't she die? She wants to kill me now? Dream on. Sima Ruochen's entire body erupted with divine essence. He had the strength of a late-stage lower deity and had reached the peak. He was only one step away from becoming a mid-stage lower deity. Countless swords floated out of his body like beams of light lingering around him. At this moment, he was no longer as flustered as before. He had regained his composure and dominance. Dragon brat, you dare to kill me on behalf of the Xianyuan treasure book? You're overestimating yourself. Let me tell you, the Xianyuan treasure book is going to kill you. Spiritual sword out of the night dust, 7 swords of purple cloud, die. He pointed his finger downwards, and 10,000 swords shot towards Lin Ling. In his opinion, a mere mid-stage lower deity dared to kill him. He was overestimating himself to the extreme. You shouldn't have come. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the palace. His 10,000 swords suppressed a total of 100,000 divine powers. They would kill any god who stood in their way. 3rd stage. Looking at the sword shooting straight towards him, Lin Ling also let out a low cry. A grey robe appeared, the tyrannical hymn in his hand was also suddenly clenched, and a murderous aura gushed out. Although the 3rd stage talent fusion only gave Lin Ling 40,000 divine powers, after his double dragon talent was upgraded, his physical strength had also increased greatly. Now, he had 4 great mid-stage deity talents in his body. Although the Vajra Bodhi had not reached mid-stage, it was still a 9th grade lower deity talent. When combined with the Heavenly Dragon Protector's talent, its power had increased greatly. Rumble, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. It was like a raging river, like a storm, and all the swords shooting towards him were sent flying. Swoosh, even the cloud top was blown away by the wind, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Whoosh, one of the swords was sent flying and shot towards Sima Ruochen, who had turned around and was moving forward. The latter's expression changed drastically. He took a step and dodged, but his cheek was still cut open by the sword, and blood was flowing out. This made him look at Lin Ling in shock, his eyes wide open. A mid-stage lower deity was so powerful. Take my sword, Suapaku. Lin Ling's expression was cold. Without waiting for Sima Ruochen to speak, he slashed out with his sword again, and the blood sea roared. God steps. Sima Ruochen exclaimed, with such powerful strength and the god steps, how could he block this? Return. Sima Ruochen let out a low cry and controlled all the swords to shoot over. Clang, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Countless swords blocked a huge blood sword, but in the next moment, the 10,000 swords exploded. They could not block Lin Ling's sword at all. Who are you? Why are you so strong? Sima Ruochen flew backward and let out a shocked roar at the same time. Whoosh, looking at his surroundings, the rolling clouds were also cut open by Lin Ling's sword. Looking carefully, they were in the air above the cleansing villa. Obviously, Sima Ruochen had used a great technique to move the air into a void, and usually, he was hiding in this void. Rumble, after the rolling clouds were sliced apart, a terrifying energy gushed out in all directions, causing the cleansing dust villa to tremble endlessly. Countless people raised their heads and saw a shocking scene. That's the dragon youth from before. Who is that person? Everyone was shocked. Come and help me, I am Villa Lord Shi. In the sky, Villa Lord she also let out a roar, and at the same time, flung out a strand of hair, and the puppet clone from before appeared again. Villa Lord, we will help you. In the villa, the two strongest elders immediately rushed into the sky and burst out with powerful strength. Let's see how arrogant he can still be. This time, no one can save him. Lei Yuzhou rubbed his chin and said expectantly. Looking at the other teachers, they also thought so. However, Teacher Xiu frowned and said, that's not right. If the villa master really wanted to teach that kid a lesson, why did he have to be in such a sorry state? He even asked the two elders to help him. This undoubtedly made Lei Yuzhou and the others a little confused. In their opinion, Lin Ling was just a junior in the martial progenitor realm. For the gods to attack him, it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Maybe the villa master wants to make an example out of him. Lei Yuzhou said uncertainly. Who cares? Anyway, the villa master is angry. That kid is dead for sure. The others did not think so much and once again showed a mocking smile. However, was Lin Ling going to die for sure? The answer was obviously no. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the two elders who were charging at him and slashed out fiercely. The blood sea roared, bang, bang. Then, two headless bodies fell to the ground, and the washing dust villa fell silent. Killing two gods with a single slash of the sword, Lei Yuzhou and Teacher Xiu's faces twitched a few times, and they could not say anything. All of their hopes were undoubtedly placed on the Villa Lord. Perhaps only the Villa Lord could suppress this tyrannical dragon clan brat. Sima Ruachan, die. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the two elders who were killed. He pounced on Sima Ruachan. Split. Sima Ruachan was obviously panicking. He pulled out a big clump of hair and waved it in the wind. Suddenly, countless Sima Ruachan appeared. They were all lifelike, and their strength was at the late stage of the lower deity realm. However, their talent was very ordinary, and their combat strength was weaker than a real late-stage lower deity. Let's see how you fight. The countless clones spoke at the same time, and a fierce aura soared into the sky, attracting the attention of the whole city. You are really something. Lin Ling thought to himself. If the Xianyuan treasure book did not tell him how to kill Sima Ruachan, it would be difficult for him to kill Sima Ruachan in a short period of time. Next, Lin Ling threw the tyrant song sword away, and then made a complicated gesture with both hands. Ancient runes appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and finally, a green destroy character appeared on his palm. Lin Ling. It was as if a divine wind had blown past, and a mysterious power was being emitted. When those clones were illuminated by the light of the word destroy, they immediately twitched. Their faces distorted, and then they turned into ashes and disappeared. Seeing Lin Ling destroying his clones in one move, Sima Ruachan roared, "It's that bitch, it must be that bitch." This clone technique of his was extremely extraordinary. Besides the Xianyuan clan's grand art of annihilation, others were utterly unable to break through it. So he was very clearly aware that for the sake of killing him, the Xianyuan treasure could be said to have expended a great deal of effort. It's time for you to die. Lin Ling charged at Sima Ruachan and slashed with his sword, but Sima Ruachan miserably dodged it. Even so, his jade crown was cut off and fell to the ground, scattering pearls all over the ground. Looking at his long robe again, it had been corroded by the sea of blood and had become tattered. Manor Lord, he. Everyone stared at this scene and felt that their eyes were playing tricks on them. A disciple of an orthodoxy, the Manor Lord of the Cleansing Mountain Manor, was beaten to such a state. No wonder he said that even the Manor Lord is not qualified. Teacher Xiu and the rest were shocked. At this moment, they finally felt that Lin Ling was qualified to say such words. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant in front of them. He was qualified to be arrogant, especially when they thought of how the teachers mocked Lin Ling. They were so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. Save me, save me. Sima Ruachan's face was filled with panic as he kept shouting at the people on the ground. However, even he was not a match for Lin Ling, so how could the others dare to step forward? In their eyes, this was a battle between gods. How could mortals be qualified to interfere? Whoosh, Lin Ling's speed exploded as he cut off Sima Ruachan's arm. Then, the cold sword fell on Sima Ruachan's neck. Late-stage lower gods were no longer Lin Ling's match, unless they had powerful talents and god steps. Stop. However, this battle had already attracted the attention of Many orthodoxies because it had been a long time since such an intense battle in the breakout Holy Land. As soon as the voice fell, a few figures floated in the sky. Looking into the distance, a large number of strong cultivators were rushing over. Orthodoxy, it's the orthodoxy. Looking at those gods, the entire manor was in an uproar, the 10 orthodoxies, the strongest gods of the breakout Holy Land. Usually, they could only hear about them but not see them in person. Today, they could finally see them. Such elegance. Everyone's hearts were beating violently as their eyes were filled with awe and admiration. Of course, the orthodoxies ignored the crowd and looked at Lin Ling instead. One of the old men said coldly, "Let go of my disciple." This person was obviously the master of the orthodoxy above Sima Ruochen. Although his strength was also at the level of a late-stage lower god, it was obvious that he was more than twice as powerful as Sima Ruochen. This difference of one time seemed simple, but in fact, for many gods, it was something that they could never surpass in their lifetime. This was also the reason why Sima Ruochen wanted to become a disciple of an orthodoxy. "You said let him go?" Lin Ling smiled faintly as he looked at the orthodoxies and said. "You are not from the dragon clan. Who are you? Let me give you a piece of advice. Let him go immediately, and we will let you go." Another orthodoxy spoke. This person was a middle-aged man wearing an immortal robe and looked very dignified. "Let me go? What a joke. If I want to leave, no one in the broken Holy Land can stop me." Lin Ling shook his head disdainfully. Then, he pulled the sword in his hand and Sima Ruochen's head was cut off. Sima Ruochen's lower body fell to the ground while his head was caught by Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Sima Ruochen, who died with his eyes wide open, and said, "Come out and walk. You will pay for this sooner or later." As soon as he finished speaking, he put the head away. The eyes above Sima Ruochen's head finally closed slowly. He obviously did not expect that after hiding for a lifetime, he would still be found, and the moment he was found was the moment his life ended. However, what made him unwilling to die was the identity of the person who killed him. "You killed him." Seeing Lin Ling cut off Sima Ruochen's head so cleanly, all the orthodoxies were shocked. The people below the villa were also scared out of their wits. This was because this young man dared to be so arrogant in front of the master of the orthodoxy. Who the hell was he? Who gave him the courage? Lei Gong Lin Ling. His voice was like a formless wind, drifting to the ground and the sky, causing the entire broken Holy Land to fall silent. Everyone in the broken Holy Land knew this name. In fact, there were only a handful of people in the entire void who did not know this name. This person was not only one of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents void, but he was also the youngest god in the void. Among the gods, his strength was not to be underestimated. "He's Lei Gong." Countless people looked at Lin Ling in the sky in shock. "Lei Gong, he's Lei Gong." Lei Yuzhou's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Young Master Rong's face was also pale. Back then on the street, he had competed with that young man for the immortal robe. However, that young man was Lei Gong Lin Ling. This meant that even if his grandfather was here, he was not qualified to compete with that young man. "Lei Gong, I didn't expect you to come to my broken Holy Land." In the distance, Xian Wuba finally arrived, blocking Lin Ling's escape route with a ferocious look on his face. "I didn't expect you to be Lei Gong Lin Ling." The surrounding orthodoxies also took a step forward, and their eyes continued to flicker. Many of them were meeting Lei Gong Lin Ling for the first time. Back at the sacred mountain, they had only heard of his name. "I heard that you stole the stone tablet of the will of the world, is that true?" A white-haired old man squinted his eyes and said. He was the orthodoxy at the Broken Holy Land convention. Obviously, he did not expect that the young man who had messed up the convention was Lei Gong. "Hand over the stone tablet." Another man from the desolate prime orthodoxy said coldly. "If you don't hand over the stone tablet today, you won't be able to leave the Broken Holy Land." The other orthodoxies also spoke one after another. Initially, they did not plan to make a move. However, after knowing that the young man was Lei Gong, they knew that they had no choice but to do so. At the same time, powerful orthodoxies also arrived from afar and surrounded Lin Ling. It could be said that all 10 orthodoxies had gathered. The orthodoxies and Sir Xian Wuba are both going to attack Lei Gong. This scene also shocked many people. Lei Gong Linling was able to force so many orthodoxies to attack at the same time. This alone was enough to make Lei Gong Linling awe-inspiring. If I were to say that the steel isn't in my hands and that I didn't obtain anything from it, would you believe me? Facing the encirclement of the orthodoxies, Linling smiled faintly. He knew very well that he was no match for these orthodoxies. After all, there were too many of them. However, if he wanted to escape unscathed, Linling had some confidence. Moreover, now that Linling had gotten Sima Ruochan's approval, he was obviously more open. What do you think? Linling's words clearly could not be trusted by the orthodoxies. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Hearing this, Linling spread his hands. Linling, even if you have a glib tongue, it's useless. Today, you can't leave the breakout Holy Land. If it was said that the orthodoxies might let Linling go for the sake of the four great gods, but Xian Wuba was definitely not going to let him go. Xian Wuba's million-strong army and countless gods were killed by Linling. In addition, Linling had caused him to be severely injured. He must avenge this. Is that so? I think it's not difficult for me to lead the breakout Holy Land. Linling also looked at Xian Wuba. Haha, I know that you're strong, but you're still the youngest god. Compared to the rest of us, you're still a little weaker. It's impossible for you to force your way out. As for relying on other means, that's just a dream. Xian Wuba laughed. Previously, in the valley of the Erox cave, Linling had used the formation to injure him. However, this did not mean that Linling was as strong as he was. Oh right, one of the 10 orthodoxies, the life-borrowing orthodoxy, was also killed by him. Xian Wuba suddenly thought of something and said again. The life-borrowing orthodoxy is dead? I was wondering why he hasn't returned yet after the Erox cave. How is that possible? Although Lei Gong is strong, the life-borrowing orthodoxy has cultivated for more than 9 million years. How can a newly ascended god be compared to him? Lei Gong, you killed our life-borrowing orthodoxy. How should you be punished? The orthodoxies were furious. Although the 10 orthodoxies were not on good terms, they had been together for countless years. Moreover, the 10 orthodoxies represented their dignity and dignity. Now that they were killed by Lei Gong Linling, how could they not do anything? If they did that, others would think that the Cataclysm Holy Land was afraid of the void of the 9 continents. Linling was killed with the help of a formation. Xian Wuba said again, and the orthodoxies were enlightened. Lei Gong, what else do you have to say? The most dignified old man said coldly, originally, we would have spared your life out of respect for the 4 great gods. But now, we can't let you leave the Cataclysm Holy Land. A life for a life, this is a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times. Ha ha ha. Linling laughed and looked at the old man. A life for a life, huh? That's right, I killed the life-borrowing orthodoxy, but he had to harm me first. So, he must pay with his life for trying to kill me. How dare you quibble? However, the orthodoxies did not listen to Linling's explanation. However, Linling was already aware of it. He just said it casually and shook his head. All right, I've completed my mission in the Cataclysm Holy Land. Now, I, Lei Gong Linling, want to leave. You can wait and see if I, Lei Gong Linling, can leave. After saying that, he rushed in a certain direction. How domineering. Watching one person go against all the orthodoxies, everyone under the ground trembled. Lei Gong Linling was really heroic, especially the people from Purging Dust Villa. They were in disbelief. Not long ago, this famous person in the void was right next to them and even spoke to some of them. To be honest, the fact that they had spoken a few words with the Thunder God was already a great blessing for them. If you want to escape, you'll have to ask me first. Seeing Linling move, Xian Wuba sneered. In fact, he had been waiting for Linling to escape. Boom, his body exploded with a terrifying amount of divine energy, forming an unparalleled pressure that suppressed the entire Cataclysm Holy Land. In the endless clouds, a huge palm grabbed Linling, as if it wanted to capture Linling alive. Bang bang bang, waves of terrifying divine energy vibrated, causing everyone on the ground to fall to the ground. They witnessed the power of the Cataclysm Holy Land with their own eyes. However, at this moment, a sword came slashing. Rumble, the sea of blood was churning, and above the sea of blood, there was a blue-robed young man with a large sword in his hand. He charged forward in an awe-inspiring manner. Whoosh, under that sword strike, all the smoke and clouds that were blocking the path ahead were sliced apart. Ah! You! After a painful cry, Xian Wuba's burly figure appeared in the sky. However, he was clenching his fists with a look of disbelief. What? Behind them, the gods of the orthodoxies who had been pursuing Lin Ling were also shocked. One slash to injure Xian Wuba. This result was far beyond their imagination. In their minds, although Lei Gong Lin Ling was strong, he was only a mid-tier god. Xian Wuba, on the other hand, was a god from the age of Pantheon. How could a rising star like Lin Ling hurt him? Xian Wuba returned from the Zhi Ox cave with serious injuries. It's normal for Lei Gong to take advantage of him. Everyone, attack. We must capture him, or our cataclysm holy land will lose its dignity. Suddenly, an old man's voice was heard. It was the voice of Maha-Orthodoxy. Among the 10 orthodoxies, this person was the most senior and the strongest. At some point in time, he might even be the leader of the 10 orthodoxies. Maha appear. Then, the old man roared at the sky and turned into a huge giant. However, this giant's fangs were shining, his green hair was dancing wildly, and his entire body was covered with fiery red skin. He didn't look like a human, but more like a demon. The Maha bloodline was the bloodline of a war god from the Age of Pantheon. During the Age of Pantheon, it was famous for its tyrannical strength. Heaven and earth shifting hands, karmic connection. After the orthodoxies went all out, the orthodoxy closest to Lin Ling also attacked. He was from the desolate prime orthodoxy. His talent was not outstanding, but his divine energy was incomparably terrifying. One attack was more than 150,000. After he attacked, countless palms appeared in the sky, blooming like flowers. It was a dazzling sight. These palms were formed from karmic energy and were the most difficult to destroy. Karmic energy was also the most mysterious. Some said that it represented fate, others said that it represented reincarnation. There were many different opinions, but without a doubt, being able to use karmic energy to cultivate was a testament to one's strength. The 10 orthodoxies are indeed strong. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that time was of the essence, and he could not afford to be entangled in this battle. Sky-splitting slash. Without hiding anything else, Lin Ling transformed into Pengu and lightly chopped down with his palm. You're courting death. The other orthodoxies could not help but mock Lin Ling when they saw him using such a weak attack. Although they had already given Lin Ling a very high evaluation, they still didn't think that Lin Ling could go head-to-head with a real orthodoxy. Watch me break your hand and take away your karma. The man from the desolate prime orthodoxy snorted coldly. He controlled the karmic hand that filled the sky and grabbed at Lin Ling. However, at this time an ancient power bloomed in the sky. Under the countless gazes, Lin Ling was like a god of creation. His robe fluttered in the wind as he gently chopped down with his palm. Rumble. This palm contained the power of 10 million worlds. It was as if it could cut through all eternity. Bang bang bang, everywhere it passed, it was like tofu meeting a knife. The karmic palms that were the most difficult to destroy all melted and turned into nothingness. Ah! The desolate prime orthodoxy sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing since he started cultivating. What kind of divine martial art is this? Even Xian Wuba was shocked. This was because although it looked like a simple chop, it seemed to contain the power of the Tao. It could destroy everything. It gave him the illusion that an ancient giant beast was splitting the world apart. Rumble. In fact, Lin Ling's chop was indeed splitting the world apart. When it passed through the sky and landed on the ground, it actually split the holy ground into two. The entire holy ground shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Is this the battle of the gods? Countless people were shocked. Their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. If not for the fact that they were not the core of the battle of the gods, they would have been implicated and killed. Whoosh. After using sky-splitting slash, Lin Ling also rushed into the distance at full speed. When they looked at Xian Wuba and the other orthodoxies, they were all dumbfounded. So strong, one person escaped from the hands of all the orthodoxies. This was just too crazy. After him, we have to catch him no matter what. Otherwise, the holy ground of the holy ground will lose face. However, Maha-Orthodoxy was the first to react. He let out a low roar, Lei Gong Lin Ling, one of the 4 gods of the 9 continents void. If he could enter and leave the holy ground of the holy ground of the 9 continents freely, the holy ground of the holy ground of the 9 continents would be laughed at for thousands of years. Therefore, this was no longer a personal grudge. It was a battle for the dignity of the 2 great voids. The orthodoxies understood this. Therefore, they went all out and chased after him. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Watching the battle of the gods gradually disappear before their eyes, the people in the cleansing mountain villa were very upset. This was especially true for Teacher Xiao. Her eyes were filled with excitement and regret. She was excited because she had finally seen the god she worshipped the most, Lei Gong. That kind of strength, that kind of elegance, did not lose to Lei Gong's reputation at all. As for her regret, it was because Lei Gong had appeared before her not long ago and even said a few words to her. However, what she left behind for Lei Gong was a kind of contempt and mockery from the bottom of her heart. None of you are worthy. She remembered what Lei Gong Lin Ling said. Now, she felt that they were indeed not worthy. We missed it, we all missed it. Looking at the teachers behind Teacher Xiao, they all shook their heads and sighed. They were lucky to have brushed shoulders with Lei Gong Lin Ling. However, in the end they did not gain anything. If Lei Gong Lin Ling could teach them a thing or two, they would definitely benefit from it for the rest of their lives. Sigh. Hearing the words of the teachers, Teacher Xiao let out a long sigh. She felt so ashamed that she could not show her face. A bunch of pitiful ants. Looking at the crowd again, the light golden dragon was also chasing into the distance, but he also said this sarcastically to these people. In his hand, a purple dragon scale quietly appeared. This was personally given to him by the dragon god before he left. The dragon god also told him that if he encountered a problem that he could not solve, he should crush the dragon scale. Now, this was the time. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying rapidly through the sky, causing the earth to tremble continuously. Look, that's Lei Gong Lin Ling. Voices rang out in the city, and countless people's eyes were filled with worship. Although the holy land of the shattered realm and the void of the 9 states were 2 different voids, this did not stop them from worshipping Lin Ling. In a world where the strong were respected, powerful gods were respected no matter where they were, not to mention a rising star like Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling was the fastest growing and youngest god in the countless realms of the void. So powerful, he dares to enter the holy land of the shattered realm alone. If he can safely leave the holy land of the shattered realm, he will become a legend. Bang! Lin Ling rushed out of the 10 orthodoxies and arrived at the ancient path. Just as he was about to make his move, a mysterious fluctuation appeared in front of him. Then, an old man blocked his path. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're indeed powerful. After so many years, you're the first junior to escape from my hands. You should be proud of that. The one who appeared in front of Lin Ling was Maha-Orthodoxy. He looked at Lin Ling calmly and could not help but praise him in his heart. That was because not only was Lin Ling's attack powerful, but his speed was also incomparably fast. If he had not used his trump card, he would not have been able to catch this young god. Steps of God? Lin Ling looked at the old man calmly. You're quite knowledgeable. Maha-Orthodoxy nodded. Now, do you think you can still escape? It's a little difficult. Your strength seems to be slightly stronger than mine. Even if we're on par, as long as you can hold me back, when the other orthodoxies arrive, I won't be able to fight them with my 2 fists. Lin Ling smiled. He could sense that this old man's strength was stronger than the Kurishin and the others. Of course, the difference was not obvious. If this old man and the Kurishin were to fight, it would take a long time to determine the winner. Most importantly, Lin Ling noticed that this old man's steps of God seemed to have something to do with speed. So, you're just going to wait to be captured? Maha-Orthodoxy asked again. I only said that it's a little difficult. It doesn't mean that you can stop me. Lin Ling said. Then, without further ado, he activated the steps of God. Also, let me remind you that you're not the only one who has the steps of God. As soon as he said that, the steps of wisdom were immediately sealed. Maha-Orthodoxy instantly realized that 30% of his techniques had been sealed. This made him extremely shocked. Could this also be the steps of God? And from the looks of it, it's not weak at all. While he was still in shock, a ferocious fist was heading straight for his face. It was Lin Ling. I've suppressed at least 20% of your strength, and after losing 20% of your strength, you're not much stronger than me. Perhaps, you're slightly weaker than me. As for your god steps, although it's very powerful, it's only speed, and it doesn't represent combat strength. Lin Ling's punch was accompanied by an indifferent voice. Bang! Maha Orthodoxy also activated the power of divinity to resist Lin Ling's punch, but it was blown apart by Lin Ling's punch. After all, Maha Orthodoxy's strength had been suppressed by 30%, not 20% as Lin Ling had said. Bang! Therefore, he also took a direct hit to the face. Blood gushed out from his nose and teeth, and his face looked like it had been dyed red. Bang bang bang, he retreated in a sorry state, and the void he stepped on continued to crack. Of course, compared to the dyed red on his face, what made him angry was the humiliation in his heart. He was actually slapped in the face by a rising star. However, Lin Ling did not follow up with another attack. After his successful attack, he increased his speed, passed by Maha Orthodoxy, and rushed into the distance. To Maha Orthodoxy's surprise, Lin Ling followed the main road. He did not rush toward the exit, but instead rushed into the depths. This made him think that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits, so he panicked and did not know where to go. Maha Orthodoxy. At this moment, a large number of figures rushed out of the city. It was Immortal Wuba and the other orthodoxies. Of course, there were also many experts rushing over from afar. They looked like they were here to help, but they were actually here to watch the battle between the gods. After all, with their strength, they were not qualified to participate in the battle between the gods. Orthodoxy, you. However, when the crowd saw the state of Maha Orthodoxy, they were all shocked. That was because Maha Orthodoxy, who was wearing a white robe and had white hair draped over his shoulders, was now bleeding from his nose and teeth. His elegant white robe was stained with a few teeth, and his nose was obviously bruised, like a garlic head. Could it be? Many people had their guesses. Could it be that Lei Gong Lin Ling punched Maha Orthodoxy? However, Maha Orthodoxy was the strongest among the 10 orthodoxies. Even he was punched. This was too fake. Stop talking nonsense, go after Lei Gong. Maha Orthodoxy was already fuming with anger, and immediately changed the topic. Where did he run to? Damn it, I thought Maha Orthodoxy would stop him, and he wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings, but he still escaped. Xian Wuba looked around and then said angrily. He didn't leave the broken holy land, he panicked and ran inside. Maha Orthodoxy immediately said. Inside. Everyone was stunned, and then they burst into laughter, because as long as Lin Ling did not escape from the broken holy land, it would be impossible for him to escape. This guy is obviously scared out of his wits. He ran inside. This is not the broken holy land's territory, it's either the immortal spirit nation or the 10 orthodoxies. Ha ha ha, he's really an idiot. Exactly. Let's not rush, we'll catch him slowly. Remember to seal the entire broken holy land, don't let him get away with it. The orthodoxies relaxed and laughed. Maha Orthodoxy also seemed to have regained his dignity, and could not help but laugh. However, his laugh was very funny, and a few of his teeth were missing. He immediately covered his mouth and said, I guess it's his first time in the broken holy land, and he's not familiar with the place, so he panicked and ran around randomly. He should be hiding in the immortal spirit nation. Maha Orthodoxy, where else can he run to other than the immortal spirit nation? Don't tell me he's running to the primogenitor's sacrificial ground. Dao Baiyuntong's face was full of smiles, and then he added, however, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire ancient avenue became inexplicably silent. The primogenitor's forbidden ground, that's right, Lei Gong Lin Ling could very well have escaped there. If he destroyed the primogenitor's forbidden ground, they would be sinners for eternity, because the primogenitor's forbidden ground was like an ancestor to the broken holy land. If they could not even protect the ancestor, who would not laugh at them? They would also become the laughingstock of the void. Quick, go after him. Maha Orthodoxy was stunned for a moment, but he did not care about his missing teeth, and roared. The others could no longer remain calm, and they were so angry that their teeth were itching. They all chased along the avenue, praying that damned Lei Gong would not go to the primogenitor's forbidden ground. Unfortunately, the effect of praying was very weak, and could even be said to be ineffective. That was because 2 huge statues gradually appeared in front of them, and below the statues was a young man wearing a blue and white immortal robe. He had his hands behind his back, and he was looking at them with a smile. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? I knew it. Everyone's faces turned pale. They were most afraid that Lin Ling would destroy the primogenitor's statues, and fight to the death. Despicable brat. The orthodoxies cursed under their breaths. They thought that Lei Gong Lin Ling was a duck that was already in their mouths, but who knew that this duck would be so difficult to deal with, and would actually give them a loss. Hee hee, if you dare to do anything, don't blame me for destroying these 2 stone statues. Hee hee. Lin Ling Yun chuckled. What seemed like a casual statement was like a needle that pierced into everyone's heart and made them feel as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. How dare you? The orthodoxies were enraged, and their killing intent was obvious. Xian Wuba took a step forward. If Lin Ling dared to lay a finger on the primogenitor statue of the immortal spirit Hegemon nation, Xian Wuba and Lei Gong would be irreconcilable. Lei Gong Lin Ling, do you really want to fight to the death? Maha Orthodoxy said coldly, how about this? The Cataclysm Holy Land will let you leave, but you must not destroy the primogenitor statue. Hee hee, do you think I'm stupid? As soon as I leave this place, all of you will swarm me. Lin Ling was not going to fall for it. How cunning. In fact, that was exactly what the orthodoxies were thinking. Do you really want to drag this out? Let me tell you, the more time you spend here, the more dangerous your void of the 9 prefectures will be. Nobody knows what kind of powerful enemies will attack your void of the 9 prefectures. For example, the chief of the Ox Demon clan in the Ear-Ox Cave, the divine overlord of the U continent, and so on. That's right, this is our territory. We can afford to drag this out. The orthodoxies suddenly spoke again, their faces filled with cold sneers. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could not deny that these old foxes were very thoughtful. He could not afford to drag this out forever. Moreover, he could sense that these orthodoxies were watching him closely. As soon as he showed the slightest weakness, they would swarm him and not give Lin Ling the slightest chance to fight back. This meant that Lin Ling had to be alert at all times to fight against these old monsters. Haha, how can the Dragon Valley miss out on such a lively scene? However, at this moment, in the sky far away, countless ancient dragon deities roared and howled. Their auras were enormous. The dragon tribe. When the orthodoxies turned their heads to look, their expressions instantly turned ugly. Originally, they had the upper hand in the negotiation with Lin Ling, but who knew that the dragon clan would interfere? As a result, Lin Ling had more bargaining chips, and they could not easily touch Lin Ling. Rumble, in the skies above, millions of dragon gods were tumbling about. They were faintly discernible and beautiful. Among them, there was a gigantic dragon with the longest dragon whiskers. Its eyes were fixed on the ground. Then, with a tremble of its body, it transformed into an old man and walked down slowly. He was the dragon god of the Dragon Valley. Lei Gong Lin Ling. The dragon god looked at Lin Ling as he walked down. Lin Ling nodded at him, telling him that he had accomplished his goal. Dragon god, are you really going to interfere in this matter? Looking at the old man walking down, Maha Orthodoxy was enraged. Although the dragon tribe could not be compared to the godly land of the broken territory, they were not to be trampled on. Now that they had joined forces with Lei Gong, their strength was not to be underestimated. Hee hee, Lei Gong Lin Ling has the bloodline of the dragon tribe. He's considered a member of the Dragon Valley. How can we not help him when he's in trouble? The dragon god said calmly. Old fox. The orthodoxies cursed. If Lei Gong Lin Ling was an ordinary person, they believed that the dragon tribe would not help him. Therefore, the dragon god's words were even better than a song. It's useless even if you help him. Do you think the Dragon Valley alone is a match for the broken territory? Xian Wuba immediately said. Indeed, we are no match for you. However, if we really fight, you won't have any advantage either. The dragon god said with a smile. He then looked at the progenitor stone statue behind him and said, moreover, no one can guarantee that the progenitor stone statue will be intact in a battle between the gods. Oh, I heard rumors that your progenitor stone statue seems to be faking his death. I wonder if his death will become real if the statue is destroyed. How dare you? The orthodoxies were even more furious now. Save your threats. You only have one choice now. Let us leave, and I promise not to touch a single hair on your progenitor stone statue. The dragon god was not afraid at all and said again. Impossible. This Lei Gong caused a ruckus in the broken territory and killed our disciples. If he leaves just like that, what face will the 10 orthodoxies have? The gods and Buddhas will laugh at us. That's right. He also killed 1,000,000 soldiers of our immortal spirit hegemony nation. I, immortal hegemony nation, am a god from the age of gods. If a rising star steps on my head, even if I don't care about face, our immortal spirit hegemony nation does. The orthodoxies and Xian Wuba spoke up, unwilling to let Lin Ling leave in peace. So, there's no room for negotiation. The dragon god narrowed his eyes. If this continues, we can only wait and see who can outlast the other. Although the Dragon Valley had mobilized all of its dragon gods, the Puncture Divine Soil still had more dragon gods. If they were to clash with the Puncture Divine Soil head-on, the Dragon Valley would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Dragon Valley didn't want to fight to the death with the Puncture Divine Soil. Let's wait and see. We're not afraid of you. On the Broken Territories side, everyone was going all out. They were not afraid of the Dragon Valley. What they were most afraid of was the progenitor stone statue being destroyed. For a moment, the two overlords of the void and the Kaiyuan River were competing with each other in patience, fighting spirit, and will. They wanted to see who could outlast the other. As long as one side surrendered first, they would definitely be attacked with all their might by the other side. All right. If this continues, we don't know how long it'll take. It'll only benefit the spirit nation. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke up. Lei Gong Lin Ling, are you planning to surrender? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the orthodoxies could not help but laugh. What kind of joke is this? Surrender to a bunch of old monsters like you? You might as well just kill me. I just think that our negotiations can go another way. Lin Ling said disdainfully. He turned around and looked at the giant stone statue behind him. If I have a way to awaken your progenitor, I wonder if you'll let me leave as a reward. Impossible. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the orthodoxies roared. The progenitor stone statue had been here for 30 million years. It was so long that it could be traced back to the end of the era of the gods. However, it was not that the Broken Territory had not tried to awaken the progenitor, but in the end, it was to no avail. At some point, they even thought that the progenitor was dead. Now, a rising star was boasting that he had a way to awaken the progenitor. What bullshit *T, even if this rising star was from the era of the gods, they would not believe it. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't. It's just awakening a statue. How difficult do you think it is? Lin Ling said again. Nonsense. You're boasting shamelessly. Do you know why the primogenitor became a statue? It's not difficult. You're good at bragging. The Maha-Orthodoxy said disdainfully. What? How did you know? When Lin Ling finished speaking, the orthodoxies were stunned. My world is not something you can understand. Perhaps I am even older than all of you. Lin Ling looked up at the sky and said calmly. His words silenced the orthodoxies, as if this was the first time they had met Lei Gong Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling was also a god from the age of Pantheon? You're misleading the public with your lies. Suddenly, Xian Wuba shouted, I have checked Lin Ling. He is not from the age of Pantheon, but from a small realm called the Rainforest Sacred Land. My friends, I think he is just trying to buy time. Don't fall for it. You're indeed trying to mislead the masses with your lies. The orthodoxies suddenly realized that they no longer believed in Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still not afraid. He said, how about this? If I can awaken your primogenitor, this matter will end here. If I fail, I will tell you the whereabouts of the world will stone tablet. What do you think? Are you serious? Maha-Orthodoxy's eyes lit up. Brother Maha, he is full of tricks. Don't fall for it. In my opinion, we should fight it out with him and see who comes out on top. Daoist Xian Wuba, Maha-Orthodoxy said. I know you hate Lei Gong for killing millions of gods, but don't forget our mission. The will of the world is more important. Maha Orthodoxy looked at Xian Wuba and said, Taoist Xian Wuba, I know you hate Legong to the bone. But Xian Wuba wanted to say something, but Maha Orthodoxy stopped him. Even the ancient gods from the Chaos realm were curious about the host of the seventh world will, let alone these orthodoxies. Therefore, if they had the chance to know this secret, they would not lose out. Even if Lin Ling succeeded, they would be the ones benefiting from it. When the primogenitor woke up, he might even help them kill Lin Ling. Therefore, no matter which choice they made, they would not lose out. Of course it's true. At this moment, Lin Ling nodded. Alright, I promise you. Maha Orthodoxy nodded as well. However, the orthodoxies behind him didn't think the same way. None of them agreed. The way they saw it, Lin Ling just wanted to take the opportunity to escape, so they should kill him on the spot. However, Maha Orthodoxy had already agreed, so they could only endure it for the time being. Oh, right, don't disturb me when I'm communicating with your progenitor. Otherwise, don't blame me if your progenitor doesn't wake up. At this time, Lin Ling said calmly. He's speaking as if it's true. This brat is too good at pretending. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the orthodoxies were even more displeased. As for Maha Orthodoxy, in order to obtain the will of the world, he endured it. He nodded and said, as long as you don't destroy the statue, we won't stop you. It's impossible to destroy the statue, but it's unavoidable to destroy a small part of it. Do you agree? Lin Ling asked again. All right. Maha Orthodoxy gritted its teeth and finally agreed. Brother Maha. Seeing that Brother Maha was continuously giving in to Lin Ling, the orthodoxies were indignant. This was especially true for Xian Wuba, who was the most furious. He had already forced Lin Ling into a corner and was about to kill him. However, at the critical moment, this troublesome thing had happened. Let him be proud for a while longer. Don't worry, as long as he fails, I don't think he'll dare to say anything. Maha Orthodoxy waved his hand, indicating for everyone to calm down. The dragons in the Dragon Valley were also looking at Lin Ling in shock. The progenitor of the broken Holy Land was very ancient. Even they weren't familiar with it. How could Lin Ling be familiar with it? Dragon God, even Maha Orthodoxy couldn't wake the progenitor up. If it's Lin Ling, I'm afraid it'll be even harder. The golden dragon appeared beside the dragon god and said worriedly. We can't back down now. We can only trust Lin Ling. The dragon god sighed and said helplessly, bang. However, just as the two of them finished talking, there was a loud bang in front of them. They saw Lin Ling standing on the shoulder of one of the progenitor statues. He grabbed the statue's earring with both hands and pulled it hard, causing it to fall to the ground. The statue was the statue of White Maiden, the progenitor of the 10 orthodoxies. F***ck. Seeing Lin Ling stepping on White Maiden, the orthodoxies felt their hearts bleeding. Even they didn't dare to step on the progenitor. They could only kneel down and worship it. Damn it, Maha Orthodoxy. I think we should kill him immediately. One of the orthodoxies said angrily. Endure. Maha Orthodoxy's face was contorted in anger. However, when he thought of the promise he made to Lin Ling, he endured it. If he attacked now, Lin Ling might use this as an excuse to say that they interfered and caused the progenitor to not wake up. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was another loud bang. After the earrings of White Maiden's statue were removed, Lin Ling started to pull out the hairpin on the statue's head. The hairpin was carved out of a rock and was bigger than Lin Ling. After Lin Ling pulled it out, he slammed it on the ground. Bang, the hairpin shattered, scattering rocks all over the ground. It was as if the hearts of the orthodoxies were shattered. How cruel. Maha Orthodoxy, we can't let him humiliate our progenitor. If this goes on, how can we face our progenitor in the future? The orthodoxies were on the verge of tears as they looked at Maha Orthodoxy. We've agreed that as long as we don't destroy the progenitor, we can still play dirty. If you feel bad, you don't have to watch. Maha Orthodoxy's heart was bleeding as he gritted his teeth and said. Hee hee, I knew it. That kid is using this opportunity to take revenge. He can't wake up the progenitor. Luckily, he's attacking your progenitor. Ha ha ha. Beside them, Xian Wuba was gloating, mocking Maha Orthodoxy for trusting Lin Ling. Maha Orthodoxy's eyes twitched when he heard that. He suddenly felt that he was a little foolish. The reason he agreed to Lin Ling's request was not only because they wouldn't be at a disadvantage, but he also had other intentions. He was hoping that Lin Ling would be able to awaken the progenitor. After all, Lin Ling knew that the progenitor cultivated the pure water sky grand art. One had to know that only their orthodoxies in the cataclysm divine land knew about this grand art. However, it seemed like Lin Ling was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. Enough. Seeing that Lin Ling had started to pull out the bracelet on the progenitor's statue, Maha Orthodoxy could no longer hold it in. As soon as he spoke, the orthodoxies no longer held back. All of them unleashed their aura, ready to fight to the death. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the progenitor's statue seemed to have touched some taboo. Its head began to move, and its mouth slowly opened, revealing a cave that was as tall as a person. Moreover, it was emitting a blue light. This was something that had never happened to the statue in thousands of years. At that moment, all the orthodoxies who were filled with murderous aura stopped moving. Xian Wuba, Dragon God, and the others were shocked. Could it be that the kid had succeeded? Alright, I'm going to wake up your primogenitor now. Wait for me. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards the cave. At the same time, he used his divine vitality to form a complicated seal before disappearing into the cave. The Sky River deity had told Lin Ling all of this while he was in prison. Of course, Lin Ling was not so kind as to help the broken Holy Land awaken their primogenitor for free. He was after the pure heavenly spiritual comet fluid in the statue. He's gone in. To prevent him from pulling any tricks, let's go in and take a look. Seeing Lin Ling disappear, the orthodoxies immediately turned to Maha Orthodoxy. Maha Orthodoxy nodded. He did not want things to get out of hand, so he immediately led the group towards the cave. Splash, however, just as they got close to the cave, a terrifying surge of water from the heavenly river rushed towards them. The orthodoxies were thrown off their feet. They could not withstand the force at all. It's the power of the primogenitor. After the orthodoxies crashed onto the ground, they all looked up in horror. Why can that kid go in but we can't? Maha Orthodoxy immediately asked after recovering from his shock. This time, everyone was puzzled. According to Lin Ling's age, he should be a local deity in the void of the 9 continents. He should not know much about the secrets of the age of Pantheon, but why did he have a way to enter but they, as the descendants of the primogenitor, could not? That kid is a little strange. Maha Orthodoxy could not understand and could only say so. Everyone nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling did not know the heavenly water pure maiden, but he knew her father. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking along the cave. To his surprise, he discovered that after entering the stone sculpture, he seemed to have arrived at a world of water. Moreover, this water was extremely extraordinary. It was sparkling and translucent as it flowed, carrying with it a divine charm. There's an endless amount of divine power hidden in the water. Although Lin Ling didn't feel any pressure, he knew that this was only because he knew the method to enter. If it was anyone else, then they would have been suppressed to death by the endless divine power. From the looks of it, this white water pure maiden must be very powerful. She must be a mid-level god. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The difference between a mid-god and a low god was like heaven and earth. No matter how talented or powerful a low god was, a low god would never be a match for a mid-god. Some of the more powerful low gods could at most survive a mid-god's attack by luck. Crash. As he moved forward, Lin Ling felt that there was water flowing under his feet, like a small stream. He walked on the stream, and rumbling sounds began to appear in front of him, as if there were many waterfalls in front of him. This made Lin Ling speed up a little. Following the flow of water, Lin Ling finally reached the end. He saw that he was on a cliff, and the stream below his feet crashed down from high above. Moreover, this stream was not the one Lin Ling was at. The entire space in front of him was filled with streams. Endless water flowed down from the cave entrance. It was a spectacular scene. Looking straight ahead, there were shallow ripples on the ground. They were resplendent and radiant as they flowed slowly. A statue condensed from crystal sat there. It was over 100 meters tall and wore a gauzy gown. It was like a goddess. However, the water around the statue was clearly different. It was much clearer and reflected even more colorful light. This water was like the essence of all water. It flowed under the statue and did not disperse. pure heavenly spirit comet elixir. Lin Ling stared at the elixir under the statue. He knew that this elixir was even rarer than the divine spring. It had a supreme effect. Even in the era of the gods, it was incomparably rare. Lin Ling immediately stepped out of the cave. At this time, Lin Ling also felt that the giant statue seemed to have awakened. It was looking at him with a cold and arrogant gaze, as if it was saying, "Where did this ant come from?" How arrogant. Lin Ling ignored the statue's gaze. He landed under the statue and sat down cross-legged. "Who are you?" At this time, a voice suddenly came from the giant statue. "You dare to have designs on my pure heavenly spirit comet elixir? Do you want to die?" Lin Ling looked up and said indifferently, "Pure heavenly spirit woman white, stop putting on an act in front of me. My name is Lei Gong Lin Ling. I'm here to help you." "With just you? You really are an ant that doesn't know your place." The statue's voice came out again. It was full of disdain and mockery. It didn't believe Lin Ling's words at all. It even treated Lin Ling as an ant that was bound to die. After speaking, she didn't say anything else. She was too lazy to waste her breath. Lin Ling chuckled. He understood White Water Pure Maiden's thoughts. He slowly said, "Your heavenly water pure technique has been cultivated to the limit. If this goes on, you will always be in a state of suspended animation. As for me, I am the one who will give you the last 3 levels of the technique." "How do you know about the pure heavenly spirit technique? You were sent by my father? Quickly, give me the last 3 layers of the pure heavenly spirit technique." The statue suddenly shook. Its voice was full of surprise. "Your father sent you?" Lin Ling knew that this pure heavenly spirit woman thought of him as a servant. He lazily said, "Why should I give it to you? Also, when asking for help, shouldn't you say please and then thank you?" "You." This time, the statue was stunned. She never thought that this servant would be so arrogant. But for the last 3 layers of the pure heavenly spirit technique, she endured. As long as she got out of her suspended animation state, she would slowly teach this junior a lesson. "Please, give me the last 3 layers of the pure heavenly spirit technique." "Thank you." The statue made a sound. It was obvious that her thank you was very unnatural. Of course, this was normal. She was the pure heavenly spirit woman, the daughter of the Sky River water god. In this era, it was always others who said thank you to her. It was always others who asked her for help. Unfortunately, her arrogance was useless in front of Lin Ling. "You're still missing the word love." Lin Ling, who was standing under the statue, replied lazily. "You, don't go too far." White Water Pure Woman was furious. Where did this ignorant brat come from? "I'm so angry." She pondered for a moment and finally said sincerely, "Please, please, give me the last 3 layers of the water pure sky technique." "Thank you." In order to escape, she continued to endure. She secretly swore that as soon as she escaped, she would find her father and ask him who this arrogant brat was and why he had asked such a person to help her. And if her father didn't speak, she would personally teach this junior a lesson. "Seeing that you're so sincere, fine. I'll give you the last 3 layers of the pure heavenly spirit technique." Hearing the pure heavenly spirit woman's words, Lin Ling nodded. He waved his right hand and the cultivation method he obtained from the Sky River water god floated over. Then, Lin Ling greedily absorbed the pure heavenly spirit comet liquid on the ground. "Greedy brat, I'll let you be proud for a while. Once I escape, even if my father is here, he won't be able to stop me from teaching you a lesson." Lin Ling also entered a state of cultivation when he sensed that pure white maiden was cultivating. What a rich spiritual energy. A warm current flowed into Lin Ling's body, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. The effects of the pure heavenly spirit comet fluid were not something the divine spring could compare to. Not only did it increase Lin Ling's cultivation realm, but it also increased his divine energy and physical strength. Most importantly, it also increased Lin Ling's soul energy. The word wisdom in the pure heavenly spirit comet fluid explained everything. The cultivation of a god depends not only on one's foundation but also on the universe's most desolate grade treasures. Luck is the most important factor in obtaining these ancient desolate grade treasures. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. If he had not coincidentally found pure white maiden's father, Lin Ling might not have been able to obtain such a precious treasure. This water seems to have a spirit. There's no need to refine it at all. It actually flows into my dantian by itself. After sighing, Lin Ling sensed that his cultivation was increasing rapidly. Moreover, this increase had no side effects. It was gentle and vigorous, his dantian was constantly transforming. Lin Ling did not even need to activate the Chaos Divine formula as the ancient spiritual energy continued to nourish his dantian. Looks like it won't be difficult to make a breakthrough. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He had made many breakthroughs, but the progress was always slow. Now, he finally felt the signs of a breakthrough, and with this breakthrough, Lin Ling was confident that he could dominate among the lower gods. In fact, with his current strength, there were very few late-stage lower gods who could defeat him, unless they were monstrous existences. Ancient Thunder Beast. Lin Ling took out the treasure he had obtained at the Divine Land Conference and gently placed it in front of him. He controlled the white lightning to wrap around the bone and slowly refine it. The bones of the ancient Thunder Beast were very hard to refine. If not for the feedback from the Luai's true body, Lin Ling might not have snatched the bone treasure away from Lin Ling. After the white lightning wrapped around the bones, it slowly seeped into the bones and began to refine the mysterious energy from within. Lin Ling sensed that this kind of refinement would take a long time, so he also entered a state of comprehension. All the martial arts he had learned in his life slowly flowed through his mind as if history was repeating itself. Lin Ling had practiced martial arts for 2 lifetimes. In his first life, Li Xiaoyao had rich martial arts experience. In his second life, Lin Ling was even better than Li Xiaoyao. The martial arts experience of 2 lifetimes flowed into his mind. Undoubtedly, it was also slowly increasing the foundation for a breakthrough. And this kind of memory, from simple to complex, from nothing to something, finally comprehended the martial arts that Lin Ling was currently learning. Now, Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame. However, he had stopped cultivating this talent after comprehending it to a certain extent. The Thunderlock true body had also been cultivated to the 5th level. As for the other divine abilities, such as the Bodhi Testimony divine technique, Lin Ling had cultivated them to their limits. Apart from slowly increasing Lin Ling's soul force, this divine technique wasn't of much help to him. The only things that Lin Ling was still cultivating and comprehending were the Primal Chaos divine technique, the Cardinal Grand Brahma punishment art, and the Pengu strike. This was because these 3 techniques were the most ancient techniques, and the martial arts that he had learned before could only dominate the deity realm. Bang! 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 In Lin Ling's dantian, rumbling sounds were constantly heard. After his foundation of martial arts and cultivation resources had met the requirements, his first dantian had finally entered the late-stage low god realm. The divine energy in his dantian was surging, as though it had the power to split the heavens and earth. This kid has broken through. Whitewater Pure Maiden, who was standing on the huge statue behind Lin Ling, also sensed the changes in Lin Ling. Of course, she was only a little surprised. With her experience, she had met countless late-stage low gods in her life. Boom. Boom, boom. But at this moment, another formless divine aura filled the air. Another breakthrough. Whitewater Pure Maiden thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her because she had just sensed that Lin Ling had broken through. How could he have broken through again? This must be fake. How can a person break through so many times? Whitewater Pure Maiden shook her head. But at this time, another wave of energy came. Divine energy and divine aura filled the air like a tidal wave. Another breakthrough. This time, Whitewater Pure Maiden no longer thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Boom. Boom, boom. But the divine energy and divine aura seemed to have opened the floodgates. Waves after waves of energy came from it, as though it was breaking through again and again. Heavens! Whitewater Pure Maiden couldn't be bothered with her cultivation anymore. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Ling's body, and she was completely dumbfounded. She could be considered an ancient great god in the era of gods. She had seen a lot of things, but this was the first time she had seen such a strange thing. Could it be that there were 6 or 7 gods hiding in that kid's body, or did that kid have several dantians? But she had heard of people with 3 dantians. Having more than 3 dantians was rare even in the era of gods. Moreover, even if there were, it was just a kind of divine ability and not a real multi-dantian cultivation. Because too many dantians would go against heaven's harmony. While cultivating, there would also be conflicts. The most basic thing was that when refining treasures, the various dantians would compete for spiritual energy. A moment of carelessness and this would lead to chi deviation. How could she know that Lin Ling's chaos divine formula did not have this kind of flaw at all? What a strange kid. Whitewater Pure Maiden discovered that this ant was not as weak as he appeared on the surface. After this ant broke through, she would interrogate him properly. If he dared not to fight, then she would kill him. Whitewater Pure Maiden, as the progenitor of the breakage divine soil, was an existence akin to an overlord. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know that Whitewater Pure Maiden was watching him break through. Of course, if possible, Lin Ling did not want to expose his cultivation process, but he had no other choice. As Lin Ling continued to break through, the amount of spiritual liquid he was sitting cross-legged on decreased. At the same time, endless white lightning raged around Lin Ling's body. It was majestic, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It turned into a mysterious thunder god with a pair of thunderous wings and a body of lightning. This thunder god's long hair draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind. There was a mysterious eye patch over his eyes. He spread his arms and floated behind Lin Ling, giving others the feeling that he was the ruler of the world, omnipotent and omnipotent. A mid-god divine fetus. Whitewater Pure Maiden spoke again. Clearly, she had also noticed that Lin Ling's talent had broken through. His talent is not bad. With a mid-god divine fetus in his body, unless his perception and luck are too poor, it shouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the mid-god realm. However, it's hard to find the treasures needed to break through in the current void. It's possible to find them in the shattered divine world. Of course, if you can go to the most ancient chaos world, then you'll break through. Breaking through to the mid-god realm is a matter of certainty. Whitewater Pure Maiden said indifferently. She naturally knew that Lin Ling could break through because of her pure heavenly spiritual comet liquid. The Luai's true body, the talent of the Luai's god. However, although the Luai's god was famous during the era of gods, and had many disciples, he did not have a deep foundation. He was not a descendant of an ancient great god, so he reached his limit during the era of gods. Whitewater Pure Maiden said again. During the era of gods, there were countless powerful gods, but those with the halo of an ancient great god were undoubtedly more powerful and had greater potential. However, to obtain such a halo, one had to possess the bloodline of an ancient great god, or obtain the inheritance of an ancient great god. Otherwise, it was very difficult to obtain such a halo. Ring. Alright, although I haven't finished cultivating the clear water sky technique, I can withdraw from the state of suspended animation. Now, let's see where this little ant came from. I'm very curious about his dantians. Whitewater Maiden walked out from the crystal statue. She wore a white robe, and her feet were bare. Her silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She was very beautiful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a goddess. Of course, even in the age of gods, pure white was one of the top beauties. Back then, countless gods were moved by her beauty, which created her arrogant heart. Whitewater Maiden then stood not far from Lin Ling, looking at Lin Ling indifferently as if she was looking at a servant. Lin Ling was oblivious to this, and he was still in the excitement of breaking through. This breakthrough had undoubtedly benefited him greatly. First, his Luai's true body had finally entered the ranks of mid-god divine embryos. It was at the second grade, on par with the heavenly dragon protector. It provided Lin Ling with great speed, defense, divine aura, and divine energy. Now, of his 7 dantians, 5 of them were at the level of a god. On the other hand, the strongest person in the past, King Yen, was still a low god. However, Lin Ling had too many talents, so he did not put much effort into cultivating the Luai's true body. Instead, he checked the effects of the breakthrough. After the Luai's true body's breakthrough, Lin Ling's greatest advantage was speed. Now, Lin Ling's base speed was at 1 million world speed. If he fused with the third stage, he could reach a terrifying 1.5 million world speed. This time, the speed of improvement was incomparably terrifying. Of course, other than the speed of improvement, the Luai's true body did not make much progress in other areas. However, Lin Ling had made a breakthrough this time, so his other areas had also improved in all aspects. His soul power had reached 160,000 levels. His physical strength was 70,010,000 worlds force. If he fused with the third stage talent, he could reach a terrifying 10,010,000 worlds force. Moreover, if he used the Panga strike, it would increase by 100%, reaching 14,010,000 worlds force. It could be said that just by relying on the strength of his body, Lin Ling would be able to move unhindered among late-stage low gods. Looking at his godly power, his base level was 30,000 strands of godly power. If he fused with the third stage talent, he could reach 80,000 strands of godly power. Most importantly, the third stage of innate fusion was the fusion of the 7 great innate talents, and all of the divine power was improving. The further I cultivate the primal chaos divine formula, the greater the improvement. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He was looking forward to seeing how terrifying his strength would be after the 8th Dantian was opened. If all 9 dantians were opened at the same time, his strength would increase by at least 9 times, or even more. Unfortunately, although the 9 dantians brought great power, the cultivation resources required to open them were also much more. Now, Lin Ling felt that he had the foundation to open the 8th dantian, but unfortunately, he did not have enough treasures to open it. Shaking his head, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. However, his eyes were not as sharp as before. Instead, they were more profound. He did not know why, but the breakthrough this time gave him a very strange feeling. It was as if he had gone with the wind. His eyes swept around and immediately found the lady in white standing not far from him. The lady was very beautiful. Her eyes were like autumn water, graceful and graceful. She was as light as a fleeting shadow, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. Although the lady was dressed very plainly, her white dress just so happened to set off her spirit. On the contrary, if she was dressed too extravagantly, it would cause her to lose her spirituality and become like an ordinary person. Lin Ling had seen all kinds of beauties since he started learning martial arts. However, in terms of temperament, it was this lady who left the deepest impression on him. Even Yu and the rest could not compare. Is this the pure white maiden? Lin Ling thought to himself, then slowly stood up. You're awake. The pure white maiden kept looking at Lin Ling. Her expression was very cold, as if she was staring at Lin Ling not as a person, but as a grain of sand, a speck of dust. Perhaps she had seen too much, so in her eyes, Lin Ling was just a grain of sand on the Great Tao. In the end, he could not escape the Great Tao. The restraint of the Great Tao would soon disappear from her sight. Therefore, when facing a grain of sand, a true god would not have any feelings. Lin Ling sensed the pure white maiden's emotions, so he nodded lazily. What cultivation method did you train in? You have to know that every martial artist has their own cultivation method when they become a god. Moreover, if their cultivation method is incomplete, they will have to find a new cultivation method in the deity realm. So, tell me the cultivation method you used to enter the deity realm and deity realm. The pure white maiden's words seemed casual, but they carried an unquestionable majesty. It was as if Lin Ling would definitely answer if she asked. She even personally asked Lin Ling. This was a reward for Lin Ling, a blessing for Lin Ling. Of course, with her beauty, strength, and status, she indeed had the qualifications. Haha. However, Lin Ling laughed. In terms of status, beauty, and strength, the ancient deities Lin Ling knew were even more ancient than the pure white maiden. For example, the Eastern Sea Dragon King he met in the 8 Gods Celestial Palace. This ancient deity surpassed the pure white maiden in every aspect, except for beauty. Moreover, Lin Ling was no longer the carefree and unruly youth of the past. Beauty to him was just a beautiful flower at some point in time. He only admired it. How could his heart be moved? What are you laughing at? Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, the pure white maiden frowned. She did not know why, but she felt that Lin Ling was looking at her with a mocking gaze. A little god of this era actually had the nerve to laugh at her? If you don't speak, you have to bear the consequences. The pure white maiden was not a person who liked to be long-winded. She directly stated their relationship. Don't tell me you still want to use force? Although it is indeed difficult for me to resist with your strength, unfortunately, even if I stand still, I think you won't dare to touch me. Lin Ling said. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the pure white maiden couldn't help but laugh. Although it was a bold and unrestrained laughter, it had the beauty of a heroine. In this aspect, the Luli Empress of the past could not compare to her, and neither could Longyang. Are you ready to die after reading this letter? White Maiden stared at the letter floating in the water. She did not think that Amir Jr. could take out a letter that could move her. Let me tell you something. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for your rudeness for a long time now. Maybe you have some sort of background, but it's useless to me. I've seen more gods in my life, and I've fought more battles than you ever could. White Maiden waved her hand as she spoke, sucked the letter over, and then slowly opened it. However, after seeing the first word, her whole body trembled because it was her father's handwriting. She was very sure that these words were really written by her father, because these words seemed simple, but in fact, each word hid the aura of the Milky Way, and others could not forge it at all. My father is indeed still alive. Kid, where did you see my father? Tell me, or don't blame me for killing you. White Maiden suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Ling fiercely. Finish reading the letter before you talk nonsense. Lin Ling said. I'll let you be proud first. White Maiden gritted her teeth and continued reading the letter. However, the more she read, the more her pretty face changed, and in the end, her whole body trembled. Not only did the letter describe what had happened to the Sky River Water God in the past few years, it also gave pointers to the White Water Pure Maiden's future cultivation. Most importantly, his father had asked the White Water Pure Maiden to thank the person who delivered the letter, and to follow the person who delivered the letter to help him. This must be fake. White Maiden kept blinking and used her divine vitality to check, but found that the words were still written by her father. This made her suddenly raise her head and stare at Lin Ling. The Milky Way Water God, the king of gods in the past, actually wanted to thank this arrogant kid? He even wanted her to follow this kid and help him. What kind of joke was this? One had to know that in the past, many gods were proud to be able to help the Milky Way Water God. At that time, who dared to ask for a reward? No, not a single one. You, what did you say to my father? Where is my father? I want to ask him personally. White Maiden said sternly. I didn't say anything. As for where your father is, I have no comment. Also, didn't your father tell you to thank me heavily? Lin Ling said indifferently. Nonsense. Not only did my father want me to thank you heavily, he also wanted me to follow you and help you. She was the progenitor of the godly soil of the Broken Realm, one of the most terrifying gods of the present age. Even in the age of gods, she would have been a force to be reckoned with. But now, she had to follow a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Follow me? Why would I want a fierce servant? Lin Ling was shocked when he heard White Water Goddess's words. He had only glanced at the envelope and did not see the words written by the Sky River God. It seemed that the Sky River God was also cunning. He knew that it would be difficult to see him, so he used his daughter to play the friendship card and fight for him to let him go. The River God. What? Servant? When did I become your servant? Hearing this, White Water Pure Maiden became even angrier. Not my servant, you're not qualified to be my servant. Because, what do I want you for? Lin Ling corrected her. You. White Water Pure Maiden was so angry that her breasts trembled. Then, she pounced on Lin Ling and reached out with her jade-like hand. The sound of a raging river could be heard. She was so angry that she almost lost her mind. Asking her to be a servant was a great humiliation to her, but who would have thought that this arrogant brat would say no with a disdainful face? Damn it. You want to kill me? Seeing White Water Pure Maiden's sudden attack, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Subconsciously, he unleashed a powerful force and punched out. Boom. Although he did not have the third stage talent fusion, the current Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. This punch actually knocked White Water Pure Maiden's hand askew. However, White Water Pure Maiden was still an intermediate celestial. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, there was still an insurmountable gap between them. Therefore, White Water Pure Maiden's arm trembled. A powerful force gushed out from her body and grabbed at Lin Ling again. The speed of this attack increased by a few notches. It was not what Lin Ling could block at all. By the time Lin Ling reacted, his neck was already grabbed by a jade-like hand. However, Lin Ling was not afraid in the slightest. He looked at White Water Pure Maiden coldly and said, "You dare to go against father's words? Or, are you, White Water Pure Maiden, an ungrateful person? I saved you, but you came to kill me instead. I. Whitewater Pure Maiden could not refute these words. She naturally knew that Lin Ling saved her. However, Lin Ling did not give her face too much. Forget being disrespectful to her, he even dared to make her a servant. She could not swallow this insult. However, thinking of her father whose life and death were unknown, and thinking of her father's instructions, she finally gritted her teeth and let go of Lin Ling, while Lin Ling stroked his neck, his expression icy cold. All right, although I saved you, I also took your clear water heavenly spirit comet elixir. Therefore, you don't have to thank me. We're even now. Goodbye. Although Lin Ling knew that Whitewater Pure Maiden would not kill him, Lin Ling still felt uncomfortable coming into contact with this powerful mid-god. Therefore, he did not plan on staying any longer. Then what about me? Seeing Lin Ling turn around and leave, Whitewater Pure Maiden suddenly said. How would I know? Go wherever you want to cool off. Lin Ling replied. You. Whitewater Pure Maiden stomped her feet in anger. She naturally did not want to bother with Lin Ling. However, her father instructed her to follow Lin Ling and help the latter. If she could not do it, she would not be able to answer to her father. Most importantly, she also had a feeling that following this young man, she might be able to find her father's whereabouts. I can help you. After hesitating for a long time, Whitewater Pure Maiden finally spoke. After saying this, she felt as though she had suffered the greatest humiliation in her life. Oh, no need. However, Whitewater Pure Maiden was dumbfounded when Lin Ling bluntly rejected her. This made her feel as though she had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. If you want to be my servant, perhaps I will consider it. However, whether you can become my servant or not depends on what you do next. Lin Ling's voice sounded again. Although Lin Ling did not like this Whitewater Pure Maiden, the latter was ultimately powerful. It would be good to have a free servant. Alright, I will take fully and completely become your slave. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Whitewater Pure Maiden gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. Her heart was erupting like a volcano at this moment, but she did not dare to do anything. Go out. Lin Ling nodded and walked out the way he came. Meanwhile, outside the stone statue, the orthodoxies were still waiting for Lin Ling to come out. They were completely unaware that their primogenitor had become Lin Ling's servant. He's out. At this moment, the Maha Orthodoxy who had been staring at the statue spoke excitedly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a slender figure finally appeared from the mouth of the giant stone statue. At that moment, the entire Great Path fell silent. Dragon Valley, Dragon God, various orthodoxies, Xianxia, and the others all stared at the person who walked out. Did he succeed? They all had the same thought in their minds. However, deep down, they did not think that Lin Ling had succeeded. After calming down, they realized what Lin Ling was doing. He was trying to awaken the primogenitor. Who was the primogenitor? He was a powerful figure from the era of the Pantheon. He was their true god. How could Lin Ling revive him so easily? Lei Gong Lin Ling, how long are you going to lie to us? Suddenly, Xianxia roared. From the looks of it, as long as Lin Ling shook his head, he would be the first to attack Lin Ling. Although he might not be a match for Lin Ling now, he could at least create chaos so that the other orthodoxies could surround and kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling came out too quickly. How can he awaken the primogenitor in such a short time? Lin Ling, oh, Lin Ling, do you really think we're idiots? Why don't you just give up now? Maha Orthodoxy narrowed his eyes. He had a different idea from Xianxia. His goal was to get the world will's host body. At his command, the other orthodoxies immediately attacked. Wait. Dragon God wanted to stop them, but he was too late. The other orthodoxies attacked too quickly, intending to force Lin Ling to submit with lightning speed. However, just as they took to the sky, another figure slowly walked out from the mouth of the stone statue. She wore a long white dress. Her outfit was simple but dignified. After she walked out, she stood quietly beside Lin Ling. Are you all trying to rebel? A voice that was clear and melodious like a bell carried a wisp of unquestionable dignity as it drifted out from the mouth of this person. Primogenitor. The other orthodoxies stopped what they were doing and looked at her in shock. Some people were even afraid that their eyes were playing tricks on them, so they gave themselves 3 hard slaps. Only after they saw stars did they confirm what they were seeing. Primogenitor, how did you wake up? The Maha Orthodoxy stammered with a look of reverence. Whether it was in the godly broken land or the era of gods, they were the progenitors' people for generations to come. If I still don't wake up, are you going to turn the world upside down? Beside Lin Ling, Whitewater Pure Maiden said calmly. I wouldn't dare. Primogenitor, please calm down. All the orthodoxies bowed respectfully. In the distance, the martial artists from the 10 orthodoxies also bowed respectfully, their hearts pounding. The primogenitor had truly awakened. This Lei Gong is really capable. Even though Xian Wuba wasn't from one of the 10 orthodoxies, he quickly bowed because a god at the level of a progenitor could easily kill him with a single finger. The people from the Dragon Valley were also shocked. But soon their faces were filled with worry. Even though Lin Ling had saved the primogenitor, it was obviously not a good thing. The godly Broken Land's primogenitor would definitely help his own people, and he might even attack Lin Ling immediately. As soon as this concern arose, the Maha Orthodoxy pointed at Lin Ling and said, Lord Primogenitor, he's Lei Gong, one of the 4 great gods of the 9 continents void. He knows about the stone tablet where the will of the world resides. That shameless be ****starred. Even though the dragon god had already guessed it, he was still furious. After all, Lin Ling had saved the primogenitor, but these guys turned their backs on him. Of course, the dragon god also knew that a great battle was inevitable. The dragon god immediately sent a telepathic message, Radiant Golden Dragon, I'm afraid we can't avoid a great battle. When the battle begins, we must protect Lin Ling and leave no matter what. Yes, Lord Dragon God. The Radiant Golden Dragon replied solemnly. Oh, so you're one of the 4 great gods, Lei Gong. But do you know about the stone tablet where the will of the world resides? At this moment, the White Maiden glanced at Lin Ling. She didn't expect this arrogant kid to have such a strong background. That stone tablet was destroyed, I didn't know. The will of the world was of great importance, and Lin Ling didn't want to admit anything. He's talking nonsense, we saw him steal the stone tablet with our own eyes. Primogenitor, don't believe him. Seeing that the primogenitor had personally asked, the Maha Orthodoxy and the others were laughing in their hearts. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're going to die this time. Are they telling the truth? The White Maiden asked Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling was clearly impatient, and said coldly, as a servant, don't you think you're talking too much? You. The White Maiden didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly say that. Servant? Of course, the Maha Orthodoxy and the others understood. They were stunned for a moment, then almost burst out laughing. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was crazy, calling the primogenitor a servant. Not to mention the current era, even in the age of Pantheon, no one dared to. They were not ordinary people, they knew the primogenitor's background. She was the daughter of the Sky River water god. What? You don't want to be my servant? That's great, I'm happy to have some peace. At this time, Lin Ling spoke again, looking very dissatisfied, and walked towards the Dragon Valley. The White Maiden gritted her teeth. This guy must be doing it on purpose, he's trying to embarrass me in front of everyone. But if this guy left just like that, then wouldn't she be unable to fulfill her father's orders? Wait for me, I'm willing to be your servant. Thinking of this, the White Maiden hurriedly chased after Lin Ling. Servant. The orthodoxies were stunned. Then, a series of loud bangs sounded, and one by one, they fell from the sky. Servant, their primogenitor actually became Lei Gong Lin Ling's servant. This must be a joke. This, Lord Dragon God, did I hear wrongly? This powerful primogenitor became Lin Ling's servant? The radiant golden dragon's eyes twitched violently. I also want to know if I heard wrongly. The dragon god's mouth twitched, then he saw Lin Ling walking towards him. He suddenly smiled bitterly, he did not understand what Lin Ling did to the primogenitor. Let's go. Lin Ling did not explain anything. He planned to leave the Cataclysm Holy Land after saying that. Moreover, Lin Ling did not say anything to the White Maiden, but the latter gritted her teeth and continued to follow Lin Ling. She knew that if she did not follow Lin Ling, she would not be able to get any news about her father. Looking at the departing Lin Ling, the orthodoxies were still dumbfounded. Suddenly, the Maha Orthodoxy shouted, "Primogenitor, where are you going?" The white maiden pondered for a moment, then finally said coldly, "I'm now Lei Gong Linling's servant, I'll go wherever he goes." This time, she personally replied to the orthodoxies. Bang bang bang, those orthodoxies who had just gotten up fell to the ground again. She was really a servant, 100,000 whys floated in their minds. End of chapter 45-36. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.